In a world where the sky was gloomy and the earth cracked into fissures, a lone figure swayed unsteadily before rising to a stand. A dry voice spoke slowly. "Where is this?" The figure raised his head, revealing a youthful face around 17 or 18 years of age. The young man's features were proper and refined, though his lips were pale and his complexion slightly frail. At his chest, his clothes were torn open with a large hole, the surrounding area soaked red with fresh blood, revealing a hideous wound beneath, through which his ribs could be faintly seen. The wound had already stopped bleeding, with flesh and tissue regenerating at an astonishing rate, the healing appearing almost grotesque. But none of this mattered to Jiang Hou. What mattered was where exactly this place was. Jiang Hou turned his head to survey his surroundings. A faint black mist drifted through the world between heaven and earth, visibility limited to merely 100 meters. Looking upward, he saw boundless dark clouds, oppressive beyond measure. The surrounding earth resembled a riverbed dried for years upon years, cracked and dead silent, with not a single trace of vegetation or sign of life to be found. Roughly 100 meters ahead of him, the faint traces of several structures could be discerned, though they had long since collapsed. The distance was too far for Jiang Hou to make out the details of those ruins. He was standing on a stone. No, not a stone, something more akin to a giant leg bone. Over 10 meters high, roughly 100 meters long, with both ends higher than the middle. Jiang Hou was instantly stunned. The gray stone-textured bones were enormous. Impossible to tell what creature they had come from. Just this single section of leg bone stretched over 100 meters, its surface covered in dark red patterns. These patterns converged beneath Jiang Hou's feet, like blood vessels, forming a 10-meter-wide blood ritual array. Faint light flowed between the patterns before finally vanishing into his body. SSS. A sharp pain lanced through Jiang Hou's head. He instinctively clutched his forehead as scattered memories surfaced within his mind. Leaving home, a dark alley, black mist appearing from nowhere, a monster. He remembered now. Tonight he had gone for a walk in the park and was heading home around 8 o'clock. But unexpectedly, the street lamps in the alley he passed daily suddenly went out. A surge of black mist swept through, and before his eyes went black, he found himself here. Before he could react, a monster wreathed in black mist pierced straight through his heart. His heart. Jiang Hou instinctively pressed his hand against his chest and found it covered in fresh blood. The sticky sensation made him uncomfortable, but there was no pain as he had imagined. "I'm not dead." Looking at the wound on his chest that had already healed over to smooth skin, Jiang Hou was utterly stunned. As someone who had already died once, Jiang Hou's willpower was far more resolute than most. Few things in recent years had shocked or shaken him. But everything that happened today was different. Dying and coming back to life on the spot, a sensation entirely unlike the feeling of suddenly becoming an infant more than a decade ago. More than a decade ago, Jiang Hou had transmigrated to this world similar to Earth, starting over again as an infant. Only this life, Jiang Hou's family remained ordinary. Apart from a mature mindset, his experiences were not much different from the previous one: elementary school, middle school, high school. And then today, swept into the black mist, dying once more. Fortunately, that monster wreathed in black mist was already gone. Otherwise, he might have died again. Thinking of this, Jiang Hou let out a slight breath of relief. Then before his eyes, a translucent page frame slowly materialized. Name: Jiang Hou. A common land creature that has just embarked on the path of giant beast evolution. Power 21, 10 points, equals the strength of an ordinary person. Agility 15. Defense 10. Giant beast form. Bloodline: juvenile, iron armored giant ape, common giant beast, current size 5 meters. Talent: Furious Roar. Flames of rage ignite the blood, awakening power hidden within the bloodline, increasing current strength fivefold along with certain other attributes. Unique talent: Devouring Evolution. Begin with a Kuan growth, depends entirely on devouring. Evolution points 0-100. When evolution points are full, evolution can begin. This. Jiang Hou gazed at the all-too-familiar page frame before him, and memories deep within his soul were awakened. Before he died in his previous life, he had been working overtime on a web game called Shanghai. While perfecting the personal attributes page, he had knocked over his coffee and died from electric shock. He had never expected this thing to transmigrate with him, awakening along with this death and resurrection. Only he seemed to remember that the attributes page only recorded personal data changes, and the devouring evolution talent he had added before dying didn't it. Where did this giant beast bloodline come from? Jiang Hou lowered his head, looking at the now completely dim blood ritual array beneath his feet. His resurrection, along with the iron-armored giant ape bloodline, was most likely related to this bone and the blood array. When he had been slain by that monster, his heart, pierced through the blood that flowed out, had activated the ritual array inscribed upon the bones, triggering the power of the blood array. That should be the reason, right? Just as Jiang Hou was uncertain whether his guess was correct, he suddenly sensed something. Instinctively, he raised his head to look forward. In the distant darkness, a monster slowly crawled out from behind the building ruins. This monster resembled an ant over 3 meters long with 4 legs and 2 claws beneath its abdomen, its entire body covered in black scales crawling along the ground. Gazing at Jiang Hou standing atop the bone, the monster opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of sharp fangs. Bathed in the oppressive darkness, this sight resembled a demon from hell, making one's hair stand on end. And as the monster roared, shadowy figures shifted behind it. More monster silhouettes appeared in the darkness. Seeing these monsters for the first time, and in such numbers, even Jiang Hou, who had died twice, felt his heart rate spike instantly. So many monsters. What should I do? Am I going to die again? And torn apart, and devoured alive by monsters. Watching those hideous monsters, Jiang Hou's first reaction, like most people, was tension, followed by an incomparable fury. This fury appeared out of nowhere, instantly causing his entire blood to boil. Especially Jiang Hou's originally pitch-black pupils turned crimson under this fury, filled with rage and violence. His entire skin flushed red as it radiated intense heat. Sniffing the increasingly thick scent of blood and flesh, the monsters could barely restrain themselves. The ground trembled slightly as dust rolled. Over a dozen monsters charged toward Jiang Hou at more than twice the speed of a human running at full strength. As those monsters charged forth, Jiang Hou, whose entire body emitted white steam, let out an inhuman roar from his mouth. Boom. The air trembled. A shockwave air blast formed, centered on Jiang Hou, howling gale sweeping through. Within the raging wind, a towering 5-meter-tall beast covered entirely in black fur appeared. This beast had a burly build with explosively defined muscles resembling a gorilla. But unlike a gorilla, its snout protruded, its ears were pointed and long, and dense wild hair on its head gave it a ferocious and demonic appearance, similar to a scion great ape form. The great ape that appeared out of thin air, along with the intense oppressive aura emanating from it, instantly caused those charging monsters to hesitate. Crash! The petrified bone collapsed, leaving a clear, enormous footprint. With tremendous recoil force, the black great ape leaped dozens of meters into the air. The gale howled as the great ape descended from the sky like a cannonball, slamming heavily before those monsters. Boom. The instant the great ape landed, the earth shook and dirt flew in all directions, kicking up clouds of dust. Roar. The great ape raised both arms, its entire body's muscles swelling another size. Explosive power gathered toward its fists as it slammed down ferociously upon the nearest monster. Boom boom. Under the fists imbued with tremendous power, the air exploded. Two monsters' skulls instantly caved in, their flesh and blood bursting and spraying as their bodies crashed to the ground. Sniff. Blood splashed onto the surrounding monsters. Stimulated by the gore, those monsters, whose eyes had once been filled with fear, now turned red, leaving only a frenzied fearlessness. The three nearest monsters let out roars and lunged directly at the black great ape, but what greeted them was a thick arm covered in black fur. Bang! The heavy sound of collision exploded. The first monster was punched clean in half midair by the black great ape, fragments spraying from its great jaws as its corpse crashed onto the other two monsters. Bam bam bam. The three monsters were sent flying over a dozen meters by the black great ape's sweeping arm, tumbling a great distance after landing before finally stopping. Roar. The foul bloodthirst sent the black great ape into even greater savagery. Its eyes blood red, it let out another furious roar, its violent aura surging as it charged into the monster horde. Crack. A monster was seized by the neck by the great ape, its bones crushed within its grip. As the black great ape crushed that monster being within the horde, it could not evade every attack. Two pairs of sharp claws landed on its thick pillar-like thighs. But the monster's attacks only made the black great ape angrier. It suddenly turned and seized those two monsters' power exploding in its hands. Boom boom. The two monsters' skulls instantly shattered and caved in. Their corpses were wielded by the black great ape as weapons, smashed wildly into the surrounding monsters. Immediately the wind howled as the sounds of monsters' piercing wails filled the world between heaven and earth. Under a single punch that could crater the ground, any monster struck took damage. Those hit directly had their flesh and blood explode apart. Moreover, after enlarging, the great ape became even faster and more agile. Even fighting purely on instinct, it overwhelmed these monsters, crushing everything wildly. This crushing battle lasted only a short time before silence returned. Only torn and twisted monster corpses remained scattered across the ground, and the black great ape standing amid the corpses with blood-red eyes. Now the great ape's entire body was dyed dark red with fresh blood, holding the broken remains of a monster in each hand, standing tall upon the earth, radiating a blood-soaked murderous aura. Roar! The black great ape howled at the sky, its blood-red eyes venting the fury and savagery within its heart. The black giant ape roared toward the sky, venting the violence in its heart. Slowly it ceased, lowering its head to survey its surroundings. Not a single living monster remained around it. The fury that had flooded the giant ape's mind began to recede, the crimson glow in its eyes dimming as they returned to their normal black color. At the same time, its swollen muscles across its entire body contracted, returning to normal, making the giant ape appear slightly smaller. Although it had exited its enraged state, Jiang Hou still maintained the giant ape form. It seemed this state could be switched freely without any time limit. A sudden stinging pain shot through the back of the giant ape's hand. Looking down, it saw a patch of black fur on the back of its left palm being burned away by an invisible force, and in the blink of an eye a black cross-shaped diamond mark formed upon its skin. At the same time, a stream of information flooded into the Black Giant Ape's mind through the mark. The final step of the life transformation ritual, the blood trial, is complete. You have obtained the inheritance mark. Between the turning of sun and moon you may enter and exit the ruins. The one marked must journey to the inheritance temple to activate it, becoming a true inheritor of the ancient epic and step onto the path of the immortal gods and demons. The life transformation ritual. The Black Giant Ape paused slightly, turning its head to look at the massive skeleton in the distance, its gaze falling upon the blood array. Cracks appeared across the surface of the skeleton, spreading along the entire bone until it finally collapsed before the Black Giant Ape's eyes, shattering into countless fragments of rock, large and small. As expected, his resurrection from death and his giant beast bloodline were both connected to that blood array. Now that the ritual was complete, the skeleton's power had been exhausted as well. The giant ape exhaled a breath of hot air, and more questions welled up in its heart. The ruins, the inheritance mark, the temple, the path of gods and demons. But before the Black Giant Ape could think further, a powerful wave of hunger erupted from within its body. So hungry, the Black Giant Ape swallowed hard. The sudden hunger was incredibly intense, so intense that it felt it could devour an entire cow in a single bite. The giant ape swallowed again, looking down at the monster corpse in its hands. At the torn wound where the monster had been ripped apart, dark red blood foam was seeping out. The scent of blood somehow smelled faintly delicious to the Black Giant Ape. Should it be edible? The Black Giant Ape looked around. The surroundings were dead and barren, with not a single thing to eat to be found, not even dry wood or weeds for starting a fire. And the hunger within the Black Giant Ape grew ever more intense, its stomach caving inward from emptiness. As for the source of this hunger, it was clearly the consumption from the earlier burst of innate talent. Enough deliberation, just take a bite and find out. With this thought, the Black Giant Ape suppressed its revulsion at eating raw meat, opened its great maw, revealing 4 upper and lower fangs and a row of neat sharp teeth. With a powerful bite, the rich blood scent flooded the giant ape's taste buds. Seems actually pretty good. The giant ape tore off a chunk of meat from the black ant beast, chewing slowly. Then it discovered the taste seemed genuinely decent, and unable to help itself, it swallowed and took another bite. Very fragrant. The Black Giant Ape began swallowing in large gulps. Whether it was due to a difference in biological structure, or because the meat of these monster beasts was genuinely delicious, the Black Giant Ape found itself eating faster and faster, savoring each bite more and more. As it fed and its stomach digested, the intense hunger within the giant ape began to ease. At the same time, a faint warm current spread throughout its entire body, radiating outward from its stomach. Soon the 2 black ant beasts were completely devoured by the Black Giant Ape. Then instinctively it turned its gaze toward the other corpses. Eat, devour ravenously. Across the barren, cracked earth, the Black Giant Ape flipped through the carcasses of beast after beast, tearing off chunks with its great jaws and swallowing them whole, the scene utterly ferocious. 2 hours later, after devouring all 14 beasts, the ground was covered in bones and entrails. Only then did the Black Giant Ape stop with a hint of reluctance. Finally full. Why does it feel like that collapsed wall in the distance has gotten a little shorter? Doubt flickered in the Black Giant Ape's eyes as it looked toward the ruins several dozen meters away. Those beasts had crawled out from inside those ruins earlier. These buildings must have been magnificent before they collapsed. The remaining foundations alone were over 10 meters high, and a few surviving stone pillars reached several dozen meters into the air. But the Black Giant Ape somehow felt that compared to before, the buildings in its field of vision had shrunk a little. No, that's wrong. It wasn't the buildings that shrank, but rather it had grown taller. Reacting to this, the giant ape willed its thoughts and summoned the status panel. It saw that under the bloodline section, the note had changed to juvenile form, common giant beast, current body height 5 meters 3. And it wasn't only the giant beast form that had changed, though its human form data had also undergone alterations. Strength had risen from 21 to 29, agility had become 18, a defense had also increased by 3 points. Among these, strength had increased the most. Devouring over a dozen black ant beasts, the converted biological energy had not only replenished the burst expenditure, but had also made its overall stature grow taller and larger, with attributes soaring. So this is the effect of the passive talent evolution. Very good, very powerful. The Black Giant Ape's lips curved upward into a fierce grin. This time the resurrection from death granted only a transformation ability in the form of the giant ape bloodline. What truly gave him infinite possibilities was the unremarkable talent below it, devouring evolution, which allowed it to evolve toward giant beasts measuring thousands or even tens of thousands of meters in size. At this thought, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in the Black Giant Ape's eyes. Every boy when young must have fantasized about possessing tremendous power, flying through the skies and burrowing through the earth, shattering mountains with a wave of the hand, standing supreme above all living beings. But fantasies were ultimately fantasies. In reality, everyone was ordinary, at most taking out their destructive urges on some rapeseed flowers. But now, having truly grasped supernatural power and being able to freely transform into a giant beast, that feeling in Jiang Hou's heart was beyond description. If one had to use a single word to describe it, it would be awesome, utterly awesome. After calming his agitated emotions slightly, the black giant ape looked toward the building ruins, hesitated briefly, then began walking toward them with heavy steps. Unfortunately, apart from some weathered foundations, the ruins contained only a few broken stone pillars. At the center was a dark, foul-smelling cave opening. That cave was clearly the lair of those black ant beasts, but it was rather small with a diameter of only 1 meter, impossible to squeeze into. Thud thud. The black giant ape's hands gripped a stone pillar, and its massive form nimbly climbed upward, quickly reaching the top of a pillar over 50 meters tall, looking out in all directions. Its vision was somewhat better in the giant ape form, able to vaguely make out things several hundred meters away. But apart from the black fog drifting everywhere, the surroundings still held nothing. Dead, silent, oppressive, like a world drowning in its final days of despair. The black giant ape fell silent for a moment, then prepared to leave. So much had happened today, it needed to go back and sort through everything. But before leaving, there was still something it needed to take with it. Thud. The ground shook as the black giant ape leaped down from dozens of meters high, then ran with great strides, just like a human, quickly arriving before the collapsed skeleton debris. After searching for a while, the black giant ape found its phone wedged between two massive boulders. When it had transformed earlier, the clothes on Jiang Hou's body had turned to scattered fragments. Fortunately, the Hualong brand phone was tough and drop-resistant, only having a few scratches on its back. Buzz. The mark on the back of the giant ape's hand emitted a faint black glow, and the surrounding space rippled like the surface of a lake, sending out transparent rings. At the same time, in the real world, a massive figure appeared out of thin air in a pitch-black alley. But immediately the enormous form began shrinking rapidly like a deflating balloon. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Hou returned to his normal form, and the black hair across his body completely vanished. If not for the dark red stains still clinging to his body, he would have almost thought that everything that happened before was a dream. At that moment, the figure of someone riding an electric scooter appeared at the entrance of the alley, looking surprised at the darkness ahead. Why aren't the street lights on in this road today? As he spoke, he switched on his high beams, and the piercing light instantly illuminated the entire alley. At the moment the delivery rider turned on the high beams, something seemed to flash past in the distance, but on closer inspection, there was nothing there. Strange, was that my imagination? The delivery rider shook his head and rode through the alley. Good thing I was almost seen. In the bushes behind the alley wall, Jiang Hou carefully surveyed his surroundings and only relaxed after confirming no one was around. With nearly 30 points in strength and 18 in agility, Jiang Hou's physical condition far surpassed that of ordinary people, even in his normal form, allowing him to easily leap over the 2-meter-plus wall with a single jump. This residential compound was also where his home was located. Being a 20-year-old complex, the trees were lush, the lighting dim, and since it was already 10 at night with few pedestrians, it was very quiet. This was convenient for Jiang Hou. He carefully moved along the wall, avoiding the intersection surveillance cameras, and arrived behind Unit 1 of Building 5 next door. His current appearance was certainly not suitable for taking the elevator, so he looked up at the 4th floor where his room was located. Jiang Hou held his phone in his mouth, gripped the exposed drainage pipe with both hands, and his powerful grip allowed him to climb up, easily reaching the 4th floor without incident. He pulled open the unlocked window and flipped inside directly. When his feet finally touched the floor of his room, Jiang Hou's tense spirit completely relaxed, finally home. His room was rather spacious. By the door was a row of wardrobes. In the center sat a double bed with about 1.5 meters of walking space beside it. By the window sat a desk. Jiang Hou first pulled a few tissues from the desk to wipe his hands, then opened the wardrobe, took out pajamas, and also grabbed an old shirt to wrap around his waist. After doing all this, Jiang Hou opened a crack in the door and looked outside. The corridor outside was dimly lit with only a single spotlight in the living room shining. No one's here. Jiang Hou's eyes lit up. He quickly opened the door and dashed into the adjacent bathroom in 2 strides. He closed the door, turned on the shower, and soon hot water sprayed out, washing away the dry bloodstains on Jiang Hou's body, which turned into murky, dark red water flowing down the drain. These monsters' blood was already dead matter with nothing harmful about it except for the stench, so there was no worry that flushing it down the drain would cause any contamination. Feeling the warmth of the hot water landing on his body, Jiang Hou slowly began to recall everything that had happened today, especially the sensation when transforming into the giant ape, including the enraged state. In his enraged form, he still maintained a certain degree of rationality, but was unable to control the emotions of anger in his heart, like a true giant beast running wild and fearless, utterly ferocious. Especially when he was smashing those monsters, the feeling was incredibly exhilarating. And despite those black ant beasts being crushed by him, they were actually quite powerful, their speed faster than ordinary people by double, and the force they exerted while struggling in his grip exceeded several hundred kilograms. Their bodies were covered in armor that was as hard as iron sheets. Combined with claws that could leave deep gouges in solid rock, an ordinary person encountering them could only be slaughtered one-sidedly unless they had a gun. But the giant ape form's strength was even more overwhelming, its skin tough and resilient, coupled with the 5 times strength amplification in enraged state. This was the reason the giant ape form's power was so exaggerated. Under the talent burst state, Jiang Hou felt that each of his punches carried an impact force of no less than tens of tons. When going berserk, a few strikes could destroy an entire building. Of course, that building was the kind of small 2- or 3-story civilian residential structure. As Jiang Hou recalled the day's events, a girl's voice came from outside the bathroom. "Jiang Hou, are you in there?" "Yeah, it's me." Jiang Hou snapped back to reality and replied. Outside the bathroom stood a girl in a pink nightgown. The girl's face was fair and slightly round, her brows and eyes as delicate as a painting, her nose small and exquisite, making her exceptionally beautiful, especially her azure eyes, which shimmered like sapphires under the light. But at that moment her brows furrowed slightly. "Why did you come back so late? It's already past 10. You said you were just going to the park for a stroll." "Cough. Well, I fell asleep on a bench." Jiang Hou made an excuse. "You fell asleep on a park bench? Take care not to catch a cold." "Yeah, I won't do it again." "All right, as long as you're fine. Wash up and sleep early." "Okay." Hearing the door close, a gentle look appeared in Jiang Hou's eyes. The girl just now was Qin Siyu, the daughter of the homeowner Qin Bai. As for Jiang Hou, he was technically Qin Bai's adopted son. When Jiang Hou was 7 years old, his family was in a car accident. His parents and grandfather died in the crash, leaving him an orphan. Although relatives helped with the funeral arrangements, none were willing to take in a burden. In the end, Qin Bai, who had learned of the situation, drove from a neighboring province to find Jiang Hou, and claiming to be a fellow soldier of his father, completed the formalities to adopt him. In addition to Qin Bai, there was a daughter at home who was 1 month younger than Jiang Hou. As for Qin Bai's wife, she was reportedly from another country and had returned to her homeland when Qin Siyu was very young, never to come back. Thus the three of them formed a new family. Fortunately, Qin Bai had a decent job as a security captain at a mine, earning enough to support the household, and he managed to raise the 2 children through all the hardships. Moreover, Qin Siyu never resented Jiang Hou's sudden appearance. They had a close bond since childhood. However, after entering high school, the girl occasionally nagged. She complained that he stayed cooped up at home all day, didn't bother with his appearance, let his hair grow long without cutting it, and wondered why he still hadn't found a girlfriend even in his senior year. Jiang Hou always just smiled at these comments and didn't take them to heart. With an adult's mindset, he had felt out of place since infancy, and as he grew older, he couldn't connect with his peers. The games those kids played seemed too childish in his eyes. Even his behavior and way of speaking were on a completely different wavelength. As for using his advantage as a transmigrator to build wealth step by step from childhood, those were mere fantasies. This wasn't Earth, and he hadn't been reborn 10 or 20 years into the past. With no foreknowledge and unfamiliar with the place, how could he even start? If a person's behavior and speech exceeded their age, they would appear strange in others' eyes and attract too much attention. It would be like an elementary school student spouting life philosophies that only adults would utter. It would inevitably seem odd. Therefore, Jiang Hou had always been unsociable and taciturn with few friends. He only spoke more when facing Qin Siyu and Qin Bai. Of course, that silence was only in others' eyes. Having experienced death and the family tragedy in his childhood, Jiang Hou's demeanor was somewhat indifferent. He viewed many people and things with detachment and lacked interest. As long as he felt comfortable, it was enough. Lost in thought, Jiang Hou turned off the shower and grabbed a towel to dry his hair. As he wiped, his gaze fell upon the mirror. In the mirror, the young man's hair was disheveled and damp, his figure tall and straight. His arms and chest showed clear muscle definition, especially the six-pack on his abdomen. Even Jiang Hou had to admit that the reflection was quite striking. But before tonight, he had been just an ordinary-looking high school student with a few acne spots typical of his age. Although he was 1.78 meters tall, he was somewhat thin due to lack of exercise. Now, however, he felt his height had reached 1.80 meters. Handsome. Jiang Hou complimented himself with a hint of narcissism, raised his arm in a bodybuilding pose, then dried his hair, put on his clothes, and went out. By then, Qin Siyu had already returned to her room, but Jiang Hou knew she was still awake, playing on her phone. With the widespread use of smartphones, the internet had permeated every aspect of life. Gaming, entertainment, socializing, daily routines, making it indispensable for everyone. Jiang Hou shook his head, turned off the hallway light, and went back to his room. Qin Bai's workplace was quite far. A round trip took several hours by car. Since Qin Siyu started high school, he had been staying at the company and only came back on Sundays. Thus the house was usually just the two of them. Back in his room, Jiang Hou lay on the bed and looked at the back of his left hand. The black mark had shrunk proportionally when he returned to human form, now about 10 centimeters long and 5 centimeters wide, covering most of the back of his hand, and quite conspicuous. This thing needs to be covered up, Jiang Hou mused. He had entered the ruins because of the black mist, and if he could get in, so could others. Perhaps many had already been there. Moreover, after returning, Jiang Hou sensed an invisible suppression. The powerful force had directly compressed him from his black giant ape form back into human shape. Although he felt that forcibly transforming into the giant beast was still possible, the stamina consumption would be terrifyingly immense. Under these circumstances, Jiang Hou's trump card of transforming into a giant beast could not be used lightly. He was left with only 2 or 3 times the physical strength of an ordinary person. A single pistol shot could kill him. However, this suppression seemed not to affect his physical constitution, it only targeted supernatural forces. That was good news for Jiang Hou. By then, with movement speed exceeding the speed of sound and strength enough to blow up a building with a single punch, he wouldn't have to worry about safety. Thinking of this, a smile spread across Jiang Hou's face. By then, with movement speed exceeding the speed of sound and strength enough to blow up a building with a single punch, he wouldn't have to worry about safety. Thinking of this, a smile spread across Jiang Hou's face. Of course, these were just thoughts for now. The ruins were not a paradise, but a hell. Those monsters and beasts wouldn't stand still and let him kill them. Perhaps on his next entry, he would encounter a terrifying creature and be killed in a single blow. After letting his mind wander, Jiang Hou took out his phone, opened a video app, and after a moment of thought typed "strange events across the country" into the search bar. Immediately a bunch of videos with related titles appeared. Cultivator transcends tribulation and rain endures heavenly lightning and scathe. Mysterious creature appears in Qingshan suspected to be legendary water monster. Thick fog reveals giant creature silhouette seen by many. Titan boa corpse, discovered reaching a staggering 27 meters surpassing world record. Top 10 mysterious creatures in recent years. These video titles were all exaggerated, as if there really were so many supernatural beings and cultivators. But when Jiang Hou clicked on the videos, he could clearly see the traces of Photoshop on the monster pictures, and even the tribulation video was a person spliced in. As he scrolled, Jiang Hou eventually lost track of time and fell asleep. It wasn't until the next morning that a sudden knock at the door woke him. Jiang Hou, get up. Roused from sleep, Jiang Hou opened his eyes, stared blankly at the ceiling for a moment, and then reacted. Coming. In the morning past 7 o'clock, Jiang Hou sat at the dining table slowly, eating his breakfast. Today's meal was congee with steamed buns and a small dish of pickles. However, Jiang Hou moved with a certain carefulness, for earlier when he was washing his face and rinsing his mouth, he had accidentally exerted too much force and broken his toothbrush. With a strength attribute nearing 30 points, roughly 3 times that of an ordinary person, his grip strength fell somewhere between 100 and 200 kilograms, not particularly extraordinary. Yet this sudden surge of power offered no time to grow accustomed to it, so Jiang Hou had to remain vigilant. A moment's lapse in concentration would cause him to exert excessive force and damage even the most mundane objects around him. Seated across from him, Qin Siyu methodically tore apart her steamed bun while speaking. Jiang Hou, I have already packed your lunch. Do not forget to take it when you leave. Very well, Jiang Hou acknowledged with a nod. Alright, I am done eating. Remember to clear the table later. The girl stuffed the last fragment of her bun into her mouth, then patted her tiny hands and rose to her feet. Today she wore a white long-sleeve blouse paired with a red plaid skirt that fell just above her knees and black tights underneath, accentuating her curvaceous figure at 165 meters tall. Her hair was gathered into a loose ponytail adorned with a white butterfly bow, with several white ribbons cascading down, lending an ethereal and lively grace. Her bangs had been carefully styled as well, with strands falling on either side of her ears and covering her eyebrows in the center, making her already beautiful little face appear even more refined and lovely. In contrast to Qin Siyu's feminine school uniform, Jiang Hou's male uniform was rather plain. Straight black trousers paired with a white shirt were decent enough, but merely conventional, without the flattering silhouette of the girl's attire. Jiang Hou murmured with a touch of sentiment. Our Siyu is growing more and more beautiful, and so caring as well. I wonder which fortunate soul will marry you in a few years. Though she said nothing in response to his praise, the slight upward curve of her lips revealed her pleased mood. As Qin Siyu prepared to turn away, she let out a soft exclamation and looked back at Jiang Hou's face. Under her steady gaze, Jiang Hou touched his cheek, somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Did I not wash my face properly? The girl appeared curious. Jiang Hou, I have noticed that the acne on your face seems to have disappeared, and your skin has lightened a bit. You look considerably better. Oh, I suppose it is because I have been sleeping earlier lately, Jiang Hou replied without a flicker of emotion, offering a casual excuse. Is that so? The girl eyed him skeptically. I also sleep early and rise early every day, so why have I not seen such a dramatic change? Jiang Hou was speechless. You play on your phone until 11 or 12 o'clock every night. Although you wake up early in the morning, that alone hardly qualifies as proper early rising. Alright, let us not discuss this further. Eager to avoid Jiang Hou's lecture, the girl decisively changed the subject. Should you consider getting a haircut? This messy appearance looks rather dreary and utterly lacks any bright energy. Having not trimmed his hair for over 2 months, Jiang Hou's locks had grown long enough to cover his ears entirely, while his fragmented bangs across his forehead obscured nearly half of his eyes. Such a hairstyle was quite common among high school students, typically suited those whose academic performance was decent, but whose personalities were somewhat introverted and reclusive. No, it would be a waste of money. Besides, what need do I have for such sunny vitality? I am not looking for a girlfriend anyway, Jiang Hou flatly refused. His refusal was resolute. At present, he only wished to quietly study these extraordinary powers and had no interest in anything else. Any sudden change in his appearance would likely attract unwanted attention, whether from his family or school. I cannot be bothered with you. Seeing Jiang Hou unwilling to trim his hair, Qin Siyu had no choice but to turn and return to her room. The nation of this world was powerful and prosperous, developing at a remarkable pace. Thus the educational atmosphere domestically was relatively relaxed, not as cutthroat as Jiang Hou's previous life had been. This leniency extended to high school, as well, with no early morning or evening study sessions. Classes did not begin until 8 o'clock in the morning, and dismissal came at 4:30 in the afternoon. After school, those willing to remain active on campus could participate in activities, gather together to form interest clubs, or head home to continue studying or play video games. High school graduates with strong academic records would enter universities, while those less academically inclined would choose vocational schools to learn practical technical skills, better preparing them for society in the future. Due to social attitudes, attending a vocational school carried no stigma or contempt. Moreover, these schools maintained cooperative agreements with major local corporations and factories. As long as students were not excessively incompetent, they could secure positions in factories or companies within their chosen fields upon graduation. Additionally, because 16 years of age constituted adulthood in this country, a small minority of high school students uninterested in further education could seek employment directly after graduation. In effect, this approach spared them several years of detours. Just as Jiang Hou's mind wandered through these thoughts, the morning news broadcast playing on the living room television suddenly captured his attention. Early yesterday morning, a vicious home invasion murder occurred in the Jiangjing Villa district of our city. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, a man surnamed Zhang, armed with a sharp weapon, entered the residence of victim Li and brutally attacked Li's family, resulting in 3 deaths and 1 injury. Upon receiving the report, law enforcement personnel swiftly arrived at the scene and surrounded Zhang, who was preparing to flee. During the apprehension, Zhang resisted arrest and wielded a dangerous weapon, prompting officers to fire warning shots before ultimately subduing him. Although officers aimed to avoid vital organs, Zhang succumbed to massive blood loss from a bullet striking his femoral artery before reaching the hospital. Meanwhile, 4 courageous officers sustained varying degrees of injury during Zhang's resistance and are currently receiving medical treatment at the hospital. According to preliminary investigation, the crime stemmed from an altercation a month ago when Li had injured Zhang's father and refused to pay compensation for medical expenses and other damages. This incident profoundly affected Zhang, who was only 19 years old. In a fit of rage, he ultimately triggered this tragedy. Therefore, our anchor Nan urges the public to remain calm in the face of conflicts and not to let a momentary impulse destroy both themselves and their families. This news read as merely an ordinary home invasion case, but one particular frame caught Jiang Hou's attention. In the footage, the villa's grand iron gate stood wide open, one leaf shattered diagonally clean in two and lying on the ground. The cut surface was perfectly smooth and straight, suggesting the weapon that cleaved through it was beyond extraordinarily sharp. Saying it could slice iron as though it were mud barely sufficed to describe such bladed fury. Or rather, under normal circumstances, no weapon of such caliber should exist in this world, unless it was an extraordinary artifact from another realm. At this thought, Jiang Hou's expression darkened with contemplation. As expected, he was not the only one who had experienced something miraculous the night before. Someone else had also entered that perilous world and gained supernatural power. Judging from the performance, this individual had likely acquired a formidable weapon. Moreover, this Zhang character was remarkably impulsive. The very moment he obtained supernatural power, murderous intent surged within him, driving him straight to his rival Li's home. Although constrained by the world's suppression of supernatural abilities, Zhang, possessing extraordinary strength, not only killed his enemies, but also wounded 4 officers armed with firearms before being shot dead. However, Jiang Hou believed that before Zhang set out to seek revenge, he might not yet have discovered that this world suppressed supernatural powers, which was precisely why he had been surrounded by law enforcement. Otherwise, even if overwhelmed, he would have chosen to flee immediately. Jiang Hou, are you still eating? It is already 7:30. I will finish soon. See, you go ahead without me. Jiang Hou snapped back to reality and waved to the girl carrying her pink backpack. Although both were in their 3rd year of high school, they attended different institutions. However, within Edu City, all public schools adopted a unified uniform style distinguished only by the school crest on the left chest. Therefore, the 2 uniforms were essentially similar in appearance. October 15th, clear weather. Early morning sunlight shone brightly, and beneath the tree shade, Jiang Hou walked at a leisurely pace, with a black shoulder bag appearing just an ordinary high school student at first glance. That Zhang's death had been a stark reminder, for against modern firearms and heavy weaponry he remained far too weak. He was still uncertain whether the authorities knew about the ruins, and if so, to what extent, and more importantly, how they regarded those who had gained supernatural powers. With so little known, Jiang Hou needed to proceed carefully to avoid bringing deadly danger upon himself and Qin Siyu and the others. Beyond that, he also harbored interest in Zhang's weapon. Unfortunately, that item had almost certainly been confiscated by law enforcement and might already be sitting on some research institute's examination table. As these thoughts unfolded, Jiang Hou recalled the videos he'd searched for the previous night. Most were little more than fabricated narratives built around a single opening image. Occasionally 1 or 2 videos seemed convincingly real, yet their exaggerated nature gave off an air of artificiality. Beneath those videos, many comments praised the creator's editing skills and the convincing quality of the footage, eagerly anticipating new material. When Jiang Hou realized this and tried to revisit the videos, he discovered the links had vanished entirely, including his viewing history. It felt as though an invisible hand was deliberately obscuring something, and those comments seemed designed to muddy the waters. The water runs deep in this world. Jiang Hou's gaze grew grave. This seemingly peaceful modern society was clearly far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Yidu Third High School was only about a 20-minute walk from Jiang Hou's home. By the time Jiang Hou reached the school, the streets teemed with students making their way there. Some walking like him, others on shared bikes, all chatting and laughing with youthful energy. Youth is truly precious, Jiang Hou mused. Compared to the simple, relaxed campus atmosphere, the complex and pressurized society was an entirely different world. Not to mention that other oppressive shadowed realm. Walking into the school, Jiang Hou made his way quickly to the third-floor classroom of senior year class 2. Most of the students had already arrived. Half of them boarders, some sorting through exam papers, others huddled together whispering. A few others were absorbed in their phones. As Jiang Hou entered the classroom, he headed to the back row where his seat was positioned by the window. The back row by the window, the king's domain as some might call it. Of course, Jiang Hou wasn't nearly that theatrical. He sat there simply because the school rotated seating arrangements periodically. To ensure every student could focus properly, the school changed seats each semester. "You're here, Jiang Hou," his desk mate called out, looking up. "Morning," Jiang Hou acknowledged with a nod, maneuvering past him to take his seat and casually slipping a pink lunch bag into his desk. Since entering senior year, Jiang Hou had left most of his textbooks at school, carrying only essentials like pens and notebooks, so his bag rarely held much. Noticing the lunch bag Jiang Hou put away, his deskmate's face showed unmistakable envy. "Jiang Hou, I wish I had a cute, capable younger sister who could make me delicious meals every day." Jiang Hou glanced at him. Laz replied, "First, Siyu isn't my younger sister. Second, if you want good food, it's easy. Just order takeout." His deskmate shrugged. "Right, not a sister, but a childhood friend you grew up with." Jiang Hou shook his head, uninterested in engaging further. He knew if he kept talking, this guy would just steer the conversation toward bragging about another love letter he'd received. Jiang Hou's deskmate was named Zongjing Nanmo, a beautiful name. And he was even more striking in person, almost pretty, with delicate features, shoulder-length hair, and golden-tipped ends. At 175 centimeters tall, with an intellectual demeanor, he'd had girls flocking around him since the start of school. Over their 2 years of high school, Jiang Hou had often watched this guy pull love letters from his desk drawer, sometimes returning from a bathroom break to find yet another envelope waiting on his desk. The other boys in class were simultaneously envious and resentful, which led to him being ostracized. For 2 years apart from Jiang Hou, he'd had hardly any friends in class. Yet he was gossipy and loved to show off, so the quiet, reserved Jiang Hou became his target. He was pestered daily by this guy in various ways. Still, despite collecting numerous love letters, he'd rejected them all by claiming his elders had cast his fortune and advised against romance during high school, so he remained without a girlfriend to this day. He just harassed Jiang Hou constantly, and Zongjing Nanmo clearly envied having such a lovely, pretty childhood friend. Not again, though, no way. When Jiang Hou didn't take the bait, Zongjing Nanmo, beside him, shifted tactics. "Jiang Hou, why are you wearing a glove on your left hand? Is it cold today?" Jiang Hou responded flatly, "Nothing much. I scraped the back of my hand yesterday, so I'm wearing the glove to cover it." That morning when he'd woken up, Jiang Hou had put on a thin black glove on his left hand with the 5 fingers exposed. The inheritance mark was too conspicuous. He had to hide it. Even though wearing gloves in early autumn felt odd, it was better than leaving it uncovered. Why wear a glove for a scraped hand? Zongjing Nanmo found that strange, but seeing the teacher enter the classroom, he kept quiet. "Everyone be quiet, class is starting." The teacher on the podium spoke with a serious expression, explaining physics concepts, but as he listened, Jiang Hou's thoughts began drifting toward the window. Outside, leaves rustled as sparrows landed and chirped while students in PE class ran across the playground full of vitality. But the other world was dark and oppressive, filled with dangerous monsters. Everything reversed. Before Jiang Hou realized it, the period had passed. During the break, as Jiang Hou was contemplating whether to walk along the corridor, his deskmate, Zongjing Nanmo, leaned over with a mysterious tone and whispered, "Jiang Hou, have you heard about the deaths last night? Many people died." "How many?" Jiang Hou's eyes shifted slightly as he turned his head. Zongjing Nanmo spoke in a low voice. "My cousin said over a dozen people died. It was a small factory in the suburbs, and everyone working the night shift last night perished. The corpses were mangled as if torn apart or devoured, the scene gruesome enough to startle the law enforcement officers who arrived. On top of that, the factory was damaged and in complete disarray." The words "torn apart" and "devoured" made Jiang Hou's eyes narrow slightly, and he asked with a grave tone, "Have they caught the murderer?" Zongjing Nanmo shook his head. "No, they haven't. The law enforcement aren't even certain the culprit is human, since the wounds don't appear to be human-made." Jiang Hou thought of the creatures in the ruins. Zongjing Nanmo then whispered nervously, "Jiang Hou, do you think it could be a ghost? Otherwise, how could more than 10 people be killed without anyone escaping or calling the police?" As he spoke, a flash of fear crossed Zongjing Nanmo's eyes. You come from a family that runs a Taoist temple, and you're still afraid of ghosts. Jiang Hou was speechless. That's easy for you to say, Zongjing Nanmo scratched his head. I've studied Taoism since I was young, but those things are actually all frauds. And as he said this, Zongjing Nanmo unconsciously shuddered. And what? And nothing. How could ghosts possibly exist in this world? It's all nonsense. Zongjing Nanmo shook his head firmly as he spoke. Had this guy encountered a ghost last night? Jiang Hou's eyes narrowed slightly, keenly noticing the abnormal shift in Zongjing Nanmo's demeanor. Whether ghosts truly existed was something Jiang Hou couldn't say for certain. If he claimed they didn't exist, he himself had died twice. But if he said they did exist, he had no memories or sensations of being a ghost. At noon, as the bell rang, the classroom erupted into noise. Zongjing Nanmo gathered his textbooks and asked, Jiang Hou, want to grab lunch at the cafeteria together? Jiang Hou had brought his own lunch, but he could take it to the cafeteria to eat with others. In the past, the two of them often hung out together, though it was mostly the boring Jiang Hou listening to him brag. But today Jiang Hou shook his head. No thanks, I'm too lazy to make the trip. Alright then. Every classroom in the school was equipped with a microwave for students who brought their own lunches. Soon Jiang Hou returned to his seat with his bento box. As he lifted the lid, a fragrant aroma filled the air. The bento box was divided into 3 compartments. The left side held rice taking up half the space, topped with 2 small pink sausages. The right side was split in 2, containing stir-fried greens and braised pork ribs with potatoes. Scallions were sprinkled over the ribs, and a rich, spicy fragrance immediately filled the air. So delicious. Several nearby classmates inhaled deeply. Ignoring their glances, Jiang Hou took out his chopsticks and began eating slowly. Siju, this girl not only looked lovely and pretty, but her cooking had improved even more over the years. Since Qin Siyu had learned to cook at 10, she had been responsible for most of the family meals. There was no helping it. Jiang Hou and Qin Bai's cooking could only fill stomachs. As for taste, forget it. It wasn't even as good as the small restaurant at the entrance. Lost in thought, Jiang Hou finished his meal quickly and took his bento box to the first floor wash area. By the time he returned, many students who had finished eating had also come back to the classroom, gathering in small groups to chat, making the whole room feel somewhat lively. In contrast, Jiang Hou, sitting alone in the corner at the last row, inexplicably seemed rather lonely. In class, Zongjing Nanmo only had one friend, and similarly Jiang Hou, seen by classmates as quiet and dull, who left right after school, was pretty much the same. Jiang Hou didn't mind this situation. He actually enjoyed the quiet, undisturbed feeling. But just then a burst of laughter erupted from the 6-person group in the middle of the classroom, as if something amusing had been said. One handsome boy glanced at the girl surrounded by the group and asked, Wu, a 3-star dessert shop just opened downstairs from my house. Want to check it out after school? Their signature matcha crepes this week are amazing. So many people line up every day. Before the girl could respond, another short-haired girl sitting on the desk looked surprised. Does that shop call itself Story of Stars? Yeah, that's the one. The handsome boy nodded. Immediately the short-haired girl became interested. I've seen their ads on Local Dough a few times recently, and the comments below all say their crepes are delicious. Are they really that good? The other 2 boys and 1 girl looked tempted, but the girl at the center frowned slightly. Eating too much dessert makes you gain weight easily, and didn't we agree to go to the esports center today? The short-haired girl immediately nodded in agreement. True, we already agreed to go to the esports center today. Zhang, let's go eat crepes another time. Exactly, we already promised to go to the esports center. The other 3 also chimed in. A smile appeared on Zhang's face, his tone gentle. Whatever works. I'll treat you all next time. With that, the group of students moved on to other topics, with the center of attention still revolving around the girl named Wu. And at that moment, it wasn't just those students. Other boys in the class, seemingly chatting, were actually stealing glances at the girl surrounded by the group. There was no helping it. The girl named Li Mingwu was simply too beautiful. With a melon-seed face, phoenix eyes, and fair complexion, she bore a resemblance to a younger Bingbing, yet looked even better. Unlike most plain and simple high school girls, Li Mingwu was not only stunningly beautiful, but also far more tall and curvaceous than her peers. Add to that her naturally purplish shoulder-length hair, a well-tailored white blouse, and a red-striped short skirt, and she appeared sexily enchanting. A girl like this possessed terrifying appeal to high school boys. And despite always talking about where to hang out after school, her science grades were actually ranked first in the grade. She was also said to be proficient in piano and dance, making her the secret crush of many boys in class. Of course, Jiang Hou was not among them. Whether in the past or present, in his eyes, Qin Siyu was the cutest and most beautiful, and that was final. High school was wonderful. No worries, free to sing praises of youth. Jiang Hou yawned and lazily laid his head on the desk, preparing to take a nap. But just then Zongjing Nanmo slipped back and sat down, whispering with a sneer, "Those simps circling Li Mingwu every day, like she'd ever look at any of them." Normally a goddess indeed would never look at simps. But Jiang Hou still reminded him, "Even if you're right, keep it down. Careful they don't ambush you in the restroom." Zongjing Nanmo looked unconcerned. "What's there to fear? Who knows who'll end up dealing with whom? Don't let my slim frame fool you. I'm all muscle. I think you're only convincing yourself with that." Jiang Hou shook his head. He couldn't sleep now anyway. Zongjing Nanmo spoke mysteriously. Jiang Hou, do you know there's a transfer student in class 6 upstairs? Jiang Hou shot him a sideways glance and replied calmly, and I want to take a look just now. One word. Handsome. When it came to describing him, Zongjing Nanmo thought for a moment before finally settling on that single word. Handsome a guy? Jiang Hou nodded, indicating he understood. Zongjing Nanmo shook his head. No, it's a girl. Very pretty, honestly on par with Li Mingguo. Her aura is just unique. I can only describe her as handsome. Her arrival has gotten class 6 boys all worked up. It's been like a festival these past 2 days, such amateurs. Zongjing Nanmo wore a look of disdain. The very one who called them amateurs went to check them out himself. Jiang Hou had no energy to retort. Though he had no friends in class, this guy had made plenty of friends in other classes thanks to his love of gossip. Mostly girls, of course. Before long, time passed quickly and the afternoon flew by. Soon the dismissal bell rang. Alright, that's it for today. Class dismissed. At the podium, the homeroom teacher, also the Chinese teacher, a middle-aged man, adjusted his glasses and announced the end of class. Instantly the classroom erupted into noise. Let's go Qin Xiong, let's play basketball. Not today. We have activity in the dance studio. Class 1's Cherry Blossom Grass group has choreographed a new dance. Can't miss it. Friend abandoning jerk. Let's go head to the esports center. Following the flow of students, Jiang Hou went home as usual. Nothing unusual happened. After finishing dinner and watching a variety show with Qin Siyu until past 8, they each took a shower and retired to their rooms. This was Qin Bai's old rule. Back in your room by 9 o'clock or you'd lack energy to study the next day. Of course, back in his room didn't necessarily mean sleeping. Who knew? Jiang Hou, for instance, stood by the window gazing at the pitch-black night outside with a contemplative expression. The sun and moon revolve, ruins may be entered and exited. After a day of cooling down, once the excitement of gaining supernatural powers faded, Jiang Hou still felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the previous night's encounter. If he hadn't happened to die upon the blood formation, he would have perished the previous night. As for the black ant beast that appeared later without the ability to transform into a giant ape, the newly resurrected him still wouldn't have escaped the fate of being torn apart and devoured. But Jiang Hou looked down at the cross-diamond mark on the back of his hand. Activate the inheritance, embark on the path of eternal life upon the gods and demons. In the dim and oppressive ruined world where black mist pervaded, Jiang Hou materialized at the edge of shattered giant creature bones, cautiously surveying his surroundings. There were no monsters, nor any people. Good Jiang Hou quickly took off his clothes, placed them under a rock, and made a mark. There was no help for it. When he transformed into a giant ape, his clothes would burst into shreds, wasting a set each time. Jiang Hou simply didn't have that much money, meaning that yesterday was Sunday, so he hadn't worn his school uniform. Pity those clothes that had been reduced to rags. Although Qin Bai's salary and benefits were decent, the pressure of supporting 2 high school students was still considerable, especially since both would be going to college next year. Thus the Qin family saved every bit they could. So poor Jiang Hou sighed. Roar. A deep, resonant roar exploded, shaking the air. A black, violent ape over 5 meters tall appeared, its eyes icy cold and filled with brutality and ferocity. Having transformed into a giant beast, Jiang Hou clenched his fists, feeling the immense power emanating from them. He inexplicably felt a sense of breaking free from constraints. It seemed more comfortable to be a giant beast. Roar. The black giant ape shook its head, shaking off the strange thoughts in its mind, then looked up toward the ruins where the black ant monsters were lurking. During the day, Jiang Hou discovered that in his human form his digestion speed had also increased, allowing him to absorb and convert more energy from food. However, the energy converted from 3 meals a day was still less than that from a small piece of black ant monster meat. Those black ant beasts seemed not particularly strong, but the heat or energy contained in their flesh was astonishing. Jiang Hou felt that eating one black ant ferocious beast was equivalent to eating an elephant. Therefore, after a brief moment of thought, a few seconds, Jiang Hou decided to enter this dangerous world again. The reason was simple: he wanted to become stronger. Until yesterday, Jiang Hou had thought that this life would be the same as his previous one. Go to college, graduate work, and then live an ordinary life. But now his fate had changed. He would seize the opportunity to become stronger. Strong enough to control his own destiny, to decide his own life and death, rather than continue drifting aimlessly. On the ground, the black giant ape took heavy steps over the building ruins, carefully exploring toward the rear. With black mist all around and limited visibility, he couldn't recklessly rush in because he wasn't sure if there were any terrifying beings lurking in the mist. For instance, the monster that had instantly killed Jiang Hou at the very beginning. Even now recalling it, he still felt a chill rising from his tailbone. That monster was extremely strong. However, the black giant ape's caution was somewhat unnecessary. After advancing for several kilometers, there were no monsters, not even a single withered weed. This scene puzzled the black giant ape. In this desolate world, what did those monsters rely on to survive? Drinking the northwest wind. In his bewilderment, the black giant ape climbed over a slope, and the scene ahead changed. A forest appeared below. The forest consisted of black trees of varying heights. The tallest ones reached 1 to 200 meters, their canopies spreading wide to cover a large area. The shorter ones were also several dozen meters tall with thick trunks, no leaves, and twisted branches. The forest was also shrouded in black mist, and its extent was unknown. But none of that mattered. What mattered were the figures of several black ant ferocious beasts below. Their slender bodies and ferocious heads inexplicably made the black giant ape feel a sense of familiarity. However, the black giant ape did not recklessly charge over. Instead, he continued to observe the surroundings for a while, and only after finding no other monsters did he slowly stand up. Bang! The ground cracked, forming a pair of huge footprints. With the recoil force, the black giant ape shot into the air and came crashing down heavily at the foot of the mountain. Boom! The powerful impact stirred up rolling dust. The four black ant ferocious beasts let out uneasy roars, and at the same time a thick black arm reached out. Bang! The head of one black ant ferocious beast was crushed directly, and the splattering dark red blood stained the giant ape's palm. The death of their companion instantly made the other three black ant beasts' eyes turn red. They let out mad roars and lunged directly at the giant ape before them. Roar! An even more ferocious roar exploded. The corpse of the beast whose head had been crushed swept around, smashing one beast flying. At the same time, the black giant ape turned and leaned using his thick shoulders and back to meet the other two black ant beasts that were pouncing from the air. Boom! The three beasts slammed heavily into the tree trunk. The immense force caused the stout tree to shudder violently, and the bodies of two black ant beasts burst like watermelons. Having killed two beasts with one blow, the black giant ape, half his body stained red, slowly turned his head to look at the black ant beast struggling to get up in the distance, then crouched down. Roar! The black giant ape leaped high, his massive body spanning over 10 meters, and stomped down on the beast that had just risen. Splat! The over 3-meter-long black ant beast's head and tail arched up and folded in the middle with flesh and blood spraying. Its 4 legs and 2 claws struggled in the air for a moment, and then stopped moving. Suddenly the forest fell silent. There was only the black giant ape slowly lifting his foot, then bending down to grab the beast's corpse and tear into it with large bites. Streams of dark red blood gathered and flowed on the black giant ape's body, dripping down along his black fur. The scene was extremely bloody and brutal. The vibrations and roars of the battle just now had only traveled a few dozen meters before fading away. This was also why the black giant ape dared to fight so boldly. He had noticed last time that the black mist had the effect of absorbing vibrations and blocking sounds. Crunch! The black giant ape chewed on the beast's cartilage, producing crisp sounds. At the same time, waves of heat spread from his stomach throughout his body, and his form visibly grew larger. And this growth was not just in size. The black giant ape's body density also increased, making him heavier and heavier. Soon the 4 beasts, with only their fleshy parts remaining, were devoured by the black giant ape. The ground was littered with some bones and internal organs. Actually, these parts were also nutritious, but there was no help for it. The black giant ape couldn't bring himself to eat those colorful intestines, and such he had a psychological barrier. Huff! The black giant ape expelled a breath of hot air. The energy converted from the flesh and blood caused his body to enlarge by a circle, and his height increased by nearly 10 centimeters. His muscles were tougher and more explosive. The only downside was that his defense was somewhat lacking. After all, the giant ape's skin couldn't compare to scales. Not enough, he needed more. Feeling the even greater power within him, the black giant ape looked deeper into the forest, his eyes gradually turning red and becoming more savage. With heavy steps, the black giant ape walked into the depths of the forest. Soon the roars of giant beasts and the howls of ferocious beasts rang out. A few minutes later, the black giant ape sat on the ground, tearing a black ant ferocious beast's corpse in half. In front of him, 5 black ant beast corpses were piled up, with dark red blood flowing down from them, forming a winding stream. Compounded by the oppressive atmosphere of the forest, the black giant ape, sitting under a black tree and devouring flesh and blood in large mouthfuls, inexplicably seemed somewhat terrifying. In the twisted forest, one massacre after another unfolded. Every black ant beast encountered was torn apart and devoured by the giant ape. As it evolved with abundant energy, its body grew larger and larger. 5 meters, 55 meters, 60. While hunting the beasts, the black giant ape also observed the twisted forest's environment. The ground was barren of weeds, the soil dry and cracked, pitch black, devoid of any signs of life, such as snakes, insects, mice, or ants. Those black ant beasts lived in small groups with 4 or 5 in a single nest. The swarm encountered yesterday was an exception, probably because they had strayed far from the forest. These beasts also dwelled in burrows dug near the base of large trees, dark and bottomless, unknown how deep they went or if there were eggs or young inside. Boom! A beast over 3 meters long was slammed into a tree trunk by a black fist. In an instant, bark shattered and its skull burst. Under the tree, the black giant ape, now 6 meters 50 tall, stood firm, its entire body stained with dark red blood, exuding a thick, bloody stench. Crack, crack! The giant ape snapped off the beast's claws and limbs, tossing them aside. These parts were composed of bones and tough sinew not worth eating. After breaking off the limbs, the ape grabbed both ends of the creature's body. Arm muscles bulging, it unleashed immense strength, tearing the beast in half with brute force. Splash! The beast's entrails mixed with blood sprayed everywhere, some splattering onto the giant ape. Shaking the carcass to rid it of some unpleasant fluids, the black giant ape then shoved it into its mouth, chewing as blood, foam, and meat scraps dripped from the corners of its lips. Though the beast was said to be over 3 meters long, its body was slender with little meat, and it was soon devoured completely by the black giant ape. Hoo-hoo! The black giant ape exhaled a hot, bloody breath from its mouth, slowly gazing into the depths of the forest. Its eyes were narrow and dark red, appearing eerie and ferocious. It had entered around 9 in the morning, and now half a day had passed. During this time, the black giant ape remained cautious, moving along the left edge of the forest to hunt black ant beasts, killing over 50 in total. It had advanced roughly 20 kilometers, but had penetrated less than 2 kilometers deep. But now it could go no further. The ground was split by a massive chasm, like an abyss, bottomless, with no end in sight, and no way to tell how long it stretched. Now the black giant ape had to either leave and return, or venture deeper into the forest to see if it could kill stronger monsters. But after only a moment's hesitation, it chose to turn back. Its strength was not yet formidable enough to warrant an early foray into the forest's depths, especially since it had sensed dangerous auras from deep within on several previous occasions. On the ground, the black giant ape ran along the forest's edge fast, sometimes using both hands and feet when encountering slopes blocking the way. Soon it reached the spot where it had entered the forest. Still, it first cautiously looked around. Seeing no one and no monsters, the black giant ape then retrieved the clothes from under the stone crevice. Back in the real world, Jiang Hou returned and checked his phone. It was 4 in the morning. At this hour, Qin Siyu was sound asleep. The house was pitch black, the whole neighborhood silent, with only the distant rumble of a truck engine faintly audible. The peaceful, tranquil atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the danger and oppression of the ruins. After a moment to collect himself, Jiang Hou gently opened the door and went to the bathroom. Soon the sound of the shower pattered, washing away the dark red bloodstains on Jiang Hou's body, making him look like a murderer who had just returned from a killing spree. In the bathroom, Jiang Hou rinsed his body, while with a thought summoned his attribute panel. Name: Jiang Hou. Strength 29,617. Agility 1835. Defense 1,322. Inheritance seal: when night falls, can draw inheritance power to enter and exit the ruins. Giant beast form 2. Bloodline: Tongbei giant ape, common giant beast, current size 6. 5m. Talent: Furious Roar, ignites blood with fury, unleashing power latent in bloodline, increasing current strength by 4 times, and other attributes to a certain degree. Unique talent: Devouring Evolution. Evolution points 19100. Because the two forms are one entity, the growth of the giant beast form also feeds back to the human form, greatly boosting all attributes. Jiang Hou nodded in satisfaction. With my current strength, if I went to work on a construction site, I feel I could earn at least 20,000 a month. Of course, manual labor was not an option. Then Jiang Hou's gaze swept over the agility and defense attributes below, and he frowned slightly. As the giant ape grew, the gap between strength and the other two attributes widened, as if each level up for the giant ape granted 4 base strength, 2 agility, and 1 defense. Clearly, the Tongbei giant ape belonged to a type that emphasized strength, had moderate agility, and low defense. Moreover, Jiang Hou noticed that the note after the giant beast's talent had changed. The rage state's strength multiplier had dropped from 5 times to 4 times. Obviously, this bloodline talent's amplification was not a fixed value, but had an upper limit, gradually weakening as basic strength increased. This made Jiang Hou feel a little regretful. Fortunately, the increase in evolution points below was good news. It had already accumulated 1/5. After showering, Jiang Hou dressed and returned to his room. The familiar surroundings relaxed his body and mind. He lay down and fell asleep in an instant, as the mental strain from a night of high-intensity slaughter was still considerable. Jiang Hou, get up quickly, we're going to be late. In the morning, Qin Siyu's knocking woke Jiang Hou. In the living room, when Jiang Hou came out after washing up, Qin Siyu had already finished breakfast and was stuffing things into her backpack, humming a tune. Found money when buying breakfast this morning. You're in such a good mood. Jiang Hou smiled and walked over. The girl tossed her ponytail, her tone light. Nobody carries cash anymore. Where would I find money? I'm happy because I'm going to shoot a video with my classmates. Shoot a video? Jiang Hou was startled. Yeah, we're planning to make some videos about high school girls' campus life. I'll be in charge of editing and copywriting, and Ro will be the star. Jiang Hou raised an eyebrow. You want to run a video account? First we'll make videos to build up followers. Once we have a decent audience, we can run small ads and make money. When it came to earning money, Qin Siyu's eyes lit up slightly. I gotta go, I need to be at school early today. Jiang Hou, remember to clean up the kitchen after you eat. With that, Qin Siyu waved at him, humming, as she opened the door and left. Technological progress has brought about the disruption of various models, especially the rise of short video platforms. The flow of traffic has amplified the scale of live streaming and online sales. And this industry has no barriers. Whether it's an elderly rural person with no education or a newborn baby, they can all attract fans through short videos and convert that into money. Young people need not be mentioned. Anyone regardless of skills can stream or sell products. Jiang Hou had once seen a sleeping live stream, a beautiful woman with a beauty filter fully clothed sleeping doing nothing and saying nothing yet attracting 1,000 viewers. And from time to time people would send gifts. At the time Jiang Hou thought these people had strange thought processes, getting excited watching someone sleep and even sending gifts. As for why Jiang Hou had stumbled upon such videos, well, that detail wasn't important. In the early morning Jiang Hou finished his breakfast, tidied up the kitchen, and prepared to go to school. For him, now studying was almost optional. His short-term goal had shifted from merely getting into college to striving to become stronger. Jiang Hou understood clearly that in both ancient and modern societies the core truth that might makes right had never changed. As long as a person was powerful enough to be beyond the reach of firearms and heavy weaponry, they would naturally possess all that they deserved. But he had no choice but to attend school. In the past, Qin Bai had often boasted to his colleagues and friends about his excellent academic performance, claiming he would definitely get into college, and he had been bragging about it since elementary school. Therefore, even if not for himself, Jiang Hou had to get into college. Otherwise, Qin Bai would end up looking like a liar. Of course, once he was admitted, whether he would actually attend was another matter. Moreover, fate was unpredictable. If he died in the ruins before the college entrance exam next year, he could only apologize to Qin Bai. After all, force majeure. The weather was nice today with bright sunshine. Just as Jiang Hou arrived at the classroom, Zongjing Nanmo followed closely behind. As he took his lunchbox out of his backpack, he lowered his voice and said gravely, "Jiang Hou, I heard someone died again last night." Jiang Hou was startled, raising an eyebrow. "Another death? How many?" "5. Zongjing Nanmo said in a low voice. 4 of them were regulars at nightclubs. When their bodies were found in an alley in the old town, only some mutilated remains were left. The 5th had a gaping hole in his chest with burn marks around the wound. Not like anything a human could do. Do you think, could there really be ghosts?" Gulp. At the mention of ghosts, Zongjing Nanmo swallowed, nervously, clearly frightened. "In broad daylight there are no ghosts. Don't scare yourself. Yeah, I haven't slept well the past 2 days, and I've been a bit jumpy." Zongjing Nanmo changed the subject, sharing some school gossip. For instance, the class belle of Class 1 had confessed to the basketball club president after school yesterday, was rejected on the spot, and this morning, she was already together with the vice president. The dance club president of the second year hadn't worn underwear yesterday, and her deskmate found out. What a mess. Jiang Hou's head was spinning. Just then a group of 5 students surrounded the dazzling Li Mengwu, chatting and laughing, obviously having had a great time at the esports city yesterday. Besides that, many male classmates who had arrived early were secretly stealing glances at that female classmate. Seeing this, Jiang Hou shook his head slightly. Encountering someone too stunning in youth was not a good thing, especially when one was ordinary. With that thought, Jiang Hou's gaze fell on a handsome boy named Jiang Zhong who was talking to Li Mengwu with a bright smile. The young would eventually be trapped for life by things they could never obtain. At that moment, Zongjing Nanmo, seeing Jiang Hou's lack of interest in the gossip, said, "Jiang Hou, I did a divination for myself before leaving today. The hexagram showed water above and fire below. Extreme Yang meeting calamity." Jiang Hou glanced at him sideways. "I don't quite understand. Speak in human language." "It means I shouldn't go out today. The morning should be fine, but there might be a blood disaster in the afternoon." "Oh, that. It doesn't matter. Your divinations have never been accurate, so don't worry." Because of his family's Taoist tradition, Zongjing Nanmo liked to cast a hexagram every day before leaving home, claiming it was to avoid misfortune. But as Jiang Hou said, the guy's divinations had never been right. "Even so, I've been feeling uneasy today. I think something is going to happen." Zongjing Nanmo looked worried. "Don't worry, I'll collect your body for you." Zongjing Nanmo flipped him off. "Damn, are we bros or not?" "No," Jiang Hou replied bluntly. Zongjing Nanmo put on a hurt expression which, combined with his face prettier than most girls, gave Jiang Hou goosebumps. Fortunately, the teacher walked into the classroom at that moment, and Zongjing Nanmo quickly snapped back to normal, much to Jiang Hou's relief. After the first class in the morning, Zongjing Nanmo slipped out again to gossip with his classmates, while Jiang Hou took out his phone. He opened a video website, selected the local option, and then typed death into the search bar. Immediately, many videos and information related to the keyword death appeared, but all were about a death incident that had occurred a week ago. There was not a single video about last night's deaths. Jiang Hou murmured to himself, as expected, none. He had already anticipated this outcome. With so many incidents over the past 2 nights, except for the attack on Zhang's villa, no relevant information was seen on the news or the internet. This matched Jiang Hou's earlier speculation. An invisible hand was covering up the information. The reason was likely to prevent widespread panic, since the mutilated bodies didn't look like human work and could be exploited by malicious people. At the same time, the continuous deaths over the past 2 days made Jiang Hou feel that the world was becoming increasingly dangerous. In the afternoon, just before the second class, Zongjing Nanmo walked in holding his nose and looking disheveled. "Jiang Hou, I really did have a blood disaster today." Jiang Hou was taken aback. "Were you stabbed?" Sort of." Zongjing Nanmo removed his hand, revealing a red nose, and there was a red mark on his face, which was prettier than a girl's. Jiang Hou almost burst out laughing. Zongjing Nanmo was speechless. "Are we bros or not? I'm like this, and you're still laughing. How did it happen? Jiang Hou asked, suppressing his laughter. I got hit by the art club president with a broom. It was an accident. I didn't mean to touch her chest, but she chased me up 3 flights of stairs with that broom. Well, that beating was deserved. For a high school girl, whether intentional or not, being touched in that place in public would definitely trigger a stress reaction. Time flowed like water, and soon it was time to leave school. As Jiang Hou stood up, and Zongjing Nanmo packed up to leave, the bespectacled homeroom teacher walked in. Jiang Hou, Zongjing Nanmo, come with me. Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo exchanged puzzled glances. What did the teacher want? Despite their confusion, they followed the teacher to the old teaching building. Because of the aging facilities, the classrooms here had been converted into spaces for student club activities such as music, dance, and fine arts. After reaching the 5th floor, the teacher pointed to the end of the corridor. Go ahead. The person looking for you is inside. Teacher, weren't you the one who called us? Zongjing Nanmo was puzzled. Jiang Hou also found it strange. Who could get the teacher to summon them here, and who could even command the homeroom teacher? I don't know either. I just got a call from the principal asking me to bring you here, the teacher said, equally confused. Go on. There's nothing to worry about at school. I have things to do, so I'll be off. With that, the teacher waved at them and turned away, leaving the two of them utterly bewildered. Gazing at the classroom at the end of the corridor, Jiang Hou paused briefly before moving forward. Noticing this, Zongjing Nanmo hurried to catch up. Wait for me, Jiang Hou. The classroom number was 501. The door stood slightly ajar, and with a gentle push from Jiang Hou, it swung open. The spacious classroom contained several desks and chairs scattered casually. Beside the window sat a girl with long black hair draped over her shoulders, quietly reading a book whose title he could not discern. The moment he laid eyes on her, even Jiang Hou's expression revealed a flicker of admiration. Her features were not as exquisitely delicate as Li Mengwu's, but possessed a harmonious balance. Sword-like brows framed phoenix eyes, and her skin was as translucent and luminous as jade, shimmering almost ethereally in the sunlight. Yet what truly amazed Jiang Hou was her temperament, remarkably dashing. Standing over 1.70 meters with a straight posture, her legs were long and slender beneath the desk. She wore a white shirt paired with men's black trousers. Over this, she wore a sleek black trench coat. As she read, her gaze remained cold and detached, unconsciously exuding an aura like a formidable young mistress of the underworld. Behind Jiang Hou, Zongjing Nanmo exclaimed in surprise, that transfer student. Is she looking for us? A transfer student? Jiang Hou blinked in slight astonishment. No wonder Zongjing Nanmo had called her handsome yesterday. She truly was. Then an inner remark surfaced, doesn't she feel hot wearing all that? Of course, no matter how handsome or beautiful this transfer student was, she held no significance for him. In his eyes, Qin Siyu remained the loveliest and most beautiful. At that moment, the girl gently closed her book and turned to face them. In an instant, goosebumps rose along Jiang Hou's arms, and the beastly bloodline power within his body stirred restlessly. An inexplicable, yet overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Extremely dangerous. This transfer student was a transcendent being, powerful, beyond terrifyingly powerful. Noticing the subtle vigilance radiating from Jiang Hou, the black-haired girl's eyes flickered with surprise, then softened into a smile. Don't be so tense. I mean you no harm. Though she spoke these words, Jiang Hou remained cautious, uncertain of her intentions. He replied slowly, Miss, may I ask what brings you to us? The black-haired girl offered a faint smile. It's nothing major. I simply wanted to ask whether you'd be interested in joining the Special Events Research Club I've just established. To be honest, I'm somewhat surprised myself. I never expected to return to campus for my studies. Judging from your restless auras that you haven't yet learned to conceal, you must have just awakened, correct? The girl's preceding remarks left both boys bewildered, but her final words instantly darkened their expressions. Especially Zongjing Nanmo, who opened his mouth wide in shock, and turned to Jiang Hou. Jiang Hou, did you also encounter a ghost the night before yesterday? What ghost? I didn't encounter any. Jiang Hou shook his head in denial. He had not encountered any ghost the night before yesterday, only been killed by a monster. Then why did she say we're both evolvers? Zongjing Nanmo asked in confusion, though his tone carried a trace of excitement. The experience from 2 nights prior had kept him awake all night, tense, frightened. When he came to school seeking Jiang Hou to confide, he hadn't known how to broach the subject. After all, those events were so bizarre that no one would believe him even if he told. But now he learned his best friend Jiang Hou had seemingly encountered supernatural phenomena as well. A thrill of finding a kindred spirit surged within him. At this point, the black-haired girl spoke in a calm tone. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Rukin, and I come from Longdu. Furthermore, there's no need to attempt denial. One of you radiates mighty vital energy while the other is surrounded by swirling wind. To my eyes, you shine as conspicuously as fireflies in the night. Well, since she had already seen through them. Ahem. We're not trying to deny anything. We simply found what happened 2 nights ago so extraordinary that we feared no one would believe us. Speaking thus, Jiang Hou stepped into the classroom and addressed the handsome black-haired girl politely. Miss Jiang, may I inquire why you wish to invite us to join your club? The reason is straightforward. I never imagined I'd have the opportunity to return to campus for my education, so I decided to establish a club for fun. As she spoke, a formidable aura emanated from her. As accidental evolvers, joining my club will greatly benefit you. Through me, you can learn more about the transcendent world. Moreover, owing to my special status, you'll count as quasi-official members. This is a formal identity many transcendent beings cannot obtain, even at great cost. Miss Jiang, are you affiliated with an official organization? Jiang Hou's gaze shifted slightly. Affiliated, yes. However, I do not belong to the Yidu punishment branch. Besides, there's no need for you to harbor reservations about official status. If not for the official strong ones suppressing the ruins and handling those invading polluted monsters over the years, you would never have enjoyed the peace and stability you now possess. However, peace here may soon be shattered. Hearing this, Jiang Hou's pupils contracted slightly. What do you mean by that? The black-haired girl's tone grew languid, nothing serious. It simply means that under 2 consecutive world impact events, a stable passage has formed at the node where Yidu is located. Especially during the first impact, when the passage formed, the powerful beings from our punishment branch detected the aura of a demon god. These are terrifying creatures surviving from the remnants of the heavenly demon era. Normally, they wander unconsciously in the depths of the ruins. Once they develop self-awareness, they are named demon gods. Upon awakening, these demon gods instinctively gather surrounding polluted monsters and dark ferocious beasts, then invade the real world through nearby passages. If the authorities fail to repel a demon god invasion, the consequences would be catastrophic. The over 10 million inhabitants of Yidu might be devoured, their corpses littering the land. So severe. But Miss Jiang, why have we never heard of such incidents occurring in recent years? Zongjing Nanmo was startled, then somewhat skeptical. He suspected Jiang Rukin was merely intimidating them. In today's information-driven society, even a single incident causing hundreds of deaths would become national news within half a day. To be sure, massive casualties spanning hundreds of thousands would shake the entire nation. To this, the black-haired girl responded coolly. Those were merely demon god invasions and ancient ferocious beast incursions that erupted domestically in the past, all suppressed. But abroad, fortune was less kind. You should all know about the tsunami in Hindu Kingdom a year ago. And 3 years ago in the Zhejiang Federation, a volcano dormant for 1,000,000 years erupted, suddenly swallowing 3 nearby towns and causing countless casualties. 5 years ago, a large island in the Shizhou Alliance collapsed and sank into the ocean. Not a single soul survived, and the resulting tsunami affected 3 neighboring nations. All of these were caused by invasions from ruin monsters. However, to prevent global panic, the governments concerned covered them up as natural disasters. As Jiang Rukin finished speaking, silence fell upon the room. Jiang Hou's expression grew grave, for the events she described had indeed occurred. As she had said, each nation had classified them as natural disasters. He never imagined the true truth behind these catastrophes was monster invasions. As for whether Jiang Rukin was fabricating stories, Jiang Hou felt it unlikely. Such deception would bring her no benefit and would only embarrass her further if exposed. Inside the activity room, as Jiang Hou's expression darkened and Zongjing Nanmo stood in shock, unsure what to say, the black-haired girl's tone turned casual again. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. The Yidu branch reported the trace of the demon god to headquarters as soon as they found it, and they'll definitely send stronger forces to suppress it. Right now, the trouble in Yidu is the numerous rifts that appeared in the city and its surroundings from the 2 world impacts. These world rifts are complex in nature. Some appear and vanish instantly, others last for days, and a few form an alternate space that cuts between 2 worlds. The emergence of rifts brings a surge of contaminated energy. Humans and animals that come into contact with it undergo mutations, turning into twisted, bloodthirsty monsters of corruption. Beyond that, some ancient objects fall through the rifts. These are strong sources of contamination. Although the rules of the real world suppress their power and prevent it from spreading, they remain permanently. Once a person or creature touches an ancient object, including swallowing it, they become contaminated. Those who survive the ordeal gain immense power and become awakened transcendence. Those who fail turn into mutated monsters, even stronger than the corrupted ones, bloodthirsty, mad, yet possessing a trace of intelligence. You too were lucky. After contacting the contamination source, you didn't become monsters, but evolved into transcendence. It was you who said peace would soon be shattered and the demon god would invade. It was also you who said not to worry, that stronger forces would come to suppress it. Jiang Rukin had said both the good and the bad, leaving Jiang Hou and the other momentarily speechless. By the way, can you tell me what you touched the night before last? The black-haired girl looked at them with curiosity. Me? Zongjing Nanmo shuddered. The night before last, I was passing by a park when I suddenly fell into a pitch-black place. Then a shadow like a vengeful spirit pounced on me. Then I passed out. When I woke up, it was already late at night, and I was lying on the grass in the park. But after sleeping on the grass for a night, I didn't catch a cold. Instead, I felt healthier, and I could even touch the wind and control it. As he spoke, Zongjing Nanmo extended his right hand. A wisp of condensed cyan wind appeared from nothing, but after spinning twice, it abruptly dissipated. A shadow. Jiang Rukin mused. The contamination source you encountered is likely a residual imprint containing the power of an ancient powerhouse. This kind of contamination source belongs to the epic of deities. Without waiting for Zongjing Nanmo to ask what the epic of deities was, Jiang Rukin turned to Jiang Hou. The night before last, when I passed through the alley behind the residential area, a black mist appeared out of nowhere and engulfed me. I found myself on the skeletal remains of a colossal creature over 100 meters long. Then I felt something enter my body, and I passed out from excruciating pain. When I woke up, it was more than 2 hours later. I was still lying in that alley, and a delivery driver happened to pass by. Just one bone was over 100 meters long. How massive must that creature have been alive? Zongjing Nanmo exclaimed. I don't know, but definitely huge. Jiang Hou shook his head. That was obvious. Zongjing Nanmo rolled his eyes. A single bone over 100 meters long. This skeleton should be from the epic of giant beasts. Only those colossal giants could be that enormous. So far it seems no one has ever obtained a legacy from the epic of giant beasts. Saying this, Jiang Rukin suddenly became interested in Jiang Hou. Classmate Jiang, what ability and attribute did you awaken? I seem to have no ability or attribute. I just got much stronger, several times that of an ordinary person. Noticing the change in Jiang Rukin's eyes and tone, Jiang Hou felt that the power he had inherited might be special. No attribute or ability, just a several-fold increase in physical strength. This time Jiang Rukin was taken aback because all transcendents evolved from contamination had corresponding talents or abilities. However, Jiang Hou might have received the legacy of the epic of giant beasts, which had always been mysterious. Being different from other epics seemed normal. Classmate Jiang, is the legacy of the epic of giant beasts really powerful? No one has ever awakened it before. Zongjing Nanmo asked with some envy. In anime, deities were a dime a dozen, but a power or sequence legacy that no one had ever awakened was the strongest. Jiang Rukin shook her head. No one awakening it doesn't mean it's powerful, it only means the legacy of this epic is incomplete. There are 8 known ancient epics that have fallen. Each legacy, when taken to its extreme, possesses the power to destroy worlds, or even create and annihilate universes. At the same time, every evolver is a genius, a child of fortune, because those who were unlucky turned into corrupted monsters. So there's no need to worry about any secrets being exposed. Saying this, Jiang Rukin glanced at Jiang Hou. Alright, enough of that. Then she extended an invitation again. So would you like to join my club? The answer was obvious. Of course they would join. The semi-official status didn't matter. What mattered was that through Jiang Rukin, he could learn more about the transcendent world, which was crucial for Jiang Hou. After all, joining the club cost him nothing. It wasn't like a job. Zongjing Nanmo didn't refuse either. He wasn't stupid. He could tell this transfer student was no ordinary person, so he'd cling to this powerful connection first. Great. At least I won't be too bored for a while. Pleased with her 2 new club members, underlings, Jiang Rukin took out 2 items that looked like smartwatches, one blue, one black. These are energy detectors, auxiliary devices developed by the Tianfa Research Department last year. They retain basic communication functions and can classify danger levels based on the energy waves emitted by corrupted monsters or enemies. Of course, energy waves are a basic detection method and don't represent true combat power. The detector can also scan the user's body and convert the data into a comprehensive current grade. But these are basic models with a detection limit of only Tier 3, mainly used by reserve members below Tier 4 in Tianfa. Their functionality is average. Zongjing Nanmo's eyes lit up. President, I want one. Ahem. Thank you for the gift, President. Jiang Hou coughed dryly, not being polite. After Zongjing Nanmo took the blue watch, he chose the black one. Getting a gift right after joining the club, this president was pretty good. But before the two could ask how to use the watches, Jiang Rukin's phone rang. Hello? What? Alright, I'll be right there. She hung up hastily. The watches have instructions inside. Figure them out yourselves. I have to go. Oh, and remember to attend club activities after school. With that, the black-haired girl strode away, her sleeves fluttering and hair flowing without wind, stylish and effortless. Watching Jiang Rukin leave, Zongjing Nanmo was about to say something when Jiang Hou spoke first. Let's see what's inside this thing. Okay. They each found a chair and sat down. The watch was simple to operate. Following the beginner's guide, Jiang Hou swiped his finger and opened a file about the hierarchy among transcendents. 8 large characters appeared, 9 transcendent tiers, God's domain. To more intuitively distinguish strength, the authorities classified supernatural levels into 1 to 9 tiers, with the early stages further divided into 3 categories: the physical side, the energy side, and a hybrid that combines both. First tier, initial supernatural. Physical side superhumans possess a base arm strength of 200 kilograms, of physique 4 times that of an ordinary person, and a peak of 500 kilograms, towering above mortals. The energy side is much weaker in physique, barely stronger than ordinary people, but harbors potent energy within, with energy values ranging from 10 to 50. Second tier, strength of 10,000 June. Physical side base arm strength is 700 kilograms, physique base 14 points, peak 1,200 kilograms. A single punch can unleash 10,000 June of force, growing increasingly inhuman. Energy side energy value base ranges from 80 to 300 points. The dense energy clings beneath the skin, capable of locally enhancing defense and blocking ordinary bullets. At this point, the supernatural traits of the evolved become increasingly evident. Third tier, transcendence. Energy-side superhumans have their energy value skyrocket to 400 to 1000 with thick energy covering the entire body surface, ignoring ordinary small firearms. Physical side base arm strength is 1,500 kilograms, physique base 30 times peak 5,000 kilograms. The surging blood and chi begin to condense from the ethereal into the substantial. At this stage, the superhuman's body begins to transform, transcending the mundane and evolving toward a higher level of life. 4th tier life leap. That's all. Jiang Hou swiped on the watch screen, but there was no more content below the file. It said it was basic, and it truly was just some fundamental information. After reading through the classification of levels, Jiang Hou mused silently. He hadn't expected the authorities' division of superhuman levels to be so simple, directly numbering them from 1 to 9, without any grandiose corresponding realm names. Just then a beeping sound suddenly rang out beside him, followed by Zongjing Nanmo muttering. Energy value 48, physical strength 1. 2. Attribute wind with distinct power route traces within the body. Preliminarily determined inheritance system god era. Comprehensive level 1st tier late stage. What's going on? I can't even fight, yet my level has reached 1st tier late stage. Isn't that a bit too ridiculous? Zongjing Nanmo was bewildered. Jiang Hou slowly spoke. This device checks based on energy fluctuations, physical strength, and traces of power routes representing abilities, so it's quite accurate. But at the same time it's inaccurate because it's just data, ignoring the most critical factor, the human element. For instance, you have no combat experience and your newly awakened abilities are unfamiliar. A 1st tier initial stage speed type powerhouse could kill you. The initial standard for 1st tier physical side is 200 kilograms of arm strength, equivalent to 4 times an ordinary person's physique. With the blessing of speed talent, a single punch thrown in an instant can even exceed 1,000 kilograms. Under such circumstances, without combat experience and slow reaction, Zongjing Nanmo would very likely be instantly killed. This is why Jiang Hou said the watch's measured values were accurate yet not. Combat power is combat power, realm is realm. Understanding his meaning, Zongjing Nanmo nodded, then asked curiously, Jiang Hou, you haven't tested yet, have you? Come on, check yours. What is it? Me? It should be low. Even so, Jiang Hou was also somewhat expectant. He pressed the button on the left side of the watch, and a beam of light shot out from the watch, sweeping across his entire body. With a beep, the watch screen displayed Jiang Hou's data: physique strength 5. 3. A no power route traces within the body. Insufficient information, unable to determine era inheritance. Comprehensive level 1st tier mid-stage. 1st tier mid-stage. Zongjing Nanmo was a bit surprised. He had thought Jiang Hou would be similar to him. Indeed, this detection didn't find any traces of the giant beast form's existence. Jiang Hou fell into thought. His ability to transform into a giant beast did not rely on any talent or skill. Under the life transformation ritual, he himself was already a giant beast. Therefore, he hadn't lied to Zhang Rukin earlier either. In human form, he indeed possessed no talent or ability. As for the giant beast's furious roar, weren't they talking about human matters? What did it have to do with the giant beast? Seeing Jiang Hou silent, Zongjing Nanmo, thinking he was in a bad mood, hesitated. Jiang Hou, do you want to test again? Maybe the instrument malfunctioned, which is why it's so low. No need. A little higher or lower doesn't matter. We're just students, not soldiers who have to go to the battlefield. Jiang Hou wasn't too concerned. This kind of paper data was meaningless. Besides, his true strength was far more than this. Although his human form strength attribute was only 60 points, he estimated that after transforming into a giant beast, his real combat power would definitely reach 3rd tier, and specifically the mid to late stage of 3rd tier, though his agility and defense were relatively weaker compared to the strength of the giant ape form. The classroom fell into silence again. The two continued browsing other materials stored in the watch. Not only Jiang Hou, but Zongjing Nanmo was also curious about these things. After all, for over a decade, the information they had been exposed to contained no supernatural elements. In the afternoon at 5:30, this was the peak hour for commuting. The roads were congested with vehicles, and the side lanes were crowded with electric bikes and motorcycles, bustling and prosperous. Under the shade of trees on the sidewalk, Jiang Hou walked unhurriedly with his backpack. The earlier news of Zhang being shot dead by law enforcement had made him very cautious. He planned to wait until he was stronger before carefully investigating information about the supernatural. Yet he hadn't expected to reveal his identity at school today. However, although his identity was exposed, the outcome wasn't bad. He not only received a free energy detector, but also learned a lot of the information he wanted to know. For example, the origin of the supernatural in this world. Over 30 years ago, this world had no trace of the supernatural. It was simply a modern civilization following a technological path. But with the appearance of the first passage through Dongqing that connected the positive and negative universes and led to the ruins of civilization, the supernatural began and humanity embarked on the path of evolving toward gods. The anti-universe was the authorities' term for the world on the other side of the passage. The ruins of civilization referred to the ancient civilization sites on the other side, buried for who knows how many millennia, leaving only relics and some power inheritances. Through decades of excavation, the authorities had so far identified 8 ancient eras that had been extinguished. Among them, the 8th era, the God era, the closest to the modern age, had the most complete inheritance and was the mainstream system of power for most current superhumans awakened. The Immortal Demon era was the most ancient and mysterious, with no relevant materials on Earth, yet let alone anyone obtaining power inheritance. Unfortunately, the smartwatch only contained these brief materials with no further information. After reading them, Jiang Hou's doubts only multiplied. For instance, how strong were superhumans above 4th tier? 3rd tier superhumans could ignore ordinary firearms. What about 4th tier superhumans whose lives underwent a qualitative leap? Could they ignore rockets and tank shells? If they were truly that powerful, then wouldn't 6th and 7th tier superhumans be able to withstand missiles? What were the other eras? How strong were their inheritances? What were their characteristics? All these things made Jiang Hou itch with curiosity. Besides, was there a solution to the real-world suppression of supernatural power? It was nearly 6 o'clock when Jiang Hou finally got home. Entering the living room, he saw Qin Siyu lying on the sofa, chatting on her phone, her legs swinging back and forth, looking very relaxed. Jiang Hou, you're back. Why so late today? Something came up at school, I left late. As he spoke, Jiang Hou reminded her. Siyu, your butt is showing. But, the girl looked behind her in confusion, then wrinkled her nose. Where? I'm wearing pants. I mean, your skirt flipped up. Although Qin Siyu was wearing tights, they were no different from yoga pants. If the skirt didn't cover it, the shape of her butt would be visible at a glance. You, Jiang Hou, you've turned bad staring at my butt. Then the girl said indifferently, but it's fine. It's not like you haven't seen it before. Don't talk nonsense. When have I ever seen your butt? Jiang Hou was speechless. Although they had grown up together, Jiang Hou had always been mindful of the differences between boys and girls. When they were kids, they bathed separately, even if it wasted water. The girl looked up puzzled. When we went to the hot springs last winter break, didn't you see it? You were wearing a swimsuit then, Jiang Hou corrected. Is there a difference? Of course there is. Wearing and not wearing are different. And don't say such ambiguous things. If Uncle hears, he'll think I did something to you. What are you afraid of? Dad always tells me. To his father, it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Adopted son and son-in-law, making the bond even closer. The girl paused, her face suddenly reddening. It's 6 o'clock. Jiang Hou, go collect the clothes. I'll cook. When the developer designed the residential complex where Jiang Hou lived, a beam was left between the living room balcony and the side bedroom wall pillar, allowing a small balcony 3 meters long and 1 meter wide to be partitioned off when the windows were sealed. This spot faced the sun and was well ventilated, with another neighbor's small balcony above it perfectly shielding it from wind and rain for drying clothes. Soon Jiang Hou carried the clothes into Qin Siyu's room, folded the skirts and stockings, and placed them on her bedside table for easy access the next morning. Next came the pink underwear and panties fragrant with laundry detergent, which he hung in the wardrobe. This girl was too fond of pink. Everything she owned was pink. Gazing at the rows of pink personal items inside the wardrobe, Jiang Hou shook his head and left with his own clothes. Having grown up together, he had long become immune to such intimate articles of a young girl. In Jiang Hou's eyes, aside from their different shapes, these items were essentially just 2 pieces of cloth utterly devoid of the mysterious allure that otakus imagined. In the evening, a little past 7, after her bath, Qin Siyu came to sit on the sofa wearing a pink elongated hoodie-like pajama. She crossed her legs, revealing her fair thighs. At that moment, the young girl turned her head and said enthusiastically to Jiang Hou, I heard the Star Gathering show on Hushan Terrace is hilarious. Let's watch that tonight. Whatever, Jiang Hou replied nonchalantly. Usually after dinner, he and Qin Siyu would watch TV together. But today, as they watched, Jiang Hou's attention drifted to his smartwatch. Besides the monitoring functions and stored basic data, the watch also had internet connectivity, but it required permissions, including binding to a phone. There was also a power ranking app in the corner of the screen, but it couldn't be opened. It also required permissions. Ha ha ha. Jiang Hou, that Sha Chan Shan is so dumb, he gets it wrong every time. Qin Siyu said, pointing at the TV, her delicate and pretty face blooming with laughter. Indeed, Jiang Hou replied, a smile also appearing on his face. Of course, Jiang Hou knew these celebrities weren't that stupid. It was most likely a scripted show. But there was certainly no need to tell Qin Siyu that. In fact, whether it was scripted or not, it was just for entertainment, including the information he had learned today. As Jiang Hou had guessed earlier, the authorities sealed off information about the supernatural to avoid causing panic. When ordinary people learned of the existence of ruins monsters, most would feel fear and dread, while a minority would develop intense craving and greed for supernatural power. These negative emotions would accumulate, and eventually, when these people actively or passively came into contact with the corrupting force, the original 3% success rate of evolution would drop to 1 in 1,000, or even lower. Moreover, that 3% was the maximum probability obtained from official experiments. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person contaminated by the corrupting force had only a 1% chance of survival. To avoid spawning more monsters and triggering widespread panic and chaos, sealing off information about the supernatural was clearly more beneficial than harmful. In the dim and oppressive world at the edge of the bone ruins, Jiang Hou's figure appeared out of nowhere. But today he carried an extra, gray waterproof canvas bag. Upon arriving, Jiang Hou cautiously surveyed his surroundings as usual, and only after confirming there were no monsters did he quickly strip off his clothes and stuff them into the canvas bag. Roar! The air trembled as a 6.5-meter-tall black gorilla appeared amidst howling winds. The giant ape stood upright with narrow eyes, pointed ears, and a protruding snout, its appearance eerie and ferocious. Every time he entered, Jiang Hou would immediately transform into his giant ape form to guard against accidents. After all, the gap in power between the human form and the beast form was enormous, a difference of tens or even hundreds of times. After becoming a giant beast, Jiang Hou bent down and carefully picked up the elastic cord as thin as a thread, with his fingers, then wrapped the canvas bag around his left shoulder several times to secure it. Then it was time to work. On the earth, a black giant ape strode forward, soon arriving at the edge of the twisted forest at the spot where he had killed the first nest of black ant beasts the day before. But as soon as he arrived, the black giant ape's eyes narrowed. The remains of the beasts he had eaten yesterday were all gone, and on the ground were some long winding traces that had been trampled, resembling a snake's path. Snake-type beasts. The black giant ape's gaze turned thoughtful. Inside the forest, shrouded in black mist, the giant ape moved cautiously, still walking along the forest's edge, but this time heading to the right. The forest floor was bare without a single weed, and the traces left by the snake-type beasts were very conspicuous. After walking only 3 kilometers, he found something. On a small tree, over 80 meters tall, coiled 2 monsters about 13 meters long with bodies resembling snakes, but bulging in the middle, covered entirely in gray scales. The monster's head resembled a lion surrounded by a ring of black mane, its slightly open mouth filled with fangs, and it flicked a long forked tongue. Just as the black giant ape discovered the lion python beasts, the 2 sleeping monsters suddenly opened their eyes, flicked their tongues, and stared at him. Hiss! The 2 beasts let out serpentine hisses, their eyes cold and deadly as they glared at the black giant ape who had intruded into their territory, and they slithered downward. But the black giant ape paid no heed to their warnings. The moment the 2 lion pythons reached the ground, the earth beneath his feet exploded. Boom! Leveraging the recoil from the ground, the giant ape turned into a black blur, moving at nearly 50 meters per second. In an instant, the air roared, and before one lion python could react, it was punched into a tree. Thud! Under the tremendous force, the lion python's skull shattered, the tree shook, and the bark on its trunk burst apart, splattering with blood everywhere. His arms were like spears, his punches like cannonballs. Though he had never learned any martial arts, with strength 70 to 80 times that of an ordinary person, every punch of the black giant ape carried terrifying power. Hiss! Sensing the ferocious aura emanating from the giant ape at close range, the remaining lion python's tail went limp, and it let out a terrified screech. But before the lion python could attack or flee, a thick, massive hand reached out. His palm extended like a claw, and he grabbed the lion python's neck in a reverse grip. Hiss! The lion python struggled violently. This beast was over 10 meters long, larger than the black ant beasts, and the force of its struggle made the black giant ape's arm shake. And this was with its neck caught, and its upper body unable to exert force. Just as the lion python was frantically struggling, and even twisting its body to coil around the giant ape's arm, the black giant ape let out a brutal roar and reached out with his other hand. Roar! The ferocious roar shook the air. Under immense force, the lion python's head was directly torn off by the black giant ape, and orange-red blood sprayed like a fountain, staining the giant ape's body red. But snake-like creatures die hard. Even with its head torn off, its body still writhed wildly in the giant ape's grip. The corpse of the lion python, with its head smashed and also twisted frantically on the ground, blood splattering everywhere, which the black giant ape found somewhat enjoyable. In the giant ape form, it wasn't just a change in strength, there was also an influence on the mind. With continuous slaughter, Jiang Hou in his beast form became increasingly savage. He naturally noticed this, but he didn't care because height was originally a giant beast. This type of lion python ferocious beast was likely at the second stage stronger than the black ant ferocious beast, yielding more meat, with the giant ape taking nearly half an hour to finish one. After finishing its meal, the black giant ape, now grown to 6 meters and 7, opened its massive jaws slightly to reveal rows of ferocious fangs, then shifted its steps to continue searching for traces of the serpent's path, quickly making a discovery. Amidst the scattered rocks entwined with black tree roots, the 14-meter-long corpulent gray lion python suddenly raised its head, its gray serpentine pupils gleaming with vicious ferocity as it fixed its gaze upon a towering black giant ape slowly emerging in the distance. Ancient ruins. Without bothering with the lion python, the black giant ape turned its attention to those stones strewn across the ground. These stones measured 3 meters per side, their surface bearing mysterious inscriptions that exuded an impalpable sense of ancient sealing power. In ages past, this stone pagoda had likely been holding something captive. In that instant of distraction, the lion python's eyes blazed with murderous intent, its scales rippling as its body transformed into a warped gray phantom that shot forward with explosive speed. The lion python moved with formidable speed, nearly matching the black giant ape's pace, covering over 40 meters per second to span 100 meters in the blink of an eye. As it closed to within mere tens of meters, the lion python launched itself skyward, jaws agape, to reveal razor-sharp fangs that drove toward the ape's throat with lethal force. Simultaneously, the python coiled its massive body, poised to constrict whatever it gripped and crush its prey's bones. Yet what awaited the lion python was a black fist like a cannonball, its power so devastating it exploded through the air, slamming into the beast's head with crushing force. With a thunderous impact, the ferocious beast's forehead caved in, and its eyes burst from the overwhelming force its colossal frame sent flying by a single blow. Before the python could regain its footing, a dark shadow descended from above, a heavy foot pinning its tail to the ground, and as it instinctively twisted to strike, massive hands seized its body. The scales shattered, and the python's hide tore apart, as the giant black ape ripped the beast clean in two entrails, and blood pooling on the ground in a nauseating stench. Clutching the two halves of the beast, the black giant ape reared back and let out a roar that shook the heavens, radiating pure ferocity. Within half an hour of devouring the python, its body swelled another cycle, growing to 8 meters tall and appearing even more massive. As his strength continued to grow, Jiang Hou found himself increasingly convinced that his passive ability to devour and evolve was remarkably overpowered, and he wouldn't have it any other way. The black giant ape grinned ferociously, crouched its legs, and with a powerful leap bounded onto a towering tree, vanishing into the forest's dark mist after several more leaps. Ruins could wait. Securing a meal took priority. Unlike the black ant ferocious beasts that appeared in massive clusters, these stronger lion python variants were relatively scarce. Over the next 3+ hours, spanning roughly 20 kilometers, the giant ape encountered only 5 lion python ferocious beasts, each one slain and devoured, swelling its bulk still further. Then there was nothing. Perched on the branch of a 200-meter-tall tree, the black giant ape, now 7 meters and 30 centimeters in height, gazed at the cliff face ahead, lost in thought. To the forest's left lay a bottomless crevasse abyss, while to the right a towering black cliff wall blocked the way, sheer and straight as though cleaved by a single sword stroke. Even approaching it, the black giant ape felt an inexplicable pressure pressing down on him. The giant ape exhaled a noxious breath and turned to survey the forest's depths, where towering trees of varying heights interlaced their twisted branches, resembling the claws of demons shrouded in dark mist. Today's progress was slow. Only half a day had passed, but the power surge from his growing size gave the black giant ape enough confidence to venture deeper into the forest. After a brief moment of silence, the black giant ape followed the cliff face inward, but his steps soon halted. Over 200 meters ahead, at the base of the cliff, a large cave entrance rose some 10 meters high, scattered with rubble and patrolled by several ferocious beasts roughly 1.5 meters long. These creatures bore a resemblance to the black ant ferocious beasts, but instead of black scales, their bodies were encased in thick pointed horn plates of cyan hue, resembling living armor. Their twin claws resembled crab pincers, radiating a dangerous edge that even made the giant ape feel a twinge of caution. The moment the black giant ape spotted the cyan ant ferocious beast, the creatures at the cave entrance detected him as well, immediately emitting sharp hissing clicks from their jaws. The ground quaked as more than 200 cyan ant ferocious beasts erupted from the cave, surging toward the black giant ape like a tide of insects. There was no warning, no attempt to drive him away. These beasts sought only to kill him on sight, their eyes burning with bloodthirsty madness. In that instant, an overwhelming rage exploded within the black giant ape's heart. A furious roar erupted, and crimson light consumed the giant ape's eyes as his muscles swelled and explosive power surged from within him. The giant ape let out another thunderous roar, slamming both fists against his chest in a rhythm like war drums, his colossal body charging forward into the swarm. Both sides collided in an instant, the ape's charge sending over a dozen leaping cyan ants flying. A mighty roar echoed as the ape raised his arms like stone pillars and brought them crashing down. The earth shattered beneath the impact, sending fragments of stone and soil spraying in every direction, while the resulting shockwave sent nearby cyan ant ferocious beasts flying. 2 at the forefront were reduced to paste. Yet more cyan ant ferocious beasts surged forward without pause. The giant ape swept his arms wide, sending attackers flying, then unleashed a flurry of devastating punches that crushed each beast into gore. Each punch shattered the earth, carving out craters 2 or 3 meters wide. Yet this frenzy of slaughter did not frighten the cyan ants. They only grew more bloodthirsty and deranged, pouring toward the black giant ape with reckless abandon. Their pincers proved sharp enough to tear through the giant ape's hide, leaving deep wounds stretching dozens of centimeters in length and 10 in depth. Enraged by his wounds, the giant ape descended upon everything around him with mad fury, crushing every cyan ant ferocious beast, and even the rock formations before him, into pulped meat or shattered fragments. The battle raged on for an impossibly long time, only when not a single beast remained alive on the ground, leaving behind only scattered corpses, Did the black giant ape, his eyes bleeding red with unspent fury, finally cease his rampage? The black giant ape panted heavily, his crimson eyes scanning the devastated landscape. Nearly every cyan ant ferocious beast lay mangled beyond recognition, many crushed into mere paste, their spilled blood carving rivulets through cracks in the earth that pooled into crimson basins. The battle had taken a heavy toll on the black giant ape, as well, his entire body drenched in a mixture of his own and his enemy's blood. These cyan ant ferocious beasts possessed not only superior defense compared to their black counterparts, but also razor-sharp pincers capable of tearing through the giant ape's thick, resilient hide. What's more, they fought with coordinated precision. Against these fearless beasts that threw themselves into battle wave after wave, the black giant ape's legs were torn to shreds, the deepest wounds exposing white bone. His chest, back, and both arms bore the same carnage, crimson blood flowing constantly from endless wounds. This was the price of the anger state. The surge in power came with a ferocious, unyielding brutality that drove the giant ape to meet his foes head-on, without fear or hesitation. Under normal circumstances, with his speed advantage, the giant ape would have opted for hit-and-run tactics as soon as he realized his opponents could damage him. He would have worn them down gradually through guerrilla warfare rather than raging blindly through everything in sight, reckless of his own injuries, driven by bloodlust. Yet the power unleashed in this angry state was undeniably formidable. None of the ferocious beasts he'd encountered thus far could withstand a single blow. On the blood-soaked earth, the red light in the black gorilla's eyes faded. So hungry. As it exited its rage state, an intense hunger immediately swept through the black gorilla's body, a starvation so severe it felt as if its chest were pressed against its back. Ignoring its wounds, the black gorilla awkwardly bent down, picked up a mangled beast carcass, and began tearing into it voraciously. This beast carcass was relatively intact, with only its head and front half crushed. However, since it measured just over a meter in length, and its remaining body was covered in green horn spines, after removing the dark entrails, the gorilla could only extract a small amount of meat. Moreover, this particular beast was only at the first stage, matching the black ant beasts in rank. Of course, while black ant beasts also reached the first stage, they were typically at its early phase. These green ant beasts, however, had advanced to the late stage, particularly due to their formidable pincers. Consequently, the flesh of green ant beasts proved tougher and more energy-dense than that of their black counterparts. Tossing aside the shell, the gorilla grabbed another crushed beast corpse and scooped out whatever edible meat remained, shoving it all into its mouth. One carcass after another. As volumes of beast flesh and blood went down, the ravenous hunger that followed the fury subsided rapidly. Simultaneously, the gorilla's wounds sealed and knit together at an astonishing rate under the surge of biological energy, while its massive frame continued to grow steadily. Unfortunately, there was simply too little meat on these green ant beasts, most of which had been pulverized by the gorilla's strikes. After more than 2 hours, the black gorilla devoured every scrap of edible flesh, its body swelling from 7.3 meters to 8, standing nearly as tall as a 3-story building and radiating sheer intimidation. Sated and healed, the black gorilla turned its gaze toward a distant cave. It had always wondered what sustenance these beasts relied upon. Without herbivores to anchor the food chain, how did these creatures survive? After a moment's thought, the massive beast made its way into the cave. Stretching over 200 meters inward, the passage was littered with scattered rocks and narrow black openings. And there the gorilla discovered what these predators actually fed upon. Along the rims of those tight tunnels lay fragments of black ore mined from deep underground. The gorilla snatched up a melon-sized chunk, popped it into its mouth, and crunched it down as though it were nothing more than candy. Soon a faint warmth spread from the gorilla's stomach. The energy extracted represented barely 1% of what an ant beast of equivalent or size would yield. The gorilla spat out the residue with clear distaste. It was obvious now, these beasts sustained themselves through both hunting and absorbing the faint energy from these minerals, which explained why their flesh and blood were so densely charged. But the ore lay too deep underground to dig up easily, and with its terrible taste and abysmal conversion rate, the black gorilla quickly lost interest. Emerging from the cave, the gorilla located a towering tree over 100 meters tall and began shrinking rapidly as it climbed the trunk. Restoring his human form, Jiang Hou retrieved a worn towel from his bag, wiped away the blood stains, dressed himself, and vanished. Back in reality, Jiang Hou materialized in his room. His phone showed nearly 6 o'clock, considerably later than yesterday, but it hardly mattered since Qin Siyu next door hadn't risen yet. He slipped quietly into the bathroom and turned on the shower. While washing, Jiang Hou summoned his status screen with a thought eager to examine his attribute changes and estimate the true power of his gorilla form. Strength had surged from 61 to 98, an increase of 37 points, roughly 10 times that of an ordinary person. The pace of this growth left Jiang Hou drawing a sharp breath. It was happening too fast. After all, just days ago, he'd been an average high school student in mediocre health. Jiang Hou also noticed that as the black gorilla's mass expanded and evolved, the gap between its beast and human forms seemed to widen further still. Without proper instruments, he couldn't measure his beast form's exact stats. Compared to the strength boost, agility had only climbed from 35 to 47.0 and defense had barely increased by 8 points, rising from 22 to 30. Defense is a bit low, Jiang Hou frowned. His human-based stats were merely a fraction of his giant beast counterparts. Today's battle had taught him the critical importance of defense. Even with overwhelming strength, a single breach could still mean death. But defense wasn't something he could simply will into existence. After all, the gorilla's hide was skin, not scale armor. So if you consumed skin and scales, you'd gain defense. But eating only meat would only augment strength and physique. Unless you could alter your very essence through evolution. Jiang Hou focused on the evolution meter at the bottom of his status page. 42 points accumulated toward the 100-point threshold, nearly halfway there. A couple more expeditions into the ruins, and he should trigger his first evolution. Anticipation flickered in Jiang Hou's eyes. He wondered whether his form would shift entirely, or simply grow larger still. Soon Jiang Hou finished his shower, and reached for a towel to dry his hair, but his gaze caught his reflection in the mirror, and he paused. The boy in the mirror wore a cold expression, his gaze sharp, and even the softer contours of his face now appeared angular and hardened with ruthlessness. A faint aura of pressure seemed to radiate from him. Having slaughtered hundreds of grotesque beasts in succession, Jiang Hou hadn't merely grown stronger. His presence and mindset had transformed as well. At breakfast the next morning, Qin Siyu studied the dark circles beneath Jiang Hou's eyes with mild concern. "Jiang Hou, were you up all night on your phone again?" "No, just a bit of insomnia," he replied, stifling a yawn. Despite his physique growing stronger, he hadn't slept much over the past few days, especially after barely 30 minutes of rest before being awakened, which inevitably showed in the dark circles under his eyes. Of course, even as mental fatigue crept in, the rapid surge in his power over recent days brought him undeniable satisfaction. "You were the one preaching early nights and early mornings just a couple days ago, and now you're losing sleep." The girl shook her head at a loss for words. Qin Siyu too ate quickly today. She had plans to meet classmates early at school. After Qin Siyu left for school, Jiang Hou finished his breakfast and turned his attention to the black watch on his left wrist, pressing the left button with some anticipation. Beep beep. The screen displayed Jiang Hou's current stats. Physical strength 8.6. No signs of power path cultivation within the body. Comprehensive rank late first stage. Late first stage, not bad. Jiang Hou nodded with satisfaction. In just one night his human form had advanced a minor realm. His giant beast form undoubtedly had gained even more across all attributes. At this rate of growth his beast form would soon render missiles and other heavy weapons meaningless, able to rampage through cities and shake the heavens themselves. Of course, that assumed there were no world-level suppressions interfering with his transformations. At 7:55 at school, Jiang Hou had just taken his seat when Zongjing Nanmo leaned over and whispered, "Jiang Hou, a nightclub in the old district caught fire in the early hours last night, and over a dozen people died." "Another dozen dead?" Jiang Hou was taken aback. Zongjing Nanmo nodded, lowering his voice. "Yes. The enforcement department is officially blaming it on a gas explosion in the kitchen, but I heard the bodies were horribly mutilated. Not like normal suffocation." Jiang Hou understood what Zongjing Nanmo was implying. It seemed to be another monster attack. Of course, the dozen or so deaths last night referred to abnormal deaths, not counting the daily traffic accidents, homicides, and natural deaths that occurred in Yidu. As a metropolis with a population of over 10 million, Yidu saw at least 200 to 300 deaths every day from various causes. As for how Zongjing Nanmo knew these details, it was due to his family's profession. As a Daoist heritage clan, many of his relatives worked with the deceased, including cooperating with law enforcement. Thus, news traveled fast. Once one person knew, it quickly spread through the family business group. Some called for help, others checked auspicious dates. The morning passed without incident, and time flew by. At noon, after finishing his meal, Jiang Hou went downstairs to rinse his lunchbox. When he returned to the classroom, his phone vibrated faintly in his pocket. Jiang Hou put the lunchbox into his desk drawer before taking out his phone. It wasn't a text message, but a private message from Qin Siyu on a video app, tagging him with a video and a proud emoji. "What's this girl sending me a video for?" Curious, Jiang Hou clicked the link. The video was composed of a dozen photos, all of the same girl in different settings, under a tree, on the playground, by a classroom window in the hallway. The girl in the photos had a small face, fair and delicate, with waist-length black hair casually parted in the middle and a purple headphone hanging around her neck. The pressure of the headphones pushed her hair inward, partly covering her cheeks, making her already small face appear even more refined. Jiang Hou guessed she was about 165 meters tall. She wore a white blouse and a short skirt school uniform, which accentuated her bust, already comparable to that of an adult woman. With the beauty filter of the app, her lips were red, teeth white, and skin like congealed cream. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Because the girl's facial features and bone structure were excellent, Jiang Hou felt that even without the filter her looks would rival Li Mengwu's. Since when did Li Mengwu become a unit of measurement? Jiang Hou shook his head, discarding the strange thought, then glanced at the middle of the classroom, where a boy named Jiang Zhong was smiling and saying something to Li Mengwu. Whether the girl was pretty or not wasn't important. What mattered was why Qin Siyu had sent him this video. Jiang Hou checked the video's stats, over 10,000 likes posted yesterday afternoon, and the account already had over 8,000 followers. All perverts. Without Qin Siyu telling him, Jiang Hou knew that the account named Angel's Feather was the one she and her classmates had set up. He liked the video and followed the account, then exited, and replied to Qin Siyu, "The photos are well taken. The optics and composition are very professional." Soon Qin Siyu replied, "Of course, I studied it specially for half a month." Jiang Hou smiled. Knowing Qin Siyu, she was probably brimming with pride, her lips curled up so much she could hang a baby bottle from them. The video was soon forgotten. With some time left, Jiang Hou rested his head on the desk and dozed off. After 3 afternoon classes, the bell rang, and Zongjing Nanmo perked up. "Let's go, Jiang Hou, to the club." "Why so excited?" "It's not like we're going to see a beauty." "Well, actually, the club president is pretty attractive too." Speaking of which, Jiang Hou noticed that pretty girls had been appearing a lot lately. Besides Qin Siyu and Li Mengwu, both Jiang Rukin and Qin Siyu's classmate were no less beautiful than Li Mengwu. Still, that was normal. He wouldn't remember girls who weren't pretty like the other female classmates. After leaving the teaching building, Zongjing Nanmo said, "Jiang Hou, I found a combat power ranking app in the watch, but I can't open it. No permission. Let's ask the president if she can grant us access." "Sure, I'm curious about that too." Jiang Hou nodded. As they spoke, they crossed the football field and arrived at the old teaching building. Many students participating in social activities were converging there, but their targets were the activity rooms on the first 3 floors. By the 4th floor, there were few people. The 5th floor was even more deserted. As they reached room 501, they saw a handsome, energetic black-haired girl already sitting by the window, quietly reading the same book as yesterday. "President, you're already here." Zongjing Nanmo greeted warmly, showing none of yesterday's awkwardness. They were all 18-year-old youths, their minds simpler than adults. In Zongjing Nanmo's view, joining the club meant they were now good friends who would play together. Jiang Rukin looked up, her voice calm. "So have you read through the materials in the watch?" "Yes." Zongjing Nanmo nodded, pulled a chair closer, and said, "President, the combat power ranking app won't open. Can you grant us permission? Are you sure you want to open it?" Not afraid of being discouraged, Zongjing Nanmo shrugged carelessly. "What's there to fear? It's normal for us to be weak after just awakening. Ignorance is the real danger. We need to know our own limits." Zongjing is right. I feel the same way. Jiang Hou nodded in agreement. "Alright, go to settings, find the smartwatch's serial number, and I'll grant you access." Jiang Rukin showed her left wrist. Unlike the ordinary-looking watches Jiang Hou and his friend wore, Jiang Rukin's smartwatch was exquisitely crafted. The slender small strap was entwined with gold and blue patterns connecting to a starry dial, surrounded by a phoenix tail pattern made of tiny diamond-like stones. After Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo reported their serial numbers, Jiang Rukin operated her watch. "Done. Restart, and you can open it." "Haha, President, you're awesome." Zongjing Nanmo flattered, then restarted his watch eagerly. Jiang Hou did the same. Ding dong. "Welcome to the Heavenly Punishment Regional Network. Uploading basic data. Name Jiang Hou. Age 18 years and 4 months. Awakening time, Dragon calendar year 34, October 14th. Member of the Wind Chime Squad. Physical evolution side. Power system unknown. Physique strength 8. 6. Level 8, first stage. As the electronic voice from Jiang Hou's watch updated the data, Zongjing Nanmo's watch was also updating, but his data remained unchanged from yesterday. "Wait, Jiang Hou, wasn't your physique 5? 3? Zongjing Nanmo was stunned, wondering if he had misheard. "What do you mean?" Jiang Rukin looked over. Zongjing Nanmo scratched the back of his head. "Yesterday after you left, we tested our strength following the beginner tutorial. Jiang Hou's data was 5. 3. I was surprised he was lower than me, but now it seems the watch might have been wrong. How else could it change so much in one day?" Jiang Rukin shook her head calmly. "The watches I gave you are basic models, but they don't make mistakes. It only means his physique strength indeed increased by 3 units in a single day." "Well, what if I say I don't know either? Will you believe me?" Under Zongjing Nanmo's bewildered gaze, Jiang Hou said with a hint of confusion, "A couple of days ago after I awakened, I found that my physique grows stronger every day. At first my arm strength was only about twice that of an ordinary person. Then the next day I suddenly realized I had become much stronger. My power had doubled. And then this morning when I woke up, I felt I had grown a bit stronger again." Though Jiang Rukin had said yesterday that every awakened evolutionist was a genius and a child of fortune, and that many secrets were insignificant before the countless paths of inheritance. For Jiang Hou, however, some secrets were better kept to himself. In this situation, he had no way to explain the reason his physique improved daily, so he could only play dumb, pretending he was just a newbie who had recently awakened his supernatural power. "Damn, I wish I could be like that too." Zongjing Nanmo's face was full of envy. Yesterday, when he heard that Jiang Hou's rank was only early first stage, a minor realm lower than his own, he had felt a bit of pity. Now pity was out of the question. Only envy remained. Having awakened the ability to control wind a few days ago, aside from becoming slightly more familiar with this power, his strength had shown no improvement or change. This included the incomplete cultivation technique that had inexplicably appeared in his mind. After half a day of attempted cultivation, there was still no reaction, which was also why he suspected he might have encountered a ghost or was experiencing hallucinations. At this moment Jiang Rukin pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. Jiang Hou's situation is rather rare. Our world lacks supernatural energy like spiritual energy or elemental power, so there is no foundation for supernatural evolution. Even if someone awakens as a supernatural being and obtains an inheritance from an ancient era, they still cannot cultivate. To improve their strength, they must rely on corresponding resources. For instance, energy crystals corresponding to the divine era or the demonic beast crystals that are only useful for awakened ones of the celestial demon era. All of these come from the ruins. And these are only low-tier resources. When breaking through from the third stage to the fourth stage, one needs a corresponding inheritance artifact. After the fourth stage, advancement becomes even more troublesome. However, compared to the inheritances of these two eras, awakened ones of the runic tattoo era have it even worse. They need earthly fiend chi to improve their strength. This kind of substance can only be extracted from certain forbidden zones deep within the ruins or by killing powerful ancient monstrosities. Therefore, under normal circumstances, after a supernatural being awakens, without the corresponding resources, their strength will not change any further. Take Zongjing Nanmo for example. Of course, there are exceptions. A few individuals after awakening still have residual energy from the pollution source within their bodies that hasn't been fully released, so their strength will soar for a period of time. Beyond that, some have bizarre awakening abilities that can temporarily enhance themselves by devouring flesh and blood. As she spoke, Jiang Rukin turned to Jiang Hou, hesitating slightly. For now, I don't know whether the daily improvement in your physique is temporary or permanent. It needs observation. Moreover, there is no trace of an energy pathway inside you, and you haven't awakened any talent or ability. It's somewhat peculiar, and for the moment, I can't figure it out. Jiang Hou nodded, his expression unchanged. But in his heart, he was already thinking of an excuse to cover up the daily improvement of his physique. Wait, that doesn't add up, President. Zongjing Nanmo suddenly realized. Our world has no supernatural energy at all. If we fight pollution monsters in the future and run out of energy, how do we recover? Do we just eat pills while fighting like in a game, or hold an energy crystal to recharge? Jiang Rukin nodded. That was indeed the case at first. But after more than 30 years of erosion by the ruins, the air in our world now contains faint energy. However, this energy is extremely thin and imperceptible. It can only be slowly absorbed by the body's instinct when it's depleted. When a third stage awakened one exhausts their power, it takes about a day to fully recover, and the higher the strength, the longer it takes. Then, since the body can instinctively absorb energy from the air, why can't it be used for cultivation? Jiang Hou was puzzled. Jiang Rukin shook her head. This question has been studied long ago. The reason is that this energy lacks the specific power traits corresponding to the various ancient era systems. It's like drinking water. It can quench your thirst, but it has no nutrition to help you grow. Another speculation which has been proven is that times have changed. The methods of the ancient eras have lost their effectiveness in the current environment, and this applies to the ruins as well. In the energy-rich ruins, practicing techniques can only speed up recovery of expended energy, but cannot increase one's cultivation even by a hair. This is precisely why so many supernatural beings, including the strong ones of the punishment department, risk danger to venture deep into the ruins and explore the relics. Alright, let's stop this topic here. If I say too much, you won't be able to understand it all at once. Let's observe Jiang Hou's situation for a few more days. If the rate of physique enhancement slows down, it means the unknown pollution source energy inside your body is nearly depleted. But if the physique keeps growing rapidly. Jiang Rukin paused, then waved her hand, dismissing the two who still wanted to ask questions. Still, she had indeed said quite a bit today. Without encountering Jiang Rukin, Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo would have had no way to access this information. Every awakened one obtains an incomplete inheritance. Upon reaching the third stage, they find no further path, forcing them to delve into the ruins in search of corresponding inheritance resources to break through. But Jiang Hou was different. He already possessed a complete advancement path. The passive talent of devouring evolution allowed his giant beast form to continuously evolve by devouring the flesh and blood of powerful beasts. At least before the demigod stage, he didn't need to seek out counterpart resources. Other than that, however, Jiang Hou was no different from other awakened ones. After all, the beasts he fed on could only be found there. After organizing this information, Jiang Hou turned his attention to his smartwatch. Their original purpose today was to ask Jiang Rukin for permission to log into the combat power ranking and see how their data compared with other supernatural beings. Curious, Jiang Hou opened the combat power ranking app, and instantly a leaderboard-like interface appeared. Edu Punishment Subdivision Reserve ranking 18 members. First place, Jiang Wanshan, Mixed Measurement Comprehensive Stage, Third Stage, Peak, Physique, Strength 67, Energy Value 1321, Combat Power 183755. Second place, Fu Hongyu Energy Side Comprehensive Stage, Third Stage, Peak, Physique 6, Energy Value 1254, Combat Power 13850. As Jiang Hou scrolled through the list, Zongjing Nanmo exclaimed, "Damn, the first place has over 18,000 combat power. I only have 490. How can the gap be so huge?" Jiang Hou, I suddenly realize we're both so weak. Indeed, we are a bit weak. Jiang Hou nodded, his gaze falling on his own name. 18th place, Jiang Hou, physical side, comprehensive stage, first stage, late, combat power, 485. Although he didn't know what standard the combat power value was based on, Jiang Hou wasn't surprised to be at the bottom. Among the 18 members of the Yidu Punishment Subdivision Reserve aside from him, and Zongjing Nanmo, all were at the third stage. And among the only two at the first stage, he hadn't even awakened an ability, just a physique several times stronger than an ordinary person. He just wondered what his combat power would be when he transformed into his giant beast form. By the window, bathed in sunlight, Jiang Rukin quietly read a book, her black hair cascading down to veil her cheeks, revealing a stunningly beautiful profile. But upon hearing Zongjing Nanmo's exclamation, Jiang Rukin spoke again. Don't pay too much attention to that data. The power ranking exists mainly as motivation, letting those reserves see the changes in their strength every day. 50% of the foundation is cultivation realm, 30% is ability talent, and the rest comes from the mission targets you've slain and the enhancement resources you've exchanged. Therefore, the combat power is highly inflated. Two people at the same third level might have one with 10,000 power who can't even beat someone with 8,000. No wonder I was wondering why the gap between the second and third level was so huge. Zongjing Nanmo suddenly understood. While they were talking, Jiang Hou opened the exchange page at the top of the power ranking. 6 types of supernatural resources were listed, each with an item description below. Energy crystal, low grade, 25 in stock. After use, greatly increases the energy concentration and capacity within a supernatural being. Exchange cost 20 points. Demon power crystal, low grade, 3 in stock. Contains rich demonic power, accelerates the demonization process of supernatural beings. Exchange cost 30 points. Inheritance fragment, 1 in stock, water attribute exclusive to divine inheritance. Contains a partial incomplete inheritance. Exchange cost 300 points. Earth fiend power, out of stock. Soul seal crystal, 2 in stock. A special item with no requirements and no usage limit. After refining, it enhances blood and chi and purifies spiritual will. Exchange cost 40 points. Supreme Yang gold sand, out of stock. Among the 6 supernatural resources, 5 corresponded to an awakening system, but the soul seal crystal was the most unique. Not only did it have no system requirement and no usage limit, but it also meant one could exchange and use it countless times, continuously strengthening blood and chi and purifying the mind. Of course, the prerequisite was having enough points. Moreover, supernatural resources were highly sought after. 2 of the 6 were out of stock, and the others had very little inventory. No. Just a moment ago, the soul seal crystal, which had shown 2 in stock, had also become out of stock. At that moment, Zongjing Nanmo also opened the exchange page. Seeing the introduction of energy crystal, he grew eager to try. President, how do you get those points? By completing missions. Jiang Hou's strength was increasing dramatically every day. Out a day, he had already caught up to him. If he continued to stand still, he might not even see Jiang Hou's tail in a couple of days. As brothers, they should grow stronger together. Ideally, he would always be a bit stronger than Jiang Hou. After all, that guy had a beautiful and capable childhood friend. Jiang Rukin didn't even lift her head, speaking calmly. Exactly. Complete missions to earn points and exchange resources. That's why many supernatural beings want to join the Heavenly Punishment. Currently, only the Heavenly Punishment Department, which has stably mastered 5 large passages, can station top experts deep in the ruins to steadily excavate resources. However, over the decades, too many rifts have appeared. Some domestic supernatural factions have also gained control over 1 or 2 small passages. These passages are unstable and require fixed times to enter the ruins. Plus, those factions are weak, so the resources they obtain are even fewer. As for taking missions, don't even think about it for now. Although your cultivation appears to be late first level, you have no combat experience, and your abilities are unfamiliar. Going on a mission would be suicide. You can't even beat a first-level initial pollution monster. President, am I really that weak? Zongjing Nanmo was a bit defiant. The black-haired girl nodded bluntly, very weak. Feeling defeated, Zongjing Nanmo turned his head and cast a plaintive look at Jiang Hou, causing Jiang Hou to shudder with goosebumps. He said unceremoniously, "What does your weakness have to do with me? Get lost." Damn. Not even a word of comfort for your brother. Zongjing Nanmo flipped him off. Adhering to the principle of saying less to avoid mistakes, Jiang Hou spoke little during today's club activity, while Zongjing Nanmo curiously asked about everything. Compared to Zongjing Nanmo, Jiang Hou had little interest in those missions. He could become stronger by hunting monsters in the ruins, so there was no need to run errands for the authorities. To him, this club was just a place to access supernatural information. At 5:30, as they were leaving, Jiang Rukin pulled them into a small group called the Windbell Squad and sent them 2 teaching videos. One was teaching Zongjing Nanmo how to master and train his ability to reach the standard level as soon as possible. The other video given to Jiang Hou was an ancient boxing technique. Learning it would allow him to maximize his physical strength and enhance his combat power. At 6 o'clock, Jiang Hou returned home. As soon as he entered, Qin Siyu, who was setting the table, asked curiously, "Jiang Hou, why did you suddenly decide to join a club?" Earlier that day after school, Jiang Hou had sent Qin Siyu a message saying he was joining a club and would be home late. You always tell me not to stay home all day and to exercise more, so I found a club to practice boxing. As he spoke, Jiang Hou tossed his backpack onto the sofa. Boxing, are you sure? The ponytail girl was a bit skeptical. In the past, Jiang Hou had tried to get motivated, but he was always hot and cold. He bought boxing gloves, but only trained for 2 days before losing interest. Don't believe me. In a few days I'll show you my 8-pack abs. You're exaggerating again. Qin Siyu obviously didn't believe it. Getting abs in a few days was too unrealistic. Then she happily shared with Jiang Hou about today's video shoot. From Qin Siyu, Jiang Hou learned that her classmate's name was Shengong Firu. After dinner, Qin Siyu took a shower early, wore her pink pajamas, and sat on the sofa, remote in hand, ready to find something to watch on TV. Jiang Hou sat beside her, put on his earphones, and opened the video Jiang Rukin had sent him. In the video, an old man in a black training suit appeared with a serious expression and the aura of a grandmaster. His voice was low as he slowly began to introduce himself. The ancient boxing technique I teach is called the Jianwu 7-kill fist. It is fierce, domineering, and sweeping with a history of over 300 years. However, the core of ancient boxing is tempering the body, condensing strength for combat. It cannot cultivate the legendary internal energy, nor allow you to fly over walls. Those things are fabrications from folk novels, they don't exist. Of course, although the Jianwu 7-kill fist cannot produce internal energy, if you master the moves you can easily take on 2 or 3 ordinary people. If you further integrate the power of your entire body, every movement gathers the strength of your waist and legs into your fist, allowing you to handle a dozen ordinary people without issue. For example, I am 57 years old. 3 years ago, while taking a walk, I encountered a group of thugs harassing a couple. I acted in anger, fought 1 against 9, and won decisively. As he said this, the old man's face showed proud confidence. He was indeed a master of his art, over 50 years old and still capable of taking on 9 people. But then the old man in the video showed a pained expression. I won that fight, but I ended up paying over 100,000 in medical fees. Shouldn't it have been a case of righteous intervention? Ahem. The sudden twist nearly made Jiang Hou choke on his saliva. What's wrong with you? Jiang Hou, you're really going to practice boxing? Qin Siyu turned her head and saw the video Jiang Hou was playing, surprised. As she spoke, the girl leaned in, resting her chin on Jiang Hou's shoulder. They were so close that their faces almost touched, and Jiang Hou could smell the faint jasmine scent from her hair and feel her warm breath. Of course, it wasn't some natural body fragrance. High school girls of this age don't use cosmetics. The scents usually come from laundry detergent, body wash, or shampoo. On the sofa, Jiang Hou slowly played the video, memorizing every movement and every breathing technique of the elderly man, surnamed Zhang, repeatedly studying them. As for Qin Siyu, the girl had no interest in such things. After a brief glance, she turned to watch television. It wasn't until 9 o'clock, when Qin Siyu returned to her room to sleep, that Jiang Hou, having watched the 5-minute video 20 times and committing every move to memory, finally went back to his room. This time, however, he did not enter the ruins directly. Instead, he rummaged through the box, found a pair of boxing gloves he had bought earlier, and put them on. Of course, he wore the gloves not because he feared pain, but to protect the punching bag hanging on the wall. Donning the gloves, Jiang Hou lowered his stance, his feet positioned in a figure 8. Silently reciting head, hands, and feet move in sync. Legs are the foundation, waist moves like a great dragon, power originates from the feet, step forward, and punch like a cannon. Boom. Jiang Hou thrust forward with a bow stance, striking the wall with a punch that sent a tremor through the entire room, even causing dust to fall from the ceiling. Earthquake. Jiang Hou, came Qin Siyu's startled cry from the next room. No earthquake. Something must have fallen upstairs, Jiang Hou replied, loudly, slowly retracting his fist to reveal the ruined punching bag. Even the stitching on the back of Jiang Hou's right glove had split open. His face twisted in disdain. Truly a shoddy product. They claimed it would last at least half a year, yet one punch, and it's ruined. A faint smile crept across his face as he realized the boxing technique was indeed effective. That punch had clearly channeled some of the power from his waist and legs, increasing the force of impact by 30%. Once he mastered the technique, able to channel the full power of his body into every punch, the force of each blow would likely be 3 to 4 times his current strength. Of course, such a dramatic improvement was largely due to his lack of a foundation in combat fighting. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person's punch is 2 to 3 times their arm strength. With an arm strength of 50 kilograms, the punch force ranges between 100 and 150 kilograms. Professional boxers, however, are different. Their punch force is typically 4 to 5 times their arm strength, with some top-tier fighters delivering impacts of several hundred kilograms. In a dim and oppressive world, an 8-meter-tall black ape stood on a branch, glanced up at the sky shrouded in dark clouds, and swiftly vanished among the branches. Unlike the previous 2 days, the black ape had traveled roughly 10 kilometers horizontally today without encountering a single monster or beast. Something's wrong. The black ape's eyes grew wary. It slowed its pace, and soon an open space appeared ahead where a relatively intact structure stood. The building, over 200 meters tall, was supported by 8 thick stone pillars. It was open at both ends with a collapsed half-dome crown resembling a palace. Inside the structure, faint black mist lingered, and a fearsome beast 20 meters long coiled within. The beast resembled a centipede, its body covered in black armor-like segments with 10 pairs of sharp slender legs and a hideous head. Moreover, a row of sharp spines ran along the beast's back, extending to its tail, offering near-perfect defense. The moment the ape saw the black-armored beast, a surge of anger welled up within it. This was the ape's instinct when faced with a mortal threat. Its body entered a state of supreme fury, indicating that the beast was formidable and dangerous. Buzz. Buzz. As the black ape spotted the beast, the black-armored creature also noticed it, and its body segments began to vibrate, emitting a buzzing hum. The massive 2-meter-wide form slowly shifted, its 3 pairs of pitch-black eyes gleaming with icy ferocity. Without suppressing the rage, the black ape's muscles swelled as its blood boiled, unleashing a surge of immense power. Roar. A furious roar shook the air. The enraged ape, its eyes bloodshot, bellowed toward the sky. Within the ruined structure, a black glow enveloped the beast, and a sharp, piercing wind howled as it exploded into motion. Boom. The beast shot forward like a black line, tracing a zigzag path, its speed exceeding 200 meters per second. The air behind it formed a white dragon of vapor, a breathtaking spectacle. As the wind howled, the black-armored beast appeared before the black ape. In an instant, its powerful sharp forelegs thrusting forward like 2 spears piercing the air. Roar. The ape roared, but instead of meeting the attack head-on, as before, it sidestepped to the left, shifting its body and brushing past the beast. Having learned from yesterday's experience, Jiang Hou struggled to control his consciousness as the ape entered its rage state. Though anger still flooded his mind, he was slightly more lucid than the day before, barely managing to command the body to execute a dodge. Slash. Slash. In the fleeting moment of passing, the beast's sharp blade-like legs swept across the ape's waist, tearing through the air and cutting the fur there. This beast's danger was not confined to its forelegs, all its limbs were equally lethal. Roar. The dodging ape roared, twisting its ankle to pivot, and with a whip-like motion, its thick right arm hammered down onto the black-armored beast's tail. Boom. Under the savage, overwhelming force, the nearly 20-meter-long black-armored beast went rigid, crashing to the ground. The earth trembled and mud sprayed in all directions. Amid the dust, a massive figure leaped tens of meters into the air, landing with a thud before leaping again, covering 100 meters. The instant the ape jumped away, the 20-meter-long black-armored beast turned its head, jaws wide, tearing through the dust, but it found nothing. Clatter. Clatter. The beast's upper and lower teeth ground together in the dust, hissing, as its entire body radiated brutal fury. The armor on its tail had collapsed, and shattered flesh and blood-torn black blood gushing out like springs, staining the already dark soil as black as ink. The rage-fueled ape possessed overwhelming power, and even the black-armored beast's hardened shell could not withstand it. Hiss. Hiss. The black-armored beast's cold, dark eyes fixed on the black ape, its thick, barrel-like body writhing segment by segment, a black glow reappearing at its edges. Boom. The air exploded again with a piercing howl. Surrounded by a white vapor, the black-armored beast shot forward, an S-shaped dark shadow, charging at the ape. Too fast, he couldn't keep up. Roar. Dodge. He had to dodge. The ape bellowed, anger blazing in its eyes as Jiang Hou, in a frantic effort, forced the massive body to roll to the side. Slash. The black-armored beast almost grazed the rolling ape, crashing headfirst into a large black tree behind it. Thump. 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 At the moment of impact, the beast coiled around the tree trunk like a python, its sharp legs shredding the branches and bark. Amid flying debris, the black-armored beast wrapped around the 100-meter-tall tree, slowly lowered its head, its gaze fierce and malevolent, staring down at the ape rising again on the ground. Roar. On the ground, the black ape bellowed, pounding its chest with fists like war drums, an unmistakable challenge. This beast was too fast, its legs too sharp. The best strategy was to remain still, waiting for the perfect moment to strike a fatal blow. Provoked, the black-armored beast's eyes grew even more savage. It shifted its body, its long legs carving deep gashes into the tree trunk as it adjusted its posture, head down, tail up. Boom. The air exploded. The black-armored beast turned into a black arrow falling from the sky, a white vapor trail roiling behind it, a terrifying sight. Roar. The ape bellowed, its eyes bloodshot, brimming with boundless fury. This time it did not evade. The instant the beast launched its attack, the ape's powerful arms clenched into fists, its body arching like a bow as it took a mighty step forward. Boom. The ground trembled as fissures spread like a spiderweb beneath the feet of the black giant ape. With legs rooted like pillars and waist coiled like a mighty dragon, his fist shot forth like a cannonball. The explosive force compressed the air before his knuckles, forming a translucent shockwave. Boom. The fist, akin to a heavy artillery shell, collided with the descending black-armored beast. At the moment of impact, the beast's 2 sickle-like fangs shattered with a muffled explosion. Then the pillar-like black arm drove straight and piercing through everything like a spear. It tore through the beast's skull as flesh and blood burst from the back of its head. Boom. Just as the black giant ape's fist punched through the beast, his entire body was slammed violently by the creature. The giant ape's form sank, shaking the ground for a dozen meters around. Debris and dust erupted skyward, forming a shockwave that spread dozens of meters, churning thick clouds of smoke. Heaving heavy breaths, the giant ape, half buried in the ground with the black-armored beast pressing down on him, watched the red glow in his eyes gradually fade, his fury dissipating. With some effort, the giant ape shoved the beast's corpse aside and slowly crawled out. His body was drenched in black blood mingled with his own crimson fluid, dripping down to form a small pool at his feet. The battle was brief, life and death decided in an instant, yet the peril it held was the greatest of these past few days. This black-armored beast's innate talent was likely speed. Its instantaneous burst movement was several times that of the black giant ape, and it possessed a solid, heavy carapace. A full-force punch from the giant ape could overturn a tank, yet it only managed to injure the beast's tail segment. Moreover, its 10 limbs, sharper than the green ant beast's pincers and akin to a dozen curved blades, made its overall combat prowess far superior to the giant ape's current state. Unfortunately, this instinct-driven beast encountered a black giant ape endowed with human intelligence. Seizing the moment when the black-armored beast was airborne and unable to change direction, the giant ape traded injury for injury, unleashing his full power to punch through its skull. However, the giant ape was also severely wounded. His right arm was torn by the shattered teeth of the beast, flesh ripped open, many wounds deep enough to reveal the bone. Half of his ribs were broken from the impact, and his chest was lacerated by the beast's horn, leaving 3 wounds a meter long and dozens of centimeters deep, gushing blood. But none of that mattered. Victory was all that counted. Gazing at the massive corpse of the black-armored beast, the giant ape's saliva uncontrollably dribbled from the corner of his mouth. In the dark, twisted forest, the wounded black giant ape stepped onto the beast's body, gripping the edge of a thick carapace plate, and wrenched it off with force. With a roar, the giant ape gritted through the pain, and the thick black carapace emitted a creaking sound as the muscles connecting it tore apart bit by bit. Bang! The 2-meter-wide, 2-meter-long carapace crashed to the ground, producing a heavy metallic thud. This beast was dangerous, and eating its flesh required effort. After breaking off the limbs, peeling the back, removing the head and entrails, an hour had passed. Only then did the black giant ape, drooling, take a bite into the black flesh before him. Ryup! The teeth tore through muscle with a sound like ripping rubber, then the rich, energy-laden flavor flooded his taste buds, crunching as he chewed. This beast was on a completely different level from the monsters he had killed before. After a few bites, his stomach digested the meat, and a warm current more than 10 times stronger spread through his body. Wherever it passed, his cells underwent frantic division and compression. Wounds healed at an astonishing rate. Flesh regenerated, broken bones mended. Such incredible energy, the giant ape muttered, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He felt that after devouring this beast today, his size would not only swell dramatically, but the refined evolutionary energy might even directly meet the requirement for evolution. Eat heartily. The black giant ape took another huge bite, tearing off a chunk of flesh from the corpse. Splurt. This bite struck a major blood vessel, spraying black blood across his face. Ignoring the blood dripping from his face, the giant ape focused entirely on the feast. Today's meat was incredibly chewy, a real challenge for his teeth. It took the black giant ape nearly half a day to finish every last bit of meat. He even crushed the broken sharp limbs with boulders, using his own sharp forelimbs to pry out the meat inside and devour it. Such nutritious flesh could not be wasted. Satiated and content, the black giant ape sat on the ground, exhaling a hot, bloody breath, a look of pure bliss on his face. This was pure ecstasy. By now the giant ape's body had reached 10 meters in height. His muscles bulged, and his thick, jet-black fur bristled like steel wires. Though he had grown only 2 meters taller, the giant ape felt his weight had at least doubled. His body surged with power, as if he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. Sensing the explosive strength within, the black giant ape willed his attribute panel into view. His gaze swept past the strength stat, which had risen from 98 to 156, and landed on the description of the giant beast form below. Bloodline, long-armed giant ape. Common giant beast, height 10 meters, reached current growth limit. Talent, Raging Roar. Supernatural element 8 units. Refined essence extracted from the flesh of supernatural beings. When fused during evolution, grants a chance to acquire a defensive talent. Stack Armor Pass. Note: the more units of supernatural element, the greater the chance of awakening a talent. Unique talent, Devouring Evolution. Evolution points 92100. The evolution value had more than doubled, only 8 points short of the requirement. But the giant ape's focus was on the newly appeared supernatural element. Especially the note that followed. It was an unexpected delight. The giant ape's form possessed immense strength, and its agility was not lacking. The only weakness was its defense. If he could acquire a defensive talent during the first evolution, his giant beast form would become far more formidable. Meanwhile, the human form's base attributes had also changed significantly. Strength was nearly 16 times that of an ordinary human, and the human form had reached the early second rank. The black giant ape was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the attribute panel to update based on the information he knew. Exhaling a puff of hot air, the black giant ape suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze toward the derelict building where the black-armored beast had made its lair. There must be a reason the beast had taken residence there. With heavy footsteps, the giant ape soon entered a palace-like structure. Stone pillars and walls were engraved with mysterious patterns, their meaning unknown. The floor was relatively intact, inscribed with mystic patterns that resembled tiny channels converging into a circular array. But this array was crude, far less complex than the blood array that had resurrected Jiang Hou. As for its function, standing at the edge of the central array, the black giant ape vaguely sensed invisible energy flowing around him. This energy moved along the floor patterns, purifying and finally gathered into the eye-shaped design, 3 meters in diameter beneath his feet, circulating without dispersing. The black giant ape hesitated for a moment, then stepped inside. Within the shattered palace, as the black giant ape stepped into the formation's core range, a wave of coolness washed over it. The gathered energy seeped through its pores into the black giant ape's body, penetrating muscle and bone, gradually bringing a faint sensation of growing strength. No wonder that black-armored ferocious beast had been lurking here. The black giant ape's eyes flashed with sudden understanding, but then regret shadowed them. Since this node converted energy at a painstakingly slow rate, it would be of little use to the current black giant ape unless it stayed here, continuously absorbing. Of course, the place was not entirely useless. It could serve as a long-term energy gathering point. Next, the giant ape circled the structure, found nothing of interest, and prepared to leave. Dealing with the black-armored ferocious beast had consumed too much time, and since all creatures in the surrounding area had been slaughtered, it might not find a new target in the remaining time. To play it safe, it decided to return tonight, when time was ample, and there would be no rush to cause accidents. Today, Lord Jiang returned a bit earlier, before 5 o'clock, having managed only 2 hours of sleep. As Lord Jiang took his seat at school, Zongjing Nanmo, who had been hunched over 3 ancient coins, looked up. "Lord Jiang, did you go stealing last night? You look utterly drained." "No, I've just been sleeping poorly lately, feeling a bit drowsy." As he spoke, Lord Jiang let out a yawn. Being on high alert for several nights straight with only 1 or 2 hours of sleep was taking its toll, even on Jiang Hou, whose physique improved daily. His body was fine, mainly just mentally fatigued. Just as Lord Jiang was about to rest his head, Zongjing Nanmo picked up the 3 ancient coins, clasped them together in both hands, murmured incantations, and then scattered them back on the desk. "What are you divining?" Lord Jiang asked curiously. "Didn't this guy calculate every day before heading out?" "Lord Jiang, I've discovered something very important these past 2 days. Zongjing Nanmo's expression grew grave as he whispered. "Counting from that night, I've gone out and cast divinations 4 times with 2 hits and 2 misses. 50% accuracy." Lord Jiang's drowsiness vanished, replaced by astonishment. Divination was much like prophecy, and half accuracy was terrifying enough to imagine. Winning the lottery once a day would make one wealthy. But the problem is the good predictions miss while the bad ones hit. Zongjing Nanmo's face was bitter. "For instance, the day before yesterday, I foresaw a blood disaster, and sure enough, I got into a fight, and my nose bled. Yesterday, I predicted water misfortune and was told to stay away from water sources. Then I didn't go to the restroom all day or near the sink for washing my hands, and who knew I'd get doused with a basin of rice washing water from upstairs on my way back. Today when I went out, the hexagram showed sun above and Li below, wind feeding the flames. An exceptionally auspicious sign. Before you arrived, I had cast divinations for myself over 10 times, and all the readings were identical. The good doesn't come true, but the bad does." "How wretched." Lord Jiang didn't know what to say, offering only a consolatory remark. "Never mind, today's reading sounds pretty good." "That's not a good thing. I haven't drawn such an excellent hexagram in months. It's clearly a sign that misfortune has peaked and fortune is about to turn. Whatever good fortune comes today or tomorrow, I might suffer equally terrible misfortune in a couple of days." With that, Zongjing Nanmo looked deeply worried. "What's there to fear? It's all minor issues. Just be more careful when the time comes," Lord Jiang said, not taking it too seriously. Being splashed with water and getting a nosebleed were trivial matters. If they happened, he'd simply look a bit messy, not face ferocious beasts or polluted monsters. "That's true." Zongjing Nanmo thought it over and nodded, then asked curiously, "By the way, Lord Jiang, has your physical strength increased today? Do you want the truth or a lie?" Lord Jiang's lips curled into a smile. This guy used to tease him in every possible way whenever he received love letters, and now the tables had finally turned. "Never mind, don't say it. I'm not listening." Zongjing Nanmo immediately regretted it and covered his ears. As the two whispered to each other, the math teacher walked in with a textbook. One day passed in the blink of an eye with nothing unusual happening. When the dismissal bell rang, Lord Jiang and Zongjing Nanmo, each carrying a shoulder bag, made their way to activity room 501. As soon as they entered, the strikingly handsome girl who always sat by the window glanced over and slowly spoke. "Your chi and blood surge within. You've broken through to the 2nd stage. Lord Jiang nodded. "Damn it, I knew you'd gotten stronger again, and you've even reached the 2nd stage. Zongjing Nanmo's face, more delicate than a girl's, twisted in discomfort. He still couldn't escape the fate of being roasted. He quickly countered with flattery. "But you're even more impressive, President. You noticed Lord Jiang's strength change at a glance. By the way, since you're so powerful, do you happen to have any energy crystals or other little trinkets you don't need? Yes. The black-haired girl spoke languidly, but I can't just give them to you. That would violate the rules of the Heavenly Punishment Special Operations Department. Those without merit should not receive rewards without effort. Zongjing Nanmo's smile froze on his face. Clear distinction between reward and punishment. This is a fundamental rule of the Heavenly Punishment Department. Having said that, Jiang Rukin turned her gaze to Lord Jiang, pondered for a moment, and said, "Let's see your current stats." All right. Lord Jiang nodded, pressed the button on the left, and selected the speaker voice broadcast. Basic Constitution 12. 1. No traces of power pathways in the body. Comprehensive Realm Early Second Stage. Combat Power 899. Combat Power Ranking 17th. Second Stage equivalent to more than 10 times the physique of an ordinary person, and yet you still haven't awakened any abilities. Jiang Rukin's tone carried a hint of faint regret followed by contemplation. But this might also be a good thing. Speaking of which, Jiang Rukin looked at Lord Jiang. Breaking through to the second stage naturally just days after awakening. Your talent is impressive, but the drawbacks are equally clear. Relying solely on pure physical strength, you can't even defeat a late first stage polluted monster. Your strength is at the bottom among your peers. How about it? Dare to take a risk. Once successful, you'll possess 2 era inheritances and dominate your peers in strength. If you fail, I'll be here. Worst case, you'll only suffer severe injuries. Lord Jiang pondered. President, could you explain in detail what kind of risk this entails? He wasn't afraid of danger. Nothing was more perilous than the black-armored ferocious beast from yesterday. Had he slipped up even slightly last night, he would have been left there devoured by the beast. Noticing the calmness in Lord Jiang's eyes, Jiang Rukin nodded with satisfaction. If Lord Jiang had refused out of fear, there would have been no point in nurturing this club member. The Edu branch recently acquired a damaged executioner blade from the divine weapon era, or more accurately a fragment of a divine weapon. This divine weapon fragment possesses dark attributes and requires extremely high physical resilience from its fusion partner. The exchange cost is 3,000 points. However, under normal circumstances, each awakened can only inherit power from one era system. Attempting to fuse two will trigger violent conflict. This conflict is extremely intense from the start. If it cannot be suppressed, it will destroy the awakened's consciousness, cause the body to collapse, and turn them into an out-of-control monster. That's so dangerous. Zongjing Nanmo exclaimed in shock. Under normal circumstances, it is indeed very dangerous. But Lord Jiang is different. His physical strength has reached the second stage, yet there are no traces of other era inheritances within him. The probability of conflict is very low. Of course, this is merely my personal hypothesis. After all, Lord Jiang has already become an awakened, and his lack of talent may be connected to the giant beast era inheritance. That era's power originates from giant beasts, so it's natural that it differs somewhat from ours. Well then, do you dare to try? Jiang Rukin looked at Lord Jiang. In the activity room, while Jiang Rukin and Jiang Hou discussed the matter of divine weapon fragments, Zongjing Nanmo, who stood by, outwardly maintained silence, but inwardly grumbled. Hold on, club leader. You said earlier that you wouldn't let me gain without effort, but now you're willing to directly give Jiang Hou a divine weapon fragment worth thousands of points. Of course, despite his grumbling, he knew this matter was crucial to Jiang Hou, and did not interrupt. I dare. Facing Jiang Rukin's inquiry, Jiang Hou replied calmly, and a smile instantly appeared on the dark-haired girl's face. Once the matter of the divine weapon fragment was settled, Zongjing Nanmo asked curiously, Club leader, can you tell us specifically what the 8 great era inheritances are? You've mentioned it a few times these past 2 days, but never finished. Well, Jiang Rukin pondered slightly. Normally this information would only be revealed after you break through to the third order and become official preparatory members. But since I'm in a good mood today, I'll tell you. The 8 great eras besides the ones I've mentioned, deity, celestial, demon, immortal, fiend, giant beast, witch, mark, and divine weapon, also include heavenly fire and dermic aspect, but all are incomplete. Of course, even though these inheritances are fragmentary, each power is immensely formidable. For instance, the divine weapon era, according to excavated records, manifested the laws of heaven and earth from ancient times, forming primal embryos, imbued with immense power. These embryos were grasped by the powerhouses of that era and refined into divine weapons. Those who wielded them were called weapon masters. The path of this era is to collect fragments of the same divine weapon, fuse, and repair them, achieving unity between man and weapon, restoring the earth-shattering might of antiquity. But these divine weapons were shattered into countless fragments during the Great Calamity, and after several eras it became impossible to gather them. That's why the inheritance is incomplete. This path is indeed somewhat difficult. Jiang Hou nodded. What about the giant beast era? Zongjing Nanmo continued to ask. That system is even more unique. Jiang Rukin thought for a moment. Over the years, the heaven punishment powerhouses have discovered some giant beast remains deep in the ruins, but those bones have long since petrified, devoid of any power. And in the research materials of the deity era we unearthed, there was mention of an organization called the Sage Alliance. This organization conducted profound research on the remains of giant beasts, even inventing a blood array capable of transforming life. Through the blood array, they extracted residual power from the bones, turning humans or other creatures into giant beasts. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hou's eyes flickered slightly, because this scene was very familiar to him. Unfortunately, this plan ultimately failed for two reasons. First, the extraction and transformation process of the blood array was extremely slow, taking millennia. Many suitable experimental subjects died of old age before the array could complete its charging. Second, even when the experimental subjects successfully transformed into giant beast life forms, every single one of them suffered consciousness collapse and soul fragmentation, leaving only the beast's instinct for destruction. Each time these transformed giant beasts appeared, they caused catastrophes, even leading to the fall of gods. Ultimately, the plan was sealed away. Consciousness collapse, soul fragmentation. Why didn't he have that? Hearing this, Jiang Hou paused, then his eyes narrowed. No, that wasn't entirely true. When he first awakened, he had experienced a headache, and then fragments of memory surfaced in his mind. But how could a normal person have memory fragments in their head? Or perhaps due to reincarnation, there were two souls within him. Yet in the more than 10 years since his rebirth, he had never sensed anything within him, nor had he shown signs of a dual personality. He couldn't figure it out. Jiang Hou shook his head. It was too complicated. Today's club activity ended at 5 o'clock. Jiang Hou arrived home at 5:30. Stepping into the living room, he saw Qin Siyu lying on the sofa again chatting. Her calves swayed gently, shapely and attractive under the black stockings. But today the girl wasn't showing her butt. Jiang Hou, you're back. I'm back. After dinner, while Qin Siyu watched TV with great interest, Jiang Hou leaned back on the sofa pondering and analyzing the words Jiang Rukin had said that afternoon. Especially the life transformation ritual. Unfortunately, after thinking for a long time, he still had no clue. In the end, Jiang Hou gave up worrying about it. After all, he had succeeded, and that was what mattered. At night, 9:30. After Qin Siyu returned to her room, Jiang Hou pretended to take a simple shower and went to his own room. Based on his understanding of Qin Siyu, the girl would lie in bed, playing on her phone for an hour or two, then go to the bathroom before sleeping. He closed the door, drew the curtains, and turned off the lights. Jiang Hou performed this routine skillfully, and then his figure silently vanished. At the edge of a forest shrouded in black mist, a 10-meter-tall black ape stood on a thick branch, gazing coldly into the distance. In the palace ruins that had been empty yesterday, there now lay a 15-meter-long beast covered in gray-black scales resembling a dinosaur stegosaurus. As the black ape had anticipated with the death of the black centipede beast, other beasts would soon be attracted by the concentrated energy in this area. But this beast wasn't very strong. The giant ape sensed no dangerous aura from it. Its level should be around 3rd order, but only at the early stage. A mere weakling. Perfect. The appearance of this stegosaurus-like beast saved him the trouble. After devouring it, he should be able to evolve. Roar. With a thunderous roar, the forest quickly fell silent. Inside the dilapidated palace, the corpse of the stegosaurus beast lay on the ground. Everything above its neck was gone, leaving only a mass of unrecognizable flesh and white bone fragments. Beside the blood-drenched beast stood the giant ape, its hands torn open and bleeding, exuding a dense bloody aura, savage and ferocious. Before the current black ape, a 3rd order early stage beast was too weak. It was blown apart with a few punches before it could even react. The black giant sat down on the ground, grabbed the stegosaurus beast by the neck, and tore into it with huge bites, blood spraying with every mouthful. As large amounts of flesh entered its stomach, waves of warmth spread throughout the black ape's body, where cells frantically absorbed, split, and compressed. But due to the bloodline limit, the ape's body didn't grow larger. Instead, its density became increasingly heavy. At the same time as the body absorbed biological energy, the black ape keenly sensed a trace of essence gathering within, finally disappearing deep into its body. That should be the evolution energy. The black ape grinned, picked out the bone fragments stuck between its teeth, then continued feasting. For a moment, only the sound of tearing flesh echoed in the palace. Supernatural creatures possess powerful physiques, far denser than ordinary beings. Even for the black ape, it took a long time to finish the 10-meter beast, leaving only a pile of white bones. Phew. Finally full. The black ape exhaled a hot, bloody breath. Its massive form slowly stood up, and now its entire body felt a strong sense of saturation. The joints itched faintly as if about to undergo a second growth. But second growth could never compare to the enhancement of evolution. With that thought, the black ape willed its attribute panel to appear, its gaze directly falling on the evolution value at the bottom, 100,100. Evolution. With anticipation, the great ape's consciousness clicked on the question mark that had appeared behind its evolution points. Instantly, 100 evolution points vanished, and deep within the great ape's body, a torrent of surging, scorching energy erupted like a flash flood. Boom, boom, boom. The great ape felt as though its entire body was engulfed in flames. Under the influence of evolutionary energy, its genes began to reorganize, splitting into new cells and forming new tissue. After the evolution commenced, the great ape's consciousness grew drowsy, as if drunk. However, it could not afford to sleep in such a place. If a ferocious beast were to appear while it dozed, grave trouble would follow. So the great ape struggled to keep its consciousness alert. Time passed, and the great ape's consciousness remained hazy, unaware of how long it had been. Only when all the scorching energy within its body dissipated did the black great ape's awareness slowly clear, and a wave of immense power naturally surged forth. By then the great ape's body had swelled to 12 meters tall, becoming far more robust and muscular. Its arms were thick and powerful, and its feet had transformed from palm-like shapes into proper saws. Though its climbing ability had weakened, its lower body was now far steadier and stronger. Simultaneously, a layer of fine black scales sprouted across its entire body, with hair emerging through the gaps between the scales. On its chest and belly, several black shell-like armor plates had formed. These scales addressed the great ape's defensive vulnerabilities. Even the backs of its hands were now covered in overlapping armor plates, so it no longer needed to worry about its palms being mangled when striking enemies. This evolution had fully armored the black great ape from head to toe, similar to that armored ferocious beast. And this was merely a superficial change. Inside the great ape's body, every bone and muscle fiber was tinged with gold, and a faint golden power coursed through the blood circulating throughout its frame. Boom! The great ape crushed the surrounding air, and a faint golden glow pulsed across its scaled fists like an aura encasing its body, radiating an overwhelming, indestructible might. A leap in life force, a fundamental shift in the nature of its power. I should have reached the 4th tier by now. What an incredible force! The black great ape pondered deeply. Boom! Its pale golden fist slammed into the ground, and spiderweb cracks instantly spread across the palace's hardened floor, resembling lightning, covering a 10-meter radius. Such overwhelming power. The black-armored great ape's eyes flashed with excitement, but almost immediately it slowly raised its head to look into the distance. At the edge of the forest, more than 300 meters away, 2 wolf-shaped ferocious beasts appeared. Each 10 meters in length, 4 meters at the shoulder, their entire bodies bristling with black spines. Then from behind those 2 beasts, 3 more emerged. Among them was one even larger, 13 meters long, with a 2-meter-long cyan horn growing from its head. 4 third-tier beasts, and one at the peak of the 3rd tier. Observing the beasts that had appeared, the black-armored great ape roughly determined their levels by comparing their auras against the black centipede beast it had slain earlier. As the black-armored great ape assessed its prey, the 5 ferocious beasts gazed at the towering ape standing in the palace, and their eyes all burned with madness at the still lingering aura of evolution radiating from it. How? The lead beast roared, and its horn emitted a ring of cyan light. Bathed in that cyan glow, the other 4 beasts' eyes turned crimson, their bodies suddenly swelling twice in size, becoming far more massive, and their auras even more tyrannical. How? The 4 frenzied beasts roared, and under the Wolf King's command they charged straight toward the black great ape. With their massive bodies and speed matching the previous great ape's 50 meters per second, they thundered forward like a stampede of 10,000 beasts, causing the very ground to shake and rumble. At the precise moment the Thornwolf beasts launched their charge, the black-armored great ape bent its legs slightly. Bam! The hardened ground shattered beneath it, forming 2 colossal footprints, and with tremendous recoil forced the black great ape shot forward like a cannonball, colliding with them instantly. Boom! Golden light enveloped its fist, and the lead Thornwolf beast had half its face shattered and exploded with dark red blood and flesh spraying outward in a fan shape across more than 10 meters. Its massive corpse was thrown backward with a crash, rolling more than 10 meters before coming to a stop. How? As the black great ape crushed one ferocious beast with a single punch, 2 Thornwolf beasts leaped high into the air, their grotesque jaws sinking viciously into the great ape's arms. Roar! The great ape bellowed, flinging its arms to hurl the beasts off, then raised both fists high above its head and smashed them down fiercely at the charging beast. Crash! The Thornwolf beast that had bit at the black-armored great ape's throat had its skull shattered, its neck collapsing, and its massive body crashed to the ground, gushing great sprays of dark red blood. How? The Wolf King with the cyan horn paced around the great ape, while the other 2 beasts that had been thrown aside rose to their feet, howling from their mouths, as they lunged at the great ape, once more fearless. In the instant the 2 beasts launched their attack, the Wolf King approaching from the great ape's left revealed a cold gleam in its eyes, and its horn once again radiated light. This time the cyan light condensed upon the horn, transforming it into a spear over 2 meters long, radiating an extraordinarily sharp aura. Whoosh! The Horned Wolf King surged forward as well, its speed twice that of the Thornwolf beasts, reaching over 100 meters per second. Yet this beast's steps were remarkably light, like an assassin, producing only a faint whisper of displaced air as it attacked. Roar! Facing the 3 ferocious beasts attacking from all sides, the black great ape threw back its head and roared, pounding its chest with a sound like war drums. Simultaneously, an invisible power from within merged with its scales, coating them in a dark sheen, like formidable battle armor, radiating an unbreakable resolve. It neither dodged nor retreated. Bang bang! The black-armored great ape's palms flared as it seized the heads of the two thorn wolf beasts, charging straight at it, remaining utterly immovable and completely ignoring the tremendous impact of their massive bodies. Meanwhile, behind the black-armored great ape, the Wolf King's spiked horn drove like a dragon lance straight into its back, and the tip of the horn striking the dark scales sent forth a brilliant ring of cyan light. But no matter how fiercely the horned beast roared and strained with all four claws, the cyan horn could not pierce through the black scales. Roar! Endless fury erupted in the black-armored great ape's eyes, its pupils engulfed by blood-red light, and a wave of explosive power surged from within as its arms came together. Boom! The heads of the two thorn wolf beasts cracked open like watermelons, blood splattering in every direction. Having dispatched the two beasts, the great ape rotated its upper body, wrapping its right arm around the Wolf King's head as it tried to dodge, completely overriding its struggles with sheer power. Roar! A roar filled with boundless rage exploded, and the 13-meter horned beast was hoisted high by the black-armored great ape, then smashed down with devastating force. Boom! 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 The earth shattered and dust billowed in great clouds. Several minutes later, the raging black great ape slowly came to a halt. Around it, the ground within dozens of meters lay broken and cracked, and in its hand it still gripped the horned beast. The once fearsome and tyrannical horned beast was now a mangled wreck, its flesh torn apart, utterly stripped of its former majesty as a wolf king. It resembled nothing more than a pile of boneless, rotten meat. Hoo-hoo! The black-armored great ape exhaled scorching breath from its mouth, slowly lowering its head to gaze at the Wolf King's corpse, its blood-red eyes filled with anger, now turning cold. Just this much strength, and you wanted to eat me. As it spoke, the black-armored great ape released its fury, and simultaneously the dark luster upon its scaled surface faded away, dissipating along with that indestructible feeling. That burst of power had been magnificent, peerless defense, invincible strength, but the aftereffects of expending bloodline energy were equally evident, an overwhelming hunger. Grabbing the tails of the five mangled, ferocious beasts, the black-armored great ape dragged the corpses back toward the palace. Within the ruined, yet magnificent palace, the black great ape sat upon the ground, devouring flesh and blood in great mouthfuls, with the corpses of several similarly fearsome creatures piled beside it. Viewed from a distance, the scene was rather gruesome. The sounds of flesh tearing and chewing echoed constantly within the palace. As biological energy transformed, waves of warmth spread throughout the giant ape's body, causing its already massive frame to grow at an increasingly visible rate. But the black-armored giant ape soon discovered that growing another 10 centimeters now required several times the biological energy it had needed before. The evolved body possessed significantly greater mass, with demands for cell division and flesh growth increasing roughly fourfold. As flesh and bone developed, scales and armor plates also emerged on the body surface, steadily thickening. This process consumed a substantial amount of energy. Furthermore, the pale golden energy circulating within the bloodstream was absorbing and converting blood chi under sufficient biological energy, accumulating itself. Another drain on energy reserves. Considering all these factors combined, the energy consumption for the giant ape's growth after the fourth stage was approximately 6 times that of the third stage. Most notably, the newly emerged pale golden energy after evolution, formidable as it was, functioned much like spiritual energy, depleting with every fraction expended. Based on prior combat and testing expenditures, unleashing 10 full power strikes would likely consume all the golden energy. Not bad. The post-evolution energy requirement increased 6-fold rather than 10-fold. The black-armored giant ape seized the ferocious beast carcass, bit off a massive chunk of flesh with powerful jaws, and consumed it greedily. Each of the 5 ferocious beasts measured at least 10 meters in length. Even with the evolved ape's superior dentition and significantly accelerated feeding speed, devouring them all took nearly half a day. Sufficient energy propelled the giant ape from 12 to 13 meters in stature, growing even more colossal, while the black scales across its body surface appeared noticeably thicker. Only then did the giant ape have the leisure to summon its attribute panel and examine the detailed changes from this evolution. Name: Jiang Hou. Level Stage 2 Mid-Stage. Strength 151-213. Agility 72-102. Defense 39-175. Heritage Seal. Giant Beast Form. Bloodline Black-Armored, back-revealing giant ape, epic grade giant beast 1 evolution. Current body size 13. 1 meters. Bloodline awakening, world-dominating tyrant power. Blood chi materializes into tangible force imbued with shattering intent. When attached to punches, it delivers ultimate destructive power capable of shattering energy defenses. Innate talent: Furious Berserk. Rage ignites the blood, awakening latent power hidden within the bloodline, tripling strength without affecting rationality. Savage Ape Divine Armor. Consumes bloodline energy to merge with the entire body, scales dramatically enhancing defense. For a brief period becomes nearly impregnable, as though clad in divine armor. Transcendent Element Spines, 2 units. Refined essence extracted from transcendent creatures' flesh and blood. integrated during evolution with a certain probability. However, this base stat value was somewhat lower than what the black-armored giant ape had anticipated. It had originally expected human form strength to increase by 70 or 80 points. Nevertheless, the fourth stage truly serves as a watershed. The black-armored giant ape, having undergone bloodline transformation and evolution, possessed overwhelming power, feeling as though every gesture and movement carried domineering force capable of crushing all opposition. Furthermore, it had awakened a bloodline ability that ignored energy defenses entirely. In battle at critical moments, it could achieve instant lethal strikes. The talent that once flooded the mind with uncontrolled rage had transformed into furious berserk. While the strength multiplier remained tripled, the qualifier current had disappeared, indicating it had become a fixed value. Moreover, it no longer affected rationality. This was crucial. Coupled with the newly awakened defensive talent, the black giant ape's close combat prowess had become significantly more formidable, capable of withstanding enemy attacks head-on for short periods. As for that transcendent element spine, it clearly originated from that Wolf King ferocious beast. However, compared to the black centipede ferocious beast that provided 8 transcendent units, this single-horned beast was noticeably inferior, possessing substantially weaker power as well. Trash. The black-armored giant ape sneered dismissively in its heart, then, with full satisfaction, left the palace and reverted from beast form to human form. That day Qin Siyu didn't knock. Jiang Hou slept until the sunlight was blinding before waking in a daze. What time is it? Jiang Hou raised his hand to shield his eyes from the harsh light, then immediately realized with a start, damn, it's already so late. He quickly flipped off the bed and changed clothes in mere moments. As Jiang Hou opened the door, he found Qin Siyu crouching before a cardboard box, softly calling out, "Little dear, come out quickly. Be good, come out." Standing beside Qin Siyu was a middle-aged man with a square face and temples dusted with gray, standing nearly 18 taels tall. Upon seeing Jiang Hou emerge, the middle-aged man's face lit up with a hearty smile. "Xiao Hou, you're up. Uncle, you're back." Jiang Hou paused for a moment, then realized why Qin Siyu hadn't knocked. It was Saturday. Walking over, he asked curiously, "Uncle, what is Siyu doing?" "She's calling the kitten inside to come out. Unfortunately, the little one is timid and hasn't responded all this time." Jiang Hou scratched the tufted hairs sticking up on his head, puzzled. "Uncle, why did you bring home a cat?" He and Qin Siyu were both occupied with school during the day, and at night, he had other matters to attend to. Who had time to care for kittens or puppies? "I didn't buy it." Qin Bai explained, "A few nights ago there was turmoil in the forest behind the mine. Many pheasants, wild rabbits, and wild boars came charging out of the mountain. At first we thought an earthquake was coming and immediately evacuated everyone from the mine, but nothing happened in the end. The next morning at dawn I took 2 people to investigate the rear mountain. Then guess what we saw?" Jiang Hou played along enthusiastically. "Uncle, what did you see?" "We saw corpses everywhere." Qin Bai replied, his tone heavy with gravity. "Wild boars, king cobras, yellow weasels, white foxes, goats, martens, lynxes. Especially these animals, each twice the size of their normal counterparts. For unknown reasons, these animals slaughtered each other. Some had their legs bitten off, yet still clamped onto their opponents' throats until death. It was horrifying. That sight startled us all at the time," Qin Bai continued. "Later, when we were moving and examining the animal carcasses, we discovered a burrow beneath a fox, and inside was a kitten. Wouldn't anyone question whether this was a normal creature? The kitten was quite adorable, and I thought you two would like it, so I brought it back to the dorm to raise for a couple of days. But this little one is extremely timid. It won't let anyone hold it. Only when hungry enough will it crawl out of the box to eat and drink." With that, Qin Bai smiled warmly. "Now I brought it home. The rest is up to you." "We have no experience with this either," Jiang Hou said, rubbing his temples in exasperation. At that moment, Qin Siyu looked up from her crouching position, suspicion evident in her eyes. "Dad, are you sure that's a cat inside? I've been calling for ages, and it hasn't come out. I told you it's timid. Why don't you let Xiao Hou try?" "All right, Jiang Hou, you give it a shot." "Me? All right then." Seeing Qin Siyu rise and step aside, Jiang Hou could only nod. He stepped forward twice and crouched before the cardboard box. The box was about half a meter in size with an opening on its side. However, unlike Qin Siyu's gentle girlish voice, Jiang Hou's attempt at cat calls came out somewhat heavier, carrying a faint low-frequency hum that ordinary people couldn't hear. Rustle, rustle, rustle. As soon as Jiang Hou called out, the cardboard box trembled slightly, then a white head cautiously peeked out from the opening. The face resembled a ragdoll breed, but slightly more slender-cheeked. Its fur was snow-white and pristine, while the edges of its ears were tinged red with a tuft of long red hair at each ear tip. A pair of red eyes like gems, large and round, combined with the red ear tufts gently swaying, gave it an ethereal, almost fairy-like appearance. Truly very beautiful. Jiang Hou's vision blurred momentarily as he stared at the creature before him. His spiritual sense had just confirmed it. A transcendent-level beast hidden within that seemingly ordinary feline form. The bloodline purity was extraordinary, far surpassing anything he'd encountered in the mines. "You're no ordinary cat, are you?" he murmured, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. "So beautiful." Qin Siyu's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the little kitten poking its head out of the cardboard box. "Indeed, quite beautiful." Jiang Hou also let out a sigh of admiration, while Qinbai looked smug knowing his daughter would love it. Meow. The kitten let out a soft milky cry, tilting its head to look up at Jiang Hou. Its little pink mouth opened slightly, releasing another gentle sound. Meow. Jiang Hou responded, his tone unconsciously softening. Such is the privilege of good looks, a rule that applies to all creatures, especially humans. For instance, when a single woman walks down the street and a man approaches her, her reaction often depends on his appearance. If the man is handsome, the conversation tends to be pleasant. As for the ugly ones, that's called harassment. The kitten cautiously crawled out of the box, its body barely larger than a palm. It approached Jiang Hou, sniffed him, then rubbed against his pant leg, displaying affection. So adorable. Jiang Hou, let me hold it. Qin Siyu crouched down, reaching out to pick up the kitten. Meowed. The kitten, which had been rubbing against Jiang Hou's leg, bristled its fur, its tail, standing straight up, and let out a fierce cry at the approaching Qin Siyu. All three were stunned. Qinbai was somewhat surprised. I thought this kitten would be more drawn to Xiaoyu since she's a girl, but it seems to prefer Xiaohou. Then he comforted his daughter. Don't worry, Xiaoyu. It's probably just shy now. After a while, when it gets to know you, you can hold it all you want. All right. Qin Siyu looked at the kitten, which was stretching out its forepaws and baring its teeth at her full of wariness. Feeling a bit disheartened, she could only nod. Small as they are, cute as they seem, when a kitten is hostile, its sharp claws can leave wounds with a single swipe, and its teeth can sink in, leaving for bloody holes. Though these injuries aren't fatal, they hurt. By the way, this kitten doesn't have a name yet. What do you think we should call it? Qinbai changed the subject. Little White. Qin Siyu was the first to speak. Jiang Hou shrugged. Anything works. Little White. That's too plain. Qinbai shook his head in rejection. The cat was so beautiful, he felt a simple name like that would be too dismissive. The girl tilted her head, thinking. How about Little Red Dowdu or Xiaomi? Meowed. This time, before Qinbai could object, the kitten at Jiang Hou's feet let out a stern protest. It can understand us. Qin Siyu was a bit surprised. Qinbai chuckled and shook his head. It's not human, well, how could it understand human speech? But cats are very spiritual creatures, maybe it just doesn't like those names. At that moment, Jiang Hou mused. Legend says cats have 9 lives. How about we call it Fado? Fado. Qinbai and Qin Siyu thought it over. The name sounded rather nice, but what did 9 lives have to do with Fado? Meow. The kitten, which had been baring its teeth at Qin Siyu, let out a soft sound, as if satisfied with the name. Alright, since the little one is happy with it, we'll go with that. Qinbai made the final decision. But at noon during lunch, Qinbai received a phone call from the company. Though he was supposed to have 2 days off, he finished his meal and rushed back. Jiang Hou, I'm going to play at Ruru's place later. What about you? Jiang Hou, who was washing dishes, turned around. That classmate's house. Go ahead. I need to go to school in the afternoon. Oh, I might be back a bit late. Even though there was no school today, Jiang Rukin had sent a message in the group chat that morning saying she would bring the divine weapon fragments to the activity room in the afternoon. Speaking of which, Qin Siyu asked curiously, how do you feel after practicing that boxing technique for 2 days? Pretty good. I feel much more energetic. I think I'm about to have 8-pack abs. You're bragging again. The girl smiled, not believing Jiang Hou's words at all. After all, even a professional trainer would need a long time to develop abs. By the way, Siyu, who lives in that classmate's house? Ruru's place. Just her and her sister. Only 2 girls. That's fine. Jiang Hou nodded and casually remarked, speaking of which, the surname Shingang is quite rare. They're not from around here, are they? The girl nodded. Indeed, they're not from Edu. Ruru told me they only moved here a few months ago. Her sister is a freshman at Nanda in Edu, so she transferred here to follow. The sister goes to university, and the younger sister transfers to a different city to follow her. Is there no one else in the family? Jiang Hou found it a bit odd, but it was none of his business. Go ahead. Call me if anything comes up. Because Qin Siyu had been beautiful and cute since childhood, Qinbai and Jiang Hou were always careful about her safety, especially when visiting a classmate's house. If this classmate named Shingang Firu had any men in the house, Jiang Hou would never allow Qin Siyu to go over and play. Going out to places like coffee shops or dessert shops was fine, but not at home. After all, who knew what kind of people the family members were? Since Jiang Rukin had set the meeting time at 3:00 p.m. after Qin Siyu left, Jiang Hou, having nothing else to do, went to the balcony and sat down by the window. Feeling the warmth of the sun on his skin, a wave of drowsiness washed over Jiang Hou, and he couldn't help but yawn. Spring fatigue and autumn lethargy. A nap in the sun would be quite pleasant. With that thought, Jiang Hou lay down on the floor. Meow. The kitten, which had been lounging on the sofa, jumped down and rubbed its face against Jiang Hou's. Stop it, that tickles. Jiang Hou stroked the kitten's head and gently pushed it away. Meow. The kitten let out a soft cry, leaped onto Jiang Hou, and patted around on his chest. It then lay down, its face directed at Jiang Hou's, with its tail swishing back and forth. Watching the kitten bask contentedly in the sun on his body, Jiang Hou shook his head with a wry smile. He lazily reached out his hand, trying to grasp the sunlight streaming through the air. Feeling the warmth of the sun on his skin, Jiang Hou fell into thought. This time the evolution of his beast form, the advancement of his bloodline, and the leap in life had not greatly affected his human form, only slightly improving his basic attributes. As for the awakened bloodline power, the primordial tyrant force, it did not manifest in his human form. It seemed that human and beast were completely separate, two distinct entities with only a connection in basic physical constitution. This had both advantages and disadvantages for Jiang Hou. The drawback was obvious. As the gap between his human form and beast form grew, the human form would become a weakness, unless he remained in his beast form forever and never returned to human shape. The advantage was that the clearer the separation, the higher the chance of successfully fusing divine weapon fragments, and perhaps even walking a path to godhood in his human form. Thinking of this, Jiang Hou couldn't help but admire. Truly, the life transformation ritual jointly developed by the ancient era's powerhouses is too powerful. It allows me to freely switch between beast and human. Of course, he wasn't sure if it was entirely due to the blood array, but he was boasting anyway. Around 2:30, Jiang Hou finally left home. However, he did not head straight to school. Halfway there, he turned onto a different street. This was the rendezvous point he had arranged with Zongjing Nanmo. As he drew near, Jiang Hou spotted Zongjing Nanmo squatting by the roadside, gazing across the street. The area was thronged with people. 5 white vehicles slowly emerged from the crowd, and someone inside scattered handfuls of joss paper as they passed, while more than 10 elderly people and children wailed loudly. An intense wave of sorrow suddenly permeated the air, moving every passerby. "What's happening?" Jiang Hou asked, stepping up behind Zongjing Nanmo. Zongjing Nanmo sighed. "They died last night. 5 people had a gathering with drinks, but never returned home. This morning their bodies were discovered in an alley. Their corpses were mutilated, gnawed on by creatures resembling wild dogs. A gruesome demise." "Wild dogs?" Jiang Hou's brow twitched. What kind of wild dogs could kill humans? Zongjing Nanmo shook his head. "That is the forensic pathologist's conclusion." Jiang Hou nodded, grasping his meaning, and said lightly, "Let's go. There's no point lingering here. It won't do us any good." "True enough. Let's stop looking." Zongjing Nanmo nodded and rose to his feet. Of course, even as they spoke, both men were still deeply affected. In recent days, they had only heard rumors of deaths in various places, lacking any concrete sense of it. Witnessing it with their own eyes was altogether different. At the same time, the deaths of these individuals made Jiang Hou somewhat wary, since this place was not far from his home. In silence, the two entered the school and made their way to the 5th floor activity room. Pushing open the door, they saw a strikingly handsome girl with shoulder-length black hair seated by the window. Today, as always, Jiang Rukin wore her signature black trench coat over a white t-shirt and black trousers. Her nearly perfect profile shimmered radiantly in the sunlight. On the table beside her rested a black box approximately 1/2 meter in length, wrapped with 2 coils of paper strips resembling talismans, exuding an aura of mystery. Jiang Hou glanced at his watch and noted it was only 2:52. He couldn't help but be surprised. "President, weren't we supposed to assemble at 3? You're here so early." In Jiang Hou's understanding, the leader typically made the final appearance. But President Jiang Rukin was different. She always arrived ahead of them for every social gathering, and today was no exception. "I had nothing else to do, so I came over to read a bit." Saying this, Jiang Rukin closed the book in her hands and looked at Jiang Hou. After a brief pause, she said, "Your aura has grown even stronger compared to yesterday." "Yeah, I grew a bit stronger today as well." For this question, Jiang Hou could only nod and continue playing dumb. He certainly could not reveal that he had lain awake the night before, ventured to the ruins, and devoured 6 ferocious beasts. Zongjing Nanmo sighed. "All right, since the president has asked, I might as well say it. Jiang Hou, by how much has your strength increased this time?" Earlier, Zongjing Nanmo had been quite curious and wanted to ask whether Jiang Hou's strength had changed today, but he had ultimately held back, not wishing to be provoked. Who could have foreseen that he still could not escape this round? Jiang Hou spoke modestly. "It's nothing remarkable. My physical conditioning only rose from 12.1 to 18. For after waking up today, mid-stage of the 2nd realm, with a combat ranking of 1480 on the leaderboard." The smartwatch measured overall physical conditioning, so the figures differed from those on the attribute panel, lower than pure strength, but higher than agility. Yet even so, this still caused Zongjing Nanmo's eyes to widen. He remained stuck at the late stage of the 1st realm, his energy value unchanged after 2 or 3 days, while Jiang Hou had merely slept and eaten his way to the mid-stage of the 2nd realm. "Is there any fairness in this world?" At that moment, Jiang Hou spoke again. "However, I have a feeling that from now on, the rate at which my physical conditioning grows may become increasingly slow." After the 4th realm, the black armored ape required far greater energy, and the gap between it and its human form would widen further. That was why Jiang Hou said such a thing. Of course, this slowing was only relatively so. It could not compare to advancing 1/2 a realm each day as before. Moreover, the earlier exaggeration existed because the 1st and 2nd realms were too weak, with minimal gaps between them. Multiplying one's conditioning several times would naturally trigger a realm breakthrough. Once reaching the 3rd and 4th realms, the gaps between stages would be far wider, so it would not appear so exaggerated. But to Zongjing Nanmo and Jiang Rukin, Jiang Hou's words carried a different meaning. The black-haired girl pondered thoughtfully. Could the pollution source's energy be nearly exhausted? "That's it. That's all." Zongjing Nanmo's expression grew complicated, somewhat pitying toward Jiang Hou, yet also a trace of relief that he would no longer be provoked. Jiang Rukin said flatly. The energy of the pollution source will inevitably run out one day. There is no need to feel sorrow. We transcendents can only rely on the power we have mastered ourselves. The president is right. Jiang Hou nodded, his face revealing not the slightest trace of regret, which earned a touch of appreciation from Jiang Rukin. Being able to let go was something even many adults could not manage. What lies within this box is that divine weapon. Saying this, Jiang Rukin placed her hand upon 2 sheets of paper resembling talismans, and immediately several bolts of lightning detonated outward. Not paying any mind to those several potent lightning strikes, Jiang Rukin opened the box, and a broken blade appeared before their eyes. The hilt measured approximately 30 centimeters in length, colored blackish gray. The guard resembled the head of a black demon, fierce and grotesque, with the dark blade extending from the demon's maw, yet it measured only 20 centimeters. At first glance, this broken blade seemed utterly ordinary. If left on the roadside, neither Jiang Hou nor Zongjing Nanmo would have spared it a second look. Integrating a divine weapon is quite simple. Grip it firmly and call out to it in your heart, and it will respond to you. Come now, understood. Jiang Hou nodded and advanced without hesitation. Jiang Rukin stepped back a few paces to clear the space, and Zongjing Nanmo, seeing this, followed suit. Under their gaze, Jiang Hou grasped the hilt and slowly lifted the broken blade. Before he could follow the integration steps and call out to the divine weapon in his heart, the broken blade began to vibrate and hum, and the demon head upon the guard emitted black and white light from its eyes. The black and white light resembled ribbons spreading across Jiang Hou's palms, swift as a blink, almost instantly enveloping his entire body. Boom! A powerful repulsive force erupted instantaneously, compressing the air into a ring-shaped shockwave that radiated outward. Through the howling gale, a black and white figure materialized. The figure's lower body was shrouded in tattered black battle armor, while its upper body was wrapped in white cloth strips like a mummy, including the face, which was covered save for a pair of eyes. Meanwhile, a cascade of black hair surged forth, thick and flowing like a waterfall down to his waist, intertwining with the dozen or so white ribbons adorning his arms, shoulders, and body, rippling in the windless air. The once mangled broken blade in his hand also underwent transformation. A pair of black, demonic wings unfurled from either side of the guard, blood patterns swirling across them and radiating an ominous aura. Where only 20 centimeters of blade had remained, a black blade a meter and a third in length now extended outward. The blade was slender and elongated, resembling a Miao-style sword, while the edge was snow-white and brilliantly luminous, radiant and splendid, creating a powerful sense of dissonance against the ferocious, grotesque black guard. Paired with Jiang Hou's black and white appearance at that moment, he resembled a dark, killing god emerging from the underworld, majestic yet terrifying. However, while his image was remarkably striking, Jiang Hou's actual condition was far from as effortless as it appeared. Just as his entire body was enveloped by the power of divine weapon fragments, countless blade-like sharp forces surged into Jiang Hou's body, frantically destroying everything. Tearing muscles, penetrating bones, the intense agony made even his hands tremble. However, as these forces destroyed Jiang Hou's muscles, they also gradually merged into his body, repairing the ravaged cells. But the repair speed of that power was not even 1/10 of the destruction. Fortunately, Jiang Hou's physique was strong, his vitality abundant, and his recovery ability barely maintained a balance with the destruction. However, aside from this, there was also a spiritual impact. Roar! In Jiang Hou's mind, darkness spread, and one hideous, ferocious ghost after another emerged, lunging at him from all directions. These ghosts were formless and intangible, impossible to block. Jiang Hou could only watch helplessly as they pounced on his body. As one ghost after another merged into him, Jiang Hou's consciousness was gradually drowned by the negative emotions of brutality, madness, and ferocity. His eyes slowly turned red. Sensing the increasingly intense aura of madness emanating from Jiang Hou, Jiang Rukin's expression turned grave. Hold on. The illusions you see now, those forces affecting your mind, are nothing but the resentful thoughts of the unwilling dead. Ignore them, crush them. Never let them seize your consciousness. Zongjing Nanmo also shouted nervously from the side. Jiang Hou, hang in there, you can do it. You said you'd go with me to the nightclub to watch girls dance. Get lost, I never said that. A low, murderous voice slowly sounded. Bandaged with long hair reaching his waist, Jiang Hou opened his eyes, blood red and filled with brutality and ferocity. With his face wrapped in white bandages, only his eyes visible, Jiang Hou slowly turned his head, his long hair drifting without wind, and looked at Jiang Rukin, speaking in a low voice. I'm fine, President. This mental impact is not enough to affect me. These ghost illusions, or rather the remnants of ancient evil spirits, were indeed strong enough to drive an ordinary person mad and cause their consciousness to collapse. But for Jiang Hou, they were too weak. When he transformed into a giant beast, especially in a rage, the brutality and fury that filled his heart were dozens or hundreds of times greater than this mental impact. He only wanted to destroy everything, to destroy the entire world. In that state, he could still maintain a sliver of clarity during the battle with the Heiwu fierce beast, let alone now. Such strong willpower. Watching the figure holding a saber with wisps of black smoke swirling around him, Jiang Rukin was somewhat amazed by the firmness of Jiang Hou's will. As long as you can hold on. How about it? Do you feel any other power conflicts? It seems there is no feeling of conflict. Jiang Hou closed his eyes again, enduring the excruciating pain, sensing all the changes taking place within his body. The power imbued with a sharp aura entered his body unobstructed, sweeping majestically through every corner, repeating the process of destruction, repair, and fusion. As for the imagined conflict between the two great epic power systems, it never occurred. It was as if Jiang Hou's body had never awakened any system power. His physique, 20 times that of a normal person, was innate divine strength, a natural evolution. Faced with this situation, Jiang Hou could only marvel at the wonder of life transformation. Fortunately, the excruciating pain of being cut by 1,000 blades did not last long. When the divine weapon's power fully merged into Jiang Hou's body, the fusion ended. Suddenly, a feeling of blood connection with the saber arose, and at the same time a stream of information came from the divine weapon. Boom! Jiang Hou's consciousness roared, and a grand majestic voice faintly echoed in his mind. Demon chi surged, evil ghosts were ferocious. I now forge the Yan Yu demon blade, becoming a demon, combining the power of the 10 kings of hell to suppress billions of devils and manifesting the 18 layers of endless hell. At the same time, a transparent page only visible to Jiang Hou appeared before his eyes. Name: Jiang Hou. Level 2nd, Order Mid-Stage. Strength 213,215. Agility 102,125. Defense 175. Divine Weapon, Yan Yu Demon Blade, Level 1 star, incomplete, an ancient object from the ancient era, its divinity lost due to long-term erosion by polluted energy. Divine Weapon ability, Demon Sealing, Instant Slash. Instantly consumes more than 10 units of demon chi energy, unleashes extreme speed, delivering a slash of immense power. The more energy consumed, the greater the power. Incomplete inheritance, Hell Suppression. All resentment, hatred, and residual soul power of supernatural beings slain by the Yan Yu Demon Blade will be absorbed by the divine weapon and condensed into hell runes for sealing. Each time a hell rune is obtained, the divine weapon's power increases by 1 point, and the wielder's total demon chi capacity upper limit is also raised. Note the current divine weapon is incomplete and can only bear 36 hell runes. Accumulating 36 hell runes can unlock the next level of divine weapon power. Warning: this divine weapon has been contaminated for a long time, its nature has changed. Prolonged possession will affect the wielder's mind and consciousness, posing a risk of bloodlust and demonization. Demon Chi 83. This fusion of the divine weapon brought the biggest change, a surge of over 20 points in agility, plus an active burst ability and an incomplete passive inheritance. Especially the Hell Suppression passive, which surprised Jiang Hou even more. It could actually absorb the resentment and soul power of slain enemies, seal them within itself, and enhance its own strength. No wonder both the blade's name and the technique carried the character demon. No wonder that voice said to become a demon and suppress hell. Jiang Hou exclaimed softly. What hell? Zongjing Nanmo paused. I said the name of this blade is Yan Yu Demon Blade. As he spoke, Jiang Hou's face showed astonishment. He subconsciously swung the long blade, and the invisible sharpness cut the air, forming a visible fan-shaped gap. But what astonished Jiang Hou was not the sharpness of the blade, but the fact that he felt no suppression from the world. Earlier he hadn't noticed, but now he realized that from the moment he fused with the divine weapon and transformed, until now he had not felt any of the suppression he experienced when transforming into a giant beast. It seemed he could maintain the slaughter form indefinitely, until his demon chi was slowly depleted. This discovery plunged Jiang Hou into silence. Finally, Jiang Hou couldn't help but look at Zhang Rukin and hesitantly said, President, since our world belongs to the era without magic, but I don't seem to feel any suppression of supernatural power. As he spoke, Jiang Hou waved the demon blade. World suppression. Zhang Rukin was startled, not expecting him to ask this question, and then slowly said, I didn't expect you to notice this issue. The world suppression does exist, but it's not aimed at us. It's aimed at the powerful monsters of the ruins world. I'm not human. As people of the real world, even if we awaken, we are still beings of this world and won't be suppressed. As for the ruins monsters, once they appear in the real world, they are suppressed by the rules. The stronger they are, the greater the suppression, and eventually they have to retreat back to the ruins. This is also the reason why we were able to repel the top-tier demon gods and ancient fierce beasts during the monster invasions decades ago. I see. Jiang Hou nodded, his expression unchanged, but his heart was churning. Life transformation, so that was it. The giant beast form had already transformed into a ruin's life form, so when it appeared in the real world, it would be suppressed back into human form. This was also the reason why his forced transformation consumed such a terrifying amount of energy. Earlier he thought this suppression targeted all superhumans, but it turned out it only targeted him alone. Lost in thought, Jiang Hou held his right hand horizontally and pressed his left palm against the blade tip. Under Zongjing Nanmo's astonished gaze, the nearly 1.6-meter-long saber vanished directly. At the same time, the white bandages wrapped around Jiang Hou, the black broken battle armor, and his thick long hair all turned into black and white light and disappeared into his left palm. After fusing with the divine weapon, it becomes one with the superhuman, able to be summoned and dismissed, similar to virtualization. Damn, that move is so cool. Why isn't my ability like this? Zongjing Nanmo was full of envy. For a man, strength doesn't matter as much as being cool. It's a lifelong thing. In the activity room, after a moment of admiration, Zongjing Nanmo asked with curiosity, Marquis Jiang, how much has your strength improved after fusing with the divine weapon? Jiang Hou pondered for a moment. Apart from the physical side at the mid-second order, according to energy value classification, the divine weapon system, with 83 energy points, is at the early second order. So you've directly reached the second order. That's too incredible. Zongjing Nanmo was astonished. All corrupted evolvers start at the first order upon awakening, yet Jiang Hou had crossed into the second order after fusing with the divine weapon. No wonder Nanmo was shocked. Jiang Hou nodded. It's not too bad. My cultivation level is still at the second order. At that moment, Jiang Rukin spoke slowly. As a dual inheritor, your current strength should be close to the third order, but you lack practical combat experience. Do you want to find an opponent to practice on? Corrupted monsters, hey. Jiang Rukin shook her head. Ordinary corrupted monsters are too weak and boring. Besides, slaying one only yields 5 mission points. A waste of time. You should have no trouble dealing with a second-order mutant now. Killing one gives 30 points. Jiang Hou was taken aback. Mutants? You mean humans? Mutants are also transcendents who succeeded in corrupted evolution, but they have lost control under the influence of power. Such individuals pose a greater threat than corrupted monsters. After all, monsters are immediately slain by Divine Punishment Department warriors upon appearance, causing at most a few casualties and chaos. But mutants remain lucid and possess intelligence. They know how to conceal themselves, yet their monster nature drives them to become bloodthirsty and crave slaughter. Recently, some murders and disappearances in Edu have been linked to mutants. Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo's expressions turned grave, recalling the 5 cars and the grief-stricken elderly and children they had seen that afternoon. These people truly deserve to die. Jiang Hou nodded slowly. President, can I join? I don't need any points. I just want to tag along and see what it's like. Zongjing Nanmo was eager to try. Come along. This will be our club's first activity. Jiang Rukin did not refuse. Alright, nothing else for today? Free time now. With that, Jiang Rukin returned to her seat by the window, took out a book whose title was illegible, and began to read. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze stirred the girl's long hair, filled with the languid essence of the afternoon, as if everything that had just happened were a mere illusion. What about us? Zongjing Nanmo looked at Jiang Hou. If you have nothing to do, grab a book and read. Jiang Hou patted Nanmo on the shoulder, walked to a corner of the activity room, and sat down to sense the changes within his body. After the fusion of the Yinyu demon blade, an illusory space had been created within his body where a type of energy called demon chi was stored. This demon chi, imbued with a sharp cutting property, circulated through Jiang Hou's body along several simple pathways, gradually tempering his muscle cells and slowly enhancing their strength. The ultimate goal was to achieve unity between man and blade, where the person becomes the divine weapon possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. He wondered, however, whether he could activate the divine weapon's power of the Yinyu demon blade while in his giant beast form. Jiang Hou was lost in thought, considering whether to try it tonight. Meanwhile, as the demon chi flowed through his body, the overwhelming blazing aura of his blood and chi began to recede, making his presence more obscure. This was an unexpected boon. Today's club activity ended at 5 o'clock. As they left, Jiang Rukin sent a location to both their phones, telling them to gather there at 11 o'clock tonight. Humph. I am a happy little crab walking the streets with my 2 claws. Here and there I clip everything into a tattered doll. As soon as he got home, Jiang Hou heard Qin Siyu singing while cooking in the kitchen. She seemed to be in high spirits, though the lyrics. Jiang Hou, you're back. The girl turned around. Back? What's for dinner tonight? Jiang Hou approached and saw her wearing an apron, her slender, graceful hands skillfully kneading a lump of dough. With each knead, she would spread her fingers and pinch the dough fiercely like a crab's claw. Of course, this was no secret kneading technique that would give the dough extra chewiness. It was simply because she found it amusing. The girl hummed happily as she instructed. Perfect timing. Go turn on the stove. I've already put the water on. Tonight we're having knife-cut noodles. Okay. With Jiang Hou's assistance, turning on the stove, dinner was soon ready. At 7 o'clock in the evening, while Qin Siyu was taking a bath, Jiang Hou sat on the sofa, pulled out his phone, and continued watching the boxing technique video. This Jinwu 7 killing fist, when applied to the black armored giant ape, had significantly enhanced the beast's strength, allowing it to maximize its own power advantages. In particular, the professional combat techniques overwhelmed those same-level ferocious beasts that relied solely on instinct. As Jiang Hou focused on the video, a fragrant scent drifted from beside him. Having just finished her bath, Qin Siyu sat down next to him. You're still watching this boxing technique? This set of techniques is extremely powerful. I plan to continue delving deeper into it. Then go ahead, I'll lie down for a bit. With that, Qin Siyu yawned, rested her head on Jiang Hou's thigh, and lay sideways on the sofa, turning on the TV. Because of the position, the nightgown that normally covered her thighs now only covered her buttocks, revealing a pair of fair long legs crossed in an alluring pose. But before she had watched much TV, the girl fell asleep. This girl. Jiang Hou shook his head, pulled up the strap of her nightgown that had slipped off her shoulder, and covered her exposed collarbone and the curve of her chest. Since Qin Siyu was sleeping soundly, it was nearly 10 o'clock before Jiang Hou gently pushed her shoulder and said softly, "Siyu, it's late. Go back to your room to sleep." Hom. I don't want to. The girl twisted her body and let out a soft snort, too sleepy to get up. Jiang Hou stroked her hair. Be good, sweetheart. No, unless you carry me back. The girl's eyes were closed, rubbing her face against Jiang Hou's legs, still unwilling to move. You're so big now, still needing to be carried. But even as he said that, Jiang Hou bent down slightly, wrapped one arm around her shoulders and the other under her legs, and gently lifted her up. As he carried her, the girl shifted to find a comfortable position and continued sleeping. Soon Jiang Hou placed Qin Siyu on her bed, covered her with a blanket, closed the door, and headed to the bathroom. In front of the mirror, Jiang Hou took off his left glove, looked at the cross-shaped diamond mark on the back of his hand, and concentrated his mind. Instantly, the Yin Yu demon blade within him emitted a black and white light. As it flowed, it transformed into a white cloth strip that appeared and like a living thing wound around Jiang Hou's left hand. Tonight, he could only fight in human form, and his opponent was a second-order mutant. With equal cultivation levels, ordinary gloves would easily tear and expose the mark, but the bandage derived from the demon blade's power had no such concern. Jiang Hou looked into the mirror. The young man in the reflection wore a black t-shirt and black trousers with disheveled bangs covering his brows and eyes, making him appear somewhat ordinary. Today was his first time carrying out a mission, so he should take it seriously. Jiang Hou took a bottle of hair gel from the bathroom cabinet, sprayed it twice on his head, then ran his fingers through his hair like a comb. Instantly, his entire demeanor changed. His features were delicate, his facial contours well-defined, and with his indifferent gaze that carried an inexplicable pressure, he exuded a cold, handsome aura. His appearance instantly improved a notch, transforming from a slightly fresh-faced high school student into a handsome young man. Meow. A kitten lying in its cat bed in the corner of the living room licking its paw was startled and almost didn't recognize Jiang Hou as he walked out of the bathroom. I'm going out for a while. Look after the house, okay, Fado? With that, without caring whether the kitten understood, Jiang Hou gently opened the door and left. Meow, the originally lazy kitten, suddenly became solemn, its eyes sharpening as if it had received a sacred mission. It jumped onto the sofa and vigilantly watched the living room. As for that, Jiang Hou naturally didn't know. After leaving the residential area, he hailed a taxi on the roadside. Although he was short on money, he could still afford a taxi occasionally. Besides, now that he was considered a master, he couldn't possibly run all the way to handle matters. The meeting place Jiang Rukin had designated was in the eastern suburbs of the city, about 20 kilometers from Jiang Hou's home. When he arrived by taxi, it was already 1050. Zongjing Nanmo, who had changed into a gray sportswear, was already waiting by the roadside. As soon as Jiang Hou got out of the car, Zongjing Nanmo said in surprise, "You finally know how to tidy up your appearance." "It's okay, I just fixed my hair a bit." As they spoke, the taxi had already driven away. Jiang Hou looked around and found this area very desolate, with only a dimly lit two-way road and a few scattered factory buildings that had long been abandoned. Behind them was a 100-meter-tall office building that had only completed its framework before being left unfinished. "Let's go up. The president must have already arrived." With that, Jiang Hou lowered his stance, explosively channeling power into his legs. With a jolt that shook the ground, he leaped into the air, grabbing the outer ledge and flipping onto the third floor. Wait. Jiang Hou realized this is like a giant ape's movement. Never mind, he shook his head, then leaped another 10 meters, grabbing the outer ledge to climb toward the rooftop. "Damn it, Jiang Hou, wait for me." Zongjing Nanmo shouted from below, with a gentle breeze swirling around him, making him run faster as he rushed into the building. While Zongjing Nanmo was struggling to climb the stairs, Jiang Hou reached the rooftop in 10 leaps. There, a girl in a black trench coat stood with her hands in her pockets, looking down below. The night wind lifted her long hair, vaguely revealing a stunning profile. Even Jiang Hou had to admit that the scene was cool and dashing. But as dashing as it was, why did the meeting place have to be on the rooftop? Jiang Hou walked to Jiang Rukin's side, looking at the brilliant lights of the bustling night scene in the distance, and asked with some confusion, "President, why do we have to gather here?" Jiang Rukin slowly said, "Don't you think standing on the rooftop of a skyscraper overlooking everything feels great?" This. Jiang Hou fell into silence for a moment. After waiting for a while, Zongjing Nanmo finally climbed up, panting heavily. Jiang Hou, you're such a bad brother, not even waiting for me." President, I'm here. What do we do next?" "Of course we're watching the show. Leave the fighting to Jiang Hou. Follow me." With that, Jiang Rukin turned around gracefully and walked toward another direction of the rooftop. Behind the building was an enclosed construction site. The ground was uneven and overgrown with weeds, with only an abandoned worker's hut standing alone in the middle. Jiang Rukin pointed at the worker's hut. "In the past few days, 3 women have gone missing nearby. All of them were young women who disappeared on their way home after work. The law enforcement gathered clues and investigated step by step, eventually targeting this place. But when the law enforcement approached this construction site during the day, the detector on their vehicle detected energy fluctuations preliminarily analyzed as danger level 2. Since there is no specific information about the mutant's form or abilities, the next battle is up to you to play freely. With that, Jiang Rukin looked at Jiang Hou. Leave it to me. Jiang Hou's gaze was cold and indifferent. Under Zongjing Nanmo's envious gaze, Jiang Hou extended his right hand, his palm slightly cupped, as if slowly pulling out the Yen-Yu demon blade from the void. The moment the demon blade was pulled out, black and white light interwove in the eyes of the demon head like guard flowing along Jiang Hou's arm to cover his entire body. Boom. A gale howled and the air trembled. A figure appeared holding a Miao Dao, its lower body covered in tattered black armor, its upper body including the face wrapped in white bandages and waist-length black hair flowing without wind. Whoosh. Merging with the blade, Jiang Hou leaped directly from the 100-meter building, wind roaring in his ears. When he was about 30 meters from the ground, he held the Miao Dao horizontally. The Miao Dao easily embedded half a meter into the wall pillar, sliding down with sparks and dust. Watching Jiang Hou's easy landing, Zongjing Nanmo couldn't help saying, that move was cool. Jiang Rukin nodded slightly. Jiang Hou's seemingly simple landing method demonstrated remarkable control over his power and courage. Although he had only awakened his supernatural power for a few days and his strength was increasing dramatically every day, Jiang Hou's performance showed perfect mastery over these powers. Can't figure it out. Under the night, Jiang Hou had already arrived at the workers' hut dozens of meters away. The workers' hut was assembled from sandwich panels wrapped in foam 3 stories high. Jiang Hou glanced over, and his eyes fixed on a room on the first floor left with its door closed. He smelled a faint scent of blood from there, a smell he was very familiar with. Bang! The ground beneath Jiang Hou's feet exploded, and he transformed into a black and white blur shooting forward at a speed of nearly 70 meters per second. In an instant he crossed more than 10 meters, and a brilliant blade light struck the metal sandwich door. Boom. The door exploded, and a roar erupted from inside. Then the back wall of the room burst open, and 2 figures rushed out, one after another, facing each other about 10 meters apart. Who are you? Under the night, a young man in a dirty suit with a pale face stared intently at the fearsome figure holding a Miao Dao and wrapped in bandages. On the young man's chest, there was a half-meter-long diagonal wound that exposed the bone, but strangely no blood flowed out. Jiang Hou did not answer the mutant's question, his eyes cold, radiating a chilling, murderous intent. Inside the workers' room behind Jiang Hou, which had a large hole broken through, was clean and tidy, but under the only bunk bed lay a mutilated corpse. Who? Jiang Hou's long hair flowed. Without wind, his body slightly lowered, both hands gripping the blade. All the demonic chi in his body surged out, flowing along a special route through his legs. At the same time, on the glowing Miao Dao blade under the night, a sharp black light flickered. Not good. In an instant, the young man in the suit's face changed drastically, a chill rising from his tailbone. Without a second thought, he erupted with all his power. Roar! The young man let out an inhuman roar, his body swelling and bursting, his suit red scales growing on his face, transforming into a 2-meter-tall giant in the blink of an eye. Instantly, the young man's aura surged over tenfold like a ferocious monster. But instead of attacking, the young man turned and ran, roaring madly. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. I'll kill your entire. Boom. In the darkness, a black blade light, 2 meters long, semicircular in shape, flashed, crossing the mutant at a speed of 150 meters per second and landing on a wall dozens of meters away. Boom. The lower half of the wall exploded and collapsed, raising billowing dust. Amid the dust, Jiang Hou stood with his black hair wildly dancing, holding his blade. Behind him was a fine crack dozens of meters long, and the mutant's body lay on the ground, split in two. 1/2 halves, instant kill. Night outskirts. In a construction site with collapsed walls, invisible forces converged from the mutated corpse, cleaved in half, transforming into 5 wisps of black demon chi that flew toward Jiang Hou. As these demon chi approached Jiang Hou, they circled like living creatures, then merged into his left arm, forming an incomplete black rune on the white bandage. The moment the black rune formed, a piercing scream exploded in Jiang Hou's ears. The Yin-Yu demon blade in his hand suddenly grew heavier, its blade becoming even sharper. At the same time, the demon chi that had been exhausted by the previous strike was mysteriously restored a little, and the total unit of demon chi on the attribute panel increased by 10. This change even moved Jiang Hou. Slaying a second-order mutant, the residual soul power of resentment coalesced into half a hell rune, increasing the total demon chi by 10 points. According to this improvement standard, slaying over 70 second-order supernatural beings would allow him to condense 36 hell runes and break through to the third order, or even reach the late third order. No need for energy crystals or demonic power crystals, those inheritance-matching resources. Only slaughter was required to continuously enhance his strength. Truly worthy of the demon blade. Far from being frightened by this characteristic of the Yin-Yu demon blade, Jiang Hou felt a strange excitement. The only regret was that the Yin-Yu demon blade's current limit could only bear 36 hell runes. To break through to the fourth order, he would need to fuse another fragment of the demon blade. At that moment, a faint sound of air being cut rang out. Jiang Hou, dressed in a black trench coat with her hands in her pockets, appeared beside Jiang Hou, her tone surprised. Both of you are second-order supernaturals. I thought you would exchange a dozen moves, and eventually you would slay him with your profound foundation, but I never expected 2 strikes to decide life and death. Jiang Hou didn't care about Jiang Hou's that little strength. She was mainly amazed by his clean and decisive performance in battle. Facing the enemy without a shred of hesitation after exchanging 1 move and discerning the gap in strength, he decisively unleashed his strongest strike to slay him, leaving no chance for resistance. Jiang Hou said modestly, "It's mainly because this mutant was too weak, and that strike just now nearly exhausted all my power, which is why it was so lethal." "That's true. Only you could use such a killing move." Jiang Hou nodded. In normal battles between supernaturals, they always hold back when striking, not unleashing all their power at once to preserve the option to flee or retreat if they prove inferior. Only Jiang Hou dared to instantly exhaust all his energy, maximizing the power of the ceiling demon instant slash to deliver his strongest strike. And even if this strike failed to kill the enemy, he still possessed a physical strength comparable to the mid-second order, allowing him to easily handle any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, black and white light flowed around Jiang Hou. The tip of the Yin demon blade pierced his left palm and eventually vanished into his body. Jiang Hou smiled faintly. Regardless, tonight's first club activity ended successfully. Saying this, she took out a small black booklet and tossed it to Jiang Hou. "This is your credential. This identity can help you avoid many troubles and make handling trivial matters much more convenient." Jiang Hou took the small black booklet. On the front were 2 large characters, Tianfa, and the national emblem. When opened, it contained his ID photo and personal information. Special Operations Commissioner of the Tianfa Department, Phone Ling Group, Code Dragon 001-7899. No rank, only group, and not belonging to the Yidu branch. Jiang Hou glanced at the handsome girl with her hands in her pockets, her hair flying in the night breeze, and put away the small black booklet. At the same time, he felt a bit emotional. He never expected to join the official organization in this way and gain a position. Come to think of it, was this considered getting ashore? While Jiang Hou was lost and thought Jiang Hou had already taken out her phone and dialed a number. Soon the call was answered and a woman's voice came through. "Hello, this is the cleaning department of Jingshan District. May I help you? Hushan Street West Section No. 144. We just dealt with a mutated creature. Please come to clean up." "One moment, I'll notify the duty personnel immediately." After Jiang Hou finished the call, Zongjing Nanmo came running out of the collapsed wall gap panting. But before he could speak, Jiang Hou waved her hand. "Today's club activity is over. Dismissed on the spot." With that, the black-haired girl turned around gracefully. Her figure flashed and appeared at the end of the street, then flashed again and vanished, a speed astonishingly fast. "President's so strong." Zongjing Nanmo's mouth hung open, somewhat stunned. Jiang Hou glanced at him. Do I even need to say it? Without any contact on the vast campus, she could tell with a single glance that he and Zongjing Nanmo were supernaturals. With such ability, one didn't need to think to know how strong Jiang Hou was. "Let's go too." With that, Jiang Hou took out his phone, opened a ride-hailing app, and walked toward the distant street corner to catch a ride. It was still early out. After returning, he could still go to the ruins to kill a few beasts for food. Unfortunately, the entry and exit points of the inheritance mark between the ruins and the real world were fixed, otherwise he could just leave from a corner and save the taxi fare. "Is it over just like that?" Zongjing Nanmo looked at Jiang Hou's retreating figure, then at the dark construction site behind him and the mutilated corpse on the ground, and quickly followed. "Wait for me, Jiang Hou. Come to think of it, wasn't he here to watch the excitement today? Why did it feel like he had been running all the way?" A dim and oppressive world. On the trunk of a 100-meter-tall tree, a figure appeared out of thin air, the lower half of its body covered in tattered armor and wrapped in bandages, holding a fierce and ornate Miao Dao in its hand. No beasts lurking today. On the tree trunk, Jiang Hou looked at the empty, dilapidated palace in the distance, a hint of regret in his eyes. He had planned to first pick off a beast to fill his stomach. With no ready beast to eat, Jiang Hou turned his attention to himself. He wanted to try if he could maintain the divine weapon fusion form while transforming into a giant beast. If possible, the black armored giant ape's strength would become even more terrifying. A giant beast wielding a divine weapon. Scary, isn't it? Boom. The air vibrated. Jiang Hou's body swelled rapidly like a balloon. The instant expansion squeezed the surrounding air, propelling it outward to form a fierce wind. But just as Jiang Hou's body was expanding, black and white light flowed over him, and together with the Yin demon blade in his hand, they turned into light and vanished from his grasp. Roar. A deep, brutal roar slowly sounded. The 13-meter-tall black armored giant ape appeared, its massive towering form like a small hill, exuding a sense of oppression. Not possible. The black armored giant ape lowered its head, looking at its empty palm with some regret, then its figure vanished into the forest. This time the giant ape still searched laterally, targeting second and third-order beasts. The flesh of these low-level beasts provided much less energy for the current giant ape, and growth would be slower, but it was safe. Going deeper into the forest to kill stronger beasts like fourth-order ones would be faster for growth, but the risk was also greater. What if he encountered not a fourth-order but a fifth or sixth-order beast? In this dangerous ruins world, no one knew what they would encounter next. Exercising caution, the black armored giant ape moved laterally for nearly 20 kilometers before finding something under a fallen giant tree. Beside the tree trunk, which was over 10 meters thick, lay a ferocious beast nearly 20 meters long, covered in green scales, shaped like a giant lizard, but with two dinosaur heads. Hiss! The two-headed beast abruptly rose, its two heads staring intently at the black armored giant ape emerging from the distant woods, as if facing a great enemy. Roar! A savage and ferocious roar exploded, shaking the ground. 1 minute later, the black armored giant ape carried the torn-in-half beast corpse, eating as it walked, and soon disappeared into the depths of the forest. It had come a bit late today. It would need to hurry to eat a few more. The two-headed beast was enormous, and its flesh contained far more energy than that of the one-horned wolf king. After devouring it, the black armored giant ape's body grew by 30 centimeters and expanded to full size. Beyond that, on the attribute page, the transcendent element increased by 2 units of fission, splitting apart, so that during the next evolution it would grow 2 heads. Four-armed overlord. Imagining the scene of a head sprouting from its shoulder, the black armored giant ape shook its head and decided against it. One head looked more normal. The massive black armored giant ape continued deeper into the forest. Every step it took shook the ground, leaving huge footprints in its wake. As its size increased, so did its density. The black armored giant ape grew heavier, moving like a moving hill, its presence oppressive. For the next half hour, the black armored giant ape found nothing. It traveled over 10 kilometers, once again approaching the abyssal rift that split the earth. When it arrived, the black armored giant ape keenly noticed a change in the environment. The black trees were sparser and the hard ground was covered in countless small holes and scratches, traces left by some kind of beast. The black armored giant ape's spirits lifted immediately, for this meant food. Before long, a 100-meter-tall hill appeared ahead, riddled with holes. Beasts covered in black scales entered and exited. Their slender bodies, fierce heads, and sharp claws gave the black armored giant ape a familiar, comforting feeling. However, these black ant beasts were different from those at the forest edge. They were larger, nearly 5 meters long, with more pronounced keratinization on their bodies and countless tiny black spines on their limbs and claws. Moreover, their numbers were astonishing. That hill was not a hill at all. It was an ant nest. With a sharp clatter of friction, 2 black-spined ant beasts spotted the black armored giant ape and issued an alarm. The 2 black-spined ant beasts, upon seeing the black armored giant ape, made a chittering, scraping sound as an alarm. The nest stirred and countless beasts emerged. In the distance at the edge of the rift, a large number of black-spined ant beasts also crawled up from the slope below. Over 100 of them surged toward the black armored giant ape like a tide, a dark seething mass. The ground trembled and dust billowed wherever they passed. With a roar, the black armored giant ape pounded its chest, let out a savage bellow, and charged at the swarm, without fear, its massive frame thundering forward. Crossing the distance of hundreds of meters in an instant, the 2 sides collided violently. In the first impact, several black ant beasts that had leaped into the air were sent flying, their scales shattered and bones broken. With sharp clangs, several pairs of claws that could tear through steel bars struck the black armored giant ape's legs, but they could not pierce its hard scales. With a booming crash, a massive black fist came down, crushing the heads of 2 black ant beasts instantly. Blood sprayed, and the ground shook with the force of the blow. The black armored giant ape roared again, sweeping its thick left arm to send several beasts flying, while its right hand reached out, grabbing a beast by the head and crushing it. At that moment, more beasts swarmed from all directions, covering the sky and the ground. Countless claws raked at the giant ape's back and legs. But aside from the metallic clang of contact and the severing of a few hairs, they caused no damage at all. The black armored giant ape shot out like a cannonball, its shoulder and back slamming into the trunk of a tree 20 meters away. The tree exploded, and the 3 beasts clinging to its back were blown apart. No sooner had the giant ape broken out of the encirclement than the beasts surged again, and the bloody battle resumed. After evolving to the 4th rank, the giant ape was unstoppable. Every swing of its arm sent a group flying, every punch crushed a beast's skull. It was brutally fierce. Its powerful defense made it ignore everything. Except for claws aimed at its face or eyes, it didn't even bother to block. However, having learned from the last experience, the black armored giant ape was a bit more careful this time, trying to preserve the corpses of the beasts it killed to avoid wasting meat. The battle continued until all the black-spined ant beasts were dead, and only then did the black armored giant ape finally stop. On the ground, the corpses of the black-spined ant beasts were piled high, blood flowing to form a river of blood that meandered for hundreds of meters before disappearing into the edge of the rift. In the river of blood, the black armored giant ape stood over 10 meters tall, its eyes bloodshot, its body stained with blood and gore, making it look utterly ferocious and malevolent. The sheer amount of bloodshed had condensed the bloody aura into a tangible form, wisps of red smoke swirling around the giant ape. In this battle, the black armored giant ape was unharmed. Against these second-rank beasts, it hadn't even activated its innate ability. It was full of energy, feeling it could fight for 3 days and nights. The black-armored giant ape exhaled a puff of hot breath, then rapidly shrank in size, revealing the bandage-covered humanoid form of the killing state. It swung its demon blade. Immediately, an invisible force gathered in the air. These were the resentment and hatred instinctively emitted by the black-spined ant beasts at the moment of death, coalescing into wisps of black demonic energy. Watching the black demonic energy coalesce in the air, a smile appeared on Jiang Hou's bandage-covered face. So it really worked. He had only tried reverting to human form as an experiment, never expecting that the beasts killed by the black-armored giant ape could still bring him power. But on second thought, it seemed only natural. After all, he was the giant beast, and the giant beast was him. These black-spined ant beasts were killed by him. The resentful remnants of over 100 second-rank black-spined ant beasts, after being fully converted and absorbed, amounted to only a dozen wisps. They eventually merged into the white bandages on his left arm, condensing into 2 twisted, grotesque black hell runes. Jiang Hou's demonic energy units increased by 40, and his aura rose by a notch. So little. Only 2 hell runes. Is it because I didn't slay these beasts with the demon blade, or because too much time had passed, and their soul energy had already dissipated? Jiang Hou frowned slightly, then shook his head. Oh well, even a little gain was fine. With a savage roar, Jiang Hou's body rapidly expanded, black and white light faded, and he transformed back into the black-armored giant ape, grabbing a black ant beast and beginning to eat. Breaking off legs, removing the shell, and gutting the beast. This process was very familiar to him. In a few moves, he had processed one beast, leaving a large piece of bloody fresh meat in his hand. On the bloody, muddy ground, the black-armored giant ape sat cross-legged and devoured the meat. Beside him was a small mountain of beast corpses surrounded by black mist with twisted tree branches, making it look like a sea of blood and hell. With abundant biological energy, the black-armored giant ape's body grew rapidly. Its muscles bulged, new scales grew in the gaps between existing ones, and fur covered them. Unfortunately, these beasts had a higher proportion of exoskeleton, so the overall meat yield was not much more than that of the first-rank black ant beasts. After half a day having consumed the flesh of over 100 beasts, the black-armored giant ape's size had only grown from just over 13 meters to 14.5 meters, standing as tall as a 5-story building. Growing stronger and stronger feels amazing. The black-armored giant ape let out a satisfied growl, then turned its gaze toward the distant ant nest, its feet sinking into the ground from the force. With a muffled boom, the ground exploded as the black-armored giant ape shot out, like a black shadow, slamming violently into the ant nest. The 100-meter-tall hill shook, rocks exploded, and it collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. This attack collapsed half of the hill, revealing a pockmarked interior. The black-armored giant ape, standing in the rubble, used its hands like excavators to widen the opening. With the black-armored giant ape's current strength and body hardness, these rocks were no different from tofu in its hands. Soon it had dug through the hill and emerged in a cave dozens of meters high and wide. Scattered around were some black ores, but there was no ant queen as the black-armored giant ape had imagined. What's this? Just as the black-armored giant ape was feeling a little disappointed, the corner of its eye caught a dark red crystal mixed in a small pile of black ores. With a clatter, its huge hand swept aside the black ores, picking up the fist-sized dark red crystal that was emitting a red glow. Compared to the black-armored giant ape's enormous hand, this crystal was like a small bean. But the moment it picked it up, the giant ape sensed a powerful energy fluctuation from within. A good thing. The black-armored giant ape paused briefly, then tossed the crystal into its mouth. Crunch, crunch. The crystal was too small. The giant ape chewed it a couple of times and swallowed it with saliva. Instantly, a surge of vast energy exploded inside its body, absorbed by its flesh. At once, faint red marks appeared between the scales on the giant ape's body, and its fingernails grew visibly sharper, the tips turning dark red, exuding a sharp, lethal aura. This transformation. The black-armored giant ape looked at its sharp fingertip, glowing red, somewhat bewildered, then, with a thought, summoned the attribute panel. After a night of killing and feasting, the giant beast's body had surged in size, and its humanoid form's base attributes had also improved significantly. Strength increased from 215 to 262, agility from 125 to 143, defense from 175 to 204, reaching the late stage of second-tier overall combat power. However, these changes were all within the black-armored giant ape's expectations. What caught its attention was the new data that had appeared below the giant beast's attribute section. Demon transformation, 2100. Energy from demon power crystals. Absorption can strengthen the flesh body, triggering demon transformation. The higher the transformation degree, the greater the probability of awakening innate divine abilities. Demon transformation. The black ape's massive mouth parted slightly, revealing terrifying fangs, visibly stunned. As a giant beast, it could actually absorb the energy of demon power crystals, causing its body to undergo demon transformation, a phenomenon reserved for heavenly demon awakens, even allowing it to awaken innate divine abilities. Since it could already absorb demon power, what about the energy crystals from the divine heritage system? Would consuming energy crystals enable it to increase its power or even trigger divine transformation? What about counterpart resources from other eras? Huff huff. Even the black armor giant ape's breathing had grown rapid, its excitement palpable. Each era's heritage possesses its own unique and profound strengths. Those resource artifacts are inherently part of the heritage, containing immense power. If the black armor giant ape could absorb the energy of all major inheritances and possess those heritage traits, its strength would become incomparably powerful. But wait. The giant ape quickly realized something. The sacred weapon power fused in humanoid form clearly conflicted with its giant beast form. By all rights, it shouldn't be able to absorb inheritances from other eras. A headache. He couldn't figure it out. It seemed he'd need to conduct some tests. The black armor giant ape shook its head, then rapidly shrank, revealing Jiang Hou wrapped in bandages. The appearance of the Yen Yu demon blade spared Jiang Hou from the awkwardness of being naked every time he transformed into or out of his giant beast form. Beyond that, the sacred weapon's power could also purify bloodstains, meaning he wouldn't need an extra bath when returning home. Quite convenient for his nightly excursions into the ruins to kill and burn. In the early morning, sunlight seeped through the gap between the curtains, bringing a faint glow. While sleeping soundly, Jiang Hou suddenly felt his nose tickle. Groggily, he reached out to rub it, but instead felt something soft and gentle. What is this? Opening his eyes in confusion, Jiang Hou saw the little cat, Fei Tong, lying on the blanket, its back to him, its white tail swaying gently. Jiang Hou was speechless. Fei Tong, what are you doing on my bed? Actually, how did you get in here? He glanced at the closed door as he spoke. Meow. The kitten turned around, red fur on its ear tips fluttering as it moved, complemented by its bright red eyes that made it quite captivating. Damn, he actually found a cat charming. Hungry. Meow. The kitten let out another cry, then got up and jumped to the bedside, turning back to look at Jiang Hou. All right, the little one was indeed hungry. Jiang Hou shook his head and picked up his phone to check the time. It was already past 10 in the morning. 10 o'clock already, no wonder. Getting up, Jiang Hou changed into a gray hoodie and opened the door, seeing Qin Siyu on the living room sofa huddled with another girl chatting intently. Jiang Hou was somewhat surprised. Siyu, did we have guests come over today? The ponytailed girl turned around, a happy smile lighting up her energetic face. Jiang Hou, you're up. I invited Ruru over to play today. The girl also turned and stood up at this moment, her face slightly blushing. Why you? Hello, sorry for disturbing you. Noticing the girl seemed a bit nervous, Jiang Hou smiled. Shengong, right. Welcome to visit. You two chat, don't mind me. As he spoke, Jiang Hou also clearly saw the girl's appearance. She was very pretty, just like in the video he'd seen that day. Her skin was fair, her features elegant and refined. Long black hair reached her waist, and a purple headphone rested around her neck. Her lips, coated with a touch of lip balm, glistened like a delicate porcelain doll. Not having school today, the girl wore a blue pleated dress that cinched at the waist, making her chest appear fuller. A flicker of surprise flashed in Jiang Hou's eyes, but his expression remained calm. He smiled and nodded at Shengong Fei Ro, then turned and led the kitten toward the dining room. As Jiang Hou prepared cat food for it, the white kitten sat quietly nearby. Only when Jiang Hou stepped aside did the little one let out a meow, walking over to the cat bowl to eat delicately, giving off an unexpectedly graceful impression. By the way, Xiaoyu, did uncle ever say whether Fei Tong is male or female? Jiang Hou suddenly realized he didn't even know the kitten's gender. Male or female? Qin Siyu, who was playing with her phone on the sofa, looked up, thought for a moment, and shook her head. I don't think he mentioned it. Is that so? As Jiang Hou was about to crouch down, the white kitten eating its food suddenly bristled. It quickly turned around to face him, opening its tiny mouth to reveal two small fangs, putting on a fierce expression. Jiang Hou cleared his throat. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not going to eat you. At the word, eat, the kitten shivered, its upright tail drooping as it tucked it between its legs. Still, it glared fiercely at Jiang Hou, refusing to back down. Being eaten was scary for a cat, but maintaining dignity was equally important. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Eat your cat food. Jiang Hou stood up. This reaction suggests it's probably a female cat. That kind of reaction would be more fitting for a cat demon, wouldn't it? Which normal cat could understand human language? From the sofa in the distance, Shengong Fei Ro with headphones around her neck blinked and whispered, Xiaoyu, your home seems really interesting. Interesting? You mean Jiang Hou? Qin Siyu looked up from her phone in confusion. The girl with headphones blushed, worried about being misunderstood, and nervously explained, No, I meant that little cat is so cute. Oh, Fei Tong. That kitten was picked up by my dad yesterday. It's cute, yes, but it only seems to like Jiang Hou. I can't even hold it. Let's not talk about that anymore. Ruru, look, there are so many new comments today, all saying you're pretty. While the two girls chattered away, Jiang Hou went to the bathroom to wash up. After washing his face, he returned to his own room without disturbing them. Jiang Hou opened the power ranking app on his watch, but instead of updating his own data, he tapped on the exchange page. Below his personal avatar in the top right corner, 30 additional points had appeared, the reward from last night's quest, which could be used to exchange for resources. Exchange for demon power crystals or energy crystals. Jiang Hou's gaze fell on those two resources, pausing to ponder. 30 points could only redeem 1 energy crystal or 1 demon power crystal. That was rather insufficient. Thinking of this, Jiang Hou took out his phone, opened the Windbell group chat, and began typing. Jiang Hou, Jiang Rukin, President, why is there no place to accept quests on the detector? Within 2 minutes, Jiang Rukin replied. You want to accept quests? Jiang Hou, that's the idea. I'm a bit bored during the holidays and was wondering if there were any mutated monsters or mutants to fight. Jiang Hou had originally shown no interest in official quests, but now that his giant beast form could seemingly absorb energy from other systems to evolve, his attitude had completely changed. The giant beast form was his ultimate trump card and greatest combat strength, so naturally the stronger the better. Moreover, killing monsters allowed him to condense hellish demon runes, enhancing his humanoid form's power, a perfect double benefit. Only main combat members above Tier 4 of the Heavenly Punishment can undertake missions. Tasks for reserve members are assigned based on their strength. Let me see. A large-scale otherworldly space will fully form the day after tomorrow. This mission will be led by a Tier 4 Heavenly Punishment expert for cleanup. You can come along and observe. The day after tomorrow, Tuesday. Alright. Hearing that a Tier 4 expert would lead the team, Jiang Hou felt a surge of interest. The black-armored giant ape, having evolved into an epic-level beast, was also Tier 4, with qualitative changes in every aspect. He wondered how much it differed from human Tier 4 transcendence. Just then Zongjing Nanmo's avatar lit up. Jiang Hou, are you going to fight again? Jiang Hou, I'm thinking about it, but I have to wait 2 days. By the way, what are you doing now? I'm at home now. Today's hexagram shows it's not advisable to go out. The past 2 days were all supreme signs, but extremes meet. I have a feeling that once I step out of the room, danger will be unavoidable. That bad? Jiang Hou could only shake his head at Zongjing Nanmo's divination, which was always accurate for bad omens, but never for good ones. Jiang Rukin asked, what kind of unavoidable danger? Jiang Hou explained, Zongjing Nanmo's family practices Taoist teachings. Since that day of awakening, his divination accuracy, which had never been correct once, suddenly reached 50%. But unfortunately, he's always accurate for bad omens and never for good ones. 50% accuracy. That's interesting. Jiang Rukin was somewhat surprised. After a brief pause, Jiang Rukin spoke. Zongjing Nanmo, I'll have someone send you some materials later. Try to break through to Tier 2 within these 2 days, or you'll keep holding the club back. Thank you, President. The sudden surprise caught Zongjing Nanmo off guard. A smile crept onto Jiang Hou's face. He had long noticed that Jiang Rukin's personal principles fluctuated with her mood. When she was in a good mood, she would lend a hand. When in a bad mood, she would invoke the rules of the Heavenly Punishment Department. This was evident from her giving him the Hell Prison Demon Blade. Just then Jiang Rukin reminded, as the president, I can only help you this once. From now on, you'll have to earn your own resources to improve your strength. From the day you became Transcendence, you were destined to face tainted monsters and ruins. This is your fate, inescapable. Understood, President? I will forever follow in your footsteps, wiping out all monsters that threaten humanity in the ruins, never retreating a single step. Zongjing Nanmo pledged his loyalty without hesitation. This guy, when did he become such a sycophant? Jiang Hou, come out and look. A startled cry came from the living room. Thinking something had happened, Jiang Hou turned into a blur, opened the door, and rushed out. What's wrong? On the sofa, Qin Siyu pointed at the TV, looking anxious. Quick, watch the news. Jiang Hou looked up and saw that the variety show on Longqing Channel 6 had been replaced by a news broadcast. The anchor's voice was noticeably tense. 15 countries of the Western Alliance have simultaneously declared war on the nations of Abu Dan and Common, vowing to reclaim the stolen ancient deities' remains and make the 2 countries pay the price. At the same time, it was announced that the 15-nation coalition would be commanded by experts from the Demon Dragon Temple. The 2 allied commanders are named Quang Qingpingrong and Rodriguez. As he spoke, the screen behind the anchor changed, displaying 2 images. One was a stern-looking blonde woman, relatively normal, but the other a burly man had black scales on his cheeks, and his sharp gaze exuded a terrifying pressure. Even through the screen, Jiang Hou could feel a certain pressure. This man was terrifying. What shocked Qin Siyu and the others was this man. His face covered in scales was somewhat frightening. As for the war, they paid little attention to it. This Western Alliance coalition not only includes modern military corps, but also has announced the deployment of 2 Transcendent Corps. These Transcendents are terrifyingly powerful. Just 10 minutes ago, the Western Alliance released a video of Transcendent experts at the international conference. Please watch. The screen behind the anchor shifted to an aerial view of the sea, with 2 warships about 10 nautical miles apart. Flames flashed on one warship and 2 long-range missiles shot into the sky, curving at hundreds of meters high and speeding toward the opposite warship. At that moment, a towering man 4 meters tall, bare-chested, and covered in strange black patterns roared. Boom. The bow of the warship dipped, and the man turned into a blur, shooting into the sky. In the shocked gazes of all, he collided with the missile, and a blinding flash of fire exploded in the air. The other missile was stopped mid-air by a silver-haired young man with a single hand. He stood on the void, letting the scorching flames from the missile's tail blaze without advancing a step. The drone camera zoomed in, and everyone saw the silver-haired young man sneer. His scale-covered hand claws suddenly tightened. Boom. The missile exploded, the flames engulfing the silver-haired youth. Soon the fire dissipated along with the scattered debris, revealing the youth surrounded by silver light and the bare-chested black-patterned giant standing in the air. The two had withstood missiles without a scratch. Qin Siyu's mouth fell open, pointing at the TV in disbelief. Jiang Hou, those two. They blew up the missiles. Is that real? Beside her, the girl with headphones around her neck was equally stunned, covering her mouth speechless. It should be real. Jiang Hou said slowly, his expression grave. He hadn't expected that the transcendent information covered up by the authorities would be revealed to the world in this way. Punching missiles to pieces, treading the void. What tier of strength was that? And what was the Demon Dragon Temple to command the armies of 15 countries? At that moment, not only Jiang Hou's home, but the whole world erupted. Everyone was discussing transcendence, punching missiles, and similar topics. As for the war, due to the distance aside from the people of Abudan and common people in other countries, had no real concept of it, including Qin Siyu. After watching the news, Qin Siyu suddenly said, "Oh no, it's already past 11. I haven't prepared lunch." Just as she was about to head to the kitchen, she stopped and looked at Jiang Hou's left hand wrapped in white bandages. "Jiang Hou, what happened to your left hand?" "Oh, I scraped it during practice yesterday, so I wrapped it with gauze," Jiang Hou said casually. "Injured again. Are you okay?" Qin Siyu frowned. A few days ago, Jiang Hou suddenly wore a glove on his left hand, saying he had fallen and bruised his hand, covering it with a glove. Now he had changed to bandages. "It's fine, just a minor issue. People who practice boxing always get a few small injuries. Be more careful next time." "Got it." Jiang Hou turned his gaze back to the TV, which had resumed playing variety shows, his expression thoughtful. He had a premonition that the world was about to descend into chaos. In the afternoon, while the two girls played in a room, Jiang Hou sat on the sofa in the living room, closely following the developments of the morning's international news. The moment he opened the video app, his feed was flooded with discussions about the transcendent legions mobilized by the West Continent Coalition, as well as the two formidable experts from the Demon Dragon Temple who could soar through the skies and detonate missiles with their bare hands. The three characters, transcendent beings, instantly became the hottest buzzword. And just as Jiang Hou was scrolling through videos, the Western Alliance issued a new announcement at the international conference. In the name of the Demon Dragon Temple, they invited top biologists, geneticists, and other specialists from around the world to study the remains of gods in their possession. At the same time, they declared to civilian forces and hidden transcendent beings across nations that regardless of nationality or strength, anyone willing to join the Demon Dragon Temple would receive abundant resources. All that the Demon Dragon Temple was doing was for the sake of all humanity, to usher in a new era of transcendent evolution for mankind. The moment this promotional video surfaced, it had already accumulated over 1 million likes, with hundreds of thousands of comments flooding in. Some shocked, some excited, some astonished, even some driven to madness. Seeing this, Jiang Hou fell into deep thought. This Demon Dragon Temple was clearly vying for the moral high ground, declaring that whether they waged war or destabilized the world, all their actions were for the sake of all humanity. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Hou opened his communication app and typed, "Jiang Rukin, Director, is that Demon Dragon Temple extremely powerful? How does it compare to our Tianfa?" He waited nearly 10 minutes before Jiang Rukin finally replied. "The Demon Dragon Temple is one of the 3 supreme powers, on par with our country's Tianfa and the Ancient God Research Institute of the Baohinia Alliance." After sending that message, Jiang Rukin's avatar went dark again, presumably busy with something else. Seeing this, Jiang Hou hesitated and could only swallow back the question on his lips once more. For the rest of the afternoon, Jiang Hou kept watching the spectacle unfold. Around 4 o'clock, the official government of Dongxin also released a statement regarding transcendent beings. They reassured the public that there was no need for alarm, as Dongxin possessed its own transcendent warriors, powerful enough to protect the people's safety. The reason they had not disclosed information about transcendent beings all these years was for the safety of the masses, because transcendent power was unpredictable and could easily give rise to more corrupted monsters. Meanwhile, regulations governing transcendent beings were being drafted and would be officially announced within days, ensuring that no transcendent individual could place themselves above ordinary citizens or disregard the law. Reading this, Jiang Hou praised, as expected of the authorities, they immediately grasped the crucial point. The transcendent secret that had been concealed for over 30 years was abruptly unveiled by the Demon Dragon Temple and the Western Alliance's dozen-plus nations. If countries failed to respond swiftly and appropriately, it would undoubtedly trigger widespread unrest. And at the heart of such turmoil lay ordinary people's fear and unease toward transcendent power. Time flew as Jiang Hou watched the spectacle unfold. At 5 in the afternoon, Shengong Fei Ro took her leave. After seeing off Shengong Fei Ro, Qin Siyu returned to the living room and leaned close to Jiang Hou, her breath sweet as orchids. "Jiang Hou, what do you think of Ro Ro?" Jiang Hou paused. "Well, she's quite beautiful, but not quite on the same level as my Siyu. My Siyu is the most beautiful and lovely, no arguments allowed. I didn't ask about looks. I mean, what's her personality like?" Despite her words, the slight curve of her lips and the crescent-shaped joy in her eyes betrayed her true interest. She shot Jiang Hou a sidelong glance, her gaze silken and knowing. Personality-wise, she's rather shy and introverted, but otherwise fine. As he spoke, Jiang Hou casually asked, "By the way, why did you decide to make a video with her?" "Because Ro is too timid. I want to help her to make her more confident." Oh, that explained it. That evening after dinner they rested for a while before Qin Siyu went to take a bath. Jiang Hou remained seated on the sofa, opening the video app only to discover the trending topic about transcendent beings was plummeting at an alarming rate. It had shifted from appearing on every swipe to showing up once in every 3 or 4 videos, and now only randomly surfaced after a dozen or so posts. Is the authorities suppressing the heat? Jiang Hou raised an eyebrow. "Jiang Hou, I forgot my pajamas. Help me get them." A sudden voice interrupted him. "Coming." Jiang Hou rose and made his way to Qin Siyu's room, retrieving the pink long-sleeved hoodie-style pajamas from the wardrobe, along with a matching set of pink underwear. Standing outside the bathroom, Jiang Hou knocked on the glass. "Wait, I'm coming." Qin Siyu's voice came from within, followed by the faint silhouette of a woman pressed against the frosted glass, her curves unmistakable. Click. The door opened just a crack, releasing a burst of shower gel fragrance mixed with warm mist, and a pale arm glistening with water droplets reached out. Then half of her bright face emerged, damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead. "Hand it over. Don't forget next time," Jiang Hou said, passing the pajamas to her. The girl simply giggled without a trace of shyness, taking the clothes and changing right there with the door still open. Faint rustling sounds drifted from inside, enough to make Jiang Hou feel a warmth stir within him. This girl truly let her guard down completely around him. Didn't she fear he might lose control one day and take advantage of her? Jiang Hou took a deep breath and turned away. He had no choice. If he stayed any longer, something might happen. Past 9 that night, as Qin Siyu retreated to her room to play on her phone, Jiang Hou drew the curtains and switched off the lights. In the dim forest, shrouded in black fog, the air trembled as a monstrous black-armored ape 15 meters tall emerged from the howling gale. Up! The black-armored giant ape exhaled scorching breath, its cold gaze sweeping across the surroundings, lingering on the scattered corpses of blackthorn ant beast creatures littering the ground. The location hadn't changed from when he left yesterday, save that the remains appeared dried and weathered as though exposed for months. Did no beast come to devour those bones this time? Musing to himself, the black-armored ape turned his attention toward the nearby crevasse edge, where a sloping passage descended into the depths beneath, swallowed by impenetrable black fog. There were no signs of excavation around. The blackthorn ant beast's food source, the black or deposits, and that demon energy crystal all clearly originated from below. Should he descend to explore and gather the demon energy crystals, or turn back to continue hunting beasts in the forest? After a moment's hesitation, the black-armored ape approached the crevasse's edge. If those blackthorn ant beasts could venture down to dig and explore, he certainly could manage it as well. Besides, this world held no true safety. Danger lurked everywhere in the unknown. If he feared death, he would never have come to these ruins. The slope was roughly 10 meters wide at a 70-degree angle. The black-armored behemoth drove its fingers into the rock face, its massive body beginning to slide downward. The black fog below the crevasse was several times denser than in the forest, limiting visibility to barely 100 meters. Only after descending more than 600 meters along the beast tracks did the black-armored ape reach the crevasse floor, where jagged rocks stood like broken monuments and remnants of ancient structures lay scattered. "There are ruins down here too," the black-armored ape expressed surprise. Recovering from his astonishment, the black-armored ape surveyed his surroundings briefly before his enormous frame began moving forward along the crevasse wall, following fresh excavation marks on the ground ahead. Yet he had scarcely gone far when a faint black glow flickered in the distance. As he drew nearer, the black-armored ape discovered a massive black crystal embedded in the cliff face, 20+ meters high, jutting out at an angle. Thud! Without hesitation, the giant ape shattered the surrounding rock with his palm and extracted the water basin-sized crystal. This appeared to be the same sustenance those black ant beasts consumed, yet it seemed considerably purer. Crack! The black-armored ape tossed the massive crystal chunk into his maw, grinding it between his teeth before swallowing. Immediately, rich energy radiated outward through his body. The water basin-sized black or crystal contained energy roughly equivalent to that of a lion python, causing the black-armored ape's physique to expand visibly. This unexpected gain startled the black-armored ape, but almost immediately a chill emanated from the black fog. Something had taken notice of him. Roar! A brutal, piercing growl erupted as gale-force winds scattered the black fog. A colossal figure burst forth from the depths of the darkness, riding the howling tempest straight toward the giant ape. The sudden assault did not unsettle the black-armored giant ape. It remained vigilant and cautious, letting out a ferocious roar as it threw a punch like a cannon, its fist as heavy as a boulder. Boom! The black fist clashed with the sharp claws, instantly unleashing a violent shockwave that swept away the surrounding black mist, forming a tens of meters wide clear zone. Under the tremendous recoil, both the black-armored giant ape and the monster staggered back, standing dozens of meters apart. Now the giant ape could clearly see the creature that had attacked it. The creature was 23 meters long, its body narrow with a ferocious wolf-like head, a pair of curved horns, and a dark crimson scale armor covering its entire form. A row of sharp spines extended from its back to its tail. Moreover, the beast's limbs were covered in fine spikes, and its claws were wrapped in flame-like red light, exuding a terrifying and domineering aura. Though the beast was 23 meters in length, its serpentine tail accounted for 10 meters. Standing on all fours, its shoulder height was about 6 meters, making it appear less massive than the black-armored giant ape. Roar! The beast's cry was low and penetrating like a lion's growl. Its eyes glowed with a dark crimson light, filled with greed and savagery, clearly viewing the giant ape as prey. Fortunately, the black-armored giant ape also wanted to devour it. Roar! The giant ape bellowed, its eyes bloodshot with boundless fury, blood boiling, muscles bulging, making its already massive frame even larger. Additionally, a layer of black light covered its scales, exuding an indestructible aura. This beast was formidable, its presence making the giant ape sense danger, so it immediately entered its strongest state, the dual talent burst. Boom! The dark crimson beast shattered the rocks beneath its claws, vanishing and reappearing beside the giant ape, with speed surpassing that of the black centipede. In an instant, before the dark crimson beast could attack, a golden glowing fist descended from above. Boom! Empowered by the chaotic overlord force, the giant ape's fist was like a true cannonball. The moment it struck, a 5-meter diameter rock exploded into countless fragments. Amid the dust and smoke, a whistling blast sent several meter-wide rocks hurtling toward the dark crimson beast, now standing 100 meters away. Bang! 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 The beast dodged those rocky projectiles, but then a massive shadow loomed overhead. A colossal figure descended from the sky. Boom! The ground shattered, rocks flying. In the dust, the black-armored giant ape stood firm, eyes bloodshot, coldly staring at the dark crimson beast, barely visible in the distant black mist, slowly raising its arms. Roar! The giant ape pounded its chest like a war drum, then bent down to lift a 5-meter diameter rock and hurled it at the beast over 100 meters away. Boom! Wind-howled, airwaves surged. The tens-of-ton boulder missed the beast again, smashing into a cliff and shattering. Crack! Crack! The red light on the beast's claws grew brighter, shredding the rocks beneath. The caution in its eyes gradually faded as the giant ape's provocation continued. Roar! A low growl pierced the black mist. The wind howled as the dark crimson beast shot forward at a staggering speed of over 200 meters per second, appearing right before the giant ape. This time the beast did not flank. Its claws swelled with red light, growing several times thicker, brimming with terrifying power and sharpness as it lunged at the giant ape. Powerful and dangerous. As the massive red claws rapidly enlarged before him, the giant ape's blood boiled even more. Roar! The giant ape roared, lowering its body and twisting sideways. Its right fist, now glowing with golden light, bypassed the red claws and slammed heavily into the beast's jaw. With the multiplied power of the rage talent and the chaotic overlord force, this punch was terrifyingly destructive. Boom! The red light covering the beast's jaw shattered scales and blood sprayed. The massive creature was sent flying over 100 meters by the black-armored giant ape's punch, crashing violently into a stone pillar. The 10-meter-wide pillar crumbled, dust billowing, and the intense tremor echoed far into the cracked earth. Roar! Seizing the opportunity, the moment the beast was sent flying, the giant ape's feet shattered the rock, and its massive body shot forward. Boom! The pile of rubble covering the beast exploded, and the bleeding creature stood up immediately. But before it could react, a colossal figure slammed it to the ground, arms locking around its neck, infuriating the beast. Boom! 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 The two enormous beasts wrestled, toppling stone pillars and shaking the ground wherever they went. Feeling the threat of death, the dark crimson beast struggled frantically, its red glowing claws slashing at the arms around its neck, producing sparks. The sharp claws could even pierce the black light on the giant ape's arms, leaving deep gashes on its scales. Meanwhile, the beast's hind legs kicked wildly, but due to the angle could not reach the giant ape mounted on its back. Only its thrashing tail could make contact. Though the tail's force was enough to send a third-rank thorn wolf flying, it could not shake the giant ape's solid, thick back. As the beast struggled, the giant ape's arms gradually became scratched and bloodied, scales broken. Then the giant ape roared to the sky, its arm muscles bulging again. It pressed its left knee against the beast's back, unleashing an even more violent surge of power. Crack! The sound of bones snapping rang out. The struggling beast's limbs stiffened instantly, its tail drooped, and it stopped moving. Panting heavily, the giant ape sensed the beast in its arms had ceased to struggle and was dead. Only then did it slowly release its grip. Thud! The beast's corpse hit the ground with a heavy thud. At the same time, the giant ape willed itself out of the dual talent burst state, its massive form shrinking noticeably as a wave of weakness washed over it. The dual talent burst was immensely powerful, but it consumed bloodline energy at a terrifying rate. The giant ape felt it could only sustain the burst for half an hour before exhaustion, so it typically reserved this state for formidable foes. Half an hour would leave it spent, but it could kill a beast threatening a fourth-rank creature with a single punch. And because this dark crimson beast was so strong and dangerous, the giant ape dared not hold back. What a pity! The giant ape growled, its body rapidly shrinking into a humanoid form wielding a demonic blade, its black hair flowing in the wind. As Jiang Hou had predicted, due to the dissipation of soul power, the beast's resentful will only condensed into half a demonic pattern, increasing the total demonic energy within by 10 points. But something was better than nothing. Staring at the massive corpse and the rich aroma of fresh blood, the giant ape, now transformed back into its beast form, couldn't help but drool. Thud! The giant ape stomped on the beast's left leg, grabbed its right leg with both hands, and tore it apart. Ryup! The beast's tough hide tore with a ripping sound, and dark crimson blood gushed out like a spring, instantly staining the ground and half of the giant ape's body. Ignoring the dripping blood, the giant ape bit into the beast's thigh. The same sensation as when it ate the black centipede returned, but the muscle was tougher, producing a popping sound as it tore, testing its teeth. Yet the energy contained was astonishing. With each bite, a warm current spread through the giant ape's stomach, causing its body to visibly grow larger. Moreover, the dark red patterns between the scales on the giant ape's body became clearer and more eerie. Deep within the fissure where black mist swirled, a black-armored giant ape, now grown to 16 meters in height, sat on the ground, feasting ravenously. With each bite of the ferocious beast's flesh, a spurt of blood gushed out. The blood dripped down the corners of the giant ape's mouth, making it appear even more ferocious and savage. After hours of continuous feeding and tearing, the dark red beast's corpse had been reduced to a skeleton with only a few shreds of flesh still clinging to the bones. This beast was indeed a fourth-rank creature, and likely a formidable one within that rank. The energy contained in its flesh was equivalent to hundreds of black spine ants. Furthermore, it was imbued with abundant demonic power. On the surface of the black-armored giant ape, apart from the cracks in the scales, dark red patterns had also appeared on the 8 large black scales on its chest. The claws on its palms had grown several centimeters longer, becoming sharper and more pointed, emitting a dark red gleam like razor-sharp talons. Even the ape's facial features were subtly altered by the demonic energy. Its cheekbones shifted slightly, its fangs grew sharper, its eyes elongated with a hint of crimson, and its ears became pointed and elongated, giving it a more eerie appearance. Who? After devouring the last morsel of flesh, the black-armored giant ape exhaled a breath of bloody steam and abruptly rose to its full height. At the same time, a transparent interface appeared before its eyes, clearly displaying the changes in its data. The base strength in human form had increased from 262 to 305, a gain of 43 points. Of course, this 43-point increase was based on the unit of an ordinary person's 10 points and arm strength of 50 kilograms. Jiang Hou had long noticed that the strength values calculated by the attribute panel, as well as the physical constitution values measured by the smartwatch detector, were all based on this basic unit. For instance, when Jiang Hou's overall physique was 10 times the norm, it meant his bone density and muscle fiber strength could unleash an arm strength of 500 kilograms, equivalent to 10 times the power of an ordinary person. It did not mean his physical constitution was 10 times that of an ordinary person in a cumulative sense, nor was it a geometric multiplication. Otherwise, if calculated by the doubling formula, Jiang Hou's current strength value of 30 times and overall physique of over 20 times the norm would have long since skyrocketed to millions of times the original. The increase in basic attributes was expected, but what caught the black-armored giant ape's attention was that the demonification level of its body had risen from 2,100 to 10,100. Demonification, the black-armored giant ape murmured as it looked at its increasingly sharpened claws. Suddenly it reached out and grabbed the thick spine standing before it. Sizzle! The glowing red nails scraped across the skeleton, producing a harsh grating sound. They left deep gouges several centimeters deep on the spine, which was harder than alloy. How sharp! The black-armored giant ape was somewhat astonished. Unfortunately, it was getting late, otherwise it could have continued exploring deeper. It looked up at the surrounding black mist, and its eyes showed regret. The flesh of this dark red beast was too tough, and eating took a lot of time. Early morning. After Jiang Hou finished washing up and came out of the bathroom, Qin Siyu looked at him in surprise, pointing at the hair tips on his forehead. Jiang Hou, did you dye your hair? Today the scattered bangs on your forehead and the tips of your sideburns have a few more streaks of red. How could I dye my hair? It must be natural red, like some people have natural purple tips. Jiang Hou replied casually. Of course, the real reason was that after the black-armored giant ape's demonification, deep in Jiang Hou's human form was also slightly affected, such as the appearance of a few red streaks at the tips of his hair. Natural color change. I don't have that. And I notice you've been changing a lot lately, Jiang Hou. The girl looked suspiciously, leaning in to examine him closely. Then she noticed that Jiang Hou's facial features seemed more defined with sharp angles. His skin was fair and clean with no visible pores, and his lips were rosy and glossy. The girl was momentarily stunned. This guy seemed to have become much more handsome all of a sudden. Just then Jiang Hou complimented, See you look beautiful today. I feel like you're becoming more feminine. Is that so? Being suddenly praised made the girl a bit shy, but her sparkling eyes seemed to say, keep going, say more nice things. Jiang Hou nodded matter-of-factly, of course my Siyu is as beautiful as a fairy, the most beautiful. In a few years who knows how many people will be captivated by you. You're exaggerating too much. The girl cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Hou, maintaining her composure on the surface, but the joy in her heart was almost impossible to contain. Distracted by Jiang Hou's words, the girl forgot what she was about to say. Lightly she slung her backpack over her shoulders, ready to head to school. These days, because she was filming videos with Shingon Firu, she had to leave home earlier each day. After Qin Siyu left, Jiang Hou pondered for a moment, thinking about how to tell her about the supernatural. Originally, Jiang Hou planned to keep the supernatural a secret from Qin Siyu to avoid worrying her. But now that the Western Alliance had publicly disclosed the existence of superhumans causing a global uproar, there was no longer any need to hide it. However, he hadn't yet figured out how to bring it up to Qin Siyu. Of course, he wouldn't tell her about the ruins or transforming into a giant beast. At most, he would mention that he had become very strong. Moreover, he hadn't been lying to Qin Siyu earlier. The girl was indeed very beautiful, with exquisite features. Her well-proportioned figure, accentuated by a white blouse and a red pleated skirt, was curvaceous and alluring. Coupled with her long legs wrapped in black stockings, she exuded a vibrant, youthful energy. After breakfast, Jiang Hou also headed to school. After a day of fermentation, despite the authorities' attempts to suppress the hype, topics about the supernatural were everywhere, including among students who were no longer just talking about studies and games. As soon as Jiang Hou entered the classroom, he heard a male student named Lu Wenjie from the group of 6 say enviously, "If I could awaken, I'd love to beat up anyone I don't like." The handsome and stylish Jiang Zhong shook his head, disagreeing. Superhumans are powerful, but if it means turning into a monster, I'd rather not. Indeed, those awakened ones are formidable, but they look terrifying. The short-haired girl patted her chest. Lu Wenjie shrugged indifferently. As long as I can gain great power, I don't mind some physical changes. Mutation proves that evolution is successful. Jiang Zhong smiled. You say that now, but when you actually mutate, you won't be so sure. Jiang Zhong, you seem to know a lot about this. Have you awakened and mutated? Lu Wenjie asked suspiciously. Huh, no way. I just think it's not worth it if the price of power is becoming a non-human monster. What do you think, Wu? Jiang Zhong turned to look at the radiant girl, surrounded by others. But today Li Mingwu seemed to be in a bad mood and ignored them. While they were talking, Jiang Hou took his seat. Shortly after, Zongjing Nanmo walked into the classroom. As soon as he sat down, Zongjing Nanmo leaned over to Jiang Hou and whispered in a low voice only the two of them could hear. Jiang Hou, something happened. Another death? Jiang Hou asked instinctively. Zongjing Nanmo nodded solemnly. Yes, someone died. And this time the victim is a student from our school. The body was found in the park with a large hole torn in the chest. A mutant or a polluted monster? Jiang Hou frowned. I don't know. The killer left no trace and the authorities can't find anything. Zongjing Nanmo then changed the subject. By the way, Jiang Hou, I feel like I'm about to break through to the second rank. He was excited and thrilled. Once he broke through to the second rank, his level would be the same as Jiang Hou's. Seeing him so happy, Jiang Hou hesitated, then decided not to mention that he was just a step away from the third rank. With the demonic energy of the Hell Prison Demon Blade restraining his aura, as long as he didn't actively burst out his blood energy, even Zhang Ruochang couldn't see through Jiang Hou's true strength. In the morning, just as Jiang Hou thought the day would pass uneventfully, after 2 classes, Zongjing Nanmo sneaked back and whispered secretly, Jiang Hou, big news. What a world war. Jiang Hou was taken aback, having been thinking about exploring the rift tonight. Zongjing Nanmo shook his head. No, it's someone saw Li Mingwu and Jiang Zhong arguing. What's the big deal? Jiang Hou was speechless. He thought the Shizhou Alliance had broken some news, but it turned out to be Jiang Zhong and Li Mingwu arguing. None of their business. But Jiang Hou wasn't interested, while Zongjing Nanmo continued with great interest. Since the first year of high school, the wealthy and handsome Jiang Zhong and the beautiful good grades Li Mingwu have been the class's recognized golden boy and girl. But this guy was very smart. To avoid failing a confession and losing their friendship for 2 years, he only circled around Li Mingwu as a good friend. That way others were hindered by his presence and couldn't openly pursue Li Mingwu. And he even formed a small group with a few lackeys, inviting Li Mingwu to hang out and eat every day, so other boys never had a chance. Now hearing they argued, it's deeply satisfying. Zongjing Nanmo gloated there. Jiang Hou was puzzled. You don't like Li Mingwu, so why are you so happy? I'm not interested in girls like Li Mingwu, but that doesn't stop me from enjoying the show. This kind of gossip is the most interesting. What kind of hobby is this? Jiang Hou shook his head. In the afternoon after school, the two went directly to activity room 501. Then they saw a handsome girl with shoulder-length black hair, wearing a black trench coat, sitting by the window, lazily reading a book with an unreadable table of contents. President, did you see the news about the Shizhou Alliance yesterday? As soon as they entered the activity room, Zongjing Nanmo asked eagerly. Jiang Rukin didn't lift her head, speaking calmly. Go ahead, what do you want to ask? Cough. Zongjing Nanmo cleared his throat, still curious. President, those two transcendent beings in yesterday's news who flew into the air and blew up missiles. What rank are they? Those two, one with Heavenly Demon awakening the other on the Warrior Shaman path, are both 7th rank Saint level experts. 7th rank. 7th rank is that powerful. Zongjing Nanmo was stunned. He originally thought those floating in air experts were 8th or 9th rank. Jiang Rukin said calmly, the higher the ranks of transcendence, the tenfold or tens of times the gap between each rank, and the more exaggerated it becomes. Especially after mastering the domain at 7th rank, the domain can suppress all those without a domain, almost invincible. So strong. Zongjing Nanmo's mouth fell open. However, compared to Zongjing Nanmo's astonishment, Jiang Hou wasn't very surprised. He had already noticed this issue. For example, at the early 2nd rank, the basic strength of the physical side is 700 kilograms, peak 1200, but the peak 3rd rank arm strength has reached 5,000, equivalent to 5 tons. The difference between 1200 and 5,000 seems only fourfold, but it brings about a dozen or tens of times increase in actual strength. With 100 times the physique of an ordinary person, movement speed exceeds 100 meters per second. With this kinetic energy and talent abilities, the 5-ton arm strength can explode into tens or even hundreds of tons of impact force. And this force is concentrated on the size of a fist. With faster speed and stronger power bursts, it can instantly kill a 2nd rank transcendent who can't react, even 10 2nd ranks working together. This is not a comparison of numbers, but an overwhelming crush. Compared to curiosity about those two transcendent ranks, Jiang Hou cared about another matter. President, will the war triggered by the Shizhou alliance affect us? You're concerned about this? Jiang Rukin was a bit surprised, then pondered slightly. It could be said that the impact is huge. This conflict may be the precursor to a world war. World war. Aren't those two countries far from us? Zongjing Nanmo was dumbfounded. Jiang Rukin nodded. They are far, but Abu Dan is our wartime ally, and Cayman is one of the defense member states formed by the Zijing Federation. Besides that, the Demon Dragon Temple has also intervened in the war, violating the basic rules set by the 3 major transcendent forces that transcendent beings are not allowed to intervene in modern warfare. Therefore, this seemingly is a siege of 15 countries of the Shizhou alliance against 2 small nations, but in fact it is a confrontation between the world's 3 top organizations and the transcendent forces. Currently, the authorities are already mobilizing military supplies, and Tianfa is also drafting personnel from various branches to join the official transcendent army heading to the front. Jiang Hou paused, supporting so early. No choice. Jiang Rukin shook her head. If we don't support immediately, Abudan's army will be broken through in at most 2 days and annihilated. You haven't seen high-rank transcendent beings on the battlefield. It's completely unilateral massacre. Take the physical side transcendent beings as an example. A 5th rank's normal movement speed exceeds 200 meters per second, and in complex terrain missiles cannot lock on. As for ordinary bombs and bullets, they are ignored, entirely unable to break through their defense. Long-distance raids through mountains, hundreds of kilometers per hour, peak arm strength, 200 tons, protective chi talent abilities. A punch with thousands of tons of explosive force can break any defensive fortification. A deity transformation, old ancestor, can travel thousands of miles in a day and night. Have you ever seen that? And compared to the physical side, the energy side transcendent beings who control various supernatural elements have more diverse and bizarre abilities, making them hard to guard against. Think about it, if dozens or hundreds of 5th and 6th rank transcendent beings appear on the battlefield, what can a modern army do except large-scale bombing? Hiss! Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo both gasped, because indeed there was no defense. Of course, you don't need to worry too much. The Zijing Federation and we will definitely intervene, and the chaos won't reach here for now. Jiang Rukin finally comforted them. Then Zongjing Nanmo asked a few more questions, but most of them Jiang Rukin didn't answer, using the excuse that they were too weak to know. At 5 o'clock, Jiang Rukin received a phone call and left early, announcing the end of today's club activity. Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo packed up and left together. But just as they walked out of the school gate, Zongjing Nanmo pointed into the distance. Jiang Hou, look. What's wrong? Jiang Hou looked at the other end of the street. At the intersection, tens of meters away, a black luxury extended sedan was parked, and Li Mingwu and Zhang Zhong were standing by the roadside. The handsome Zhang Zhong was saying something, but Li Mingwu ignored him, opened the car door, and got in. Soon the black luxury sedan started leaving, Zhang Zhong with a bitter smile. Zongjing Nanmo rubbed his chin. If I'm not mistaken, that car is a limited edition Black Dragon collection released last year, priced at 12 million each. I never thought Li Mingwu, who keeps a low profile, comes from a rich family. Jiang Hou shook his head. Zongjing, with this gossip-loving hobby, don't become a Taoist priest. After graduation, you'd have a better future as a paparazzo. Let's go. With that, Jiang Hou waved at him and turned to leave. At 5:30, Jiang Hou had just returned home when he noticed Qin Siyu was in a bad mood. Instantly his gaze turned cold, but he didn't show it. He asked gently, what's wrong, Siyu? Did someone bully you at school? No, it's just that someone left nasty comments under yesterday's video, and that made Ro cry. Qin Siyu shook her head and explained. Jiang Hou breathed a sigh of relief. At least no one had bullied Qin Siyu. Then he said casually, this kind of thing is normal. If you don't encounter it today, you will someday. The internet, while convenient for communication, has also become an outlet for many people's negative emotions. These trash don't care whether you're good or bad, what your original intention was, or what the content is. They just spew hatred for the sake of it, their minds dark and twisted. In such cases, either report and block them, ignore them completely, or delete your video account and stop uploading. Jiang Hou said gloomily, Ro really doesn't want to film anymore. And you? I respect Ro's opinion. Filming or not doesn't matter much to me. She paused, then added, but I can tell Ro kind of likes standing in front of the camera expressing herself. I see. Jiang Hou said casually, you can keep making and uploading videos, but set all of them to be visible only to friends. That way you can avoid the trash. Right? Why didn't I think of that? Jiang Hou's eyes lit up and a smile spread across her face. Seeing Jiang Hou in a better mood, Jiang Hou's spirits lifted as well. He smiled and said, it's because your attention was all on those nasty comments and you didn't realize it. Alright, you go cook dinner. I'll go bring in the laundry. The girl nodded. Deep in the rift, shrouded in black mist, a figure appeared. Long hair wildly dancing, upper body wrapped in bandages, holding a demonic blade. But compared to the oppressive presence of the black-armored giant ape, Jiang Hou in his human form at the second-rank peak was still far inferior. Roar! A savage roar exploded. Jiang Hou's form rapidly expanded, and the bandages and broken armor, which were the power of the divine weapon, transformed into black and white light and faded away. As the 16-meter-tall black-armored giant beast appeared, a tangible aura of might radiated from its body, pushing back the surrounding black mist and creating a vacuum zone of over 10 meters. The black-armored giant ape paused for a moment, then continued its exploration along the mountain wall. These black mists had the ability to block vision, absorb sound vibrations, and even energy fluctuations, so only by encountering beasts or monsters at close range could they be detected. Similarly, the enemy could not see the black-armored giant ape in advance. Everything was unknown. In such an environment, even though the giant ape had reached the 4th rank, every time it entered it still felt a creeping dread, taking each step with extreme caution. Bang! The rock of the mountain wall shattered, and a basin-sized black or crystal was dug out by the giant ape, which popped it into its mouth like a candy. Crunch, crunch. The sound of chewing brittle bones echoed. Under the giant ape's powerful bite, the or crystal broke apart, and finally, mixed with saliva, it was swallowed. Feeling the noticeable increase in strength within his body, the black-armored giant ape's expression turned a bit strange. He inexplicably felt like he had become a black miner underground. Underground mining. The giant ape shook his head, casting aside this strange thought, and continued onward. From then on, at regular intervals, the black-armored giant ape would find black or crystals on the mountain wall or at the base of the cliff. Digging a little deeper would reveal some black ore. The giant ape had no interest in those ores, which had extremely low energy conversion rates, and only consumed the ore crystals. Apart from the crystals, as he advanced, the black-armored giant ape discovered more and more remnants of broken structures, until finally a magnificent ruin appeared before him. The ruin resembled an altar built from massive cyan stones spanning several kilometers in diameter. Around it stood 8 stone pillars, each tens of meters thick and hundreds of meters high, disappearing into the black mist. Both the stone pillars and the altar surface were engraved with many rough patterns, still clear after countless ages. Moreover, an invisible force surrounded the altar, repelling the black mist, creating layers of rolling mist walls 100 meters away. A breathtaking and majestic sight. Bang! Heavy footsteps fell on the cyan stone slabs, producing a dull thud. The black-armored giant ape stepped cautiously onto the altar, surveying his surroundings. And the moment the black-armored giant beast set foot on the altar, a dark red light flickered on a distant stone pillar, and then a phantom with a 30-meter wingspan shot out. Squeak! A piercing shriek exploded in the giant ape's ears, instantly weighing down his consciousness. Not good, it was a mental attack. Roar! The giant ape let out a savage roar, his eyes instantly turning red, his mind flooded with boundless fury, using that violent rage to shatter the phantom's mental attack. At the same time, his muscles bulged, making him even more massive. The giant ape clenched his fists and threw a punch at the enormous phantom that appeared before him. Boom! Under the violent and domineering force, the air exploded, forming a white shockwave that swept across a dozen meters, yet it failed to harm the phantom in the slightest. The bat-like phantom, with its 30-meter wingspan and body covered in dark red scales, passed straight through the fist through the giant ape and vanished into the stone pillar behind. The black-armored giant ape's fury-filled eyes showed surprise. What was going on? But soon he realized that when the monster's phantom passed through his body, it seemed to have taken something from him. Yang energy, or blood essence. The black-armored giant ape was astonished. This was the first time he had encountered such a non-physical enemy. Squeak! The ear-piercing shriek that shook the mind resounded again. The dark red bat with a 30-meter wingspan flew out from the stone pillar, turning into a red streak, charging at the giant ape. This time the black-armored giant ape neither dodged nor avoided, letting the bat phantom pass through his body. He keenly sensed that a tiny amount of his vast blood essence had been lost, about 1 part in several hundred, which was also why he didn't evade. Then the dark red bat shuttled between the stone pillars, each time passing through the black-armored giant ape's body, taking away a portion of his blood essence. How do you fight an enemy like this? Watching the bat phantom repeatedly fly through his body, the black-armored giant ape's gaze filled with fury gradually sharpened. The black-armored giant ape lowered his stance, placing one leg forward and one back in a half-horse stance, clenching his fists. The pale golden power circulating within the blood in his body began to gather. Roar! Just as the dark red bat phantom attacked from the front, once more the black-armored giant ape roared, his fists covered in golden light, and with all his might, he punched out like cannonballs. Boom, boom, boom. The air exploded, forming white shockwaves and fierce winds that swept across dozens of meters. This time the golden-covered fists struck the bat phantom, and as if they were solid, the power imbued with the essence of shattering energy slammed into the phantom, causing it to shake violently and continuously dissipate. In the blink of an eye, the black-armored giant ape had thrown over a dozen full-power punches, completely exhausting his world-dominating force. And the untouchable dark red bat phantom was shattered, turning into wisps of dark red light, floating in the air, exuding an aura that made the giant ape's blood stir restlessly. These dark red lights seemed to be edible. Roar! The black-armored giant ape paused for a moment, then let out a low roar, opening his massive mouth wide to generate a powerful suction that swept the air, swallowing all the floating light ribbons. Boom! The rich essence power exploded inside the black-armored giant ape's body, spreading throughout. Wherever it passed, his blood boiled, burned, and began to undergo some transformation. At the same time, on the 8 pieces of black armor on his chest, dark red patterns clearly emerged, finally forming a bizarre insignia. It resembled a ferocious demon, savage and terrifying. The black-armored giant ape, having devoured the dark red forces, did not grow in size, but its blood and chi became even more vigorous, brimming with vitality, as if its life force had multiplied. It felt a surge of energy throughout its body. Moreover, deep within the black-armored giant ape, a subtle change occurred, one that touched upon the soul. Thoughts stirring, the black-armored giant ape willed its attribute panel into view. There on the data column of its human form, the defense stat blurred, faded, and then the text reformed. The defense attribute transformed into soul, its value rising before the eyes, from 13 points of soul all the way to 21. At the same time, a new data column appeared beneath the beast form stats. Talent: bloodthirsty absorption. Forged from the power of an epic demon soul, during combat, bloodthirsty demonic patterns can drain the enemy's blood, continuously restoring the user's consumption by 3. Vampiric aura. The black-armored giant ape fell silent as it gazed upon the newly acquired talent description. This talent was not overwhelmingly powerful, it offered no great boost to combat strength for now. Yet its utility was not negligible. For instance, it would no longer fear being besieged by a horde of weaker beasts and dying from exhaustion. Not bad. The black-armored giant ape's face twisted into a ferocious grin. But today its goal was to hunt ferocious beasts and monsters, devour to evolve, boost its basic attributes, and elevate its human form to the 3rd tier. And so the black-armored giant ape passed the altar and continued along the edge. Soon from deep within the black mist, the brutal roars of the giant ape and the thunderous sounds of battle echoed. The battle lasted a long time, nearly half an hour before it ceased. In the mist-shrouded underground, the massive black-armored giant ape stood erect, its entire body stained with dark red blood. Beneath its feet lay the corpse of a ferocious beast over 30 meters long. This beast resembled a giant python, its slender body lacking scales, covered instead by tough red smooth serpent skin. Its head was hideous, its mouth filled with sharp teeth. It was also a powerful 4th-tier beast, its strength comparable to the dark red beast encountered earlier. But because it had no bones, its entire body composed of incredibly tough muscle. Even the black-armored giant ape could not kill it with a single blow. A full-force punch aimed at the beast would have most of its power deflected by the smooth serpent skin. Coupled with its explosive strength and agility, it took the black-armored giant ape half an hour to find an opening and smash its head. With a squelch, the black-armored giant ape sat on the ground, clutching the beast's corpse and tearing into it with great bites. Beasts of the same tier were massive, their meat tough and hard to tear. Thus, every day when it entered the ruins, the giant ape spent most of its time eating. By the time it finished devouring the beast, several hours had passed. Its height had grown by a meter, reaching 17. The base strength of its human form had surged by over 60 points, crossing into the 3rd tier. In the early morning, Qin Siu's knock woke Jiang Hou. When he opened his eyes, he saw Fei Tong, who had been curled up in the living room's cat bed, now lying on his chest again, its backside facing him, tail swishing lazily. Jiang Hou found it odd. "Fei Tong, how did you get in?" The ethereal little cat mewed, offering no answer, but instead jumped to the bedside and looked back at Jiang Hou. "All right, I know, I'll get your cat food in a moment." Jiang Hou yawned, then got up to change clothes and wash up. "Jiang Hou, I'm leaving now." Just as Jiang Hou emerged from the bathroom, the girl with a loose ponytail biting a piece of bread and carrying a backpack waved at him before hurrying out the door. "What's the rush?" "It's still early," Jiang Hou asked, puzzled. A classmate from my cosplay club asked Ro and me to help shoot some promotional photos yesterday, so I need to go early today. Cosplay. Jiang Hou was taken aback. What was this about? But by then Qin Siyu had already left. Girls have so many things to deal with. Jiang Hou shook his head. First he poured cat food for Fei Tong, replaced the water with fresh, and only then attended to himself. After breakfast, when he stepped out, he could clearly sense a restless atmosphere. Before he had gone far, he saw two shopkeepers arguing fiercely, even coming to blows. At an intersection, a car driver and a motorcyclist were also brawling. The reason the motorcycle was blocking the car's right turn and the driver honked, but the other didn't yield. Because of fear, Jiang Hou thought, his gaze growing heavy. The Demon Dragon Temple had unveiled hidden supernatural secrets, and ordinary people suddenly realized that so many powerful beings and monsters surrounded them. After 2 days of excited and fervent discussions, of fear, unacknowledged by most, began to creep into people's hearts. Fear of the power those people wielded, wondering if anyone around them was an awakened, and whether a joke could lead to a single punch that would kill them. And what about those with whom they had conflicts? Would they one day awaken supernatural abilities and come knocking at their door? Plus the images of corrupted monsters spreading online, hideous and terrifying. Who knew if one night, while walking down a dark street, they might encounter one and be devoured alive? All of this was a source of unease. At school, Jiang Hou had just taken his seat when he felt a strange atmosphere in the classroom, not as lively as usual. Jiang Hou asked softly, did something happen? And nothing much, just a little clique falling apart. Zongjing Nanmo grinned, a look of schadenfreude on his face, and pointed to the distance. There Jiang Zhong, usually cheerful and handsome, sat with a cold expression on his face. In the middle of the classroom, the bright and beautiful Li Mingwu sat in her seat, her expression calm, twirling a pen in her hand, as if utterly unconcerned. The remaining members of the clique sat in their seats, looking conflicted, as if they wanted to speak, but held back. Seeing this, Jiang Hou shook his head and stopped paying attention. A few high schoolers throwing a tantrum, none of his business. In the afternoon, school ended quickly. Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo went to the activity room, but Zhang Rukin wasn't there today. She had only sent a message and an address for them to gather at 10 o'clock that night. The club president isn't here. I wanted to tell her I've broken through to the second tier, Zongjing Nanmo said regretfully. Jiang Hou had been the one showing off all this time, and today it was finally his turn to shine, but the club president, that big shot, hadn't shown up. Broke through to the second tier, huh? Then Jiang Hou asked curiously, so how has your strength changed? Had big changes. I feel terrifyingly strong now. Zongjing Nanmo was excited. As he spoke, he extended his right hand, and streams of tangible cyan wind spiraled into existence, coiling around his arm. Kill! Zongjing Nanmo shouted, sweeping his hand forward. A sharp, piercing explosion rang out. The cyan gale mixed with a dozen fine wind blades swept through the air and struck the wall 10 meters away, producing a crackling sound and kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, over a dozen slits, 2 centimeters deep and 20 centimeters long, were etched into the wall. How about that? Pretty strong, right? This move, Windstorm Blade, its wind force can blow enemies away and deal massive damage. Zongjing Nanmo's face was full of confidence. Not bad, Jiang Hou said after a moment, giving his approval. That attack posed no threat to him, but an ordinary person would be either dead or gravely wounded. Those fine wind blades could cut 2 centimeters into a concrete wall, a force strong enough to tear through iron sheets. An ordinary person would be either dismembered or have their flesh ripped open. Zongjing Nanmo continued excitedly. Besides, I can now control the wind, push the air aside, and create thrust to make myself run faster and lighter. That's also a good trick. Jiang Hou nodded. After reaching the second tier, Zongjing Nanmo's strength had indeed undergone a qualitative leap. He probably wouldn't hold back tonight's operation. Next, Zongjing Nanmo pulled Jiang Hou to continue testing his abilities. They didn't leave until 5:30. At night, 9:30, after Qin Siyu had returned to her room to sleep, Jiang Hou opened the window, leaped out, and jumped directly from the 4th floor, disappearing into the darkness. A true master never follows the beaten path. Jiang Hou leapt directly from the 4th floor, landing in an alley. He made his way to the intersection, hailed a taxi, and after 20-odd minutes arrived at the designated meeting point in the suburbs. Beneath the street lamp, Zongjing Nanmo was already waiting for him. Jiang Hou, you're here. Watching the cold-faced youth approach, Zongjing Nanmo felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. This time officially participating in a transcendent mission, clearing pollution monsters from another dimension. It was enough to make his blood boil just thinking about it. Jiang Hou nodded. Let's go, the club president is waiting for us inside. With those words, his figure dissolved into a black shadow that shot forward, covering dozens of meters in an instant. After his physical constitution broke through to the 3rd stage, besides his supreme strength attribute, Jiang Hou's agility also reached 180, equivalent to 18 times that of an ordinary person. Of course, numbers were merely numbers. Jiang Hou's current normal state explosive speed was roughly 70 meters per second, and a single leap could reach a height of 15 meters. Combined with his astonishing neural reflexes, he could now scale walls and run across rooftops in the city. Damn, Jiang Hou, your speed has increased again. Watching the figure vanish into darkness in the blink of an eye, Zongjing Nanmo's eyes widened. A series of cyan whirlwinds swirled around his body as he hurriedly followed. However, his speed was only around 20 meters per second, several times faster than an ordinary person, but not by much. The entrance to the other dimension was an abandoned town, its residents relocated en masse for the construction of a highway. When Jiang Hou charged into the town center as a black shadow, he saw Jiang Rukin standing on the rooftop of a 4-story building. Whoosh! Jiang Hou leaped more than 10 meters high and landed beside Jiang Rukin, then noticed 7 people ahead. 6 of them divided into 2 groups standing casually by the roadside. The other youth bald like Jiang Rukin stood perched on an extinguished streetlight by the roadside. These people all appeared quite young, most in their early 20s except for the bearded, burly man below, who looked somewhat older, perhaps in his early 30s. Unlike the lightly equipped Jiang Hou, these people were almost fully armed, each wearing a set of black combat armor resembling exoskeleton plating. Similar to Iron Man's suit, yet considerably lighter and thinner, he could not gauge how effective the defense might be. 2 of them carried a greatsword and a chopping blade standing behind the bearded man, while the other 2 had sci-fi-looking high-explosive grenades hanging from their waists. One of them held a 2-meter-long Gatling gun with a caliber exceeding 30 millimeters, a large bag of ammunition straps slung over his back, fully armed to the teeth. The other was no less formidable, a rocket launcher strapped to his back and a modified high-caliber sniper rifle in hand. In truth, this represented the mainstream loadout for lower-tier transcenders, combining superhuman strength and reflexes with high-powered modern firearms to unleash devastating combat power. Nearly 2 minutes passed before Zongjing Nanmo finally arrived, panting as he climbed the stairs to the rooftop. Only then did the bald youth standing atop the streetlight, a large black case on his shoulder, slowly speak. "Everyone's here. Let me introduce myself. I'm Shinta Ni 4th stage, and I'm in charge of this clearing mission. Let's all briefly introduce ourselves. Zhang Wanshan, captain of the Warhammer Squad, Peak 3rd stage. Yi Juanda, late 3rd stage. Miao Fong, late 3rd stage, Warhammer Squad." He was Zhang Wanshan. Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo looked at the bearded, burly man, their eyes showing surprise. They had a deep impression of the person ranked first on the reserve's combat power list, but never expected him to be such an old-looking, burly man. Among the other trio, the blue-haired youth at the front spoke calmly. Fu Hongyu, Peak 3rd stage, captain of the Glacier Squad. Duan Xian, late 3rd stage, specializing in firepower support. Huang Ziding, late 3rd stage. The woman named Huang Ziding held a rifle, a green tactical mask covering her face. After they finished speaking, the group slightly raised their heads to look at Jiang Hou and the other 2. Under the gaze of so many experts, Zongjing Nanmo grew slightly nervous. "I'm Zongjing Nanmo, 2nd stage. My ability is wind control." "2nd stage?" The group all frowned. Jiang Hou spoke calmly. "Jiang Hou, early 3rd stage, divine weapon epic system." "3rd stage? Damn, when did you break through to 3rd stage, Jiang Hou?" Even Jiang Rukin turned her head in surprise. Jiang Hou had long prepared an excuse and explained softly, "Over the past couple days with the demonic swords enhancement, my still slowly improving physical constitution barely crossed into the 3rd stage." Well, even with that explanation, Zongjing Nanmo still felt a bit exasperated. He had struggled so hard to break through to 2nd stage, and this guy had already reached 3rd stage. The 2 types of power form a complement. That's actually a pleasant surprise. Jiang Rukin spoke in a flat tone, then glanced at Shintu Ni and the others, saying blandly, "You don't need to worry about me. I'm only here this time to bring them along for experience. The clearing mission remains primarily yours to handle." Shintu Ni's gaze deepened at this, though he said nothing. The roster for this clearing mission had originally only included Shintu Ni's Jiang Wanshan's and Fu Hongyu's squads, but in the end a team called Wind Chime had inserted itself. Such a situation had before. Moreover, this team was shrouded in mystery, yielding no information whatsoever. Therefore, the brief self-introductions just now were mainly intended for Jiang Hou and the other 2. As for Jiang Wanshan, Shinta Ni, and the others, they naturally recognized one another as fellow members of the Yidu branch. "Let's move out. Remember to activate the active scanning function on your watches." With that, Shintu Ni turned around. The streetlight beneath his feet suddenly collapsed, and his figure shot outward with a thunderous roar, vanishing in the blink of an eye into the air more than 10 meters away. Jiang Wanshan and the others followed in succession, likewise disappearing into the street more than 10 meters away. "Let's go too." Jiang Hou clenched his right hand, and a 30-centimeter-long black sword hilt materialized in his grip, as if slowly drawing a meter and a third blade from the void itself. The demonic sword's guard emitted spreading black and white light. The darkness transformed into tattered armor plating beneath, while the white light formed bandages that wound around Jiang Hou's upper body, including his face. Under the demonic sword's power surge, his black hair grew wildly, cascading like a waterfall, intertwining with the floating bandages on his body that moved without any wind. Even though this wasn't his first time witnessing such a sight, Zongjing Nanmo's face still showed utter envy. There was no helping it. It was too cool. Why couldn't he transform as well? It was only natural that warriors looked cooler than mages. Whoosh! Jiang Hou became a black and white phantom, landing with a thud more than 20 meters away. However, this time, he did not enter directly. Instead, he waited until Zongjing Nanmo, surrounded by cyan whirlwinds, came up the stairs and caught up before taking a step forward and passing through an invisible membrane. Instantly, another world appeared before his eyes. The sky here was dim and oppressive, with low-rise buildings standing in rows. A complete reflection of the town outside, except those structures were even more dilapidated and ancient, like a ghost city. Jiang Hou looked back and could see Jiang Rukin standing atop the small building more than 10 meters away. The girl wore a black trench coat, hands in her pockets, her expression calm and indifferent. Behind her, the bright moon hung high in the sky, her black hair flying. And the scene was incredibly cool. The monster's roar and the roar of the Gatling cannon shattered the condensation of the other dimension. The violent explosions, tremor, and flames instantly caught Jiang Hou and his companion's attention. Let's go check it out. Jiang Hou dashed toward the street ahead, with Zongjing Nanmo following nervously behind. After running just over 100 meters and turning the corner, they saw Fu Hongyu's team in the distance battling a group of monsters. The young man named Duan Xian held a 2-meter-long Gatling cannon, frenziedly firing ahead. The powerful bullets hitting the walls instantly blasted through them, creating large holes. Under the frontal barrage of the Gatling cannon, 2 lion python beasts over 10 meters long lay riddled with wounds, blood spraying on the ground 100 meters away. At the same time, 3 beasts resembling wild boars covered in thick black keratin and over 5 meters in length were torn apart in an instant as the overwhelming firepower blanketed the entire street. Such was the power of modern weapons. As long as the firepower was strong enough, low-level creatures could not withstand it. However, the bullets were consumed too quickly. In less than a minute, Duan Xian had exhausted 2 ammunition belts, and the red-hot steaming barrel gradually came to a halt. While Duan Xian was slaughtering those beasts, Fu Hongyu and Huang Ziding, who wielded a modified rifle, were jointly dealing with a monster in a square. This monster stood 3 meters tall, resembling a human clad in a tattered black battle armor. Beneath the armor, its body was like a mummy dried for centuries. Exposed flesh decayed and disintegrated, leaving only a layer of black skin clinging to the bones. In its bony claw-like hand, it held a narrow black longsword with a pitted blade that seemed on the verge of breaking, yet its power was terrifying. Each swing of the monster's blade sent invisible black edges tearing through walls, leaving long, narrow fissures on the ground. Moreover, the monster was extremely fast. With each flicker of its form, it would cross a dozen meters to appear before Fu Hongyu, its attacks, like a violent storm full of oppressive force. However, Fu Hongyu was no weakling. His entire body was encased in a layer of blue ice armor, and he wielded a cold ice longsword. With each swing, a row of ice spikes shot out from the ground. In just a few moments, the battered square was covered in clusters of blue ice crystals. On a distant rooftop, Huang Ziding silently aimed her sniper rifle, and only after Jiang Hou and his companion appeared did the muzzle flash. That shot was both powerful and precise, piercing directly through the monster's shoulder armor, creating a fist-sized hole, and the kinetic energy even made the monster stagger, exposing a flaw. Now, freeze, burial, annihilation. Fu Hongyu let out a battle cry, thrusting his ice sword into the ground. Instantly, the surrounding ice crystals surged with cold energy, and ice spikes shot out from all directions, impaling the demon corpse. In the blink of an eye, the peak third-stage demon corpse, which had been so ferocious moments ago, was frozen solid. Fu Hongyu then shattered its head with a condensed ice sword. At that moment, the blue-haired youth turned to look at Jiang Hou and the other man in the distance. When we entered, Brother Shinta did a broad scan. The energy fluctuations on that street have the weakest quantity and intensity. You two are relatively weak. I suggest you head that way. With that, Fu Hongyu gave a slight nod to Jiang Hou and his companion before the 3 of them dashed forward, disappearing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Gazing at the monster corpse frozen and shattered in the distance, the ruined street, and the bullet holes everywhere, Zongjing Nanmo was awestruck. So strong. Indeed, very strong, Jiang Hou nodded slowly. Such coordination and efficiency in killing. They were indeed a professional supernatural squad for hunting monsters. Especially Fu Hongyu, whose mastery over ice abilities was as instinctive as breathing. Though only at the peak of the 3rd stage, he already gave off the aura of a 4th-stage expert. Roar. A mighty roar exploded from deep within the eastern part of the town, followed by the eruption of 2 powerful energy fluctuations. The intensity of that power, 4th stage. Jiang Hou abruptly turned his gaze in that direction. Just then Zongjing Nanmo said seriously, Jiang Hou, go ahead and clear the monsters. This place looks dangerous, so I'll stay back and not hold you up. This mission to cleanse the other dimension was a large-scale operation. Each monster killed would be individually scored. The more you killed, the higher the reward. In a place teeming with 2nd and 3rd stage monsters, Zongjing Nanmo, who had just broken through to the 2nd stage and was not yet familiar with his abilities, could only be a hindrance. He had enough self-awareness for that. Alright, just remember not to go near the town center. Find a high spot near the entrance and watch the show. With that, Jiang Hou shot forward, darting toward the street Fu Hongyu had indicated. Soon a withered figure appeared in the dim ruined street. Bang! The monster, which looked like a skeleton with a layer of dry black skin and a snow-white blade, exploded. Its chest and head were cleaved in 2 by Jiang Hou's single diagonal slash. Whoosh! A wisp of black smoke gathered from the corpse and imprinted on the bandage wrapping Jiang Hou's left arm, forming several black lines. Just first stage? From the increase of 2 points of demonic chi in his body and the slight progress of the Hell Rune, Jiang Hou roughly estimated the monster's level. Bang bang bang. Jiang Hou swiftly killed 3 more of these skeletal monsters, then paused. Boom. A dilapidated building ahead collapsed, revealing a figure over 5 meters tall. This monster's body seemed forged from gray rock with 2 arms and legs, a stocky build and surface covered in black patterns, exuding an oppressive presence. Beep, beep. The smartwatch on Jiang Hou's wrist, covered by bandages, sounded an alarm followed by an electronic voice. Detected strong contaminated energy. Value 620 to 750. Ability unknown. Danger level mid-third stage. A mid-third stage monster. Jiang Hou's expression turned serious. Without transforming into the giant beast, his strength was only at early 3rd stage. Of course, realm did not equal combat power. The 2 sides faced off briefly, then the stone golem, as tall as a 2-story building, suddenly lunged forward, shaking the ground beneath as it charged at Jiang Hou at over 40 meters per second. Swish! Jiang Hou's figure flickered, sidestepping the stone golem. Clang! In the moment they passed, the Yen Yu demon blade slashed across the golem's waist, sending sparks flying and leaving a wound over 20 centimeters deep and half a meter long. Such was the power of a divine weapon, unmatched sharpness. Boom! The golem's momentum carried it forward, crashing through the wall behind Jiang Hou and stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the golem emerged from the rubble. The rocket, the wound on its waist, squirmed like a living thing, healing rapidly, while its dark red eyes burned with savagery. How do I kill this thing? Jiang Hou's eyes flickered, focusing on the golem's head covered in black patterns. Without the devastating power of the giant beast, he would have to rely on technique. Roar! The golem roared, its massive body rumbling toward Jiang Hou like a tank. This time Jiang Hou did not dodge, but held his sword horizontally in both hands. Boom! The enormous fist slammed into the demon blade. The explosive force made Jiang Hou sink, cracking the ground within a few meters as fissures spread. Break! Jiang Hou, having withstood the monster's punch, let out a battle cry, and the strength in his arms forced the golem back a step. Then, instead of retreating, he advanced, his demon blade wreathed in black demonic chi, slashing at the golem's knee 3 times in the same spot with lightning speed. Roar! The monster staggered, almost falling to its knees. The thick knee was now only a third attached, nearly severed. Just as he was about to pounce, the 5-meter-tall stone golem's arms emitted a gray light, and its fists, raised high, came crashing down with immense force. Boom! The ground within 10 meters shook, cement cracked, and a powerful shockwave swept across a dozen meters. Even Jiang Hou, who had retreated in time, felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. Swish! The sound of cutting air again. Having evaded the shockwave, Jiang Hou turned into a black and white afterimage, circling the golem with agile, frenzied slashes. Clang, clang, clang. With the sharp divine blade, rubble flew from the golem's legs and waist. Huge wounds kept appearing, overwhelming its regeneration. Roar! The monster roared, its arms again glowing gray as it slammed the ground, trying to force Jiang Hou back. Swish! In the instant the ground shook and the shockwave swept across 10 meters, Jiang Hou leaped high, appearing behind the golem, the demon blade in his hand blazing with black light. A 3-meter-long black blade aura exuding sharp edges descended from the sky, like lightning slashing into the golem's neck. Boom! A head the size of a water tank hit the ground with a dull thud. On the ruined street, the figure in armor and bandages stood atop the monster's corpse, which knelt on both knees, holding the demon blade, black hair whipping in the wind. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wisps of black smoke surged from the monster's corpse, gathered, circled around Jiang Hou, and then disappeared into the bandage on his left arm, forming a new hell demon mark. Instantly, the demonic chi Jiang Hou had exhausted was restored by a portion, and the total demonic chi limit on his attribute page increased by 20 points, reaching 169. This feeling of getting stronger the more you kill is somewhat addictive, Jiang Hou murmured, then his figure flickered, and he appeared on the roof of a small building. Looking around, he saw distant explosions and monster roars shaking the night sky, the battle fierce. In the dilapidated courtyard, a dark red tree towering over 10 meters stood tall, its twisted branches bare of leaves, with over a dozen roots spreading out beneath it, writhing and squirming. Just then Jiang Hou appeared. As he drew near the dark red tree, the roots below shot out like pythons. Swing, swing. A flash of blade light formed several intersecting afterimages in the air, severing all the trunks before manifesting as a crescent arc that swept through the meter-thick trunk. With a thunderous boom, the tree collapsed, radiating energy fluctuations characteristic of late-stage, second-realm cultivation, while dark crimson blood spurted from the severed stump. Wisps of black smoke coalesced from the tree trunk and surged toward Jiang Hou, etching dark patterns across the bandages on his left arm, as his internal demonic energy increased by another 10 points. Refreshing. Jiang Hou glanced at the demon-infected tree's remains, then vanished in a blur as he continued his hunt for the next monster. Yet as Jiang Hou crossed 2 consecutive alleys without spotting anything, he finally reached a shadowy corner where 7 skeletal figures emerged. The 7 monsters let out wheezing roars, their jagged teeth bared as they lunged, until a streak of white blade light split straight through them. The 7 skeletons exploded into shards, their bones scattering across the ground. These undead creatures were faster than ordinary humans with iron-hard frames and razor-sharp bone claws, yet they proved woefully inadequate against Jiang Hou crumbling at his hands. After dispatching the 7 first-rank monsters with a single strike, Jiang Hou paused mid-stride. The path ahead had vanished. A ferocious roar suddenly shook the entire alternate dimension, its overwhelming pressure startling Jiang Hou, who blurred into motion and leapt atop a 5-story building. At the horizon, a colossal figure emerged. 20 meters tall, its body forged from gray stone, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the rock demon Jiang Hou had slain earlier. This rock demon was even more massive, its surface carved with dense black sigils wreathed in swirling dark mist that radiated an awe-inspiring aura. The creature swung its arm, and the 4-story building before it shattered into a storm of rubble and bricks that rained down for hundreds of meters like cannonballs. A 4th-rank corrupted beast in its late stage. Leave this to me. At the far end of the street before the rock demon, a superhuman named Duan Xian materialized, carrying a Gatling cannon with a caliber exceeding 30 millimeters. The Gatling roared, unleashing a relentless hail of heavy-caliber rounds that hammered against the rock demon, sending stone fragments flying and pockmarking its body with craters the size of wash basins. The firepower from weapons of this caliber was devastating enough to punch through tank armor with sustained fire. Though the 4th realm represented a major threshold, it still couldn't completely negate machine gun fire. Under thousands of rounds per minute, the rock demon's entire frame became a pitted wasteland in moments. And this was only because a dark energy field shimmered across its surface, absorbing much of the round's kinetic impact. After 30 seconds of relentless fire, Duan Xian emptied his remaining ammunition belt, then discarded the overheated Gatling and drew a rocket launcher from his back. Take this piercing high-explosive round, Duan Xian shouted, shouldering the launcher as a trail of fire erupted from its muzzle and streaked toward the rock demon. The explosion engulfed the rock demon in a massive fireball that illuminated the night sky. From within the flames came a ferocious roar, and as the inferno faded, the creature stood revealed. A gaping crater marred its chest. Black energy pulsed across the creature's hide as its stony flesh rippled, knitting together the wounds at a visibly accelerating rate. Yet with each repair cycle, the rock demon's massive frame shrank incrementally. Stop wasting ammunition, a deep voice called out. This creature isn't carbon-based. These weapons can only drain its energy. They won't kill it. A deep, resonant voice echoed as Jiang Wanshan emerged from an adjacent street, his broad frame radiating a black-yellow aura. The ground trembled beneath Jiang Wanshan's feet as streams of black matter surged upward like liquid, enveloping his form and crystallizing into a 3-meter-tall obsidian rock armor. With a thunderous boom, the colossus that was Jiang Wanshan collided his fists together, producing a sound like 100 tons of weight crashing down. Jiang Wanshan's physique was over 60 times stronger than an ordinary person's, and with his black rock armor manifested, he launched forward at nearly 100 meters per second. Jiang Wanshan charged like a rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex, his overwhelming presence barreling toward the rock demon. The creature roared back, its right arm, thick as a mountain pillar, sweeping through the air at terrifying speed, obliterating everything in its path and generating tremendous shockwaves. Jiang Wanshan came fast and left faster. In an instant, he was sent flying backward as a black afterimage under the rock demon's single blow. Crash! Jiang Wanshan crashed through hundreds of meters away, collapsing an entire building and sending plumes of dust billowing into the air. Everyone who had expected him to unleash his full power as a peak 3rd realm cultivator against the 4th realm monster watched in stunned silence, including Jiang Hou. The building he destroyed was only 20-something meters from where he'd stood. Cough, cough. The gap between our realms is simply too vast. Without breaking through to the 4th realm, we stand no chance against these monsters. From amidst the debris and dust, Jiang Wanshan emerged in disheveled condition, his black rock armor shattered and his aura severely weakened. Yet he'd survived a direct hit from a late-stage 4th realm monster without injury, fitting for the top-ranked expert on the reserve combat roster. Meanwhile, the other cultivators who had finished clearing out nearby monsters gathered around, taking positions on surrounding rooftops. None showed any intention of engaging the colossal creature. The gap between 3rd and 4th realm was simply too great, especially since this monster's energy fluctuation indicated it had reached the late stages of the 4th realm. Let me handle this behemoth. From the distance, Shinto Enai appeared, carrying a monster's head several meters in size, his body wreathed in flowing golden light and radiating an intense killing aura. With a heavy thud, Shinto Enai dropped the 4th realm creature's skull, resembling that of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, onto the ground along with a black case slung over his shoulder. Behold my diamond tyrant body. A surge of immense energy erupted from Shinto-ni as golden light blazed across his form, his body expanding until he became a 3-meter-tall golden giant. As his form grew, the black combat suit he wore stretched taut, but held firm. Custom-made from specialized materials. Jiang Hou watched with a touch of envy. If he'd had such a suit earlier, he wouldn't have had to transform into a colossal beast completely unprotected. The golden giant stood with solemn composure, his presence radiating sacred majesty, like a gilded arhut enshrined in a temple. The rock demon, previously indifferent to these mere insects, let out a low growl as it sensed Shinto-ni's overwhelming aura. Its dark crimson eyes burned with feral malice as it shifted its massive form. The rock demon's enormous body, forged like living steel, moved with terrifying weight, each footfall echoing like thunder across the battlefield as it covered hundreds of meters in bounds. A massive fist met a smaller one in a brutal clash. The ground beneath Shinto-ni shattered, instantly cracking across a dozen-meter radius, yet he remained rooted and immovable, his golden radiance holding its ground without faltering. The creature roared, launching relentless blows with its colossal fists that moved with surprising agility despite their size. Shinto-ni, encased in his golden divine form, refused to yield. Two titans, one vast, one compact, clashed in brutal exchanges. The sheer force of their collision detonated the air itself, sending rings of white shockwaves rippling outward in all directions. The sight ignited fierce enthusiasm among all onlookers. This was what true warriors did, meeting force with equal force. Another thunderous impact shook the ground. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of power erupted from the rock demon, sending it staggering backward several steps. Its colossal fist was crisscrossed with fissures, yet its aura grew even more ferocious and unhinged. As the dust cleared at the battlefield's center, Shinto-ni emerged from a massive crater bathed in golden light. Aside from some heavy breathing, he was completely unharmed. In terms of raw power, they were evenly matched. Shinto-ni spoke slowly, his voice booming with authority. Now, I'll get serious. He rotated his wrists, then blurred backward 100 meters in a streak of golden light. Click. Pressing a button on the black case with his massive hand, an electrifying and penetrating BGM erupted throughout the entire town, gently carrying Wang Feihong as a speaker. What was happening? Jiang Hou, who had assumed the black case contained some powerful weapon, froze alongside Zongjing Nanmo, who had climbed a dozens of meters tall electrical tower kilometers away to watch the battle through binoculars. But almost immediately Jiang Hou noticed Shinto-ni's aura shift dramatically, growing more majestic and fanatical, his golden radiance intensifying to blinding brilliance. Faint Buddhist chants seemed to echo through the air around him. Ha ha ha, this is it. I feel like my entire being is igniting. Shinto-ni roared with laughter, though his expression remained solemn and sacred. Diamond demon suppressing seal. Shinto-ni, wreathed in golden light, surged forward like a golden meteor. With both hands forming a mudra, he drew upon the golden energy to manifest a colossal golden palm. Let's do this again. The 3-meter-tall golden giant formed the diamond demon suppressing seal, with his hand, each punch carrying overwhelming power that grew fiercer with every strike, bolstered by the stirring background music. Under the relentless barrage, the monster had nowhere to flee and could only endure the assault. Boom, boom, boom. With each punch, the rock demon staggered backward a step, its boulder thick arms fracturing as cracks spread from its limbs toward its core. The rock demon let out a final reluctant roar as Shinto-ni's peak-powered strike shattered its massive frame, sending it crashing down with a deafening impact. An absolute silence fell over the area. The most formidable monster had been slain, yet the task was far from complete. The spatial rift still needed to be destroyed. Such space tremors created an alternate dimension bridging two worlds, allowing both humans and ruined creatures to pass through the entrances at either end. Whenever such an alternate dimension formed, the spatial fluctuations it emitted would attract nearby contaminated monsters, which were the very source of those creatures. This special space is classified by its intensity. A first-level intensity could only allow first-tier beings to pass, through second level for second-tier, and so on. Beyond the sixth level, it became a stable small passage accommodating sixth-tier and below transcendents and monsters. Simultaneously, the lower the spatial structure's grade, the more fragile it was. As long as the core point was found, it could be destroyed using a bomb known as a spatial oscillation grenade. However, the current space stretched over 10 kilometers in length and several kilometers in width, making it immensely difficult to locate a core point within an area of nearly 100 square kilometers. Especially since this core point emitted no energy, only at close range could one sense the unusual disturbance of the air. At the edge of the town, Zongjing Nanmo looked at Jiang Hou, who was flying over from a distance, and asked curiously, "Jiang Hou, what are you searching for?" Holding a demon blade, his body wrapped in bandages and black hair flowing, Jiang Hou paused midair. "We're looking for the core point of this alternate dimension, something like an invisible vortex. But this vortex is small, formless, and only detectable when very close." "Then how long will it take?" Zongjing Nanmo scratched the back of his head. Jiang Hou shook his head. "I don't know. With luck we might find it soon, otherwise they say it could take a day. As troublesome as it was having accepted the mission, they had to see it through. Zongjing Nanmo pondered. I see. By the way, is that vortex dangerous? They say not very dangerous. A second-tier transcendent falling in would only be a bit disoriented like a waterless whirlpool. A bit risky, but not fatal. That's manageable. Watch me. With that, Zongjing Nanmo smiled confidently, pulling 3 ancient coins from his pocket. He crouched down, clasped his hands together, muttered unintelligible Taoist dialect, then released his hands, letting the 3 coins fall to the ground. The coins landed with 1 obverse and 2 reverses, forming a slanted triangle pointing southeast. While Zongjing Nanmo studied the hexagram, the bearded Jiang Wanshan also flew over from afar. Seeing them, he curiously approached. Brother Jiang Hou, what are you doing? Jiang Hou replied politely. My companion is performing divination. He's calculating where the spatial vortex is. Divination? Jiang Wanshan was taken aback. Just then Zongjing Nanmo murmured, Upper 6, second yang line, west wind, minor misfortune, omen, 3 mountains surrounding. Speak in plain terms, we can't understand that either. Zongjing Nanmo chuckled. I just calculated the fortune for going out. It means I'll encounter trouble heading northwest. Minor misfortune, like tripping or something. This is my first divination of the day, so it should be accurate. Didn't you do a divination before leaving this morning? Jiang Hou was slightly surprised. Zongjing Nanmo said smugly, there's an event tonight, so I didn't calculate. I wanted to avoid an unfavorable omen, keeping me indoors. Now it's come in handy. Follow me. With that, he stood up, reciting Taoist incantations as he headed northwest. Watching Jiang Hou and the others walk toward the distant street, Jiang Wanshan hesitated for a moment, then followed out of curiosity. The direction Zongjing Nanmo took was the very street Jiang Hou had fought through. Passing the street, they reached the spot where Jiang Hou had slain the 3rd-tier stone demon. The young man turned into a small alley. The alley was a dead end. After a short walk, the 3 stopped. No path. Zongjing Nanmo looked around, but sensed no vortex. Neither did Jiang Hou. There was no unusual feeling in the vicinity. Boom. A sharp blade of light struck, collapsing the 2-meter-high wall blocking the alley, sending up a cloud of dust. Cough. Cough. Zongjing Nanmo nearly choked on the dust. He quickly waved his hand, summoning a gust of wind, and stepped back 2 paces. Then he felt a pull from the wall behind him. Watch out. Jiang Hou turned, grabbing the remaining segment of a leg in midair, and with a slight effort, pulled Zongjing Nanmo out. But the exit was rather awkward. He landed face down on the ground. Huh. Jiang Hou right here. Sprawled on the ground, slightly disheveled, Zongjing Nanmo laughed heartily, as if he had discovered the true use of divination. Jiang Wanshan, following behind, also looked astonished, not expecting Zongjing Nanmo, a mere 2nd-tier early stage, to possess such ability. But this was no time for amazement. Jiang Wanshan leaped onto a neighboring 10-meter-high building and shouted into the distance, Brother Shinto, the node is here. Soon Shinto and I was the first to arrive. Wanshan, did you find the spatial node? Jiang Wanshan shook his head. No, it was that young man named Zongjing Nanmo down there. He just performed a divination and directly located the node. Divination? The bald young man carrying a speaker was taken aback. Huh. Uncle John, you flatter me. I was just lucky, really lucky. Zongjing Nanmo said modestly from below. Young man, could you please not call me uncle? I just look a bit old for my age. I'm actually a freshman in college. Jiang Wanshan smiled wryly from the rooftop. Freshman? Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo were dumbfounded. Bro, you're not just looking old. You're ancient. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Brother Zongjing to have such a talent. Keep it up, train hard, and strive to break through to the 4th tier soon, so we can explore the ruins together. Shinto and I suddenly became enthusiastic towards Zongjing Nanmo. The 4th tier. It's too difficult. Zongjing Nanmo smiled bitterly. Shinto and I chuckled. Strength enhancement is indeed difficult for some, but for others it's easy. Like you, Brother Zongjing, you're a special genius. Alright, let's get down to business. With that, Shinto and I took out a silver object the size of a palm, resembling a timer bomb. He pressed a few buttons and tossed it directly into the vortex. Let's go. This place will be destroyed in 15 minutes. Damn, Brother Shinto, why didn't you set a longer timer? Jiang Wanshan dared not delay, turning and sprinting toward the entrance. Including Fu Hongyu and others arriving from afar, they all rushed toward the entrance upon receiving the notification. Soon Jiang Hou and the others crossed the invisible membrane, reappearing on the town street outside. Jiang Rukin stood, as always, on the rooftop, hands in her pockets. Under the watchful eyes of the 10 people, the air began to tremble. Gradually, a massive transparent bubble emerged, collapsing visibly at a rapid pace. Bang! With a dull explosion, the alternate dimension dissolved into a gust of wind, scattering the night sky. Alright, today's mission is over. Everyone can go home and sleep. Duan Xian, carrying a Gatling gun, stretched lazily, a broad smile on his face. Consuming ammunition worth hundreds of thousands of credits and earning over 100 points. Worth it. Fu Hongyu sighed. Young Master Duan, your family's wealth is enviable. Come on, I just have a bit more money at home. I can't compare to you and Big Brother Jiang. With this mission's points you can exchange for the breakthrough inheritance crystals, right? Next time we meet, you'll be 4th-tier experts. Jiang Wanshan nodded. Almost. After all this effort, I've finally saved enough points for the Earth Element inheritance. Everyone felt a sense of emotion. As awakened transcendents, they seemed to be able to increase their strength as long as they had enough resources, but the dangers involved were known only to them. To save up enough for the inheritance crystal needed to break through from the 3rd to the 4th tier, Jiang Wanshan and Fu Hongyu had completed numerous missions, nearly dying several times. And while it was said that sufficient resources sufficed for improvement with each advancement, the risk of transcendents losing control and mutating grew ever greater. Because the source of their power was contaminated. As they spoke, the group gradually dispersed. Jiang Hou and the other two walked to the roadside in the suburbs. Jiang Ruken took out a small black booklet. "This is your ID, Zongjing. Good work today." With that, the handsome girl waved her hand and vanished in a flash. Having broken through to the 2nd tier, officially participated in a cleanup mission, and played a significant role, Zongjing Nanmo had finally earned Jiang Ruken's recognition. At 2 in the morning, the streets of Yidu were somewhat desolate. In the taxi, Jiang Hou gazed at the receding skyscrapers outside, lost in thought. He was calculating today's gains. He had slain about a dozen 1st tier, 1 2nd tier, and 1 3rd tier monsters. The absorbed soul, energy, and resentment coalesced, causing the infernal demon marks to reach 5. The resulting change was a surge in Jiang Hou's total demonic energy, and his divine weapon system realm broke into the mid-2nd tier. With a total of 193 points of demonic energy, based on a basic burst of 10 points per slash, he could unleash 19 sealing demon instant slash blade, chi greatly enhancing his endurance. If he chose to unleash all his demonic energy in a single instant based on the earlier calculation, that doubling the basic output and instantly depleting 80 points of demonic energy would yield triple the power, then unleashing 190 points of demonic energy in an instant would result in approximately 7 times the power. A slash of 7-fold power combined with Jiang Hou's formidable physical strength would be unstoppable even by an ordinary 3rd tier, making it a trump card killing move. Of course, this technique could only be used by Jiang Hou not only because of his dual system inheritance, but also because the greater the instant burst of demonic energy, the higher the demands on the physical body. If one's constitution was not strong enough, the meridians within the body could not withstand the impact of a massive instant burst of demonic energy. Aside from the change in strength, today's mission rewards were also considerable. In the mission, slaying a 1st tier monster earned 3 points, a 2nd tier 20, and a 3rd tier 50, totaling exactly 100. In addition, there were extra points from the group mission, and with the original 30 points, it should be enough to exchange for some good items. A look of anticipation appeared on Jiang Hou's face. Since it was a bit late, Jiang Hou, after returning home, thought for a moment and decided not to go to the ruins. He hadn't slept well for the past week, so he would give himself half a night off. The next morning, before Qin Siyu could knock, Jiang Hou woke up. After changing clothes and washing up, he arrived at the living room to find the little cat Feidong sitting upright on the sofa. Seeing Jiang Hou, had opened its pink mouth slightly and let out a soft meow. Qin Siyu was standing in front of the TV, watching the morning news seriously. "Siyu, what are you watching?" "I'm watching the newly released supernatural management regulations by the authorities." The ponytailed girl pointed at the TV. "Supernatural management regulations, are they out?" Jiang Hou looked at the TV, seeing rows of text slowly scrolling on the large screen behind the host, while the host explained each sentence to the audience. It mentioned that the official department for managing supernaturals was called Tianfa, with branches in every city. Then came some laws and regulations that civilian supernaturals must abide by. In addition to ordinary laws, they were not allowed to actively use supernatural powers to harm ordinary people. However, when encountering provocation from ordinary people, supernaturals could also administer a certain degree of punishment. But such attacks must be controlled within limits and not violate laws and regulations. If the other party commits a crime, the law will handle it. Also, if citizens discover someone suspected of being a supernatural, they can report to law enforcement, and relevant personnel will come to register and restrain their behavior. At the same time, ordinary people who experience awakening or mutation are obliged to register with the law enforcement department, and the authorities will provide certain assistance, such as precautions after awakening, how to better control one's power, which inheritance system one belongs to, how to prevent loss of control, and so on. With the announcement of these regulations, Jiang Hou knew that the somewhat restless social atmosphere of the past 2 days should calm down considerably, because the authorities had implemented control over those with supernatural powers. After breakfast, Qin Siyu waved to Jiang Hou. "Jiang Hou, I'm off to school first. Go ahead, take it easy on the road." Jiang Hou nodded. But when Jiang Hou arrived at school and entered the classroom, he sensed many students whispering among themselves, with some girls clearly showing panic on their faces. "Jiang Hou, morning," greeted Zongjing Nanmo, who had already arrived. Jiang Hou went to his seat and sat down, casually asking, "Did something happen?" "Nothing major, just another classmate died behind the school." When saying this, Zongjing Nanmo's tone was casual. After all, he was a supernatural expert who had cleansed monsters through a dead person, was nothing to fear. Another student died. Jiang Hou was stunned. What was going on? Were there out-of-control mutants or corrupted monsters around their school? At this, Zongjing Nanmo leaned in and whispered, "Jiang Hou, have you noticed? Jiang Zhong and Li Mingwu didn't come to class today." I heard that last night a classmate saw Jiang Hou going to find Li Mingwu outside a certain upscale residential area, and they seemed to have another quarrel quite intense. Jiang Hou was speechless. This guy was still paying attention to this gossip. Compared to these trivial matters, he was more concerned about the 2 consecutive deaths of classmates. Was the murderer the same person? Was his target all high school students? Especially the latter was important because the high school where Qin Siyu attended was not far from here. Zongjing Nanmo said in a low voice. Alright, change of subject. The mission rewards from last night came in. How many points do you have now? Did they come? I haven't checked yet. As he spoke, Jiang Hou opened the personal information on his smartwatch. He saw that his original 30 points had become 155, an increase of 125. Excluding the 100 reward from killing monsters, an extra 25 points were given. That's a lot. I only have 50 points. Looking at Jiang Hou's personal points, Zongjing Nanmo was somewhat envious. Not bad after all, you didn't kill any monsters last night. Zongjing Nanmo's 50 points clearly came from the reward for finding the spatial node as a team contribution. Because their conversation was very quiet, so low that the classmates in front didn't even know they were talking, they didn't have to worry about the information being exposed. Even the history teacher on the podium, who had started the lesson, didn't notice them. Just then Jiang Hou's phone vibrated slightly. It was Zhang Rukin sending a message in the group ING, both of them. I heard that another student died at school today, and the wounds were hideous, not man-made. I have something to do these days and can't go to school, so I'll leave this matter to you. As the Special Incident Research Club, we have the obligation to investigate and handle such matters. As for the reward for solving the case, let me think. As she said this, Zhang Rukin paused, then a few lines of text appeared that made the 2 of them widen their eyes. For Zongjing Nanmo, I'll give you a wind-type epic inheritance crystal. When you reach the peak of 3rd tier, you can directly break through to 4th tier. Mom. For Jiang Hou, this morning a friend of mine from the Northern Provincial Department posted on Moments bragging that her expedition team had harvested several divine weapon fragments from deep within the ruins, one of which belonged to the Dark System. I'll ask her later to see if that dark fragment is another piece of the Yinma Hellblade. Even if it's not a piece of the Yinma Hellblade, the Dark Origin can still be used to forcibly upgrade the star. But the price is that this upgrade won't awaken a new divine weapon power. Holy shit. Zongjing Nanmo instantly blurted out a curse, and because of the shock his voice was a bit loud. Classmate Zongjing Nanmo, do you have any objection to what I just said about history? On the podium the history teacher frowned and looked over. Zongjing Nanmo quickly put on an apologetic smile and said, No teacher, you're teaching very well. I was just too excited from listening. Dark divine weapon fragment. Jiang Hou was also intrigued. Whether that fragment was the Yinma Hellblade or not didn't matter. What mattered was that it could break through the carrying limit of the infernal demon marks. Of course it would be even better if that dark divine weapon fragment was the Yinma Hellblade. At this Zhang Rukin added a sentence. This mission can only confirm that the murderer is a mutant, but the level and abilities are unknown. It could be ordinary 1st tier or 3rd tier peak. You'll have to assess based on the situation when the time comes. If you feel it's dangerous in the end, you can give up and choose to call for reinforcements. Under the temptation of reward after lunch, Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo asked for leave. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the autumn sun was warm and pleasant. Not far from the Southern District Enforcement Bureau of Edu, 2 figures appeared. Zongjing Nanmo spoke proudly. How about this, Jiang Hou? Don't I look handsome? To facilitate matters, he had gone home and changed into a gray suit. With the confident aura of a transcendent, he appeared much more mature. Jiang Hou had also changed his clothes. A black and white striped shirt, black trousers, rarely worn black leather shoes combined with his tall stature of 1.8 meters and slick back hair gave him a cool and handsome look. Jiang Hou looked Zongjing Nanmo up and down and said, Looks decent, but I feel something is missing. Compared to Jiang Hou, who exuded an indistinct sense of oppression, Zongjing Nanmo, due to his handsome features, still appeared somewhat young. Don't worry, I've prepared. Saying that, Zongjing Nanmo took out 2 pairs of sunglasses, handed one to Jiang Hou, and put on the other himself. As his eyes were covered, Zongjing Nanmo with sunglasses instantly looked much more aloof. Cool, right, Jiang Hou? Hurry up and put them on. You even prepared this. Jiang Hou was a bit surprised. As he spoke, he also put on the sunglasses, instantly exuding a powerful aura like a movie villain. What can I do for you? At the Enforcement Bureau, the duty officer asked the 2 who walked in. Zongjing Nanmo said calmly, We are from Tianfa Heavenly Punishment here to investigate some materials. He took out a small black booklet with the national emblem and the words Tianfa printed on it. People from Tianfa. The staff member was startled and dared not slack off. After the official news announcement in the morning, the word Tianfa became almost household knowledge even among these ordinary enforcement staff who previously had no right to know. Soon the branch head personally received the 2. After clarifying their purpose and carefully verifying their credentials, he led them to the archives. 2 commissioners, the files for Sun Fangyi and Sheng Gaoling, are in these 2 folders: scene photos, relic analysis, and including interviews with family members and neighbors. Thank you for the trouble. Jiang Hou, wearing sunglasses, nodded slightly, then opened the files and began reading. He focused on the time and place of death, whether the 2 knew each other, and any connections between their families. In addition, he checked the officers' interview records for recent conflicts, arguments, and any suspicious persons captured by surveillance at nearby intersections before the deaths. Zongjing Nanmo put on gloves and examined the relics left by the two, looking very professional. Of course, it was only professional in appearance. Before coming, they had binge-watched detective crime-solving videos all morning. There was actually no specialized training. Compared to GF personnel, they were more like thugs from a small faction. More than an hour later, the two, still wearing sunglasses, walked out of the enforcement bureau. Two students, one from Class 5 Grade 2, and the other from Class 9 Grade 3, did not know each other. The deaths occurred 3 days apart at locations 4 blocks away. Apart from the similar wounds tearing through the chest, there were no common points. Before and after their deaths, nearby surveillance didn't capture any suspicious figures. The killer clearly knew how to hide their tracks, so it must be a mutant. Zongjing Nanmo sighed, a bit troublesome. Without revenge, we can't determine the motive, trace the trail, or predict the next target. Jiang Hou nodded. Indeed, it's a bit troublesome. Compared to the previous mutant, who was located through intersection surveillance, this killer was more cunning and left no trace. The only method the two could think of was to rely on luck. The two victims died at 10 p.m. and 1 a.m., respectively. The former was on his way back from playing basketball with classmates, and the latter was leaving an internet cafe. Therefore, the two agreed to act together at night. Zongjing Nanmo would patrol the first half of the night until 3 a.m. with the detector, and Jiang Hou would take over from 3 a.m. until dawn. However, the basic detector could only detect energy fluctuations within a range of 500 meters, and the accuracy would become increasingly blurred beyond 50 meters. Generally, transcendent beings who had reached the second rank knew how to conceal their energy fluctuations, only revealing them during combat. For example, Zongjing Nanmo, at the moment when not drawing upon the wind-type energy hidden within his body and not using his abilities, appeared as an ordinary person. As for Jiang Hou, earlier, because his strength had increased too quickly, he had no time to settle and learn how to conceal his chi and blood fluctuations. As they spoke, the two took a taxi and returned to the school. Not far from the school gate, a staff member dressed in a delivery uniform was already waiting for them. These are the items you exchanged. Before handing them over, we need to verify your identities. The deliverman took out a scanner and scanned their credentials. After confirming their identities, he handed them 2 black boxes, then turned around, got on his motorcycle, and left swiftly. Jiang Hou, what did you exchange? Zongjing Nanmo was curious about Jiang Hou's box, which was clearly twice as large as his. Jiang Hou didn't conceal it. There was no hiding it anyway, a few energy crystals and demonic power crystals. Zongjing Nanmo was stunned. What are you exchanging those for? You're not a deity or a celestial beast awakener. Research. I want to see what's different about them. It's only about 100 points anyway. Of course, Jiang Hou's real purpose was to see if his giant beast form could absorb the energy of divine resources. If it could, the giant beast form would possess the power of 3 inheritances simultaneously, plus the divine weapon in human form, making 4. Zongjing Nanmo enviously said, having points is awesome. Only you could speak with such a tone of wealth. I only exchanged 2 energy crystals, and I'm out of points. Because it was still early, Jiang Hou arrived home at only 4 p.m. Meow, the kitten Feidong, was lying on the stool, letting out a soft cry to Jiang Hou as he returned. Its voice was milky and adorable. Jiang Hou patted the kitten's head, put the box back in his room, then went to the living room and sat on the sofa. He then realized he seemed to have nothing to do now. Practice boxing. He had already memorized the techniques of the true martial 7 kills fist and could use them even in giant ape form. Investigate the case. Where to start? After a moment of thought, Jiang Hou opened the power ranking on his smartwatch. He could still only see the values of 3rd-tier reserves. However, when Jiang Hou's eyes swept over the ranking, the names of the first place, Jiang Wanshan, and second place, Fu Hongyu, had both disappeared. The current first place was Duan Xian. Realm 3rd-tier peak, mixed measurement physique 46, energy value 988, comprehensive combat power 10,577. Compared to Jiang Wanshan's 180 before breaking through to 4th tier, and Fu Hongyu's nearly 140 Duan Xian, whose combat power had just broken 100, was far inferior in foundation. As for his own current combat power, Jiang Hou thought for a moment, and finally did not update his current combat power data. At 5 p.m., Qin Siyu, carrying a pink backpack, had just returned and looked at Jiang Hou on the sofa in surprise. Jiang Hou, didn't you attend club activities today? As she spoke, the girl placed several bags she was carrying on the table. These were the vegetables she had bought when passing by the market. There was no club activity today. Jiang Hou then followed the girl to the kitchen. While she was cutting meat, he helped pick and wash vegetables. Much like usual, after dinner, the two sat on the sofa, one watching TV, the other playing with their phone. During this time, Jiang Hou asked about Zongjing Nanmo's situation. At 9 o'clock, after Qin Siyu returned to her room, Jiang Hou somewhat expectantly closed the window and door. In the ruins shrouded in black mist deep underground, Jiang Hou, with black hair flying and his upper body wrapped in bandages, appeared out of thin air, holding the black box from the afternoon. Roar! A savage roar exploded. Amidst the gale and airwaves, a massive black giant ape appeared. The giant ape bent down and gently crushed the box with 2 fingers, revealing 2 pure, white, transparent crystals and 3 dark red crystals. These little things had cost Jiang Hou 130 task points. Without hesitation, the giant ape directly tossed the 2 white transparent crystals into its mouth. Crunch crunch. The chewed crystals mixed with saliva were swallowed. Soon a mellow white energy spread from the stomach, absorbed and integrated by the giant ape's cells. Gradually golden patterns appeared on the back of the black-armored giant ape, while its throat felt a bit itchy. The energy contained in the 2 energy crystals only made the black-armored giant ape grow a little equivalent to the energy within the flesh of a second-tier beast. Of course, this minor energy boost was secondary. What concerned it more were the physical changes. Unable to see the golden patterns on its back, the black-armored giant ape simply lowered its head and touched its throat, feeling a strange itch there, as if something was growing. But because the energy within the crystal was insufficient, the change here did not develop fully. Lost in thought, the black-armored giant ape willed its attribute panel into existence, and then saw a new remark appearing under the demonization section. Divinization 4100. Energy from the crystals upon absorption can purify genes, causing the body to undergo divinization. The higher the degree of divinization, the greater the probability of awakening innate abilities. Now I can confirm that I can absorb energy resources from both the divine and celestial beast systems. The black-armored giant ape curled its lips, revealing a ferocious smile. Although it still didn't know whether energies like shamanic runes and celestial fire could be absorbed, even so, with the additional blessings of demonization and divinization, its strength would surpass those of the same rank. Its next goal was simple: hunt more beasts to initiate the second evolution. At the same time, in the real world, it could take on tasks to earn points, exchange them for energy crystals and demonic power crystals, accelerating the progress of demonization and divinization. At that time, combined with the second evolutionary transformation, the black-armored giant ape's power would instantly become incredibly terrifying. As for whether exchanging energy crystals and demonic power crystals would raise suspicion, that was also easy to explain. Simply say he could absorb these energies to enhance his physique. After all, on the personal information Zhang Rukin had registered for him, there was also a remark about suspected inheritance from the giant beast era. This reason could perfectly conceal the phenomenon of his physique growing every day. As a rare dual-era inheritor, it was normal to have some special abilities. Moreover, he was merely absorbing the energy of crystals, not awakening the abilities of the divine or celestial beast systems, so it wasn't too exaggerated. Today the ape's luck seemed good. It hadn't gone far before making a discovery. Sensing a faint, dangerous aura ahead, it slowed its pace. In the black mist shrouded underground, 100-meter-tall broken statue stood beneath, which crouched a monster 15 meters long, resembling a black bear. The monster was covered in black fur with sharp claws, and on its back grew 4 red octopus tentacles over 10 meters long, their surfaces covered in red scales. The mist obscured vision, hiding traces of aura and sound vibrations, so when the black-armored giant ape spotted the monster, the black bear monster also saw it. Watching the black-armored giant ape emerge from the black mist, the black bear monster's dark red eyes instantly turned savage. Roar! The roar shook the air, forming a shockwave centered on the black bear monster that swept across a dozen meters, while the 4 tentacles on its back writhed like pythons, looking vicious and evil. Boom, boom, boom. The black-armored giant ape pounded its chest, producing a war drum rumble. This monster's aura was strong, not inferior to the 4th-tier late-stage stone demon from last night, but the black-armored giant ape was no longer the one that had just evolved. Roar! An enraged roar exploded. The black-armored giant ape's eyes were covered in blood light, its muscles bulged, and instantly a berserk extreme power burst forth. At the same time, the scales on the ape's body were covered in black light, radiating an indestructible aura. The moment both talents were fully activated, the gravel beneath the black-armored giant ape exploded, and under the immense recoil force, its massive body shot out like a small mountain. The black bear monster, which hadn't expected the black-armored giant ape to attack first, roared and rose on its hind legs. Boom, boom. The giant black fist and the bear paw collided, unleashing a thunderous impact like a 1,000-ton weight striking. In its rage state, power increased threefold, making the already immensely strong black-armored giant beast even more terrifying. It directly knocked the black bear monster's claws aside and slammed its thick shoulder and back heavily into the monster. Boom. The 2 giant beasts crashed together into the statue. The mountain-like statue trembled, large chunks of rock shattered, and billowing dust rose. Amid the dust, a roar exploded. The black bear monster slammed against the wall by this strike, roared, and the 4 tentacles behind it coiled like pythons, entangling the black-armored giant ape. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sucker teeth inside the tentacles wrapping the ape twisted, trying to gnaw flesh, but couldn't penetrate the scale defense covered by black light. The friction between teeth and scales produced a piercing sound. Roar! The black-armored giant ape roared in fury, its arm muscles bulged a circle, and with a forceful shake, its immense power directly shook off the tentacles binding its body. The moment it shook off the tentacles, the ape's right arm clenched into a fist covered in golden domineering force, and punched the black bear monster's roaring, biting cheek. Boom. The black bear monster's cheek collapsed, flesh burst, and its massive head and body slammed into the statue again, with a crash letting out a scream. The chaos domineering force had the property of shattering defenses, and combined with the black armored giant ape's overwhelming power, it directly penetrated the black bear monster's defense. But at this moment, the 4 tentacles behind the black bear swept in again. The black armored giant ape abruptly jerked its upper body back, dodging the attack, then opened its mouth wide and bit down on one of the tentacles. At the same time, its arms shot out and grabbed the 2 tentacles, attacking from left and right. Roar. Ignoring the tentacle tightening around its waist, the black armored giant ape clenched its fists around the tentacles and furiously smashed them into the black bear monster's head. Boom, boom, boom. The fists covered in chaos domineering force were unstoppable. Each punch caused the black bear monster's flesh to split and bones to crack. The terrifying heavy punches each struck like a battering ram containing immense power. After just over a dozen punches, the black bear monster lost its ability to resist. When the black bear monster's head was almost completely shattered and dark red blood sprayed like a fountain dyeing the ape's body red, the enraged ape slowly stopped. Pant, pant. The black armored giant ape gasped for breath. The bitten-off tentacle in its mouth fell to the ground, while the 2 tentacles it had been holding had long since snapped in two. Looking at the black bear monster that was barely breathing, the black armored giant ape was still not reassured. Roar. A savage roar shook the black mist. The black armored giant ape raised its massive foot high and stomped down fiercely. Crack, crack. After more than a dozen stomps on the monster's limb joints, breaking its claws and legs, the black armored giant ape finally felt relieved. Huff. Under the blood-stained single eye of the black bear monster, the black armored giant ape that had just brutally slaughtered it rapidly shrank, transforming into a tiny figure in the blink of an eye. With thick black hair flowing without wind, Jiang Hou's upper body wrapped in bandages held a demonic blade and leaped a few times to arrive before the black bear monster's massive head. A black blade light flickered on the demonic blade, forming a 3-meter-long blade aura which he thrust into the black bear's eye. Puff. Roar. With a half-hearted feeble roar, the black bear monster died completely. An invisible force gathered on its body, transforming into dozens of thick black demonic chi. These demonic chi circled Jiang Hou once, and then merged into his left arm. Black patterns spread down his arm at a visible speed, eventually covering his left shoulder. As 6 new hell runes coalesced, the total amount of demonic chi within Jiang Hou instantly surged by 120 points. This gain and increase surprised even Jiang Hou, but upon careful thought it seemed normal. After all, Jiang Hou had used his 2nd-tier early-stage strength to slay a 4th-tier late-stage monster, so the soul power gained naturally far exceeded that from a 3rd-tier stone demon. Deep underground, amidst a sea of black fog, a 17-meter-tall black-armored giant ape sat on the ground, tearing at and chewing on a thick, elongated red tentacle. Dark crimson blood mixed with meat fragments dripped from its mouth corner, the scene bloody and terrifying. However, he was unsure if it was due to the Yen Yu demon blade, but the beast meat tasted less savory than usual, somewhat bland. Although the energy from flesh and blood transformation was remarkably sufficient, even astonishing, to the black-armored giant ape. After more than 3 hours having finished the beast's flesh and blood, the black-armored giant ape's body surged to 18 meters, equivalent to a 6-story building, its frame growing increasingly massive and heavy. Simultaneously, his base physical attribute strength increased from 369 to 435, gaining over 60 points, with some of that coming from energy crystals and demonic power crystallizations. The black-armored giant ape exhaled a puff of blood-tinged warm air, slowly rising to its feet, preparing to depart. He had other matters to attend to tonight. Night past 2 in the morning. The bustling streets were deserted, with barely any pedestrians. Occasionally a car would drive by. By the roadside, at a barbecue stall preparing to pack up, when Jiang Hou approached, Zhongjang Nemo was sitting there gnawing on a chicken leg, with freshly grilled beef skewers still on the table. "You're here, Jiang Hou, eat." Zhongjang Nemo gestured for him to sit and eat first. Jiang Hou sat across from him, casually picking up a few skewers of roasted meat and asking, "How is it, any discoveries?" Zhongjang Nemo shook his head dejectedly. "I rode a shared bicycle around earlier for ages, but didn't find a single clue. Instead, several girls approached me, asking to add each other as friends." "Get lost." Jiang Hou was speechless, unable to believe this could irritate him so. Without any other useful clues, finding that person would be purely luck-based. "Let's just continue searching like this for a couple of days, and we'll figure it out if that doesn't work." Zhongjang Nemo nodded. Since they wanted the reward, Jiang Rukin had promised they had no choice but to put in the effort. These resources weren't just about points anymore. They required specific access permissions that weren't even visible on the exchange page. Moreover, that mutant had already killed 2 people within 3 days, so he'd likely lose control of his bloodthirsty urges soon. After finishing their meal, Zhongjang Nemo paid the bill and headed back to sleep. Jiang Hou approached the rear of a 100-plus-meter-tall skyscraper, evading security guards as he made his way to the rooftop, then stood at the edge, overlooking the surrounding area. With a physical constitution over 30 times that of an ordinary person, Jiang Hou's strength became formidable and his speed dramatically increased, while his five senses grew increasingly acute. Focusing his attention, Jiang Hou's night vision rivaled that of an eagle, allowing him to spot figures moving at great distances even under streetlights. This location sat between two student murder sites, and based on their reasoning, the mutant likely resided nearby, making it easier to detect if he struck again. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. After an entire night of scanning the rooftops of nearby buildings with nothing to show for it, Jiang Hou finally slipped back through his window into his room in the pre-dawn darkness. In the morning, Qin Siyu was seated at the dining table enjoying breakfast when she noticed Jiang Hou approaching with a yawn. She asked curiously, "Jiang Hou, you didn't sleep well last night?" Jiang Hou responded listlessly, "Indeed I didn't. Last night, I dreamed I became an watcher standing atop a building guarding the city all night." "What kind of dream is that?" The young girl seemed puzzled. "Oh no, it's past 7:20. Jiang Hou, I'm heading out." She hastily stuffed the last piece of steamed bun into her mouth, mumbled through a full mouth, and rushed back to her room to grab her backpack before bolting out the door. "Be careful on the way," Jiang Hou called after her. "Got it." The girl waved dismissively and left. Jiang Hou shook his head. "This girl, she seems busier than I am." Meow, a white kitten, emerged from the corner rubbing against Jiang Hou's pant leg. Looking down, he noticed the small cat beside him and remarked curiously, "Come to think of it, I don't seem to have seen you this morning. Fei Tong, where have you been?" Meow, the kitten, looked up and let out an affectionate meow at Jiang Hou. Fei Tong, what's that by your mouth?" Jiang Hou reached out, gently pinching the back of the kitten's neck, then noticed something red near its mouth. Seemed like blood. Sniff, sniff. Jiang Hou leaned in, and indeed detected a faint metallic scent. "You went out and caught a mouse to eat." Jiang Hou was somewhat surprised. Meow, the kitten meowed once, its tail sweeping back and forth as if trying to say something. "Fei Tong, I went to eat people. Not bad, you're already able to catch mice at this size." Jiang Hou patted the kitten's head and set it down to continue his breakfast. But when he stepped outside the residential complex, he suddenly realized something odd. Wait, he lived on the 4th floor. Where had Fei Tong found a mouse to catch, or did his apartment even have mice? Puzzled, Jiang Hou arrived at school. Barely had he sat down when Zhong Zheng and Mo hesitated, clearly wanting to say something. "Just say whatever's on your mind." "Another piece of gossip." "Haha, it's not exactly gossip, but I noticed Jiang Zheng hasn't come to school for 2 days. Looks like his fight with Li Mingwu this time was pretty fierce. Though I wonder what they argued about. Could it be that Jiang Zheng finally couldn't hold back and confessed his feelings to Li Mingwu, only to be rejected?" Hearing this, a schadenfreude-laced expression spread across Zhong Zheng and Mo's face. "If you're so curious, why don't you go ask Li Mingwu yourself?" "I'd rather not. I prefer the feeling of gathering insider information from the sidelines. It gives me a great sense of accomplishment." This guy's hobbies. Jiang Hou was momentarily at a loss for words. The day passed quickly. Jiang Hou and Zhong Zheng and Mo maintained their arrangement of alternating shifts, each taking either the first half or second half of the night for patrol, leaving them half a day to scavenge for food among the ruins. In the dim world shrouded by black fog, the tyrannical and mad giant ape's roars shook heaven and earth, interspersed with piercing shrieks. Soon the commotion subsided, revealing the 18-meter-tall black-armored giant ape, standing tall, half its body dyed purple-red, with blood radiating intense killing intent. Around it the earth was shattered with 6 12-meter-long beast-like creatures, resembling armored pangolins, yet more ferocious, lying motionless on the ground. These third-stage beasts, their limbs snapped and heads crushed into unrecognizable remains, were barely clinging to life. The giant ape rapidly shrank, revealing Jiang Hou wielding the demonic blade wrapped in black energy, piercing through skulls to swiftly eliminate the beasts. Immediately, vast amounts of black, demonic energy converged, merging into bandages that transformed into twisted, grotesque black patterns covering Jiang Hou's left chest. Boom. Jiang Hou's aura surged dramatically, 6 hellish, demonic markings materializing on his body, spreading from his left shoulder across half his chest, increasing his demonic energy capacity by another 120 points. Upon reaching 433 total demonic energy, Jiang Hou keenly felt he had broken through an invisible barrier, advancing into the early 3rd stage. The core of these hellish markings came from soul power. Defeating one late-stage 4th-rank beast yielded roughly equivalent soul energy to 6 3rd-rank beasts. Only after absorbing all the demonic energy did Jiang Hou transform back into the giant ape to feed. The ape consumed flesh while the demonic blades sealed souls, each complementing the other as the beast evolved rapidly, and Jiang Hou's human form strength skyrocketed at an astonishing pace. Ruins. After devouring 6 3rd-rank ferocious beasts, the black-armored giant ape, now measuring 3 meters in length, stood amidst the black mist, blocked by a fault over 20 meters wide. The fault tore through the earth, forming a bottomless abyss. Within it, thick black mist churned, exuding a chill that made the giant ape's bloodline tremble. On the other side of the rift lay a vast and majestic ruin. Forged from bronze, even the two broken gates stood hundreds of meters tall, with faint outlines of palaces looming behind them, though obscured by the black mist. This was the most intact ruin the black-armored giant ape had encountered so far. Unfortunately, time was short today, or it had to return for duty, and could only explore it tomorrow night. Taking a deep look at the bronze gates, the black-armored giant ape rapidly shrank in size, and soon clutching a demonic blade it vanished from sight. At 3 a.m, Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo met at a barbecue stall to hand over duties. After patrolling for half the night, Zongjing Nanmo had found nothing, while Jiang Hou had once again spent the night shivering in the cold wind. At 7:50 a.m, Jiang Hou stood by the roadside across from the school, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. He frowned as he watched the students filing into the school. Zongjing, I think this method of waiting by the tree is too passive, too clumsy. It lacks the thrill of detective work. Zongjing Nanmo, squatting on the ground, nodded slightly. I agree, Jiang Hou pondered. That mutant is lying low, so our only breakthrough is the two victims. They're both students. Maybe we can find some clues at school. I'll leave that to you, Jiang Hou said, patting Zongjing Nanmo on the shoulder. You're good at digging up gossip. All right, leave it to me. Zongjing Nanmo nodded confidently. He might not be the best at many things, but when it came to school gossip, he was second to none. Jiang Hou didn't have to wait long. Just after the first two classes ended, Zongjing Nanmo returned with a lead. He leaned in close and whispered to Jiang Hou. Jiang Hou, I found something. What? Jiang Hou, who had been dozing off after 2 sleepless nights, perked up. Zongjing Nanmo whispered, I went to Sun Fangyi and Sheng Galan's classes earlier. The feedback was the same. Good grades, good looks, and good relationships with classmates. Everything seemed normal, but just when I had nothing, a freshman from class 9 messaged me privately. She told me that over a week ago she saw Sun Fangyi confess to Li Mingwu in private, but was rejected. Then a few days later she saw Cheng Gaoling confess to Li Mingwu in a corner behind the teaching building. That same night he was killed. The two of them turned to look at the center of the classroom. There sat the bright and beautiful girl staring at her phone and scrolling through something. Both had confessed to Li Mingwu. Around that time the 6-person group was having a falling out, and there was also Jiang Zhong, who hadn't been to school for days. Connecting these clues, the suspect was obvious. Jiang Hou's gaze turned serious. I'll go to the school's logistics office to get Jiang Zhong's file and find his address. Zongjing, you go ask Li Mingwu if she knows anything about Jiang Zhong. As a main combat member of the Celestial Punishment, even as a reserve, Jiang Hou and his partner had law enforcement authority. After presenting their credentials and identity, their authority took precedence over the Law Enforcement Bureau, allowing them to mobilize certain official resources in the vicinity, including the school. But that meant their identities as undercover agents would be exposed to the school staff. However, just as Jiang Hou finished speaking, Zongjing Nanmo objected. Damn, why do I have to talk to Li Mingwu? Because you're better at dealing with girls, Jiang Hou said, looking at him oddly. Zongjing Nanmo had few friends in class, but outside he had female friends across all 3 grades, had joined over 100 WeChat groups, and was always buzzing with gossip. Zongjing Nanmo shook his head. No, she and I can't stand each other. You should handle this. After class I'll go to the school logistics office. You two know each other? Zongjing Nanmo replied vaguely. Not really, just a bad encounter on the first day of freshman year. You never mentioned this before. Jiang Hou was a bit surprised. In 2 years as deskmates he had never brought it up. Why bring up unpleasant things? Because of Zongjing Nanmo's strong objection, Jiang Hou had to take on the task of questioning Li Mingwu himself. Noon. After finishing her meal in the teacher's cafeteria, Li Mingwu walked through the corridor between 2 teaching buildings. Just then Jiang Hou appeared from a corner, blocking her path. Looking at the bright and beautiful girl before him, Jiang Hou said politely, Li Mingwu, may I have a word with you? You're that classmate who sits in the back row. Li Mingwu frowned slightly. To Li Mingwu, like most of her classmates, Jiang Hou was just an ordinary student who sat next to Zongjing Nanmo. As for his name, it was something like Jiang. In contrast to the strikingly handsome Zongjing Nanmo, who was prettier than any girl, Jiang Hou, who was only slightly good-looking, faded into the background like an extra. When Jiang Hou suddenly stopped her, Li Mingwu misunderstood, thinking yet another boy was about to confess to her, especially one she barely remembered from class. I'm glad you recognize me, Li, but I have another identity. With that, Jiang Hou pulled out a small black booklet. The emblem of the Celestial Punishment and the national crest made Li Mingwu pause. In the past 2 days, with the official announcement, almost everyone had learned about the existence of the Celestial Punishment, a supernatural department. Li Mingwu spoke, her tone tinged with surprise. I didn't expect you to be a supernatural being too, and even a member of the Celestial Punishment, too. Jiang Hou raised an eyebrow. You mean you've met other supernatural beings? Without answering the question, Li Mingwu's expression turned complicated. She said directly, I know. You're here to ask about Jiang Zhong, aren't you? Jiang Hou's gaze sharpened. Did Jiang Zhong kill those 2 classmates? Li Mingwu shook her head. I'm not sure if he killed them, but I know he's definitely involved. So the next day we had a huge fight, and I knew the authorities would eventually find him. I just didn't expect it to be a classmate of mine. Saying this, Li Mingwu felt a strange, subtle sensation, as if discovering that a classmate in high school was secretly a member of the Dragon Group. Jiang Hou pondered for a moment. Li, do you know when Jiang Zhong awakened, and what abilities he has? It's been a long time. About half a year ago he told me he had gained supernatural powers. He could enlarge his body, grow scales and claws, and had immense strength. But although he gained supernatural power, his personality became more irritable and impulsive, though he usually didn't show it. Until recently, he couldn't control his emotions anymore. Li Mingwu paused briefly. Do you know where he is now, eh? Jiang Hou continued. Li Mingwu said calmly, he should have left Yidu by now, but I don't know where he went. The day before yesterday, he suddenly came to me and asked me to go with him. I refused, and we haven't contacted each other since. No calls, no messages. He left Yidu. Jiang Hou frowned. He hadn't expected this outcome. In the south of the city, within a lavishly decorated penthouse spanning over 200 square meters, Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows. Meanwhile, professionals in gloves meticulously examined every item in the residence, the bathroom, the bedroom, leaving no detail unchecked. After nearly half an hour, a middle-aged man approached. Based on the analysis of toiletries and tableware, this place has been unoccupied for 3 days. Moreover, the surveillance cameras at the front and back gates of the community haven't captured Jiang Zhong entering or leaving. We can conclude he has indeed left. Earlier I had our colleagues at the bureau check. There's no trace of him taking high-speed rail or a plane. It's highly likely he left by car via highway or national road. He comes from a single-parent family. His father works in a company in another province. When we spoke to him on the phone, his tone was very impatient with no intention of returning. He said if his son had broken the law, then handle it according to the regulations. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, Jiang Hou nodded politely. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Ma. The middle-aged man shook his head. No trouble, it's our duty. By the way, should we issue a wanted notice for Jiang Zhong or conduct an undercover investigation? Well, Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo exchanged a glance, then after a moment of thought he said, let's hold off on the wanted notice. I have another lead. If we issue a wanted notice once he knows he's exposed, he might go into deeper hiding. Besides, it's still only a suspicion that Jiang Zhong is the killer. Professional matters are best left to professionals. After confirming that Jiang Zhong was highly suspicious, Jiang Hou and his team contacted the Criminal Investigation Department, who dispatched a small team to assist. This was the standard procedure for handling mutants. Professional criminal investigators equipped with energy detectors and other tools would locate the target, and then the main combatants of the heavenly punishment would step in to eliminate them. There were too few transcendent beings with stable mental states. The main combatants of the heavenly punishment were usually very busy and also needed to cultivate, leaving little time for detective work. After Captain Ma Bowen and his team departed, Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo leisurely made their way to the workout room. The walls there were pitted and scarred, covered in small craters. The fallen boxing sandbag on the floor was deformed, its surface marked by many claw tears. Jiang Hou mused, Jiang Zhong should belong to the monstrous beast awakening system. His strength wouldn't be too great. Judging by the damage on the walls, he's around the 2nd rank. Zongjing Nanmo stroked his chin. If it's only 2nd rank, it's not a big problem. We can handle it. The trouble now is how to find Jiang Zhong. I feel that Li Mingwu might still be hiding something. She didn't tell you the whole truth. Jiang Hou nodded. I have the same feeling. She was remarkably calm at the time, not like a normal person's reaction to encountering law enforcement. By the way, I asked you to check Jiang Zhong's file, and also look into Li Mingwu's information. Did you find anything? Yes, their family situations are somewhat similar. Zongjing Nanmo said, Jiang Zhong is from a single-parent family. His father is away all year and indifferent to him. Li Mingwu's parents divorced when she was very young, and she grew up with her strong-willed mother. 2 years ago, Li Mingwu left Mahai City and returned to her hometown of Yidu to attend high school. Same class, equally striking appearance, and similar family backgrounds. That's why they got along so well, especially Jiang Zhong. In their first year of high school, to avoid making Li Mingwu feel excluded, he even gathered a few classmates to form a 6-person group. Of course, none of that is in the files. A smile spread across Jiang Hou's face. I didn't expect their family situations to be so similar. If that's the case, we might be able to find Jiang Zhong through Li Mingwu. Given how much Jiang Zhong values Li Mingwu, if he doesn't know he's been exposed, he might not be able to resist coming back to find her. Of course, that's assuming our hypothesis is correct and Jiang Zhong is the killer. Otherwise, Jiang Hou paused there. In fact, he had another conjecture that Li Mingwu was the killer and Jiang Zhong was already dead. I thought the same, but this conjecture was too absurd. He hadn't detected any energy fluctuations in Li Mingwu, so she shouldn't be an awakened being. Under those circumstances, how could she have killed Jiang Zhong? Moreover, she had no grudge against those 2 classmates and no motive for murder. It couldn't be that she killed them just because they confessed their feelings to her, could it? At 4:30 in the afternoon, as the school bell rang, the campus suddenly became lively. Soon Li Mingwu, tall and strikingly beautiful, walked out of the school, with a short-haired girl heading toward the eSport city. Not far behind them, Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo appeared silently. Jiang Hou, shouldn't we get closer? Watching Li Mingwu almost disappear at the end of the street, Zongjing Nanmo looked puzzled. Jiang Hou shook his head slightly. Don't follow too closely, it's easy to be spotted. With Jiang Hou's eyesight, as long as there was no obstruction, he could lock onto Li Mingwu's figure in a crowd from a kilometer away, so there was no need to be too close. Then, like ordinary high school students, the two made their way to the esports city on the third floor of the largest mall in the south of the city. Since it was after school, many students from nearby middle and high schools had gathered there, making it very lively. The arcade machines, shooting games, and dance machines were all crowded. Among them, Li Mingwu and the short-haired girl occupied a dance machine. Her graceful figure and light, energetic dance moves attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Inside the ice cream shop across the street, Zongjing Nanmo was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect Li Mingwu, who excels academically, to be such a good dancer. Indeed, she's good, Jiang Hou nodded. On the dance machine, Li Mingwu was like a queen on stage, her expression focused and confident. Every move was precise and effortless, imbued with a strong sense of rhythm. Combined with the dazzling flash of lights upon her radiant face, she was like an enchanting siren. Though the girl was captivating, the mall's security was well maintained. Apart from a few people trying to add her as a friend, no conflicts arose. After 2 dances, having warmed up, Li Mingwu and the short-haired girl went on to play shooting games and racing, not leaving the esports city until 5:30. At that point, Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo split up. Jiang Hou returned home directly. At 6 o'clock, as he entered the living room, he saw Qin Siyu lying on the sofa again, playing with her phone, her calves wrapped in black stockings swinging back and forth. Jiang Hou, why are you back so late today? Before Jiang Hou could say anything, the girl instinctively reached back, pulled down the red skirt that had ridden up to her waist, and covered her bottom. The club activity ended a bit late today. By the way, see you, I'll have to go out after dinner. There's a club combat practice tonight, so I might be back late. Go to bed early and don't wait for me. Combat practice? What combat practice? Isn't your club about practicing ancient boxing? Qin Siyu was taken aback. Jiang Hou smiled and explained, don't worry, I'm not going to fight. I'm going with other club members to watch a real combat match and learn from the experience. This was the excuse Jiang Hou had thought of on his way home. Oh, that scared me. I thought you were going to fight. Well, as long as you're not fighting, it's fine. Go early and come back early, don't stay out too late. It was 8 o'clock at night. In a villa community nestled between mountains and water, the housekeeper was tidying the dining room on the first floor, while upstairs in the piano room, Li Mingwu, dressed in comfortable loungewear, played the piano. Soothing melodies flowed from her fingertips, carrying far into the tranquil night. This scene stood in stark contrast to the vibrant, mesmerizing girl scene at the esports arena that afternoon. Dozens of meters away from the villa, within the dark green woods, 2 shadowy figures flickered in the darkness, and the faint voice of Zongjing Nanmo could be heard. Her piano skills must have reached at least the 8th grade. She's ranked first in her grade academically, and she's also proficient in dance. Where does she find all this time to practice? In truth, even a 10th grade piano certification is merely an amateur level. Impressive sounding, but far from professional. She simply has excellent academic talent. Sometimes you have to admit that geniuses do exist. They can master skills and knowledge that take others years in merely a short time. It's like how some people get into top universities while others can't even finish middle school. In the forest, Jiang Hou leaned against a tree, chatting idly with Zongjing Nanmo. Never mind this depressing topic. Do you think Jiang Zhong will show up today? Zongjing Nanmo, whose grades were mediocre, changed the subject. How would I know? Jiang Hou shrugged. Anyway, it's better than aimlessly wandering around like we did these past couple of days. Until we confirm whether he's still in Idu, Li Mingwu is our only breakthrough point. Of course, the two were merely observing Li Mingwu's home from a distance. After all, she was not a criminal and had her own privacy. Meanwhile, law enforcement agencies were also conducting covert investigations, monitoring Jiang Zhong's bank cards and personal spending accounts. Any suspicious activity would immediately lead to his identification. Jiang Zhong's father was also under close surveillance, including his communications. Although he appeared indifferent toward Jiang Zhong, what if it was all an act? Suddenly, Zongjing Nanmo remembered something and asked curiously, by the way, Jiang Hou, has your physique improved over these past 2 days? Yes, but the rate of improvement has slowed considerably compared to before. Jiang Hou didn't lie to him. After several days, his physical strength remained at the early stage of the 3rd realm, far behind the rapid breakthrough of 1 small realm per day he had enjoyed earlier. However, he omitted that divine weapon had already crossed into the 3rd realm, fearing Zongjing Nanmo might not be able to handle the blow. Even so, this was enough to make Zongjing Nanmo extremely envious. The Great Beast Epic Inheritance is truly powerful. You've only been awakened for a few days, and have already broken through to the 3rd realm. Compared to you, I only broke through to the 2nd realm thanks to the energy crystals provided by the club president. After absorbing and refining the 2 crystals I redeemed 2 days ago, my strength improved somewhat, but I'm still far from reaching the mid-stage of the 2nd realm. I feel like I need at least 5 more energy crystals to break through, let alone reach the 3rd realm. Hearing this, Zongjing Nanmo felt a headache coming on. For awakened ones following the deity system, there were basically no bottlenecks before the 4th realm. As long as they had enough energy crystals, they could advance all the way to the peak of the 3rd realm. But the problem was the scarcity of resources. Members of the Heavenly Punishment Department also needed mission points to exchange for them, and those points came from risking their lives fighting polluted monsters or mutated beings. He estimated he still needed over 20 more energy crystals, roughly 500 or 600 mission points, to break through to the 3rd realm. He had no idea when he could gather enough. And yet this was already quite good. At least they had a stable channel for obtaining resources. In comparison, those non-affiliated awakenings were far worse off. Everyone started at the first realm upon awakening, slightly stronger than ordinary people, and most were very cautious, afraid of exposing themselves, much like Jiang Hou had been at the beginning. Only after finding their way through certain channels and coming into contact with the underground supernatural black market would their situation improve. They could join certain local factions or cooperate with large corporations, becoming high-level hired hands or advisors to earn money and purchase resources. Alternatively, they could secretly purchase resources on their own, but such channels were rare and prices were exorbitant. Over the past 30-plus years, although the official sector had controlled supernatural information, this was only relative to ordinary people. Those on the billionaire list, senior executives of major top-tier corporations, and high-ranking officials across provinces and cities were all very familiar with the supernatural. Some even funded sponsors who partnered with supernatural factions to establish various legal and illegal underground research institutes. They studied supernatural artifacts and even the genes of polluted monsters, hoping to develop gene serums or evolutionary equipment that could allow ordinary humans to mutate and evolve. Of course, these awakenings also had another path, passing the review and joining the Heavenly Punishment Department. But every year, many Third Realm supernatural aspirants applied to join Heavenly Punishment, yet fewer than 1 in 10 were accepted. Even the official sector, operating with limited resources, demanded only the best. That night, until Jiang Hou and his companions kept watch until midnight, Li Mingwu's room lights went out without any abnormalities being detected. Gazing at the distant villa that had fallen silent, Jiang Hou said slowly, "Jiang Zhong probably won't show up today. Let's go and come back tomorrow." Jiang Zhong was not a professional criminal, and his vigilance was not particularly strong. Under normal circumstances, if he wanted to find Li Mingwu, he would generally not wait until after midnight. After all, being disturbed so late would put anyone in a bad mood, especially women. Staying up late was their worst enemy. The two avoided the surveillance cameras vaulted over the wall and arrived at the roadside. They then took out their phones to hail a taxi. By the time Jiang Hou returned home, it was already nearly 1 o'clock. The hallway light was on and Qin Siyu's bedroom door was tightly closed. She should already be asleep. Just as Jiang Hou was about to return to his room, Qin Siyu's door opened. The girl in pink pajamas rubbed her eyes. "I heard the door open and knew you were back." Speaking of which, Qin Siyu couldn't help but yawn. "Haven't you slept yet?" Jiang Hou walked over, his tone gentle, and ruffled the girl's hair. "I can't sleep when you're not here." Saying this, the girl covered her mouth with her small hand and yawned again, heavy with drowsiness. This was a habit the girl had cultivated over more than 10 years. The two had grown up together since childhood, and she had long grown accustomed to Jiang Hou's presence at home, just as Jiang Hou had grown accustomed to hers. Even when busy, he always made sure to return in time for dinner with her. Jiang Hou spoke gently, "Go to sleep. I'll go take a shower first." The girl nodded, turned around, returned to her room, and flopped onto the bed, forgetting to close the door. "This kid." Jiang Hou shook his head, closed the door for her, and then took his pajamas to the bathroom to shower. However, only after finishing his shower did he realize something. He looked around and found that the little cat Fei Tong was not in its cat bed nor in his room. Where did this little guy run off to? Jiang Hou recalled the blood on the kitten's mouth that morning and frowned slightly. But at this moment he had no idea where to look for it, so he could only wait until tomorrow morning to see if it would return. Back in his room, he drew the curtains, turned off the light, and then a figure wrapped in tattered battle armor and white bandages appeared. The demonic blade in his hand radiated a chilling aura, and he vanished into thin air. Compared to surveilling Jiang Zhong, Jiang Hou was far more interested in the ruins building across the rift. He wondered what lay inside. Ruins. The air trembled, and amid howling winds a massive black gorilla emerged. Boom. The rock beneath the gorilla's feet shattered. Its enormous body soared more than 60 meters high with a thunderous crash, cleared the rift, and slammed heavily onto the ground before the ancient bronze door, carrying howling wind and air waves. His gaze passed through the ancient bronze gate, and a towering bronze wall came into view before the giant ape. Carved on the wall was a mural of a monstrous creature. Part dragon, yet not quite dragon, with 2 wings and 9 heads. Beneath it, crimson flames blazed, obscuring the sky, while countless shadowy figures on the earth prostrated in worship. 10,000 demons paying homage, overwhelming demonic might. Yet as time had worn on, these murals had long lost their former divine power. The black-armored giant ape merely cast a cursory glance before turning its attention to both sides. On either side were 2 corridors, each hundreds of meters high and wide. But now only the left corridor remained intact. The right had collapsed and been buried under some unknown force. Within the left corridor on both sides stood a row of gray stone statues of demonic beasts, each spaced a kilometer apart, stretching all the way into the depths. On the forehead of each beast-like statue was inscribed a dark red demonic rune, resembling a simplified dragon head, exuding a mysterious aura. As the black-armored giant ape studied those statues, the dark red demonic patterns on its own body emitted a faint red glow. Sensing the demonic energy radiating from the black-armored giant ape, 4 ancient characters on the ceiling of the corridor slowly lit up, glowing with a faint red light. When those 4 characters lit up, though the giant ape did not recognize the ancient script of the heavenly demon era, it inexplicably understood their meaning. Demon King Trial. The black-armored giant ape's gaze turned solemn as it looked at the massive statues on both sides of the corridor. It had not expected this place to be a trial relic from the heavenly demon era. Should it try? The black-armored giant ape hesitated only briefly before its massive form rumbled into motion, striding toward the corridor. The nearest statues did not appear too large, nor did they radiate an intense danger, so it was worth a try. Since this was a trial ground, passing it should yield no small benefits. Crack! Crack! As the black-armored giant ape stepped into the corridor, the demonic runes on the foreheads of the nearest 4 statues glowed with blood-red light, and cracks began to appear on their stone bodies. Bang! 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 Stone fragments exploded. 4 demonic beasts emerged, each 8 meters tall at the shoulder, 15 meters long, resembling dogs, but covered in black scales with 2 flaming tails behind them. All 4 beasts exuded the aura of ordinary 4th rank. As soon as they revived, they let out ferocious roars and lunged at the giant ape. Roar! The black-armored giant ape roared back, lowering its massive form. Its arms clenched into fists, and like heavy cannons they instantly shattered the air, striking with lightning speed at the heads of the 2 charging beasts. Bang! Bang! Under the violent and overwhelming force, the heads of the 2 beasts exploded instantly. Their massive bodies were sent flying dozens of meters before crashing to the ground, spraying foul blood like a fountain and staining the earth red. In the same instant it crushed the heads of the 2 beasts. The black-armored giant ape swung its arms, striking the sides of the beast that leaped at it from the front, shattering its skull with a single blow. In an instant a spray of dark red blood rained down, staining half of the black-armored giant ape's body crimson. At that moment the last beast pounced onto the giant ape, its sharp claws carrying tremendous force as they raked across the black armor on its chest, producing a shower of sparks and a harsh screeching sound. Roar! The black-armored giant ape stepped back, extended its left arm, and pressed the charging beast's head to the ground. The ground shook, and the impact echoed far down the corridor. Before the beast could struggle, a massive fist covered in scale armor descended from above, crushing its skull with a thunderous boom. Stinking blood splattered, mingling with broken stones that scattered across the floor. Huff! The black-armored giant ape exhaled a hot breath and slowly straightened up. Whether due to the erosion of time or the fact that these beasts were never truly alive, their bodies were merely rock, as hard as iron, shattering at a single blow. Though there was blood flowing within them, it carried a faint putrid smell, unlike fresh blood. Their overall strength was slightly weaker than that of real 4th-rank ferocious beasts, unable to withstand even a single punch from the black-armored giant ape. Of course, this weakness was only relative to the black-armored giant ape. But since these beasts had no flesh and blood to devour, what use was this trial to it? Crack! At that moment cracks appeared on the bodies of the 4 beasts, and they completely shattered, revealing the blood vessel-like runic arrays and heart nodes inside. At the location of the heart, a fist-sized white crystal appeared, radiating a brilliant light. At the same time, from the shattered pieces of the beasts' heads, the demonic runes on their foreheads turned into beams of red light that flew toward the black-armored giant ape, finally forming an incomplete pattern on the fine scales of its left shoulder. And then nothing more. Was this the inheritance? The black-armored giant ape glanced at the red pattern on its left shoulder, pondered briefly, then bent down to pick up the 4 white crystals. As soon as it picked up the white crystals, it sensed the rich, pure energy within them, and its eyes lit up. Good stuff. The black-armored giant ape tossed the 4 crystals into its mouth. Since they were too small, it didn't bother chewing, and simply swallowed them with a gulp of saliva. Boom. The moment the 4 crystals entered its stomach, an immense surge of vital energy exploded. The black-armored giant ape's blood surged, and its muscles swelled. Roar! The black-armored giant ape roared, its massive body instantly expanding by over 20 centimeters. Feeling the enhanced power within, its eyes turned bloodshot. These crystals contained abundant life energy. 1 crystal was equivalent to devouring an ordinary 4th-rank early-stage ferocious beast without the need to waste time eating. Eat them all. The black-armored giant ape looked at the rows of statues deeper in the corridor, its eyes burning with fervor. As the black-armored giant ape approached, the demonic runes on the foreheads of 2 statues, each about 20 meters tall and resembling giant apes themselves, glowed red, and cracks began to appear on their stone surfaces. Roar! Roar! Stone fragments exploded. 2 silver-backed giant apes radiating the aura of mid-4th-rank roared and charged at the black-armored giant ape on all fours, the ground trembling with a thunderous rumble. No words were exchanged. The trial was simply slaughter. Roar! The black-armored giant ape roared, its massive form blurring into motion as it lunged like a black shadow at the left ape. Boom! 2 colossal beasts of similar size collided, producing a dull impact like a mountain crashing. The immense force compressed the air into a gale. But the black-armored giant ape's strength was greater, sending the silver-backed giant ape flying with a single Iron Mountain lean. Ignoring the beast charging from behind, the black-armored giant ape leaped high, raising its arms and bringing its fists down like war hammers on the fallen silver ape. Boom. Before the silverback giant ape could react, its massive head was crushed by the black-armored giant ape's blow. Then came the other silverback giant ape. A mid-4th rank beast puppet was obliterated in 2 moves, crushed without resistance. Huff! The demonic runes on the shattered foreheads of the beasts turned into beams of red light that merged into the giant ape's left shoulder, spreading toward its left arm, making the pattern much more complete. It dug out the larger white crystals from the 2 beasts and devoured them. The black-armored giant ape's body swelled again. Roar! The rapid increase in strength exhilarated the black-armored giant ape, and it beat its chest with its fists. Suppressing its excitement, the black-armored giant ape continued deeper into the corridor. Soon 2 statues appeared, each over 20 meters long, resembling colossal wild boars, but with 2 10-meter-long tusks. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the surfaces of the 2 statues, and the aura of late 4th rank emanated from them. The deeper the corridor, the stronger the beasts. At just the 3rd level, they had reached late 4th rank. Opportunity had arrived, and the cultivation level was about to soar. 5 kilometers deep into the trial passage, a black-armored giant ape, nearly 20 meters tall, stood, its body stained with dark red blood. Behind it lay the broken corpses of various beasts. On the fine scales from the ape's left shoulder down to its left arm, an eerie red pattern glowed with a crimson light, growing more fearsome. A few hundred meters ahead, at the center of the passage, stood a towering statue over 20 meters high and 40 meters long, a beast with a bird's head and a deer's body. The path ended here. This so-called trial of the Beast King consisted of only 5 stages. The black-armored giant ape had passed the first 4 with relative ease, including shattering 2 peak 4th-tier beasts earlier. But as it approached the statue, it sensed an intangible pressure. This beast was different from the previous statues. It was powerful. As the black-armored giant ape stepped within 500 meters, the demon pattern on the statue's brow emitted a red glow, and cracks appeared across its petrified surface. Watching this, the black-armored giant ape waited calmly. Earlier it had tested that while the beast statue was still in its petrified state, even its full-force strike, infused with the power of mundane dominance, could not shatter the rock layer. Clearly the being who left this trial had considered this when designing the inheritance. Soon as stone fragments fell, a powerful aura exceeding the 4th tier and reaching the 5th tier emanated from the beast, resembling the legendary Phyllian. 5th tier, the black-armored giant ape growled. These battle puppet beasts were slightly weaker than normal beasts of the same rank. Even when 2 peak 4th tier beasts attacked it together, it hadn't activated its talent. But the 5th tier was different. Even the weakest 5th tier beast could not be resisted by an ordinary 4th tier one. Moreover, this beast's aura was strong. Not like the weakened ones before, but a powerful beast with full 5th tier strength. Having reached 20 meters in size, the black-armored giant ape estimated its current strength was at the peak of the 4th tier, yet the final trial of this passage had become 5th tier. Is this the trial of the Beast King? How can one claim kingship without the ability to fight across tiers? Roar! The giant ape roared, its eyes instantly stained with blood, filled with boundless fury. The scales on its body were covered with a layer of black light, and it directly entered the strongest state of dual talent eruption. Chirp! A piercing bird cry rang out. The massive Phyllian beast slammed its 4 claws into the ground, instantly summoning gale winds within the passage, forming over 100-meter-long black wind blades. The wind blades rained down like cannonballs, overwhelming the giant ape. Due to their sheer number and speed, the ape could not dodge them all. Bang! 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 Dozens of wind blades struck the giant ape's body, generating powerful impacts and booming sounds. Under the defense of the ape god armor, the fine scales on its front still bore white marks, and most of its tough steel wire-like black fur was shredded. Roar! The black-armored giant ape bellowed, crossing its arms to withstand another barrage of wind blades, then shattered the ground as it charged toward the Phyllian beast. Chirp! The Phyllian beast emitted a sharp cry, not dodging the charging ape. Its massive right claw, wreathed in black whirlwind, slammed down. Boom! The black fist clashed with the claw, instantly shattering the solid black whirlwind. But immediately the black-armored giant ape shook, cracking the hard blue rock beneath its feet for over 10 meters, and staggered back several steps from the powerful recoil. However, the Phyllian beast fared no better. The full-force punch of the black-armored giant ape carried immense dominance, blasting it back dozens of meters. Its 3 claws slid across the ground, leaving long, narrow cracks in the shattered rock. Beasts naturally possessed strong physiques, and combined with powerful innate talents, they resembled hybrid superhumans, with both magic and martial arts granting them greater combat prowess than ordinary beings of the same rank. Coupled with the suppression of a higher realm, it instantly ignited even fiercer battle lust and rage in the giant ape's eyes. Such an evenly matched fight was exhilarating. Roar! The black-armored giant ape pounded its chest with fists, producing drum-like thunder. Chirp! The Phyllian beast let out a piercing screech, and a black gale suddenly erupted around the ape, forming a 12-meter-wide black tornado that engulfed it. Within the gale's solid black wind blades howled their impact from high speed, like cannonballs shaking the giant ape and shredding its fur. The moment the tornado blades swallowed the ape, the Phyllian beast shot forward like a blur appearing before the black-armored giant ape. Its sharp, elongated beak thrust like a spear toward the ape's head. Roar! The black-armored giant ape dropped into a horse stance, steadying its lower body. Ignoring the wind blades slashing from all sides, it clenched its fists, muscles bulging. Boom! A fist coated in golden power struck like a cannon, shattering the gale and slamming into the side of the Phyllian beast's face. The overwhelming force annihilated everything. This punch snapped the Phyllian beast's head back, and the recoil blasted the ground beneath the black-armored giant ape. Roar! The black-armored giant ape bellowed, stepping forward with a bow stance and delivering another punch to the Phyllian beast's cheek. The golden light-covered fist once again shattered the beast's protective wind. Bang! The Phyllian beast shuddered, cracks appearing on its cheek. Boom! 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 Step punch. Seizing the opportunity, the black-armored giant ape gave no respite. With 10 consecutive blows, it shattered half of the beast's face. Chirp! A fierce air-leaking screech erupted. Just as the black-armored giant ape smashed the beast's half-face, a massive claw wielding a black tornado struck its chest. Boom! The compressed tornado, barely a meter wide, carried terrifying power, hurling the black-armored giant ape over 100 meters away to collide with the bronze wall in a thunderous roar. The entire passage trembled, but the giant ape quickly rose again. A patch of black armor on its chest was slightly dented and cracked. Its blood-red eyes blazed with endless fury, and its aura turned savage. Such was the might of the 5th tier. Even with the defense talent, the black-armored giant ape sustained light injuries from the Phyllian beast's full-force blow. Chirp! The Phyllian beast roared, stamping its feet. A black gale rose around it, mixed with wind blades that once again slashed toward the ape. However, this attack was noticeably weaker. Moreover, with only one eye remaining, its aim was off. Most of the wind blades clattered against the bronze wall. Roar! The black-armored giant ape charged at the Phyllian beast, and an even more brutal battle erupted. This time the giant ape fought tooth and nail, trading blows, ignoring the beast's attacks. Despite being knocked back repeatedly, it relentlessly pummeled the cracked skull of the Phyllian. However, its mundane dominance force had been depleted, losing the property of crushing energy. Half the power of each punch was blocked by the black wind protecting the beast's body. The battle lasted nearly half an hour until the black-armored giant ape finally shattered the Phyllian beast's head completely with a punch. The massive beast collapsed. Panting heavily, the black-armored giant ape stood before the enormous corpse. Most of its scales were broken, leaving it in a sorry state. To kill a 5th-tier early-stage beast, one with mid-5th-tier combat prowess and both magic and martial arts, while at the peak of the 4th tier, was an immense challenge. Had it not absorbed the life force of the beast's souls earlier, prolonging the duration of its dual talent burst, it might have had to retreat today. Still, the gains were considerable. On the scattered fragments of the beast's head, the red runes transformed into streaks of crimson light, merging into the giant ape's left arm, forming a complete pattern that covered the arm entirely. Simultaneously, the beast's body cracked, dark red blood gushing like a mountain flood, revealing a red crystal at the heart's location, emitting a dense blood light. The moment that crystal appeared, the blood of the black-armored giant ape, which had already exited its rage state, suddenly boiled. Its bloodline stirred with agitation. Good stuff, the mere blood light emitted makes my blood surge. Watching the blood crystal exposed from the Phyllian beast's body, the black-armored giant ape, without hesitation, directly dug it out with its claw and tossed it into its mouth. Crack! Under the powerful bite force, the blood crystal shattered, mixed with saliva, and was swallowed in one gulp. Boom! The moment the blood crystal was swallowed, an extremely dense blood force erupted within the giant ape, causing its blood to boil wherever it passed, and even blood light burst out from its body, enveloping it. Within the blood light, the black-armored giant ape's entire body began to change. Its muscles and bones became tougher and more solid, and the fine scales on its surface slowly transformed from semicircular to triangular. Even the golden power flowing through its blood was tinged with a layer of red, exuding an even more domineering aura. The left arm covered in patterns under the blood light, the original black fine scales turned into black-red, and the arm muscles swelled, becoming nearly twice as thick. Even the palm was deforming, the 4 fingers elongated and sharp nails extended, half a meter sharp and fierce like dragon claws containing some kind of terrifying power. The blood light lasted for about 10 minutes before fading, and by then the black-armored giant ape's size had soared to 21 meters. Not only did it appear even more massive, but its body also exuded a faint, intangible sense of pressure, like dragon might, though very weak. Gazing at the thick, fierce, dark red dragon claw and feeling the terrifying power contained in its arm, the black-armored giant ape then willed its attribute panel open. Name: Jiang Hou. Level 3rd order mid-stage. Strength 458,652. Agility 239,310. Soul 25,318. Inheritance seal. Divine Weapon Hell Prison Demon Blade Hell Rune 1736 Level 1 Star Divine Weapon Power Demon Ceiling Flash / Incomplete Inheritance Hell Demon Suppression Demon Chi 433 3rd Order Early Stage Giant Beast Form Bloodline Black Armored Ape Giant Epic Giant Beast 1 Evolution Current Height 21.02 m Bloodline Awakening Chaos Dominance Power Dragon Infected by Dragon Power contains Dragon Might more domineering and shattering illusion and energy defense. Talent Fury Rage Violent Ape Divine Armor Supernatural Element Pierce 2 units Split 2 units Demonization 103-2100 Deification 4100 Demonization Talent Bloodthirst Extreme Prison Dragon Claw Absorb Dragon Blood Crystal Energy Activated the innate ability inherited from Extreme Prison 9-headed Demon Dragon. Left arm transformed into Extreme Prison Dragon Claw instantly consumes Extreme Dragon Power 2. The left arm transformed into the Extreme Prison Dragon Claw instantly exhausting the Extreme Dragon Power to unleash a devastating strike. Unique Talent Devour Evolution. Evolution Points 679-2000. Today's trial in this ruin yielded great gains. The giant ape's size directly soared from 18 meters to over 21 meters, becoming heavier and more massive. The demonization degree also increased by 22, obtaining the inherited innate ability Extreme Prison Annihilation Dragon Claw. Judging from the notes, this move should be very powerful. As for how powerful, we'll have to find a fierce beast to test it out next time. Driven by the giant beast's growth, the human form's base strength attribute also surged by nearly 200 points, breaking through from the 3rd Order Early Stage to the 3rd Order Mid Stage. Even the soul attribute below increased by a few points. However, the use of this attribute is still unclear. Since the body changed after devouring the demon soul, the black armored giant ape's body growth also nourishes the soul, slowly increasing soul strength. Whoosh. The black armored giant ape slowly exhaled a scorching hot breath, then the glowing left arm dimmed, its claws retracted, and in an instant returned to normal. Fortunately, this Annihilation Dragon Claw talent could be put away, otherwise a giant ape with a dragon claw would feel a bit strange. But before the black armored giant ape could study it carefully, it felt the ground shaking, the tunnel walls cracking with fissures, and small pieces of gravel began falling from above. Not good, this place is collapsing. The black armored giant ape was startled, exploded with power from its feet, and with a boom turned into a black cannonball running toward the exit of the tunnel. It rushed out of the several kilometer distance quickly. After exiting, the black armored giant ape felt the entire ground shaking, including the bronze gate. Not daring to delay, the black armored giant ape flashed out of the gate, bent its legs, leaped dozens of meters high, crossed the collapsing fissure, and landed on the opposite side. Boom, boom, boom. Under the black armored giant ape's gaze, the opposite side of the fissure continuously collapsed. The bronze gate and the ruined palace vanished into the depths of the earth amidst rumbling dust. Looking at the sky covering dust, the black armored giant ape felt fortunate that it had run fast. Early morning, the bathroom. Hey, Jiang Hou, you're up so early today. Qin Siyu stood at the door, her hair messy, and said while yawning as she walked in. I woke up a bit earlier today. Jiang Hou, who was rinsing his mouth, took a few gulps of water and gurgled away the toothpaste foam. As Jiang Hou was about to wash his face, Qin Siyu came over, picked up her toothbrush, squeezed out toothpaste, and began brushing. But as she was brushing, the girl was stunned. She noticed that the boy washing his face in the mirror had a few strands of red among the hair on his left side. Combined with his chiseled features and fair face, it inexplicably gave him an eerie handsomeness. Jiang Hou, your red hair has increased. I wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't mentioned it. Jiang Hou looked up, seeing the few strands of red hair on the left side in the mirror, knowing it was the effect of deepened demonization, but said, maybe it's genetic. Just like your blue eyes, my family might have some Western genes. Is that so? The girl blinked her sapphire-like bright eyes, making Jiang Hou feel a bit guilty, as if the girl had already guessed something. But then the girl nodded. I think I've heard of this phenomenon. Some children have black hair when they're young, but as they grow up it turns brown-black. This girl has definitely started evolving. Should be so. Jiang Hou nodded. But even as he said it, he felt that the girl was actually the one fooling him. Meow. Looking at Jiang Hou coming out of the bathroom, the white kitten lying on the sofa armrest let out a soft call. Looking at the kitten that had returned at some unknown time, Jiang Hou raised an eyebrow and asked directly, confess, where did you run off to last night? Meow. In response to Jiang Hou's question, the kitten just looked at him blankly, not understanding what he was saying. Jiang Hou, breakfast is ready. Coming. Interrupted. Jiang Hou glanced at the pretending to be stupid Feidong, noticed there was no blood around its mouth today, pondered a moment, and went to the dining room. The matter of the kitten would have to be observed another day. After breakfast, Jiang Hou arrived at school and found that Zongjing Nanmo was a bit excited today, so he asked, what found money on the road? No, it's because I performed a divination before leaving today. The hexagram indicated danger when encountering water, white tiger clashing with evil, and seeing blood. A very inauspicious hexagram. You're excited about a bad hexagram. Jiang Hou was a bit surprised. Zongjing Nanmo lowered his voice, only audible to the two of them. Of course I'm happy. I'm a transcendent now, I can dodge ordinary small accidents. The only thing that can put me in danger is another transcendent like Jiang Hou. My divination is centered on me. As a second-order early stage, I'm definitely no match for him. I'll get hurt in danger. So it's very likely he'll appear today. Your deduction is indeed possible. As for Zongjing Nanmo's divination talent, after several verifications, even Jiang Hou had to admit it was very strong. Especially after that cleanup mission, Zongjing Nanmo's method of placing himself in the middle and using the hexagram's auspiciousness or inauspiciousness toward him to infer the target was very useful. Jiang Hou whispered, "Let's keep a close watch on Li Mingwu after school today." Zongjing Nanmo nodded slightly. But just as the two finished speaking, Li Mingwu stood up and walked over to them, looking at Jiang Hou, and said calmly, "Got time. Let's talk outside." Suddenly the surrounding classmates were stunned. It was the first time they had seen Li Mingwu take the initiative to find someone and even call a boy out to talk. Behind the teaching building at a secluded corner, Li Mingwu looked at Jiang Hou with a somewhat displeased tone. "Classmate Jiang, I told you I don't know where Jiang Zhong went. Why are you following me?" Jiang Hou paused, slightly surprised that yesterday's tailing had been discovered. Of course he would never admit to it, maintaining a composed expression. Actually, yesterday was just a coincidence. Zongjing and I happened to go to the esports city as well. I hope so. If it weren't for the bodyguards discovering you yesterday, I wouldn't have known someone was following me. Even if you are members of the heavenly punishment, you can't casually pry into others' privacy. Li Mingwu said coldly, then turned and walked away. Jiang Hou understood her attitude. After all, anyone would be upset if followed. Jiang Hou pondered briefly, then also turned and left. When he entered the classroom, he noticed many classmates secretly glancing at him. His straight 1'8" figure set off by a white shirt and black trousers looked quite stylish. Slightly disheveled hair fell down with a few strands of red among the dark locks, making him seem somewhat handsome. Some girls showed surprise in their eyes. How had they never noticed before that this classmate was a bit handsome, especially with his calm and steady demeanor? Jiang Hou returned to his seat. Zongjing Nanmo's nosy spirit couldn't be restrained, so he leaned in and asked in a low voice, "What did Li Mingwu want from you?" Jiang Hou lowered his voice. "Nothing much, just telling us to stop following her." "We were discovered." Zongjing Nanmo was startled. "It seems there are bodyguards secretly around her," Jiang Hou said uncertainly. "No wonder." Zongjing Nanmo suddenly understood. However, although Jiang Hou verbally agreed with Li Mingwu since it concerned the fragments of the dark divine weapon, he and Zongjing Nanmo naturally wouldn't give up that easily. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the soothing after-school music played. Today Li Mingwu still walked out of the school gate with the short-haired girl heading in the direction of the esports city. At the school gate, Jiang Hou pondered, "Zongjing, you take a taxi directly to the villa area. I'll follow from a distance today. After she returns home, I'll go back, eat, and come again." Compared to Jiang Hou, Zongjing Nanmo, who was on the energy side, and only at early second rank, was too weak. With him around, they might be discovered again. Okay. However, nothing unusual happened along the way. Even when Jiang Hou went home for dinner and kept in touch with Zongjing Nanmo via phone, it was the same. It wasn't until after 9 o'clock, when Qin Siyu returned to her room to rest, that he opened the window. Night 10 o'clock. The quiet villa area had only the occasional patrol of security guards. At this time, the lights of Li Mingwu's villa were off. The maids and bodyguards had all rested. Dozens of meters away in the woods, Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo crouched on the ground. "Trust me, Jiang Hou, something will definitely happen today." Zongjing Nanmo looked confident he hadn't encountered danger, yet indicating today wasn't over. Jiang Hou nodded slightly, his expression calm. As time passed, near midnight the light in Li Mingwu's room came on. Through the curtains, Jiang Hou vaguely saw a figure moving. "Here we go." Both perked up. At the same time, Jiang Hou received a text message from the Criminal Investigation Department personnel monitoring Li Mingwu's communications. The message said that Jiang Zhong had called her. Sure enough, Li Mingwu was the breakthrough. Soon the black luxury car parked in the villa slowly started and drove out of the gate. Jiang Hou said in a low voice, "Zongjing, you're too slow. I'll follow first. You take a taxi and follow behind the real-time location I sent. Remember not to get too close." "Got it." Zongjing Nanmo nodded. Whoosh. Jiang Hou's figure flickered, turning into a black shadow that leaped over the wall, following the black car from afar along the street corner shadows. Urban vehicles wouldn't go very fast. Even on quiet nights, they were at most 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. With a movement speed close to 100 meters per second, Jiang Hou easily tailed them. The only trouble was avoiding occasional pedestrians on the road. But now that the supernatural had been revealed, if he couldn't avoid them, Jiang Hou simply turned into a black shadow and flashed past, at most causing those people to exclaim. Under the night, the black stretch limousine drove out of the city, going further and further into the outskirts, finally arriving at an unmanned small dock by the river in the suburbs. A street lamp by the dock cast a dim light. On the river about 10 meters from the shore, an old fishing boat, over 20 meters long, was moored. The black car stopped by the shore a distance from the river. In the darkness, the car door opened, and Li Mingwu stepped out. As the girl came under the street lamp by the shore, a figure appeared on the distant boat. With a slight effort, he jumped onto a small boat several meters away, then used it to leap onto the dock. Meanwhile, in the woods over 100 meters away, Jiang Hou squinted, recognizing the figure as Jiang Zhong, but he didn't act immediately. Wu, you're here. Looking at the bright girl before him, Jiang Zhong's tone was somewhat excited. At this moment, Jiang Zhong was almost a different person from his past cheerful and sunny self. Although his clothes were still neat, his entire demeanor and spirit exuded a suppressed brutality. His eyes were also a bit red, as if he hadn't slept well for days. Seeing Jiang Zhong's somewhat agitated state, Li Mingwu frowned. Since you've already left, why did you come back to find me? I want you to come with me, Jiang Zhong said excitedly. I've already contacted the people from the Demon Dragon Temple. They said that if we go, we can become official members and receive corresponding resources to quickly improve our strength. We can become official members. Sure enough, both Jiang Zhong and Li Mingwu had awakened. Demon Dragon Temple. Li Mingwu was taken aback. Yes, Demon Dragon Temple. Jiang Zhong nodded heavily. Since awakening our supernatural powers, we've spent a lot of money buying resources from the underground black market to advance from first rank to late second rank. The process has been extremely difficult. But now, as long as we join the Demon Dragon Temple, our strength can increase rapidly, soon breaking through to third rank or even fourth rank, becoming truly powerful supernatural beings. As he spoke, Jiang Zhong became even more agitated, his eyes red. Li Mingwu is indeed also a supernatural. In the woods, Jiang Hou's gaze was solemn. Earlier, when he suspected Li Mingwu might be the murderer, he had also considered that she might be a supernatural, but since he didn't sense any power fluctuations from her, he had temporarily dismissed that speculation. Every supernatural awakens with different abilities that's hard to sense without them revealing their power. Criminal investigators can detect mutants because they have already lost control and cannot constantly suppress their power fluctuations. As for actively testing her, even if they found out she was a supernatural without evidence that she was the murderer, it would only expose the fact that they had been monitoring and following her. At this moment, a rustling sound came from behind Jiang Hou. Zongjing Nanmo, who had taken a taxi, quietly crept over, following the location. Jiang Hou, is that person Jiang Zhou? Because they were too far apart, Zongjing Nanmo, with much poorer eyesight, could only see two figures, not their faces. Chill. It's him. Jiang Hou made a shushing gesture, signaling him to be quiet. At the dock, Li Mingwu's reaction to joining the Demon Dragon Temple was relatively cold. You go ahead. I won't go. I'm not interested in joining any Demon Dragon Temple. Also, let me ask again, did you kill Sun Fangyi and Cheng Gaolang? Earlier, when Sun Fangyi died, Jiang Zhong's emotions were off, and Li Mingwu had questioned him, but he didn't admit it. That was their first quarrel. Later the day after Cheng Gaolang was killed, Li Mingwu became even more suspicious of Jiang Zhong after learning about it. That afternoon, Jiang Zhong, who hadn't gone to school, suddenly approached Li Mingwu and asked her to leave with him and join the Demon Dragon Temple. Li Mingwu directly refused and again questioned him about being the murderer. But at that time, Jiang Zhong was emotionally agitated, barely suppressing the brutality in his heart. He just kept repeating the words to leave together and even tried to forcibly pull her away. Thus, they parted on bad terms again, and Jiang Zhong left until Jiang Hou suddenly approached her. Although Li Mingwu knew in her heart that Jiang Zhong was the murderer out of friendship, she still held a sliver of hope that he hadn't killed anyone. But this time, facing Li Mingwu's questioning, the already agitated Jiang Zhong completely lost control. Yes, I killed them. They deserve to die for daring to confess to you. Why do you care whether they live or die? You have nothing to do with them. You are mine. The more he spoke, the more agitated Jiang Zhong became, his eyes reddening and turning fierce. As he spoke, he moved towards Li Mingwu. What do you want to do, Jiang Zhong? Li Mingwu stepped back warily. We promised to always be together. You must come with me to the Demon Dragon Temple. Yes, to the Demon Dragon Temple, ha ha ha. When did I ever say I wanted to be together with you forever? Don't talk nonsense. We're just ordinary friends who hang out sometimes. You're losing control. Calm down immediately. Come with me, Wu. We promised to be together. With a low, ferocious voice, Jiang Zhong's body began to swell, covered in green scales, his hands like claws. Boom. Just as Jiang Zhong, demonized and out of control, lunged at Li Mingwu, a red energy beam shot out like a laser, instantly striking Jiang Zhong's shoulder and sending him flying. Under the night sky, the bright and beautiful girl's long hair flew in the wind. In her extended right hand, red energy gathered and compressed, emitting dazzling light and dangerous ripples. The sudden eruption of conflict startled the middle-aged bodyguard standing by the car in the distance. He swiftly rushed out, brandishing a black pistol aimed at Jiang Zhong's forehead. Stop! If you take one more step toward the young lady, don't blame me for being rude. It's all right, Uncle Chun. Li Mingwu pressed down the bodyguard's gun, looking at Jiang Zhong with some disappointment. You can't even control your own emotions. Even if you join the Demon Dragon Temple, you'll just be cannon fodder. For the sake of our past friendship, I advise you to turn yourself in. Under normal circumstances, killing two people would warrant the death penalty, but extraordinary beings have great value. You could undergo some experiments to atone for your crimes. At the same time, that's your only chance. The authorities have deep research on extraordinary beings, who perhaps in the experiments, they can suppress your loss of control. For the past 2 years, Li Mingwu had indeed considered Jiang Zhong as a friend. But she never expected that one day this gentle and cheerful boy would murder someone just because a male student confessed to her. The cruelty and savagery left Li Mingwu deeply disappointed in Jiang Zhong. With reddened eyes, Jiang Zhong's emotions grew increasingly out of control, his gaze filled with brutality. Turn myself in. Impossible. I am a powerful, extraordinary being. Those ordinary people, kill them, and that's that. Once I join the Demon Dragon Temple and become stronger, all my loss of control will disappear. As he spoke, Jiang Zhong looked at the red energy coalescing in Li Mingwu's palm, a look of wariness in his eyes. He hadn't expected Li Mingwu to have already reached the second-rank peak. With her ability being elemental control, she could manipulate energy, while making her far more powerful than him. And this was precisely why Li Mingwu dared to come see him. Not because of their past good relationship, but because of strength. Just as the atmosphere on the scene became deadlocked, a cold voice slowly sounded from a fishing boat in the distance. Jiang Zhong, didn't you say this elemental controller was willing to join the temple? As he spoke, the bow of the fishing boat dipped, and a burly man over 2 meters tall with a robust figure and wearing a black t-shirt leaped high into the air for over 10 meters, landing with a thud on the shore. Immediately, a fierce, murderous aura permeated the air, coupled with the oppressive presence of a third-rank extraordinary being, causing Li Mingwu's expression to turn grave. In the distant woods, the smartwatches on Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo's wrists vibrated. On the screens dimmed to the lowest brightness, a series of values appeared. Energy fluctuation 800-890. Detected dense murderous aura. Preliminary judgment, third rank late stage, shaman mark awakening. Third rank late stage. Zongjing Nanmo's face became serious. He whispered, Jiang Hou, this shaman mark awakener is very strong. If a conflict breaks out, we are no match for him. Call for backup. Jiang Hou slowly shook his head. No need. Don't forget, I am a dual inheritor. I should be able to hold him off. With a third-rank mid-stage in the physical aspect and a third-rank early stage in the divine weapon aspect, Jiang Hou's overall strength was already comparable to a third-rank late stage, especially with a killing move that could instantly exhaust his demonic energy. As long as that shaman mark awakener let his guard down even slightly, Jiang Hou could find an opportunity to slay him with a single strike. And this was only his surface strength. Although the giant beast form was suppressed by the world's rules, it didn't mean he couldn't use it. With an instantaneous transformation, one punch could obliterate the opponent. Of course, transforming into a giant beast was his biggest secret. Even if he used it, he would have to lure the enemy to a place where no one could see. However, Zongjing Nanmo was still unaware that Jiang Hou had broken through to the third-rank mid-stage, including the Demon Blade. But recalling Jiang Hou's strength when he had slaughtered his way through an entire street a few days ago, he seemed indeed very powerful. And among them was a third-rank monster. While the two were speaking, the situation at the dock changed once again. Facing the shaman mark strongman's interrogation, Jiang Zhong regained a bit of clarity and said nervously, I'm sorry, Brother Qingshan. I didn't explain it clearly to her on the phone earlier, and I thought she would be overjoyed to hear the news that she could join the Demon Dragon Temple. Who would have thought? At this point, Jiang Zhong paused. A few days ago, when the Demon Dragon Temple announced to all extraordinary beings worldwide that anyone willing could join the temple, the underground extraordinary world of every country was thrown into an uproar. It was especially attractive to ordinary extraordinary beings with weak strength who couldn't enter the ruins and had no source of resources. Therefore, after killing people and fleeing, Jiang Zhong contacted this shaman mark expert who was responsible for recruiting for the Demon Dragon Temple in this area through the underground black market. And he told him that besides himself, there was also a companion who had awakened elemental control ability and wanted to join the temple. And Jiang Zhong could clearly sense at that time that compared to his own awakening that allowed partial demonization, Qingshan was more interested in Li Mingwu, who had awakened elemental control. The shaman mark strongman looked at Li Mingwu and said in a deep voice, Young lady, our Demon Dragon Temple is one of the 3 transcendent powers in the world, on par with the Heavenly Punishment Ancient God Research Institute. Over decades of accumulation, the temple possesses all the advancement paths of epical inheritances, corresponding resources, and controls multiple large passages linking to the ruins. Now for the ideal of all human evolution, the temple is ready to open its stockpiles and invite all extraordinary beings to embrace evolution. Are you sure you don't want to join? Li Mingwu said warily, Sorry, I'm not really interested in strength enhancement or anything. Is that so? The shaman mark strongman looked a bit regretful. As he spoke, he glanced at the desolate surroundings, and his expression gradually turned cold. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you're willing to join or not. As long as you're alive, a second-rank elemental controller can be sold for a good price. What do you think you're doing? The bodyguard's face changed drastically. He immediately stepped in front of Li Mingwu, pointing his pistol at the shaman mark strongman as a warning. The shaman mark strongman's gaze was icy. This thing is useless against me. Boom. The strongman's upper body clothes burst apart, revealing mysterious lines, emitting black murderous aura on his skin. At the same time, a wailing of vengeful spirits exploded in everyone's mind. The bodyguard, being the first to bear the brunt, was in a daze. But as a professional, the middle-aged man immediately bit his tongue to regain clarity. At that moment, the shaman mark strongman had already appeared before him, his massive frame blotting out the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Within 3 steps the gunshots were fast and accurate. As a professional, the bodyguard fired 3 shots in an instant, 3 bullets precisely hitting the shaman mark strongman's forehead, chest, and right chest. However, these bullets only dented his skin on the shaman mark strongman's body, causing no harm at all. When I broke through to the 3rd rank, I awakened the shaman mark divine ability, defense force. Not even a pistol, let alone a rifle bullet, can harm me. Looking at the horrified bodyguard, the shaman mark strongman showed a ferocious smile. He greatly enjoyed the feeling of ordinary people facing him with utter despair. Boom. Behind the bodyguard, a red beam as thick as a goose egg shot out, striking the shaman mark strongman's face like a laser. The blazing light it emitted illuminated the dock. The energy impact was so powerful that even the strongman's head was knocked back, and he instinctively took a step back. Go! Li Mingwu turned and ran toward the car, but immediately stopped. There Jiang Hou, covered in fine green scales, blocked her path, staring at her with a fanatical gaze. Come with us, Wu Wu. We said we'd be together. Bang 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 bang. The bodyguard decisively fired, emptying all 4 remaining bullets. Jiang Hou's arms, which he had instantly raised to shield his face, burst open with 3 bloody holes, and 1 bullet tore through his chest. However, the heavenly demon awakener's physique was very strong, and with the scales blocking the bullets, only tore through tough muscle, barely missing the heart. With Jiang Hou's obstruction, the shaman mark strongman let out a roar, the ground beneath his feet exploding. His massive body stirred up a howling wind as he appeared behind the 2. Boom. The bodyguard, who had just tried to defend himself, was casually swept away by the shaman mark strongman, crashing into a distant car with a loud thud. The powerful impact nearly overturned the small car, denting its door. At that moment, 3 white beams shot from Li Mingwu's palm, piercing the air with a shriek. But when they struck the prepared shaman mark strongman, they only gave off 3 bursts of light. Thump! A palm flashing with black lines blasted through the air and landed heavily on Li Mingwu's left shoulder, sending the girl flying over 10 meters. She fell to the ground, spitting blood, unable to get up for a moment. Ruthless and decisive, this was a true extraordinary master. Regardless of whether you were a woman, he would strike hard first to render you incapable of resistance. Under the dim night sky, the bodyguard's ribs were mostly shattered, blood foam spilling unconsciously from his mouth as he slumped weakly against the dented, deformed car door. Li Mingwu lay on the cold concrete ground, her face deathly pale, too weak to rise. Her shoulder bone had been crushed. The force was so terrifying that her shoulder and neck clothing were reduced to fragments, revealing her left shoulder and neck bruised purple-red and swollen. This was the gap between cultivation tiers. Furthermore, practitioners of the Witch Rune path were hybrid type. In close combat, Li Mingwu couldn't even block a single strike. The burly man, his body wreathed in flowing black runes and radiating a fierce aura, regarded her with cold eyes. So be it then. With that, he issued his command to Jiang Hou standing nearby. Take her with us. Let's go. Why yes, brother Qingshan. Jiang Hou swallowed hard and nodded eagerly. The gap in experience between an 18-year-old boy and an adult, the tier difference. 3rd stage against 2nd stage, and the weight of his identity as an envoy of the Demon Dragon Temple all conspired to make Jiang Hou cower before the Witch Rune brute. There was none of the confidence he once carried as the star of his class. The entire confrontation, from its sudden eruption to its conclusion, had unfolded in the blink of an eye. Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo, who had hoped to glean some useful information, both paused. But then Jiang Hou's expression darkened, his gaze turning icy. Zongjing Nanmo hesitated, then spoke in a low voice. Jiang Hou, do you like Li Mingwu? When did I ever say I liked her? Jiang Hou replied, genuinely puzzled. Then why does your face suddenly look so terrible? Zongjing Nanmo faltered. I just recalled some unpleasant memories. As he spoke, Jiang Hou's gaze drifted over 100 meters away, landing on Li Mingwu's neck. Wrapped around her neck on a thread of gold and silver was a white jade pendant no larger than a coin, carved into the shape of a lotus flower. Its center was hollowed out, inlaid with a small emerald green jade bead. This style of pendant was quite common. Jiang Hou had seen one before, though its former owner had died when he was 7 years old. Even if you're going to write it this way, there should at least be some build-up. Does it have to be now that he notices this jade pendant? Let's go. It's our turn as law enforcement to make an appearance. As he spoke, Jiang Hou slowly rose to his feet, and a bloodthirsty, killing intent began to radiate from him like a terrifying beast awakening from slumber. This chi, forged from slaughtering hundreds of ferocious beasts, instantly made every hair on Zongjing Nanmo's body stand on end. Memories buried for years resurfaced, plunging Jiang Hou's mood into darkness. He felt an urge to kill, to destroy everything before his eyes. But Jiang Hou's unguarded killing intent was immediately detected by the Witch Rune giant, who whipped around and roared, "Who goes there?" The sudden disturbance startled Jiang Hou, who had just reached Li Mingwu's side. He spun around in time to see 2 silhouettes emerging from the darkness in the distance, one following the other. As the figures drew closer and stepped into the pool of light cast by the wharf lamps, a look of shock spread across Jiang Hou's scaly green face, disbelief etched into his features. Zongjing Nanmo, and that. Jiang Hou. As a well-known figure in their class, Jiang Hou recognized Zongjing Nanmo immediately, but he hesitated before identifying Jiang Hou. Jiang Zhong, who shared the same surname, could only place Jiang Hou as Zongjing Nanmo's deskmate, a quiet, unremarkable classmate who had left little impression on him. Jiang Hou paid no mind to the shock on Jiang Zhong's face, his tone calm and measured. Jiang Zhong, multiple pieces of evidence point to your murder of a classmate and flight from justice. As an enforcer of Tianfa, I have the authority to arrest you. Furthermore, you which rune awaken one, you injured someone with the power of force, which violates Article 37, Section 5 of the Extraordinary Management Regulations. As he spoke, Jiang Hou's right hand grasped an empty hilt, and a black demonic blade 3 feet in length materialized from nothingness, pulling itself from the void. A low hum resonated as the blade's guard, shaped like a demon's skull, erupted with black and white light that spread across Jiang Hou's wrist, transforming into tattered battle armor and white bandages that wrapped his upper body. His black hair surged past his waist, flowing freely alongside the bandages while his grip tightened on the demonic blade. Wisps of black, demonic energy coiled around him like a harbinger of death stepping forth from the shadows. The sight left both Jiang Zhong and Li Mingwu stunned. Though Li Mingwu knew Jiang Hou was a Tianfa operative, she had never witnessed his transformation into this alternate form. His power system was entirely different from her own. Jiang Zhong's initial shock quickly gave way to an uncontrollable surge of jealousy. His own ability involved transforming into a monstrous creature, yet this previously unassuming classmate not only served in Tianfa, but commanded such a formidable power. An awakened one of the divine weapon era. The Witch Rune Giant's expression darkened as he sensed the third stage aura radiating from Jiang Hou. Within the 8 great epic systems, the immortal demon's path was the most mysterious, while none had ever obtained the giant beast. The Witch Rune carried fierce energy, the heavenly demon was eerie and unpredictable, the deities shifted constantly, heavenly fire raged uncontrollably, the Dharma idol was ruthless and brutal, and the divine weapon stood as the most fearsome of all. Its ferocity stems from late-stage practitioners merging completely with their divine weapon, becoming one with it. Even when half their body is shattered, they can continue fighting. They feel no pain, show no fear of death, and fight like creatures beyond mortal comprehension. The Witch Rune Giant's wary gaze swept over Jiang Hou and his companion before he spoke slowly. I never expected to encounter Tianfa reserves here. Hand over that woman and pretend I was never here. What do you say? Though confident in his strength among third-stage practitioners, the giant knew the odds were poor against 2 Tianfa reserves at the same level, especially since one followed the path of the weapon master. Jiang Hou ignored the giant's offer and steadily lowered his stance, gripping his blade with both hands as units of black demonic qi began circulating through his sealing meridians. From beneath the wrapped bandages came his low voice, Zongjing, handle Jiang Zhong. A thunderous explosion followed. The piercing roar erupted as Jiang Hou shot forward like a shadow, tearing through the air at such speed that even the Witch Rune Giant struggled to react. The giant bellowed, unleashing a surge of black aura that hardened into an armored shell across his body, the manifest power of his awakened Witch Rune. Jiang Hou's blade, however, was not aimed at him. Block it! Jiang Zhong roared, his thick arms bulging with muscle as his claws glowed green and crossed to intercept the instantaneous strike. The blast echoed as Jiang Zhong's iron-hard claws were sheared away. In an instant, his arms shredded, and his body nearly split in two by a single blow. Lodged 20 meters away in the darkness, Jiang Zhong hit the ground and tumbled several times before coming to rest. Blood gushed from the stumps of his severed arms and his chest, rapidly soaking the surrounding ground crimson as excruciating pain racked his body and drew out agonized screams. My hands. Damn it. The giant's shock turned to fury as Jiang Hou wounded his subordinate right before his eyes. The ground quaked beneath Jiang Hou's feet as he pivoted, becoming a shadow that lunged toward the Witch Rune Giant, his black blade aura flaring with razor-edged lethal intent. In the blink of an eye, the 20-meter gap vanished as his piercing blade clashed against the aura-shrouded fist. The demonic sword's energy was halted by the dark qi, yet the sheer force of the strike still sent a tremor through the giant's frame. While his overall physical strength barely matched 50 times that of a mid-tier third-stage cultivator, Jiang Hou's raw power approach was nearing the late third stage, and with the divine weapon and demonic qi amplifying his strikes, he was more than a match for the Witch Rune Giant. With a thunderous impact, both fighters threw left-handed punches simultaneously, their collision detonating the air into a ring of white shockwaves. The overwhelming recoil forced both combatants backward in a sudden retreat. Under the night sky, a heavy atmosphere pervaded the desolate dock. Gazing at the figures confronting each other from over 20 meters away, the Wuan man's eyes blazed with murderous intent. It seems I won't be able to leave without settling you two today. After exchanging 2 moves, he realized that Jiang Hou's true cultivation was only at the third-order mid-stage. Although his explosive power was close to his own, how long could such an outburst last? There was also another young reserve member of the Heavenly Punishment. The aura he had inadvertently leaked earlier due to nervousness was merely at the second order. With such strength, he could kill him with a single punch. Whoosh! The Wuan man expelled a white plume of air from his mouth. The black ferocious tiger tattoo on his chest flared, and a more malevolent aura erupted from his body. Roar. A roar that sounded both like a tiger and not quite exploded. The cement beneath the Wuhan man's feet shattered and his burly figure surged forward like a dark gale, his hand wreathed in black, baleful chi forming a tiger claw phantom. The moment the tiger claw took shape, another tiger roar thundered, and the invisible baleful chi assaulted everyone's minds. In Li Mingwu's eyes, the Wuhan man had transformed into a black, ferocious tiger, dozens of meters long, surrounded by swirling, baleful chi, so fierce and monstrous that it made one's heart tremble. Such was the ferocity of a Wuhan transcendent. Every gesture carried a baleful chi that shook the mind and seized the soul. But whether due to the strength of his soul or the inherently savage nature of the giant beast, this baleful chi that assaulted the spirit had no effect on Jiang Hou. The demon blade, its black blade, chi swirling, sliced through the air and clashed with the baleful tiger claw. Instantly the air exploded as blade chi and baleful chi shattered into a violent force. Under the sheer force, the two parted after a single clash, then lunged at each other again. Thump, thump, thump. The violent, muffled thuds of impact resonated across the dock. Because of their incredible speed, Zongjing Nanmo and the others could only see two dark figures constantly entangled, locked in a frenzied slaughter. Wherever they passed, energies surged and gales howled. Boom. A tree as thick as a man's embrace toppled under the demon blades, chi scattering leaves everywhere. At the same time, a leg wrapped in black, baleful chi swept horizontally, blasting a cement pillar to pieces. Thump. A small boat docked for repairs exploded into fragments. The two men, fighting like berserk dragons, destroyed everything around them. Compared to Li Mingwu, who could only fire energy beams of ordinary power, and Zongjing Nanmo, who could tear iron sheets with his crackling wind blades, Jiang Hou and the Wuhan man were true transcendents. Every move they made destroyed everything, elevating them above ordinary people. Lying in the distance, Jiang Zhong spat out a mouthful of blood. More red veins spread in his eyes, filled with unwillingness, shock, anger, and jealousy. In the past, he had been the handsome, sunny boy in class, close friends with the most beautiful and top-performing school beauty. They played together after school, every day, the golden couple in everyone's eyes. And more than half a year ago, due to an accident, they had awakened their transcendent powers together. This made Jiang Zhong believe he was the legendary protagonist, that he and Li Mingwu were a match made in heaven. They would enter university together after graduation and eventually marry. But then all this beauty suddenly vanished, and a classmate who had once been invisible in the class suddenly transformed into a member of the heavenly punishment that he envied, with strength far surpassing his own. That handsome, domineering form and strength not inferior to the Wuhan man. All of this drove Jiang Zhong mad with jealousy. Already critically injured, he spat out another mouthful of blood. However, the vitality of a heavenly demon awakener was indeed strong. Even so, he didn't die. The three massive wounds on his body had even begun to stop bleeding on their own. Go, Jiang Hou. Kill that bastard. Zongjing Nanmo shouted excitedly. There was no help for it. He was too weak, so he could only be a cheerleader and atmosphere group. Boom. At that moment, a burst of violent power erupted. The two combatants leaped back again, facing each other. Now both Jiang Hou and the Wuhan man were panting slightly. Though neither had any visible wounds, their auras were greatly weakened. Although third-order transcendents were very powerful, their endurance was insufficient. By now both had consumed most of their demonic chi and baleful chi. Gazing at the figure with flowing black hair gripping the demon blade, the Wuhan man said in a low voice, "You are very strong, but if you have no hidden cards today, prepare to die here." As he spoke, the man took out a heart-shaped red fruit from behind him, shoved it into his mouth, and juice like blood dripped from the corner of his lips, making him look somewhat ferocious. Boom. A layer of blood light erupted from the Wuhan man. In an instant, his aura surged several times, rivaling a third-order peak, and his body expanded a circle under the powerful force, exuding an oppressive presence. White tiger tears the sky, kill. The Wuhan man roared, his aura wild. His speed skyrocketed, and he appeared before Jiang Hou in an instant. In his hand, black-red, killing intent intertwined, forming an even larger tiger claw phantom that slammed into the demon blade Jiang Hou held horizontally before him. Thump! Under the overwhelming force, Jiang Hou was sent flying by the claw, turning into a dark streak that smashed through an abandoned wooden house dozens of meters away, sending with chips and debris flying everywhere. The man who had sent Jiang Hou flying roared like a black-red violent tiger, pouncing toward the dust-shrouded ruins of the wooden house, giving Jiang Hou no chance to catch his breath. Boom! A blast of air roared in the darkness. A dark figure flew dozens of meters, landing with both feet gouging two furrows over 10 meters long on the ground. It was Jiang Hou, demon blade in hand. The sudden change stunned the few people present. Ha! Ha ha ha, die, all of you must die. Watching the Wuhan man display his might, Jiang Zhong, who was barely alive, burst into laughter. In his excitement, a flush even appeared on his face like a final flicker of life. White tiger devours the sky. Under the intertwining of bloodlight and black, baleful chi, the Wuhan man roared like an ancient, ferocious beast, pouncing again the instant Jiang Hou landed. Boom! Jiang Hou with his blade held across his chest was sent flying once more, shooting backward and crashing into a fishing boat on the river, smashing through the fish hold and falling inside. At the same time, the Wuan man on the shore leaped high over 10 meters, fierce and decisive, following Jiang Hou's trajectory as he descended from the sky, plunging into the shattered fish hold. But the moment he charged into the opening, the Wuan man saw a huge crack torn in the bottom of the boat, with surging river water pouring wildly into the cabin. As for Jiang Hou, he was nowhere to be seen. But then terror and despair flashed in the Wuan man's eyes. In his sight, a massive hand covered in black scales smashed through the cabin, sending up a fountain of water, and grabbed him in one grip. Roar! A ferocious, terrifying roar shook the night sky. The entire river surface boiled under the dreadful sonic vibrations. The fishing boat, over 20 meters long, snapped apart. Mixed with the surging river water, it soared into the air, exploding over 10 meters high, then crashed down with a thunderous boom, splashing water everywhere in a spectacular display. Everyone on the shore was horrified. What kind of power could instantly destroy such a large fishing boat? Was there a missile inside the cabin? At that moment, Zongjing Namo reacted and rushed to the shore, shouting anxiously, "Jiang Hou! Jiang Hou, are you all right?" "I'm fine." A low voice came from the turbulent river surface. The water near the bank churned, revealing Jiang Hou's head wrapped in bandages, followed by his upper body. As Jiang Hou walked step by step onto the shore, Zongjing Namo and the others saw the half of the Wuan man's corpse he held in his left hand, along with the ornate demon blade in his right. This scene was somehow both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Jiang Hou arrived at the shore, his bandages and black hair drenched the contours of his eight-pack abs, faintly visible beneath the soaked fabric. He cast the mangled corpse from his grip onto the ground. Immediately, wisps of dark, demonic energy coalesced from the corpse, transforming into intricate black patterns that imprinted themselves onto the bandages wrapped around Jiang Hou's arms, forming a fresh, hellish demon mark. Instantly, the depleted demonic energy within Jiang Hou's body recovered by 20 points, and its upper limit increased by 20 as well. Glancing at the corpse of the Wuxian Britsman on the ground, Jiang Hou's bandage-wrapped face remained utterly cold. Hidden trump cards. Don't act like you're the only one who has them. Though he had slain the Wuxian Britsman, Jiang Hou's mood was far from cheerful. Zongjing called the cleanup department. "Tell them to come handle the aftermath." As he spoke, Jiang Hou glanced toward Li Mengwu and the half-dead driver slumped against the vehicle. "Also summon 2 ambulances." Finishing his words, Jiang Hou walked to a nearby pier and sat down, gazing blankly at the silent, pitch-black river. The memories before the age of 7 were something Jiang Hou had always avoided revisiting. Reincarnated and granted a second life, he could call himself fortunate. But rebirth, he found, was not as idyllic as he had imagined. He had to use an adult's mindset to reacquaint himself with a new environment, learn a new language, and address a pair of strange young couples as mom and dad. Especially the latter, which proved far more difficult than being an ignorant infant. It took nearly 3 years for Jiang Hou to gradually integrate into his new family, accepting the cheerful young man, the gentle woman, and the kindly elder. But everything vanished in that car accident. He had watched with his own eyes as the truck lost control and lurched toward them from the side. His frantic shouts were useless. The violent impact sent their car tumbling dozens of meters through the air. If that woman had not clutched him to her body with her last strength, shielding him desperately, Jiang Hou would have perished in the rolling catastrophe as well. That sense of powerlessness, the devastation of having everything destroyed in an instant, left Jiang Hou with a recurring, maddening impulse to annihilate everything, even the world itself, every time the memory surfaced. This was also why he had lost interest in almost everything afterward. He believed that whether one lived in prosperity or obscurity, death ultimately reduced all to nothing, merely a mound of yellow earth. Of course, to repay the debt of their upbringing, Jiang Hou resolved to start making money after entering university. The confidence from living 2 lives gave him the conviction that whatever he did could easily earn him enough to ensure his family's comfort and allow Qinbai to retire early. He never expected to suddenly become an extraordinary being, nor that the world itself would undergo such seismic changes. Damn it! A sudden scream shattered Jiang Hou's reverie. Turning his head, he saw Zongjing Nanmo pressing his bleeding left shoulder, his gaze burning with fury as he looked down at Jiang Chong lying on the ground. His arms were shattered to pieces, his chest nearly split diagonally open. Jiang Chong's mouth was torn from lip to ear, blood streaming from his lips, his eyes wide and lifeless. Jiang Hou said deeply, "What happened?" "This bastard tried to spit a bone spike at me, even in death," Zongjing Nanmo said flatly, releasing his right hand to reveal a bloodied, hole-piercing clean through his shoulder. Fortunately, the wound only passed beneath the skin of his shoulder, damaging little more than superficial tissue. Earlier, while Jiang Hou had been lost in thought, Zongjing Nanmo had approached to check on Jiang Chong's condition. But before he could even speak, Jiang Chong's mouth had torn open violently, ejecting a bone spike mixed with blood and saliva. If Zongjing Nanmo had not reacted swiftly, the wound would have appeared on his forehead instead. Having exhausted his final reserve of strength, Jiang Chong expired, his expression remarkably calm. He had preserved his last shred of dignity, refusing to let Zongjing Nanmo, who had once looked down on him and only ever socialized with other girls at school, have the satisfaction of mocking him. Jiang Chan's death, however, left a complicated look in Li Mengwu's eyes. She had come to realize that awakening extraordinary power was not always a blessing. Had he never awakened, the bright and handsome Jiang Chong would never have been corrupted by power, never killed, never fled, and never died at this desolate waterside dock. Soon the cleanup department, an ambulance arrived. Since Zongjing Nanmo had also sustained injuries, he departed with the ambulance for treatment. That fortune teller's predictions had indeed proven accurate. Warning of bloodshed today, and blood there had been. Jiang Hou shook his head, his figure dissolving into the night. The mission was complete. Now he only waited for the reward Jiang Rukin had promised. Their club president had been nowhere to be found these past few days. Her messages went unanswered, her avatar perpetually gray. Jiang Hou still had no idea whether that fragment was the Yan Yu demon blade. By the time Jiang Hou climbed back through the window, it was barely past 1 in the morning. But today he had no intention of visiting the ruins. After days of exhausting missions, he planned to relax and get some sleep. The following morning, after washing up, Jiang Hou entered the living room and found the white kitten lounging lazily on the sofa. It let out an affectionate chirp upon seeing him approach. At the dining table, Qin Siyu, nibbling on a piece of bread, looked slightly surprised. Jiang Hou, why have you been getting up so early these past 2 days? Probably because I've been sleeping better lately, Jiang Hou replied casually. After finishing breakfast, he arrived at school to find Zongjing Nanmo injured the previous night already present. Aren't you taking a sick day today? Jiang Hou asked, somewhat puzzled. Zongjing Nanmo waved dismissively. Why would I? It's just a minor wound. A bit of medicine, and I'll be nearly recovered by tonight. After breaking through to the second stage, Zongjing Nanmo's physique had been tempered and enhanced by spiritual energy. Though not matching Jiang Hou's flesh-side prowess, his physical intensity had reached 4 times that of an ordinary person. A robust constitution meant a stronger recovery ability. By the way, Jiang Hou, Li Mengwu has left. Left? Jiang Hou frowned, not quite understanding. Zongjing Nanmo continued. Yesterday when we arrived at the hospital, a group of people showed up while the nurse was cleaning and bandaging my wound. Among them was our city councilor. And when I left later, I overheard the nurses mention that Li Mengwu had been transferred to Manghai City due to the severity of her injuries, along with that critically wounded bodyguard. Li Mengwu's departure did not affect Jiang Hou significantly. However, given that the matter involved a death and an extraordinary incident, her simply leaving Yidu so easily suggested that her formidable mother's influence was considerable. They were merely ordinary classmates, having spoken only a few words over 2 years in the same class. Just as the second morning period ended, Jiang Rukin, whose avatar had been gray for days, came online, and both of them on their phones. I've reviewed last night's cleanup department mission report. You two performed admirably locating and eliminating that mutant so swiftly. Zongjing Nanmo grew somewhat excited, his fingers flying across the keyboard. President, you're finally alive. Jiang Rukin paused silently before responding. Don't you want your inheritance crystal anymore? Huh. President, please don't mind me. I just got a bit carried away after not seeing you for several days. I misspoke. I meant you're finally online. Zongjing Nanmo quickly rushed to remedy his blunder. Very well, let's return to business. I will notify you once the wind element inheritance crystal is delivered. As for Jiang Hou's divine weapon fragment, regrettably, after authentication, it has been confirmed that this is not the Yan Yu demon blade, but rather a fragment of another weapon known as the patriotic god-slaying blade. Jiang Hou's avatar pulsed. No matter. As long as I can fuse with the divine weapon's primal essence and break through the 3rd stage bottleneck, it's fine. With that, his tone shifted. By the way, President, what have you been doing these past few days? Jiang Rukin always gave Jiang Hou a mysterious impression, able to recruit them into Tianfa without going through formal review, producing divine weapon fragments, while even transferring resources from other provinces. Recovering from injuries. In the chat group, Jiang Rukin's avatar flickered. My power is of light and dark dual attributes. Previously, while exploring deep in the ruins, I was severely injured, causing an imbalance of the forces within me, leading to internal conflict and further injury. During my recovery, the old man suggested I attend school, saying that the relaxed atmosphere could ease the increasingly heavy, baleful aura on me. But so far I feel it hasn't been much use. President, may I ask what rank of transcendent you are? Zongjing Nanmo was somewhat curious. To this question, Jiang Rukin merely said calmly, for now I probably possess peak 5th rank strength, but to avoid worsening my injuries I cannot act recklessly. So strong. Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo both showed astonishment on their faces. Under the condition of internal conflict between 2 attribute forces and injuries still possessing peak 5th rank strength, how powerful must they be at full strength? Late 6th rank or peak 6th rank? After the exclamation, Jiang Hou asked, by the way, President, I killed a member of the Demon Dragon Temple this time. Will there be any trouble? Last night, due to their similar strength and the fact that the tattooed man's every move was a killing blow, Jiang Hou left no survivor and directly crushed him with one strike. It doesn't matter. The other party actively entered our Tianfa's jurisdiction and caused trouble. Such people die, and that's that. Besides, that person wasn't from the Demon Dragon Temple. No. Wasn't he going to take Jiang Hou to join the Demon Dragon Temple? Both were startled. Jiang Rukin's avatar flickered. That person is a member of the Giant Troll Association, one of the affiliated organizations of the Demon Dragon Temple. This organization is not very strong. A mid-tier power, a dark organization entrenched in the neighboring country long engaged in underground illegal human experiments and criminal activities. Currently, this organization also acts as an intermediary helping transcendents from its country and nearby cities to join the Demon Dragon Temple. For each transcendent they introduce, they receive rewards from the Demon Dragon Temple with the amount, depending on the potential and number of the joining transcendents. It can be like this. Zongjing Nanmo was stunned. This Giant Troll Association had actually opened a labor agency in the transcendent world. Compared to Zongjing Nanmo's surprise, Jiang Hou saw another side of the matter. President, what exactly does the Demon Dragon Temple want to do? Globally, only a minority of transcendents join official organizations of their countries. Most are scattered and hidden, forming an underground black market through communication tools. This is a terrifying force. If they all joined the Demon Dragon Temple, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who knows what they want to do? Suddenly tearing up the agreement. Maybe their god has gone mad. Jiang Rukin said casually. Zongjing Nanmo's eyes widened. Does the Demon Dragon Temple have a god? Jiang Rukin said calmly, yes, a true god. Since the dawn of transcendence, some have already stepped into the realm of gods, but they all have some problems to varying degrees. Besides, due to the scarcity of divine substances, many powerhouses go mad halfway before they can step into the realm of gods, becoming terrifying evil gods or demon gods in the ruins. Do you know why we rarely see those powerhouses active in the real world? They are all deep in the ruins. Strive to improve yourself or cross into the 4th rank as soon as possible. The real world is actually quite boring. After saying that, Jiang Rukin's avatar went dark and she logged off. However, although Jiang Rukin was offline, her words made Jiang Hou somewhat solemn. Clearly, it was not only low-rank transcendents who could lose control, even the top powerhouses were the same. But when a low-rank transcendent loses control, they only kill a few people before being suppressed by the authorities. However, when a peak transcendent loses control, they become a demon god or evil god in the ruins, and may even lead polluted monsters to invade the real world and slaughter living beings. Would he one day lose control and become a true world-destroying giant beast? In the afternoon, just past 5 o'clock. In the kitchen, a girl wearing an apron hummed a song while deftly cutting potato shreds with a knife. On the small balcony, Jiang Hou was taking down clothes with a drying pole while the washing machine hummed nearby. The weather at the end of October was getting cooler, and the temperature difference between day and night began to widen. After returning today, Qin Siyu had first taken out some autumn clothes and asked Jiang Hou to wash them so that they could be worn directly when the weather turned cold later. These clothes had been stored for a year. If not washed, they would have a smell. Don't be fooled by the girl jumping around all day. Without her, this household really couldn't function. While Jiang Hou was having dinner in a small border town of a neighboring country hundreds of kilometers away from Yidu. On the top floor of a building bearing the sign of a biological research institute, a beautiful woman in a secretary outfit reported with a document in hand, "Director, I just received news that Cheng Shan is dead." Sitting in a chair wearing a white coat, a middle-aged man around 40 raised an eyebrow. Dead? How did he die? As a 3rd-rank late-stage tattooed master, Cheng Shan was a senior elite in the Giant Troll Association. Yesterday, he infiltrated Yidu, the provincial capital of Dongqing's border province, to rendezvous with 2 low-rank transcendents who wanted to join the Demon Dragon Temple. One of them had the ability of elemental control. But unexpectedly, he got into a conflict with a member of Tianfa and was killed on the spot. I only got this news in the afternoon through the underground black market there. Yidu Tianfa. The middle-aged man mused, then said, "Shueli, inform everyone, gather all personnel abroad, stop other matters, and prepare to go to Yidu with me." The secretary's eyes widened in shock. "Director, no. Offending Tianfa for a 3rd-rank member is not worth it, but we cannot afford to provoke them." The middle-aged man said calmly, "Of course I know Tianfa is not to be provoked. This time we go to Yidu for other matters. Even without Cheng Shan's death, I would have mobilized all our forces to go there." The secretary was startled, then couldn't help asking, "Director, is this matter important?" "Yes, it's a task from the Demon Dragon Temple, to track down the perfect experimental subject that escaped from the research institute there. A few days ago, the ancient artifact corresponding to the experimental subject in the Demon Dragon Temple's research institute vibrated, sensing that the ancient angelic power within the experimental subject had been activated. Although that ancient power appeared for only a brief moment, it was enough for the research institute's experts to lock onto the approximate location, Yidu City and its surroundings in Dongqing. Our task is to find that perfect experimental subject and report back to the Demon Dragon Temple. Of course, if we can capture the experimental subject, the rewards would be even more astonishing, enough to elevate all our strength to the next level." At this point, the middle-aged man's breathing became rapid. The Giant Troll Association was only a mid-tier power with over a dozen core members. The strongest himself had 5th-rank strength, but because he was on the verge of losing control, he had been stuck at 5th rank for a long time. Therefore he could only hope in the demon dragon temple, wishing that after completing this task, they would grant precious resources to purify his will and soul, who otherwise he would not dare to attempt breaking through to the 6th rank. When the secretary heard that the rewards from the demon dragon temple were astonishing, her eyes also turned red. But soon the secretary hesitated. But director of provincial capital like Edu has a top 6th rank powerhouse stationed in the Tianfa branch, one person alone could suppress our association. Don't worry. Edu is about to face an invasion of demon gods. That top powerhouse needs to guard the entrance of the passage at all times, and will have no time for other matters. We are just looking for someone. If we act carefully and don't provoke Tianfa, it should be fine. Night. Deep within a fissure hundreds of meters deep, the black armored giant ape, standing over 21 meters tall, moved with cautious steps. Its height rivaled a 7-story building, and its muscles and bones as dense as alloy made its frame even heavier. Each step caused the ground to tremble faintly, already bearing the intimidating presence of a colossal beast. However, compared to the right side of the slope, the resources on the left were extremely scarce. Since entering today, it had trekked over 30 kilometers without spotting a single trace of a dire beast, not even a single sugar bean-sized black or crystal. I'll go a bit deeper. If there's still nothing, I'll turn back to the twisted forest on the surface. The black armored giant ape's gaze was resolute. But no sooner had it made the decision than it felt the surrounding temperature rising, and even the dense black mist began to thin. The giant ape's spirits lifted. Any change was welcome, the worst was stagnation. As the black armored giant ape continued forward, the black mist gradually dissipated, revealing a cracked, desolate black ground, and streams of molten lava. The air turned scorching hot. The searing heat dried the fine scales and fur on the giant ape's body. Following the increasing number of lava streams, the black armored giant ape arrived before a lava lake hundreds of meters in diameter, where flames churned violently. Boom. The lake's lava erupted, splattering in all directions. 3 heads resembling flood dragons emerged from the lake, their crimson scales dripping with molten lava, fierce and majestic. Gazing at the black armored giant ape that had intruded upon its territory, the lava churned, and the dragon python heads rose, revealing a more massive body. Splash! More lava cascaded from the 3-headed dragon python's body. Each head was as large as a standard truck, and the part that rose upright stood over 10 meters tall. Most importantly, this 3-headed dragon python emanated a 5th-order aura no weaker than that of the Phylian beast. Roar! 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 The dragon heads let out deep tiger-like roars, their mouths filled with fangs. The red breath they exhaled ignited the surrounding air, scattering into a shower of sparks. Roar! The black armored giant ape also released a savage roar, pounding its chest armor with its fists, producing a sound like war drums. An early 5th-order dire beast, it had killed such creatures before. Of course, the black armored giant ape would not underestimate its foe. In the instant of its roar, its muscles began to swell, its eyes were shrouded in bloodlust, and a black light emanated from its body. Roar! 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 The 3-headed dragon python, over 50 meters long, charged out of the lake, flames burning around it, and lava splashing, resembling a winding crimson tornado with astonishing momentum. Roar! An enraged roar exploded. The ground within a 10-meter radius beneath the black armored giant ape shattered, and it shot forward like a black shadow. Boom! The black meteor and the fiery tornado collided. In an instant, a violent tremor and thunderous roar echoed through the underground. A ring of flame shockwave erupted, sending scorching gusts of wind sweeping across the surroundings. A massive figure was sent flying backward through the flame shockwave, crashing heavily onto the ground and rolling for a distance before coming to a halt. Struck by the full-force mountain-crushing strike of the black armored giant ape, which was only a step away from the 5th order, the 50-meter-long 3-headed dragon python was sent flying. Roar! Roar! The savage ape stood rooted in place, its legs nearly sinking into the shattered ground, its back and shoulder fur scorched by flames revealing fine scales. It raised its head and roared, its aura wild and fierce. In the distance, the massive 3-headed dragon python shook its dazed head, raised its upper body once more, and opened its wide maw toward the black armored giant ape, a red glow flickering within. Boom! 3 streams of flame shot from the dragon python's mouth, scorching the air and turning into 3 fire dragons that engulfed the area where the black armored giant ape stood. Under the searing heat, the black volcanic rock melted again in an instant. Such high temperature. 100 meters away, the black armored giant ape, having dodged in time, narrowed its eyes. Compared to the Phylian beast's gale winds and black wind blades, the 3-headed dragon python's flame breath posed an even greater threat. Boom! A stone pillar over 10 meters high at the edge of the cliff collapsed as the giant ape crashed into it. Its thick arms wrapped around a stone pillar, nearly 10 meters long and 3 meters at its thickest point, assuming a throwing stance. The air exploded. The colossal stone pillar shot out like a cannonball, its speed so great that concentric rings of white vapor formed around it, accompanied by a sonic boom. The air exploded. The colossal stone pillar shot out like a cannonball, its speed so great that concentric rings of white vapor formed around it, accompanied by a sonic boom. Roar! 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 The three-headed dragon python halted its flame breath, and its tail several meters in diameter swept through the air, intercepting the incoming stone pillar with precision. Crack! The stone pillar shattered, scattering into a cloud of debris and dust. However, the immense force contained in that strike also bent the dragon python's tail, causing its body to sway. Just then, the dust cloud filling the air suddenly dispersed. A massive black figure burst out, seizing the three-headed dragon python before it could react, wrapping its arms around its neck and slamming it into the cliff. Boom! The cliff trembled under the impact of the two colossal beasts. The violent thunder resembled a missile explosion, sending countless rocks flying and spiderweb cracks spread across the cliff face. Amid the swirling dust before the indented cliff, the black armored giant ape's arms were like spears, its fists like heavy cannons. With a speed that appeared slow but was astonishingly fast, it pounded the three-headed dragon python's heads. Boom, boom, boom. Whenever one of the dragon python heads struggled to rise, it was struck by a heavy, powerful fist and slammed back into the cliff, suppressing its attempts. However, the physique of a fifth-order dire beast was incredibly formidable, and this creature was a dual cultivator of martial arts and magic. Even though the giant ape's fists were coated with golden dominating force, shattering the red energy layer on the dragon python's body, they only managed to break its scales, and the impact prevented its heads from gathering strength. Roar! Roar! Dazed and disoriented from the heavy blows, the dragon python let out a fierce roar. Its massive body coiled toward the black armored giant ape, while red light flickered and spread across its scales. In an instant, boundless scorching flames erupted from the dragon python's body. The violent flames materialized into a fiery ring that exploded outward. The powerful shockwave sent the black armored giant ape flying, landing with a boom over 100 meters away. Its fur was completely burned off by the heat exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, leaving it somewhat disheveled. However, this move also drained the three-headed dragon python significantly. After forcing the black armored giant ape back, its three heads rose again, but it did not continue its assault. Roar! 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 Leaning against the cliff, the three-headed dragon python roared, its voice imbued with some kind of power. The red crystal-like substance covering its scales exploded, landing on the ground around it and igniting quickly. In the blink of an eye, the area within 100 meters around the dragon python turned into a sea of flames, distorting the air. Within the sea of fire, the broken scales and crushed flesh on the three heads healed at a visible rate. Huff! Watching this, the black armored giant ape exhaled a scorching breath, its enraged eyes showing a hint of seriousness. Though it had gained the upper hand in the earlier skirmish, killing this fifth-order dire beast would still be strenuous. Even if it could win, it would turn into a war of attrition. In that case, the black armored giant ape's left arm emitted a dazzling blood-red light. A terrifying power within the arm was activated, causing the arm to suddenly double in thickness. Red dragon scales extended, and its palm deformed into a dragon claw. The moment the giant ape activated the extreme prison dragon claw, the faint dragon aura emanating from it caused the three-headed dragon python's tail to go limp, and the power gathering within its body nearly dissipated. That was the suppression of bloodline. But immediately a fervent gleam appeared in the dragon python's eyes, wild and frenzied. If it could devour this beast and absorb the dragon blood power within its body, it could purify its bloodline and evolve into a more powerful three-headed flood dragon. Roar! 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 The three-headed dragon python let out a crazed roar, unleashing its bloodline power. In an instant, the surrounding flames blazed brighter, surging like a tide toward the black armored giant ape. Roar! The black armored giant ape let out an enraged roar. The ground beneath its feet shattered, and its massive frame shot forward to meet the three-headed dragon python. Its left arm blazed with blood-red light, forming a colossal, almost solid dragon claw that radiated a terrifying aura of destruction. Boom! In the moment of impact, the sea of flames scattered before the dragon claw. Then the three massive heads of the dragon python exploded, showering gore and debris over a range of several hundred meters. After obliterating the fifth-order beast, the dragon claw's projection continued undiminished, slamming into the cliff behind. Boom! The mountains shook and the earth quaked. Beneath the collapsed cliff, the black armored giant ape stared at the dragon claw crater over 20 meters in diameter, a sense of awe washing over it. As expected of the Demon King's legacy, even the power of a single claw strike was terrifyingly formidable, instantly slaying a 5th-rank early-stage beast with its 4th-rank peak strength. It felt that even a 5th-rank mid-stage beast would have been instantly killed by that claw. However, this meant the black armored giant ape had no time to revert to human form for slaughter and slaying, and proceeded to absorb the soul power of the three-headed python to seal the demon. Of course, even without the extreme prison dragon claw obliterating the three-headed python with a single blow, the black armored giant ape would not have held back, for the gap between a 3rd-rank human form and a 5th-rank beast was far too vast. If the beast had a final spurt of life, it could annihilate Jiang Hou in one strike. The black armored giant ape glanced at its left arm, which had returned to normal, then unhurriedly approached the python's corpse, which was still writhing violently and spraying blood, refusing to die. Bang! With a stomp, the ape pinned the python's body in the middle, grabbed its upper half, and bit down on the still gushing neck, tearing off a large chunk of flesh with some difficulty. A torrent of crimson blood sprayed, staining the ape's upper body red, a gruesome sight. The flesh of this python, which lived in magma, was red, crystalline, and sweet, growing more fragrant with each chew, carrying a faint scorched aroma. But it was rather laborious to eat. After the fourth rank of beasts, flesh and bones were tempered by energy, greatly increasing their toughness, so the higher the rank, the tougher the meat. Of course, even if it was as tough as alloy, it was still flesh, not a block of hard steel. It just required more effort from the teeth, and more time. As he swallowed, the flesh began to transform. With abundant biological energy, the black-armored giant ape's body grew at a visible rate. Even the fur that had been burned off grew back rapidly, becoming thicker and denser. Each black hair gleamed like steel wire. While digesting the python's flesh, some supernatural elements within the meat also merged into the ape's body. However, as his body grew larger, each increment required more energy. After more than 4 hours, when the python's flesh was completely consumed, the ape's size had just reached 22 meters. Suddenly, it was as if an invisible barrier had been shattered. Boom. A surge of golden-red energy erupted inside the ape, and wherever it passed, the pale golden power, circulating through the blood, doubled in concentration, becoming more condensed. At the same time, the strength of all muscles and bones skyrocketed under that energy, harboring even more violent and terrifying power. Is this change due to the bloodline enhancement upon breaking through the rank? The black-armored giant ape clenched his massive hand, gazing at the sharp nails that emitted a red glow, lost in thought. Then with a thought, he summoned the attribute panel. On it, the human form's base strength had increased from 652 to 715, a gain of 63 points. Agility went from 310 to 338, an increase only half of strengths. As for the soul, the change was even smaller, merely from 31 to 35. Beneath the giant beast data column, a new element had appeared. Supernatural element Molten Flame, 12 units. A supernatural element containing scorching lava power. When 50 units are accumulated, the next evolution can awaken the power of nature. Molten Flame 3. This breakthrough to the 5th rank did not significantly boost the human form, but the black-armored giant ape could clearly feel that its power had nearly tripled. Boom. The black-armored giant ape turned and punched the cliff wall. The immense force created a white shockwave that exploded outward, shattering the rock over a dozen meters and sending cracks spreading for hundreds of meters. Feeling the power of that punch, the black-armored giant ape nodded slowly. Just as he had thought, as rank increased and size grew, the gap in power between the human form and the giant beast form had widened even further. Besides the power boost, he had also gained over a dozen units of a new supernatural element. However, the note following the new element was the requirement of 50 units because it belonged to the power of nature. Or had the difficulty of awakening a talent during the second evolution increased? Unable to figure it out, the black-armored giant ape shook his head and prepared to press deeper. It was still early. He could try to kill and devour another 5th-rank beast. But before leaving, the black-armored giant ape glanced at the python's spine, which lay on the ground like red alloy. The bones of a 5th-rank beast were extremely hard and had been tempered by energy for a long time. It was obvious they were highly valuable supernatural materials. But this item was of little use to the black-armored giant ape. As a weapon, it might fall apart after a few swings, and selling it would raise questions about its origin. More importantly, contamination. The energy emanating from these beast remains was highly polluting. If brought back to the real world, the energy released upon appearing in a room could contaminate everyone on several floors, including Chinsiyu. And selling it was also a problem. Too troublesome. Next, as the black-armored giant ape continued exploring deeper, the surrounding black mist grew thinner and eventually vanished completely. Without the black mist obstructing his view, the black-armored giant ape could now see how wide this fissure was, about a dozen kilometers across. One side was a cliff wall and the ground, while the other side was an even deeper chasm. The lava streams that flowed down mostly ended up in the bottomless crack on the left. At the same time, the further he went, the more magma there was, radiating scorching heat. Just as the black-armored giant ape felt the soles of his feet burning, a magma pool over 100 meters in diameter appeared ahead. Inside, the lava churned, and a red beast nearly 20 meters long lay sprawled. This beast resembled a bull in shape, but with a ferocious head covered in red scales and sharp dorsal fins. Roar! A savage roar exploded. The magma burst, then quickly settled. Before the black-armored giant ape, who had already stepped into the 5th rank, a late 4th-rank beast stood no chance. With a few punches, its half-face was shattered, its limbs broken, and it was left with a single breath. Roar! Before the beast, whose body was ablaze with flames, the black-armored giant ape roared, exuding a savage aura, thoroughly relishing the thrill of slaughter. After venting his emotions with roars, the ape's form rapidly shrank, revealing the slaughter form wielding the demon blade. Amidst the beast's resentful, unwilling hatred, Jiang Hou drove the demon blade through its eye and brain, slaying it. Instantly, dense soul energy and resentment coalesced into strands of black demonic chi that surged toward Jiang Hou forming 6 new hell demon marks on the bandages that spread across his chest. At the same time, Jiang Hou's total demonic chi surged by a segment, increasing by 120 points to 573. But this small increase was negligible compared to the giant beast form's breakthrough to the 5th rank. After sealing the beast's remnant soul into his body, Jiang Hou roared again and transformed into a giant beast. The over 20-meter-tall, black-armored giant ape sat on the ground, gripping the corpse of the lava fireball beast and devouring it in large bites. As he ate, the blood-muzzled black-armored giant ape suddenly lifted his head and let out an excited roar. The feeling of growing stronger just by eating, it was so exhilarating. After breaking through to the 5th rank, the ape's teeth and jaws had also improved. He devoured the flesh of a 4th-rank beast in just over an hour. However, this beast yielded a large amount of meat, and after eating it, the black-armored giant ape's height increased by another 20 centimeters. At the same time, this beast, which dwelled in magma, provided the black-armored giant ape with 2 units of molten flame element, which lifted his spirits. The flesh of these beasts actually produced the same supernatural element, meaning that if there were enough of them, he could soon accumulate 50 units. By the next evolution, he would be able to awaken the molten flame talent, which belonged to the power of nature, with 100% certainty. But what exactly would this molten flame talent manifest as? Controlling flames and lava, or burning his entire body to become a massive flame giant ape? With some anticipation, the giant ape's form shrank and then vanished. On Saturday, with no school to attend, Jiang Hou, who had returned home at around 5 in the morning, slept until nearly 11 before waking up. Stepping out of his room, Jiang Hou saw Qin Siyu dressed in a pink t-shirt and white short skirt, crouching in the living room, dangling a dried fish strip in front of a white cat. Meow, Fei Tong, this thing is really fragrant. Faced with Qin Siyu's temptation, the white cat perched on the sofa armrest licked its paw and ignored her, even a hint of disdain flashing in its crimson eyes. As if to say, foolish human, do you really think a mere dried fish can bribe me? Jiang Hou walked over. Siyu, where did you get that fish? I bought it online. I heard cats love this kind of dried fish, so I got some to try, but Fei Tong doesn't seem interested. The girl was a bit frustrated. There was no helping it. Fei Tong was too adorable, possessing an overwhelming charm for girls. But ever since arriving at this home over a week ago, Fei Tong only showed affection toward Jiang Hou while remaining indifferent and aloof, no matter how Qin Siyu tried to coax it. That won't work, Jiang Hou shook his head. Though Fei Tong hadn't exhibited any major abnormalities these days, having survived in a polluted environment, it was obvious it was no ordinary creature. At least the usual methods of dealing with cats were useless. Jiang Hou directly addressed the cat. Fei Tong in this family, Siyu, is the most important. If she doesn't like you, my uncle and I will have no choice but to send you away. Meow, hearing the words, send you away, the little cat lifted its head, looked at Jiang Hou, then turned to Qin Siyu. To Qin Siyu's surprise, the cat hesitated for a moment, then extended its right paw, extending 4 sharp, curved claws to hook the fish strip as it approached. Meow, after taking the fish, the cat meowed at Qin Siyu. That actually worked. The girl was amazed, and her fondness for the intelligent little cat grew even stronger. By the way, Siyu, I'd like to talk to you about something. What is it? The girl looked up. Jiang Hou said, I recently joined a club to practice boxing, and as I've been training, I've noticed my strength keeps increasing. Just as Jiang Hou was about to hint to the girl that he had awakened power and become a transcendent, she suddenly blinked. Oh, it's already 11 o'clock. I need to start cooking, Jiang Hou. With that, the girl stood up and scampered off to the kitchen, leaving Jiang Hou standing there with his words unfinished. At lunch, Qin Siyu looked at Jiang Hou across the table. Jiang Hou, I'm planning to go visit Ruru this afternoon. What about you? Jiang Hou spat out a bone onto the table before speaking. I'm planning to go to school this afternoon. The club leader, who took a few days off, is back and said she brought us gifts. Your club leader is pretty nice, bringing you guys gifts. Jiang Hou nodded. She really is. Since joining the club, Zhang Rukin had given him a smart watch, a piece of divine weapon fragment, and even taken them on 2 missions. Today's trip to school was probably for the promised rewards. Around 2 in the afternoon, Jiang Hou and Zongjing Nanmo met at the school gate and headed to the activity room with anticipation. Pushing open the door, they saw the black-haired girl who had been missing for a few days sitting by the window, still wearing that stylish black trench coat, quietly reading a book in her hands. On another desk lay 2 boxes, one large and one small. Entering the classroom, Zongjing Nanmo immediately asked with concern, Leader, are you okay from your injuries? Zhang Rukin replied calmly, it's not a big deal. The internal conflict has been temporarily suppressed for now. As she spoke, she closed the book and pointed to the 2 boxes. Here are the rewards I promised you. An epic-grade wind element inheritance crystal, and a divine weapon fragment that was shipped along with it. The divine weapon box has a sealing power. Don't open it casually under normal circumstances to avoid leaking the polluted energy inside and causing unwanted consequences. Jiang Hou's cultivation was still below the 3rd-tier peak, and he hadn't condensed the 36 hell demon marks, so he couldn't fuse the fragment to upgrade his divine weapon star rating. Zongjing Nanmo beamed with a bright smile. Leader, in my heart you are just. Shut up. Before he could finish his flattery, Jiang Rukin cut off his impending torrent of praise. There was no helping it. The guy's flattery was too blunt, giving her a headache. Zongjing Nanmo, now rejected, shuffled over to the adjacent desk and directly opened his black box, revealing a cross-shaped cyan crystal before the two of them. The crystal was the size of a palm, emitting a hazy glow with a clear view of a cyan whirlwind spinning inside, radiating a mysterious and profound vibration. Leader, what's the difference between an epic-grade crystal and an ordinary one? Zongjing Nanmo asked curiously, holding the crystal. Jiang Hou said indifferently. The difference is that the wind element origin within it is purer, and when you break through to the 4th tier, the wind element inheritance you receive will be more powerful. Zongjing Nanmo seemed thoughtful. Since there are ordinary and epic grades, there must be even higher levels above, right? Of course, there are also legendary and mythical grade inheritance crystals, but the pollution willpower contained in those levels is extremely terrifying. Anyone without sufficient strength who comes into contact with them is simply seeking death. At this point, Jiang Hou warned, by the way, some chaos will occur in a few days. Be mentally prepared. Chaos. Is the demon god invading? Jiang Hou's gaze sharpened. Not that fast. That demon god can't come through yet. The chaos I'm referring to is the last and 3rd spatial shock before the passage stabilizes. This shock will create many spatial rifts, and even ruin monsters and ferocious beasts may appear in the city through large temporary rifts. Then all members of the Heavenly Punishment must be mobilized to block those monsters and beasts and kill those humans and mutants who have been infected and mutated by polluted energy. Jiang Hou's tone was casual, as if she was used to such shocks, but Jiang Hou's expression turned serious. Because the temporary rifts appeared randomly. If they happened to emerge in a commercial street or a densely populated area, a massive number of people would instantly be infected and mutated. The scene could be likened to a localized zombie outbreak. Leader, can't this kind of shock be controlled or even avoided? Jiang Hou couldn't help asking. The black-haired girl shook her head. There's no way. It's the collision of two worlds. What we can do is monitor the spatial fluctuations across the entire city, lock onto the coordinates of any rifts as soon as they appear, suppress the monsters, and prevent the casualties from spreading. Oh, this is the Type I detector. It's an upgraded version of the basic model you're using. Switch to these. The upgraded version has more comprehensive functions. Although you can't accept tasks on your own, you can now team up with 4th-tier experts through the forum. As she spoke, Jiang Hou produced a blue and a black smartwatch from somewhere, both looking more premium than the ones they were wearing. Zongjing Nanmo, however, was more interested in how Jiang Hou had produced them than the watches themselves. He asked curiously, Leader, does your detector have storage space? Jiang Hou nodded casually, yes. The Type 4 detector I'm using is a custom model with a small fragment of space compressed inside, usable for storage. But the space isn't very large, or it can't hold many items. Sure enough, storage equipment existed. Zongjing Nanmo grew excited. Leader, can we exchange for this kind of storage-equipped detector too? You can, but it's very expensive, and you need to be at the 6th tier to have the permission. 6th tier. Zongjing Nanmo's eyes widened. Jiang Hou said calmly, don't be discouraged. As long as you work hard, you'll be able to use one someday. For us, resources for improving strength are relatively easy to obtain. The trouble is the inheritance substance needed to break through stages and the pollution it contains. Speaking of that, Leader, where does this pollution source actually come from? Zongjing Nanmo asked uncertainly. It comes from the ancient powerhouses who have been dead for countless years. But explaining this properly is troublesome. It's better for you to read it yourselves. The upgraded watch has a detailed explanation about pollution. Inside the activity room, Jiang Hou and his companion sat on stools following the instructions to first activate the new detector, then connect via Bluetooth to transfer data, but the final activation required updating current personal information. After a brief pause, Jiang Hou pressed the scan button. Instantly, an invisible light wave swept over his body and a row of numbers appeared on the screen. Physique 68, A energy value 573, System, Divine, Weapon Era Comprehensive Realm Late, 3rd Stage Combat Power 8969, Reserve Ranking 5th. Refreshing and completing the activation, 6 software icons appeared on the screen: Combat Power Leaderboard, Resource Exchange, Tianfa Forum, Mission Panel, Monster Encyclopedia, and Transcendent Archive. The Combat Power Leaderboard only displayed the Edu branch, but this time besides the reserve list, there was also a formal member list for those above 4th stage, though only names were visible on the formal list. The number of formal members in the Edu branch was so few that even Jiang Hou was somewhat surprised. Only 13 people. Among them, Shinto Ni ranked 4th, and the 3rd place, named Shingon Feiyue, felt familiar to Jiang Hou. Only one character different from Cuyu's classmate Shingon Firu. I didn't expect that girl's sister to also be a transcendent, and even stronger than Shinto Ni. Jiang Hou was a bit surprised. Jiang Hou glanced at the formal member rankings, then opened the resource exchange software. This time the exchange page displayed many more items divided into several sections. However, he only had 25 points, so browsing was futile. Then he opened the mission software, and as soon as he clicked, several rows of red text missions flashed. Daily exploration of the No. 02 Small Tunnel Ruins, advance 15 kilometers, set up 3 independent monitoring points, retrieve 2 nearby monitoring memory cards. Cleanup mission: the abandoned factory in the western Third Ring Road is expected to form an alien space channel tomorrow. Intensity level 4. Station and guard the entrance of a large channel being formed. Monitor the movements of the demon gods on the other side. Requirement: 5th stage rotation, period 5 days. Explore the No. 01 small channel ruins. The ruins are 37 kilometers from the channel. No strong monsters detected nearby. Mutant elimination mission: Eastern District Criminal Investigation Department has locked on danger level 2, will be automatically assigned to reserve members in 1 hour. There were only 5 mission sections, which surprised Jiang Hou again. He had thought that the 4th stage experts of the Yidu branch were always busy, but it turned out to be so few. Next, Jiang Hou opened the monster encyclopedia for ruins, and instantly a dense array of monster data appeared, including the ferocious beasts killed by the black-armored giant ape. In addition, Jiang Hou also saw the monster that had killed him earlier. High-level undead monster, humanoid, mutated from the corpse of a fallen ancient powerhouse, strength ranging from 4th stage to late 6th stage, high danger level. Starts at 4th stage. No wonder I was killed instantly, without reacting. Jiang Hou's gaze turned somber. Just as Jiang Hou was about to continue browsing monster information, Zongjing Nanmo, beside him, exclaimed in shock, "Damn, Jiang Hou, your combat power has reached 9,000. And how did your divine weapon side also reach 3rd stage?" He looked at Jiang Hou, eyes wide. Although Jiang Hou had displayed late 3rd stage combat power when he killed that witch pattern strongman a couple of days ago. But seeing the combat power ranking 5th, especially the 3rd stage initial value of divine weapon inheritance, Zongjing Nanmo was still stunned. Divine weapon side also reached 3rd stage. Jiang Rukin, who was quietly reading by the window, turned her head. Last week, when Jiang Hou fused the demon blade, he was only at 2nd stage initial. A week later, he had broken through to 3rd stage. To their surprise, Jiang Hou explained, "Earlier I exchanged for energy crystals and demonic energy crystals to study, and I found that I seem to be able to absorb the energy inside. This energy strengthens my physique, and there are some abnormal effects as well, like some of my hair turning red. Plus the divine weapon power is constantly tempering my body, so recently my physical strength is still growing rapidly. As my body grows stronger and my blood energy surges, when the divine weapon power circulates within me, a portion of the overflowing blood energy transforms into demonic energy, creating a mutually reinforcing cycle." So that's how it is. Zongjing Nanmo was stunned after hearing this. Not only is dual-era inheritance stronger, but now the two systems don't conflict and even complement each other. Even Jiang Rukin was taken aback. For decades, many had tried to master the power of 2 or even 3 eras and acted on it with a few successful cases. Some of these people had already reached the saint level when they integrated a 2nd system, while others like Jiang Hou were low-level transcendents at the 2nd or 3rd stage. But without exception, internal conflicts erupted quickly, ranging from severe injuries to mental collapse and loss of control. Even those who barely suppressed the conflict suffered a sharp drop in power. And over time, the internal conflicts grew stronger, eventually forcing them to either cut off a part of themselves or lose control. However, Jiang Hou's situation was somewhat special, likely related to the fact that he had no power traces within him and had not awakened the Behemoth Era's talent. Jiang Rukin mused, "It seems that among the 8 major era systems, aside from the mysterious immortal demon era, the Behemoth era has the greatest potential." Unfortunately, no one else had obtained the Behemoth inheritance besides Jiang Hou, so there was no reference or research value. And she knew Jiang Hou must have some secrets, but she didn't mind. Every transcendent has their own hidden trump cards, but it's normal, as long as his mental state was stable and his worldview normal. While Jiang Rukin continued reading, Zongjing Nanmo, after his astonishment, resumed studying the new functions of the watch. Jiang Hou, meanwhile, opened the Transcendent Archive. The first page contained only one line of text. "Transcendence is just an illusion. We are always on the edge of losing control. One thought makes a god, another makes a demon." Jiang Hou took a deep look at that line, then continued scrolling down, soon finding the source of pollution. The resentment from the fallen gods and demons of ancient civilizations, mixed with the ominous power emanating from decaying corpse remnants, formed a twisted consciousness and a terrifying curse that deforms souls. Facing the curse of countless ancient gods and demons, ordinary people would mutate instantly upon contact with pollution. What is called transcendent awakening occurs when a human or creature contaminated by ruined power is lucky enough to merge with a trace of ancient power from the energy. But even then, the success rate is only 3%. So even saint-level experts cannot guarantee their relatives become awakeners. The probability is too low for anyone to gamble. Once a legendary 8th-stage expert took the risk after thorough preparation, he let his twin sons, who had a congenital genetic terminal illness, touch the pollution, hoping they would evolve into transcendence and be reborn. But despite all the divine items the expert prepared, his only blood relatives were instantly polluted and mutated into twisted monsters. After smashing the 2 deformed and hideous monsters with a single palm strike, the legendary expert went mad and turned into a ruined god of evil. The unluckiest were those who absorbed polluted energy without any trace of ancient power. A certain death instantly polluted and corrupted, and even becoming a transcendent remained dangerous. As their power increased, transcendence absorbed more traces of the same, or even the same ancient powerhouse's power. These inheritances and power traces contained the twisted consciousness of fallen gods and demons, which would gradually erode the transcendent's mind and soul. This was why higher-level, more powerful transcendents faced greater risk of losing control. There was only one solution to this problem. That was to strengthen one's will while increasing power, using willpower to gradually wear down the residual twisted consciousness in the power. But willpower involved the mind and soul. How could it be tempered? Thus, even transcendents from the three major transcendent organizations often had experts lose control and turn into monsters, let alone those from ordinary factions or wild transcendents. Therefore, ordinary people saw transcendents as powerful and proud, but only they knew the despair within. For now, Jiang Hou felt no despair. Instead, after transforming into a behemoth, his appetite grew better and better. No matter how dark the future may be, life must go on. After reading through the materials on pollution, Jiang Hou opened the forum section and immediately spotted a post by Zongjing Nanmo. Haha, hello everyone, I'm Zongjing Nanmo, a new reservist member. Looking forward to your support in the days ahead. This scene gave Jiang Hou a wave of nostalgia reminiscent of when he first started using Tieba. With mixed emotions, he clicked into the post and found replies already waiting. Shintu Ni, welcome brother Zongjing to our branch family. Jiang Wanshan, brother Zongjing, you finally surfaced. We should invite brother Jiang Hou to join us for drinks sometime. Fu Hongyu, welcome. Yi Juanda Huang Zitting Miao Fong Shingang Fei Yue, and Xiao Longyuan gave a like. Duan Xian, brother Zongjing is here, excellent. Our branch is growing stronger. Let me send a celebratory red envelope, 10 in total, first come first served. Today they had received upgraded smartwatches, and only after their permissions were activated could they officially join the Yidu Tianfa branch. In the blink of an eye, what should have been a forum post instead displayed a red envelope on the chat interface. Jiang Hou, who was browsing, instinctively tapped it. The red envelope flipped open, revealing the number 1000. Jiang Wanshan, haha, my luck's good today. I grabbed 1200. That's enough to treat brothers Zongjing and Jiang Hou to drinks. Zongjing Nanmo, brother Duan is generous. I won't decline the 20000. Shintu Ni, terrible luck, only 25000. Then a notification popped up showing individual red envelope claims. The luckiest winner was Shingang Fei Yue, while Jiang Hou and Xiao Longyue had the worst luck, both receiving only 1000. Watching the string of winnings exceeding 10,000, Jiang Hou fell silent. This brother Duan Xian, though only at the peak of the third stage, possessed considerable wealth, casually sending out a red envelope totaling 100,000. Duan Xian, haha, no need to be formal. Glad everyone's happy. I have something to attend to first, so I'm logging off. The others did not continue posting, either seemingly rather busy. Seeing this, Jiang Hou logged out. Forum discussions at these extraordinary organization branches were meant for sharing experiences, such as encounters with monsters and their special abilities during ruin exploration. But Jiang Hou quickly fell silent once more. Because the forum contained virtually no sharing posts, only various gossip threads and personal check-in boards. Among them, the pinned beauty photo check-in board was started by that bearded man Jiang Wanshan, who posted several sexy, attractive women's photos daily, with a string of likes beneath them. Meanwhile, Duan Xian had the most posts on the forum, sharing food recommendations daily, such as new dishes from 5-star restaurants. Bald young man Shintu Ni shared music. Whenever he heard an exciting, inspiring track, he would post it for everyone to enjoy together. As for Fu Hongyu, his posts were all ice sculpture images. The afternoon passed with Jiang Hou reviewing materials, and by 5 o'clock the three parted ways. Evening. Jiang Hou sat on the sofa watching Qin Siyu approach after her bath, and asked casually, Siyu, when you visited Shingang Firu's house, did you happen to see her older sister? The girl with slightly damp hair shook her head. No. I heard Ruru say her sister is very busy and rarely home. She spoke with a hint of confusion. Why are you asking about Ruru's sister? Nothing, just asking casually. Jiang Hou smiled and changed the subject. By the way, Siyu, I grabbed a large red envelope in the club group chat today. Let's go shopping tomorrow. It's almost autumn and I'll buy you 2 new outfits. The red envelope was quite large. The girl tilted her head, looking rather cute. Jiang Hou sighed. Not just large, incredible. Even with my worst luck, I grabbed 1000. That's so exaggerated. Does your club member's family own a mine? Qin Siyu was momentarily surprised, then shook her head. I've already made plans with Ruru for tomorrow afternoon, to go to her place. Let's buy clothes next week instead. The autumn collections at those shops are a bit limited right now. Whatever works. Jiang Hou nodded. At that moment, Qin Siyu picked up the remote and turned on the TV, which happened to be broadcasting the evening news. Something in the content immediately caught Jiang Hou's attention. This afternoon, the forces of the West Continent Alliance disregarded warnings from Abu Dhabi and Kaming crossing the border into both nations, and war has formally erupted. The Southern Command of the West Continent Alliance claimed that today their legion advanced over 100 kilometers, forcefully breaking through Abudan's 2 army group defenses. Over 300 fighter and bomber sorties took off, bombing important facilities in Abudan's Huang province. all missiles struck their targets. The Northern Command statement was similar to the Southern's, both reporting brilliant combat achievements. However, not long after the West Continent Alliance's Northern and Southern Commands issued their statements, both Abudan and Kameng also released declarations. They claimed to have intercepted all missiles and repelled the West Continent Alliance's advances on the front lines, expressing confidence in defending against and driving out the West Continent Alliance. Jiang Hou, there's actually a war abroad now. Qin Siyu's small mouth widened slightly. World peace had lasted too long, making war feel extremely distant to everyone. Yes, it's underway. Jiang Hou's gaze grew heavy. There had been no mention of transcendent beings in the recent international news, but powerful figures from both Dongqing and the Beijing Federation had been sent to support. Perhaps they had already clashed. This was a confrontation between the three strongest military forces globally, three transcendent powers. However, this was still somewhat distant from his current concerns. Night. After Qin Siyu returned to her room, Jiang Hou also disappeared without a sound. Superheated underground magma flowed as a 22-meter-tall black gorilla stood before a massive cave, the endpoint of an underground rift. He hadn't expected the end to be a colossal cave with an active volcano belching black smoke above the rift, molten lava cascading from its opening. The source of this rift is actually a volcano. The black-armored giant ape looked up, his eyes darkening slightly as he gazed at the column of black smoke erupting from the summit. Then his heavy footsteps moved forward with a thunderous crash as he walked toward the cave's interior. Having devoured 3 flood dragon pythons and 2 ferocious beasts the day before, the black-armored gorilla's resistance to high temperatures had significantly improved after absorbing the essence from their flesh and blood. Combined with his powerful giant beast physique, even bathing in magma for short periods posed no problem, aside from singeing his fur. The cave was enormous, measuring hundreds of meters in both height and width, with a magma river nearly 100 meters wide flowing through its center, winding away into the depths of the underground rift outside. Due to the magma's combustion, the cave's air was scorching and thick with dense black smoke. Before the black-armored gorilla had ventured less than a kilometer, and he spotted a ferocious beast over 8 meters long with a slender body covered in red keratinous plating. This beast bore a striking resemblance to the black ant ferocious beast, only far larger, with flames dancing at its joints and radiating a third-stage aura. Roar. Upon seeing an old acquaintance, the black-armored gorilla let out an excited bellow. Boom. The solid rock beneath his feet shattered as his colossal form, wreathed in fierce winds, appeared before the red ant ferocious beast that was lowering its head into the magma, absorbing energy. Bang! The red ant ferocious beast didn't even have time to react before being slammed flat onto the ground by that massive palm, the tremendous impact shattering the earth and sending cracks radiating outward in all directions. Crack, crack. Without giving the third-stage ferocious beast a chance to struggle, the black-armored gorilla simply snapped all 4 limbs, and both claws then delivered a crushing blow straight to its skull. Bang! The front of the red ant ferocious beast's skull shattered, crimson hot blood spraying everywhere as its body thrashed wildly, but lacked any power to resist. Having skillfully completed all of this, the black-armored gorilla then dragged the red ant ferocious beast's body to the mountainside over 100 meters away, wary of hidden ferocious beasts in the magma river. Phew! The black-armored gorilla's figure rapidly shrank, revealing its killing form wielding a demonic blade. In the scorching cave, the residual soul power of the beast gathered on its corpse, mingling with resentment to form wisps of black demonic chi that coiled toward Jiang Hou. Roar! Just as the 25th Hell Demon mark was forming, a shrill and vicious ghostly roar exploded in Jiang Hou's consciousness. The remnant will of the red ant beast condensed into a ferocious phantom that lunged at Jiang Hou, attempting to tear at his soul, but it dissipated the moment it touched his consciousness, unable to shake him. As the Hell Demon marks increased, the power of the resentment assaulting Jiang Hou's spirit grew stronger with each one. From the initial scream to now nearly becoming tangible, it was unimaginable how powerful the resentment impact would be when he later condensed 100 or even hundreds of demon marks. For this problem, Jiang Hou could only take it one step at a time. If he felt his consciousness could not withstand it, he would stop and no longer condense demon marks. For now, the priority was to enhance his strength. Roar! Jiang Hou's body rapidly expanded as the black and white light on his surface faded. He transformed back into the black-armored giant ape, grabbing the red ant beast's corpse while tearing off its scales and walking deeper into the volcanic cave. This red ant beast was not of high rank, but the fire element contained in its flesh was still considerable. Soon the black-armored giant ape devoured all the beast's flesh, clearly feeling that its resistance to high temperature had increased somewhat, and even the tips of its black fur had gained a tinge of red. Boom! The depths of the cave trembled as a violent roar exploded. At the edge of the lava river, over 10 meters deep, the lower body of the black-armored giant ape was ablaze with flames seared by magma, while its claws pierced through the skull of a monster over 13 meters in length. This monster resembled a carp, covered entirely in crystalline red scales. 2 flame-formed barbels burned at its mouth, and its aura was at the peak of the 3rd stage. Because it lived in the lava river, the black armored giant ape dared not hold back. As it leaped out of the river surface, a single strike pierced its skull, killing it instantly. Splash! As the black armored giant ape stepped onto the shore, large amounts of magma dripped from its legs, with flames leaping, creating a horrifying scene. Holding the huge firefish corpse in its arms, the black armored giant beast tore off large chunks of flesh while continuing along the lava river. The beasts in the cave were not of high rank, but their flesh contained abundant supernatural substances. The black armored giant ape felt that eating one more fish would allow it to condense 1 unit of molten flame element. This made the black armored giant ape very satisfied, as this was the key substance for its next evolution to gain natural talent abilities. For the rest of the night, the black armored giant ape explored the lava cave. However, it seemed that only the red ant beast and the lava fire fish existed in the cave. One of the two beasts dwelled on the shore, with its activity range covering the lava-flowing river, while the other lived in narrow caverns. Among them, the fire fish living in the lava river were more numerous, but harder to find and catch. After one night, the black armored giant ape encountered 7 third-stage red ant beasts. It severely wounded them, then revealed its killing form to slay them, but in total, it only condensed 4 hell demon marks. As the first layer of demon marks neared completion, the required soul power nearly doubled. The only good news was that the demonic chi increased from 20 to 35 when condensing 1 mark, which was indeed a positive development. Adding the 13 lava fire fish hunted through various means, after devouring them, a total of 6 units of molten flame supernatural elements were extracted. Also, the black armored giant ape's body size increased by more than 30 centimeters, a good harvest. The next day, Sunday, Jiang Hou slept until noon before waking up. After eating, Qin Siyu went to Shingon Furu's house. Bored, Jiang Hou took out his phone. Opening the app, he saw that several bloggers he recently followed had updates. With the outbreak of the Western Continent War and the involvement of supernatural beings, Jiang Hou had specifically started following several bloggers who explained international military affairs. Compared to the official media that only reported positive and major international events, these bloggers like Zongjing Nanmo were very well informed on various rumors. For example, today a blogger's updated video included content about supernatural beings. Last night on the Cayman frontline, someone captured footage of a clash between a Western Alliance supernatural being and a strong figure from the Zhejiang Federation. The battle also involved 2 tank armored companies. This conflict showcased the terrifying dominance of supernatural beings. On a plain spanning over 10 kilometers where tanks engaged in shelling, 4 supernatural figures interweaved, ignoring tank shells and the high-speed cannons of armored vehicles. In the footage, heavy tanks could be seen being flipped over from time to time, turning into balls of fire upon landing. In less than 10 minutes of combat, all tanks and armored vehicles were reduced to scattered debris. However, neither side has come forward to admit losses, and it's uncertain whether this video is fabricated. On just the second day, supernatural beings have already intervened in the war. Is this so intense? Jiang Hou mused, feeling that this conflict might really turn into a world war. Ding. In the Windchime Group's 3-person group chat, Zongjing Nanmo was INGM. Jiang Hou, what's up? Zongjing Nanmo, Shintu and I came to me saying there's a mission tonight where my divination ability could be useful. He asked if I wanted to join and said he'd give me more points. Zongjing Nanmo, so. Then I wanted to ask if you want to come. I can go and talk to Shintu and I. Zongjing Nanmo, Jiang Hou, you can absorb energy crystals and demonic crystal energy, right? Earn more points in exchange for crystals to speed up your strength improvement. This guy was pretty good, knowing to think of him when something good came up. Jiang Hou replied with his hands, no need, I won't go. He came to you because he values your divination talent. If I proactively tag along, it might cause resentment. Zongjing Nanmo, alright then. He sounded a bit regretful. Meow. On the armrest of the sofa, a white kitten yawned lazily, lying weakly, as if it had been up to mischief all night. However, Jiang Hou was busy browsing videos and ignored it. Nothing happened during the day. At night, Jiang Hou continued to enter the ruins. That night's harvest was good. He hunted and killed 19 beasts. Among them were 9 lava fire fish and 10 red ant beasts, providing the black armored giant ape with 7 units of molten flame supernatural elements and condensing 5 hell demon marks. As the number of hell demon marks reached 33, the total amount of demonic chi in Jiang Hou's body also reached 888 points. As for the increasingly intense mental assault, it still could not shake Jiang Hou's will. That bit of negative impact was far inferior to the destructive ferocity that filled his heart when the giant beast entered its rage state. Unexpectedly, the divine weapon side has reached the late 3rd stage, first even approaching the peak of the 3rd stage. In a cave filled with black poisonous smoke, Jiang Hou stood holding a narrow and long demonic blade, his lower body covered in damaged armor and his upper body wrapped in bandages. On his upper body, the white bandages were almost entirely covered with eerie black patterns, including his cheeks, leaving only a little white on his right arm. Because the demonic chi in his body was dense and vast, it even turned into wisps of black demonic chi emanating from Jiang Hou's skin, and with his long hair flying, he looked like a hellish god of slaughter. In just 2 or 3 days, he went from the early 3rd stage to near the peak of the 3rd stage. Even Jiang Hou himself was a bit surprised by this rate of improvement. There were many factors for such rapid improvement, such as his ability to freely enter the ruins transform into a 5th-stage giant beast, and his discovery of this volcanic cave filled with numerous 3rd-stage monsters. Now he was only 3 demon marks short. By tomorrow night, he should be able to gather enough to complete the first hell diagram step into the peak of the 3rd stage, and smelt the 2nd divine weapon fragment to break through to the 4th stage. A bit exciting. As he said this, Jiang Hou's figure silently disappeared. At 7 in the morning in the kitchen, Xin Siyu wore an apron listening to music through her earphones, while flipping 2 fried eggs in the pan. After washing his face, Jiang Hou came to the living room. He looked around, and found the kitten Feidong in a corner back, facing him, shaking its head furtively, as if doing something sneaky. "Feidong, what are you doing?" Meow. The kitten was startled, shrank its body, and covered its head with its paws. But in the next moment its body flew up as Jiang Hou grabbed it by the scruff of its neck. Meow. Hanging in midair, the kitten looked at Jiang Hou, its pink mouth slightly open, as it let out a meow, a human-like, ingratiating expression on its face. But Jiang Hou frowned. Because there were some red bloodstains on the kitten's cheeks, its earlier furtive behavior in the corner had actually been washing its face. "What did you eat, human?" Jiang Hou's expression instantly turned serious, his gaze sharp, and a faint red hue surfaced in his originally black pupils, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. The constant killing during this period made Jiang Hou's murderous aura even heavier. Meow. The kitten quickly shook its head as if saying it hadn't eaten anyone. At that moment, Xin Siyu in the kitchen placed 2 fried eggs onto 2 plates of egg fried rice, and turned to call out, "Jiang Hou, come eat breakfast." "Oh, okay." Xin Siyu's voice seemed to soothe everything. The fierce murderous aura in Jiang Hou's eyes paused, then slowly faded, quickly returning to gentleness. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Hou set the kitten down. As he turned to go to the dining room, the kitten on the floor let out a relieved expression, licked its paws, and looked at the girl listening to music with headphones, feeling a bit more affectionate. At the dining table, Xin Siyu took a bite of the fried egg, and said, "Jiang Hou, the day after tomorrow, Ruru said her sister wants to treat us to dinner." "Treat us to dinner? Why?" Jiang Hou was a bit puzzled. "She said it's because I'm the first friend Ruru has made, and because of me Ruru has become much more cheerful lately. Her sister wants to thank me. And she asked me to bring you along too. So do you want to go?" "Alright, since they've taken the initiative to invite us." Jiang Hou pondered briefly, then nodded in agreement. He was also somewhat curious about the woman ranked above Shinto and I. Then Xin Siyu chattered nonstop, telling Jiang Hou some amusing school stories while eating. As they spoke, the sun slowly rose, sunlight streaming through the glass onto the floor. On the sofa, the kitten licked its little paw and used the wet paw to wipe its face. If one ignored the bloodstains on the kitten's cheeks, the atmosphere was still somewhat warm. The next day passed peacefully. Night. Past 10 at night in the room, Jiang Hou, with black hair flowing over his shoulders and the demon blade in hand, took out a box containing the divine weapon fragment from the cabinet, then activated the mark and disappeared. As Jiang Hou left in the pitch-black living room, the kitten sleeping in its cat bed opened its eyes. The palm-sized kitten looked around, then a red hexagram-shaped mark appeared on its brow, its figure blurred, and it too vanished. This scene was captured by a camera in the corner. In a cave filled with black smoke, a nearly 23-meter-tall black-armored giant ape appeared slightly bent over and picked up the box from the ground with 2 fingers. The half-meter-long, 20-centimeter-wide black box in the giant ape's hand was like a person holding a matchstick, which it simply tucked behind its ear. "Who? Time to get down to business." The giant ape exhaled scorching breath from its mouth, its massive body stepping with heavy footfalls deeper into the mountain's belly. The cave passage here grew increasingly narrow, shrinking from hundreds of meters to tens of meters in height and width, with scorching lava flowing out from the middle like a hellish river of molten rock. The giant ape advanced along the rugged terrain on both sides. Waves burst in the river, sending up large flames, and occasionally a beast's figure flashed by. However, the black-armored giant ape paid no heed to these fire fish. Its target today was the red ant beast, and it intended to condense the remaining hell demon marks in one go to break through to the 4th rank. By then its human form strength would step into a new realm. But as the giant ape hunted, the beast grew scarce. It took about half an hour before it spotted a trace of red in a cave over 4 meters high. Boom. The mountain wall shook, rocks tumbled down, and before the red ant beast lying in the winding cave could react, a giant hand pressed down on its head. As for the rumbling impact, it came from the giant ape lunging forward, its massive body smashing into the mountain wall. Crunch, crunch. Amid the crisp snapping sounds, the black-armored giant ape expertly broke the red ant beast's 4 limbs and 2 claws, as if handling a crab. Only when the beast posed no threat did it shrink its form, slay it with a single blade, absorb the soul's resentment, then transform back into a giant beast, eating while moving forward. Next, the black-armored giant ape spent nearly 5 hours gathering the final 8 red ant beasts it needed. As it walked, gusts of air roared. The massive black-armored giant ape carried 3 beasts to the entrance of the volcanic cave and threw them to the ground with a thud. "Finally, I can break through." The black-armored giant ape looked at the 3 beasts still breathing their last on the ground, its mouth split open in a ferocious grin. By the river of scorching flowing lava, the massive black-armored giant ape rapidly shrank in size. When its form shrank to over 2 meters tall, black and white light flickered. The black light turned into a tattered battle armor, and the white light formed strips of bandages that covered Jiang Hou's upper body. Black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Demonic energy swirled around the demon blade in his hand, and on his body only the last Hell Demon mark was needed to complete a Hell Demon diagram. But Jiang Hou had no experience in fusing divine weapons, so for safety, he came to the entrance to break through. The monsters for dozens of kilometers around had been slaughtered by him, making it very safe. Whoosh. In his killing form, Jiang Hou's figure flashed, appearing before the head of a beast that was 2 meters tall, even while lying down. The demon blade pierced through its eye, killing it in one stroke. Then the second, then the third. Instantly, streams of the beast's dying resentment and soul power converged, turning into black smoke that surged toward Jiang Hou's arm, while a piercing roar exploded in his mind. Ignoring the spiritual impact of the resentment, Jiang Hou, with the demon blade in hand, stared coldly, quietly, sensing the changes within his body. As the final Hell Demon mark condensed, all the demon marks inscribed on his upper body emitted wisps of black smoke, and the energy within him reached a peak of 1008, with demonic energy trembling. Suddenly, a power deep within the demon blade awakened, resonating with a power in the world. Boom. Jiang Hou's consciousness shook in his eyes. The entire world turned into a dark hell, with surging demonic energy, and 10 vast indistinct figures stood beyond heaven and earth. These figures almost blotting out the world wore black imperial robes and crowns, but their features were unclear. Then one of the majestic figures slowly extended its hand, and a pitch-black gate appeared in its palm, covering the firmament. Boom. The sky-covering palm slammed down, and in an instant the entire world shattered, turning into countless profound pieces of information that surged into Jiang Hou's mind. Hell descends, dividing yin and yang. Jiang Hou, who had condensed 36 Hell Demon marks and activated the first Hell map, became even more formidable, but he was still far from breaking through to the fourth order. Not enough, still a bit short. Jiang Hou opened his eyes, his pitch-black pupils radiating a terrifying, baleful aura. With a flicker of his form, he appeared before the box, ignoring the bolts of lightning leaping from the talismans upon it, and crushed it with a single stomp. Instantly, a rusted black, broken blade appeared. The refining of same-type divine weapons essentially means using one's own divine weapon to refine the essence of another divine weapon fragment, thereby achieving self-repair. Jiang Hou held the broken blade's hilt and pressed it against the Yin demon blade. Instantly, the black, demonic chi coiled around the demon blade, like black, demonic serpents entwining the broken blade. Eroded by the demonic chi, of force within the broken blade was activated. Suddenly, a pitch-black power merged with the demon blade's energy and surged into Jiang Hou's body, exploding into bolts of black lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The black demonic chi and black lightning intertwined, scouring Jiang Hou's entire body. Wherever they passed, everything was destroyed, but the damaged cells were rapidly restored by an even more powerful divine weapon force. The two divine weapon forces entangled each other, using Jiang Hou's body as a bridge to gradually merge. Soon they touched an invisible shackle and shattered it bit by bit. Crack! A faint, almost imperceptible breaking sound echoed in Jiang Hou's ears, and immediately his body began to undergo changes. But at that moment, a chilling spiritual impact erupted, transforming into a sky-covering darkness that drowned Jiang Hou's consciousness. Suddenly, everything around him felt distant and silent. His entire being appeared in a void of pitch-black world. His 5 senses vanished, leaving only darkness surrounding him, and a strong sense of loneliness welled up in his heart. Jiang Hou's consciousness remained unshaken, quietly waiting for the transformation within. After an unknown duration, when the darkness receded like a tide, his consciousness instantly returned, and a sense of overwhelming power surged within him. In his hand, the black broken blade had turned to ashes and scattered, while the Yin demon blade had undergone some changes. Its blade length increased from 1.3 meters to 1.4 meters. The spine of the blade became thicker, with streaks of lightning patterns spreading across its black surface, while the edge remained pure white, even emitting a faint white radiance of sharpness. It felt like a weapon in a game after being upgraded to 1. The bandages on his body had returned to white, but they became thicker and sturdier, resembling armor. The originally tattered battle armor beneath also had only a few cracks remaining. Moreover, black arcs of electricity leaped across his skin, sizzling, giving a ferocious and domineering appearance. Sensing the powerful feeling within, Jiang Hou moved his mind and summoned his attribute panel. Name: Jiang Hou. Level: early 4th order. Strength: 742,817. Agility: 356,466. Soul: 3,741. Inheritance seal. Divine Weapon Yin Demon Blade. Rank: 2 stars. Divine Weapon Power. Demon Sealing. Flash / Inheritance. Hell Suppression. 2nd layer 072. Hell's Descent instantly consumes half of the energy within the body to form a hell gate, dividing yin and yang, pulling the power of the sealed evil spirits within the gate to deliver the strongest slash. 4. Demon Essence 1240. Breaking through to the fourth order under the tempering of divine weapon power, Jiang Hou's physique had improved significantly, with his strength attribute increasing by over 70 points, stepping into late third order. Agility had skyrocketed by over 100 points, greatly narrowing the huge gap between strength and agility. Compared to the basic attributes, the biggest change from breaking through to the fourth order was that the divine weapon power had been compressed from demonic chi into a liquid-like black energy containing bolts of black electricity. The demon essence fused with the power of the divine weapon fragment was nearly 10 times more powerful than the previous demonic chi. Even a casual slash was equivalent to the explosive power of a full-force demon sealing flash slash from before. Of course, now executing demon sealing flash slash would be even more powerful. Moreover, the qualitatively transformed demon essence was not only more abundant, but also passively covered his entire body in battle, forming a protective barrier to withstand external attacks. Furthermore, the blade, chi condensed by the demon blade, could now be released externally, without needing to be attached to the blade as before. Combined with the new divine weapon power formed by the 36 Hell demon marks, Hell's Descent. Just reading the description made it clear how powerful this skill was. No wonder it was said that the fourth order was a watershed. After reviewing the changes in his own data on the attribute panel, Jiang Hou pondered slightly. Boom. Half of the demon essence within Jiang Hou's body was instantly consumed, transforming into rolling dark demonic chi that erupted in all directions, covering a range of over 10 meters. Amidst the rolling demonic chi, a phantom of a black gate rose behind Jiang Hou. Behind the gate, vague and ferocious ghostly figures stirred, emitting savage roars. Before the Hell Gate, Jiang Hou's black hair flew, his hand gripping the demon blade, bolts of black electricity flickering over his body like a demon god, suppressing the underworld. But in the end, Jiang Hou did not deliver that slash. With a thought, the Hell Gate behind him collapsed, turning back into rolling demonic chi that surged into his body. Roar! A gale howled, the air trembled, and a black-armored giant beast 24 meters tall appeared. Instantly, an intense sense of oppression spread. Breaking through to the fourth order in human form, the improvement in basic physique was reflected in the giant beast form, causing its size to directly increase by over a meter. Moreover, not only did its size swell, but the black-armored giant ape felt its body exuding a certain sharp aura, making it more agile, and air resistance suddenly weakened significantly. Obviously, this was a change brought about by the divine weapon's tempering of the body, which increased agility. This was the first time the human form had provided feedback to the giant beast form, and this change surprised even Jiang Hou. It seemed that the power of the divine weapon era still had some influence on the giant beast. Moreover, not only did its size swell, but the black-armored giant ape felt its body exuding a certain sharp aura, making it more agile, and air resistance suddenly weakened significantly. However, after later completing beastification and divine transformation, the giant beast form, incorporating the characteristics of two eras, would still see its combat power skyrocket, crushing all creatures of the same rank. Roar! A low savage roar exploded. The massive form of the black-armored giant ape moved with a thunderous motion, once again delving deeper into the magma cave, while dragging the corpses of 3 red ant beasts in its hands. It was still early. It planned to continue hunting beasts. However, as the beasts grew fewer, by the time it left, it had only killed 5 molten fire fish, and along with the red ant beasts it had eaten earlier, it had refined 4 units of lava element. The current accumulation of transcendent elements reached 31, and only 19 units were needed to meet the requirements for the next evolution awakening. Today, Jiang Hou returned to the real world at 6 in the morning. It was too late to sleep. Opening the door, Jiang Hou arrived in the living room and looked around. As expected, he did not find the kitten Fei Tong. Seeing this, he took out his phone and connected to the camera in the corner. This camera had originally been placed at the door to prevent thieves. But to find out where the kitten went every night and why there was blood at the corners of her mouth in the morning, Jiang Hou had secretly placed it in the corner during the day. Soon the software opened and Jiang Hou found the playback memory. The playback video showed the time from 1 minute ago. There was no sign of the kitten. Jiang Hou's finger pointed at the progress bar below and began to drag backward. At 5 in the morning, 4, and all the way past midnight, there was no sign of the kitten until he dragged back to 1012 p.m. Suddenly, Jiang Hou's gaze sharpened. He stared in disbelief at the scene where the kitten vanished into thin air, because this method of disappearance was very familiar to him. There was also the mark on the kitten's head emitting a red glow. Although its shape differed from the black mark on his left hand, and the light it emitted was red instead of black, the effects of the two were clearly similar. Damn, Fei Tong actually went to the ruins. Even Jiang Hou couldn't help but curse this time. The inheritance mark that could freely enter and exit the ruins had always been Jiang Hou's secret. After all other transcendents needed to use passages to enter and leave the ruins. But unexpectedly, the kitten that Qin Bai had picked up also possessed a similar mark, able to enter and exit the ruins. A cat contaminated and awakened to obtain an inheritance mark. Or was Fei Tong herself a creature from the ruins? If Fei Tong came from the ruins, which era did she belong to? For a moment, various speculations flashed through Jiang Hou's mind, but after thinking for a long time, he could not figure it out. In the end, he deleted the app's stored content and sat silently in front of the cat bed waiting. After waiting for about 10 minutes, when the time reached 6:30, a transparent ripple spread through the space around the empty cat bed, and then the kitten appeared out of thin air. There was still a faint red bloodstain at the corner of the white kitten's mouth. Meow. Seeing Jiang Hou sitting in front of the cat bed, the white kitten immediately bristled with a look as if she had seen a ghost. Hajime Spinosaurus form. Seeing the startled white kitten, Lord Jiang said impatiently, "Stop with the meowing, just tell me what you really are." Meow. The kitten blinked its big eyes, a look of confusion in its ruby-red gaze, as if it didn't understand what Lord Jiang was saying. "Cut the act. If you don't come clean today, I'll eat you." At the word eat, Lord Jiang's voice transformed into a monstrous gorilla's guttural growl. A bloody, murderous aura erupted from his body, and terror suffused his pupils. Meow. Upon feeling the monstrous pressure emanating from Lord Jiang, the kitten wasn't frightened at all. Instead, its eyes lit up with familiarity, and it wagged its tail. "Talk. How did you get into the ruins, and where did that mark on your head come from?" Meow meow. The kitten pondered for a moment, then extended its two small paws to draw a circle in the air, moved them up and down, shook its head left and right, opened its mouth, and made a ferocious, biting expression. Lord Jiang fell silent. He couldn't understand what the kitten was trying to express. After a moment, he changed the subject. "That blood on your mouth. Did you eat a fierce beast?" Meow. The kitten had no concept of what a fierce beast was, but it seemed to understand the reference to blood on its mouth. It lowered its body into a hunting stance and suddenly lunged forward. Watching the adorable kitten leap several centimeters into the air, Lord Jiang raised an eyebrow. So this little one had been entering the ruins to find food these past few days. No wonder it hadn't woken him up to pour the cat food each morning. Just as Lord Jiang was about to continue interrogating the kitten, the sound of a door opening came from behind. A girl in pink pajamas rubbed her eyes. "Jiang Hou, what are you doing sitting over there?" "Nothing. Just bonding with Fei Tong." Lord Jiang turned around, a gentle smile on his face. "Getting up before dawn just to sit in the living room and bond with a cat." The girl looked confused for a moment, then shook her head and walked into the bathroom to wash up. But the next morning during breakfast, Qin Siyu's words gave Lord Jiang a scare. "Jiang Hou, I heard that if you absorb the energy surging from a ruin crack when it appears, you can become an extraordinary person." "Who told you that?" Lord Jiang was stunned. The girl had chopsticks in her mouth. "I saw it while scrolling through videos last night." A blogger shared an evolution chart announced by the Demon Dragon Temple of the West Continent Alliance. Last night, after Lord Jiang entered the ruins, the whole world was shaken once again. The Demon Dragon Temple held another press conference revealing to the world several methods for ordinary people to become extraordinary. Contact certain seemingly ancient and strange items. When encountering a ruin crack that appears out of nowhere, approach the crack and absorb the extraordinary energy surging from the other side. Or directly integrate some monster's body tissues into one's own body through surgery. After hearing all this, Lord Jiang's expression grew grave. He had a feeling that the whole world was about to go completely mad. The actual success rate of evolution was only 1 to 3%, yet, from the Demon Dragon Temple's mouth, it seemed ordinary people could evolve just by touching pollution. Not everyone would believe it, but if even 1% of the world's population chose to believe, what would happen? Monsters, countless polluted monsters would appear. Especially in 2 days when Edu would experience a third spatial impact, creating many temporary ruin cracks. Lord Jiang looked seriously at the girl opposite him. "See, you don't believe the news released by that temple. This will kill people. Ordinary people who come into contact with pollution sources have 9 deaths and no life. Only a 1% chance of evolution." So low. The girl's mouth hung open and a hint of heartache flashed in her eyes as she looked at Lord Jiang. Lord Jiang nodded and said solemnly, "See you, actually I also awakened. Didn't I fall asleep in the park that day? That was actually encountering an extraordinary event." This topic allowed Lord Jiang to naturally reveal that he was already an extraordinary person. But after finishing, he noticed the girl opposite him reacted rather calmly, which surprised Lord Jiang. "See you, aren't you surprised?" "I guessed it long ago." The girl wrinkled her nose, a smug expression on her face. "Do you think I'm as stupid as you? During this time, so many changes happened to you. Your hair turned red for no reason. Anyone could figure out the cause just by thinking about it." After speaking, the girl huffed. They had grown up together, and she knew him better than he knew himself. Even the slightest movement from Jiang Hou told her everything he needed to do. But this guy had kept it from her all along, which is why over the past few days, whenever Jiang Hou wanted to bring up the topic, Qin Siyu deliberately avoided him. Now she was making him suffer for it. Moreover, at this thought, a cunning gleam flashed in the girl's eyes, and she changed the subject. "Jiang Hou, what ability did you awaken?" "My ability is physique enhancement. My strength is very strong, and I've also fused the divine weapon gifted by the club president." "Gifted you a divine weapon? That president is also an extraordinary person." Qin Siyu had heard Jiang Hou mention the club president was a girl, but she never expected her to be an evolver as well. "Yes, and she's quite powerful," Lord Jiang nodded. Just as Qin Siyu was about to ask something else, the TV in the living room, and indeed all television stations across the country, switched to launching Channel 1. Dear viewers at home, we now interrupt with an important news bulletin about evolution. Do not actively touch ancient items. When encountering a ruined crack, do not approach. Stay away immediately. The pollution is uncontrollable and 99% of people will turn into monsters. As the host spoke, the screen behind them switched to footage resembling a nighttime intersection surveillance camera. In the footage, a pedestrian was walking down the road when suddenly a purple crack over a meter long appeared out of nowhere ahead. Black mist surged forth, and the pedestrian curiously reached out to touch it. Instantly, that mist flowed into the pedestrian's body like living creatures. The person let out a piercing shriek, their form beginning to swell and mutate, transforming into a hideous monster in an extremely short time. Then the scene shifted to a laboratory room where a yellow ox consumed a black crystal. Then in merely tens of seconds, the ox let out a furious bellow. Its entire skin cracked and split, growing bloody bone spurs all over its body, and densely packed tentacles erupted from its belly, grotesque and horrifying. Next, the screen behind the host played 10 clips, each showing ordinary people or animals experimentally contacting pollution energy or contaminated objects, capturing their mutations. Mutations, horrifying, grotesque. Instantly, countless people across the nation were in an uproar. Many collapsed onto the ground in terror after seeing the news footage of the mutations, while those with weaker constitutions were sickened by the bloody imagery. However, there was some good news. After all the mutation videos finished playing, the host produced a white booklet resembling a contract and said gravely, "Actually, over 20 years ago, various countries jointly signed a white paper on human evolution. Because our human genes cannot withstand the instantaneous impact of pollution energy, after research, a bold plan to transform the world was proposed. The core idea is to use specific means to release the pollution energy surging from the ruined passages into the atmosphere, using the entire world to dilute the energy and neutralize its polluting properties. This is a long process. It will take so long that when our world, which originally had no supernatural energy, becomes filled with rich energy, the human body will automatically adapt and evolve. Therefore, under the promotion of the three supreme powers and various countries, the original practice of destroying a ruined passage upon discovery was changed to suppressing one when one appears. Over 20 years have passed, and a large amount of ruined energy has poured into our world through increasingly numerous passages. Under this dilution, the energy concentration between heaven and earth continues to rise. In the past 2 years, humans and animals with naturally awakened superpowers have appeared. Although the number is extremely rare, it proves our plan is working. According to the rate of energy concentration increase, the plan predicts that within another 10 years, humanity worldwide will experience large-scale natural awakening, triggering a wave of natural evolution. And only then will it be the new era of evolution for all humanity. Therefore, everyone should not rush to contact pollution sources, avoiding turning into monsters and causing unnecessary casualties. The morning news was so overwhelming that even Shin Siyu almost forgot about school. "Oh no, it's past 7:50, I'm going to be late," Shin Siyu exclaimed hastily, putting down her chopsticks and running to her room to grab her backpack. For a girl who had been strictly punctual for over a decade, never late or leaving early, being on time for school had become a habit. But as she ran out of her room, Jiang Hou called out, "Siyu, bring Feidong with you." The girl was startled, not understanding why she should bring the kitten. From now on, society will become more and more chaotic. Take Feidong. If you encounter danger, it can protect you, right, Feidong? Jiang Hou looked at the kitten lying in its bed in the distance. Meow, the kitten mewed, hesitantly nodding its head under Jiang Hou's gaze. "Feidong, protect her. She's more likely to protect me. I'll be satisfied if I don't hold back the big shot." Feidong has also mutated. Thinking about the kitten's origin and its human-like behavior, Shin Siyu's mouth slightly opened. More or less. Jiang Hou wasn't entirely sure what the kitten really was, but from its behavior recently, he could be certain it wouldn't harm Shin Siyu. "I see." Shin Siyu excitedly stuffed the unresisting Feidong into her backpack, changed into her shoes, and rushed out. After Shin Siyu left, Jiang Hou ate his breakfast leisurely. Since he was already late, a little more time didn't matter, and the school administration already knew their identities as members of Tianfa. When Jiang Hou finally left the house, it was already past 8. Walking on the street, he keenly noticed the change in atmosphere. For instance, behind a store counter, the owner was holding a seemingly antique object, continuously rubbing it, muttering about contamination, urging it to come quickly and awaken him. On a street corner, a few thuggish youths gathered, inquiring about who had seemingly ancient items at home. Besides that, there were more people riding shared bicycles, wandering the streets and alleys, searching for ruined cracks, hoping to actively encounter contamination. Meanwhile, an online voice gradually rose, urging the authorities to open the ruined passages so that everyone could evolve. The several evolution methods announced by the Demon Dragon Temple directly made the already restless world even more chaotic. Even though the Eastern Shin authorities handled it, immediately announcing the World Transformation Plan and presenting evidence of low contamination success rates and numerous mutations, many chose to ignore it. They only saw and remembered what they wanted to see. Contact with ancient items could lead to evolution, Absorbing the black mist energy surging from cracks could lead to evolution. As long as one became a transcendent, they would possess power above the mundane. When Jiang Hou arrived at school, the first class had already ended. He found that his classmates were almost all discussing the mutations. Zongjing Nanmo frowned deeply. After Jiang Hou sat down, instead of being curious about his lateness, he said worriedly, "Jiang Hou, I have a feeling that the world is about to fall into chaos. More or less. We are standing at the historical turning point from the era of peace to the era of transcendence, and every transition between eras brings turmoil." Holy crap. When did you start speaking so profoundly? Zongjing Nanmo was somewhat shocked. Get lost. Jiang Hou rolled his eyes. Alright, let's stop talking about this. Let's talk about something happy. Zongjing Nanmo lowered his voice. Jiang Hou, I've broken through to the mid-second stage. Jiang Hou glanced at him. Last night's gains. Yes, yesterday's mission involved only me and Shinto and I dealing with a special alternate dimension. After finding the spatial node, he shared over 100 points with me. Zongjing Nanmo was a bit excited. Over 100 points was equivalent to killing 3 third-stage monsters. He then directly exchanged for energy crystals. After the delivery man brought them in the middle of the night, he didn't sleep, but cultivated all night, successfully stepping into the mid-second stage. But Jiang Hou couldn't stand him being so happy, so he said in a low voice, I also have good news for you. I fused a divine weapon fragment last night, and broke through to the 4th stage. Zongjing Nanmo's excited expression froze, staring at Jiang Hou in disbelief. How? How is that possible? So fast. I don't know either, I just broke through like that. Saying that, Jiang Hou smiled, and took out his phone to Jiang Rukin in the group chat. Jiang Hou directly said, President, I fused a divine weapon fragment last night, and broke through to the 4th stage. Should I go to the Tianfa branch to certify as an official member? The Demon Dragon Temple series of actions, along with the increasingly chaotic social atmosphere, gave Jiang Hou an intangible sense of urgency, desperately wanting to improve his strength. In this situation, many secrets no longer needed to be hidden. Properly exposing some strength to gain more resources and improve faster. Even the secret of his giant beast transformation could be revealed at critical moments. After all, what he awakened was the inheritance of the giant beast era. Being able to transform into a giant beast was perfectly reasonable. At worst, he could claim it was a transformation ability awakened after breaking through the 4th stage. As long as his mental state was stable and his worldview correct, the authorities would not consider him a threat. However, Jiang Rukin was offline again today and hadn't replied to him for most of the day. Meanwhile, Zongjing Nanmo spent the entire day in shock over the explosive news of Jiang Hou's breakthrough to the 4th stage. He had finally broken through to the mid-second stage, thinking he could narrow the gap a bit, but Jiang Hou had quietly advanced to the 4th stage. It was simply unfair. This was even more shocking than when he heard about Jiang Hou's breakthrough to the 3rd stage, while he himself was breaking through to the 2nd. After all, the 4th stage represented the first life transformation stepping into the ranks of high-level transcendence, and its power was an entirely different realm from anything below the 4th stage. It wasn't until after school, when Jiang Hou was almost home, that Jiang Rukin's avatar finally lit up. But when she saw Jiang Hou's message ing her, she also fell into silence. Because from his awakening half a month ago until now, Jiang Hou seemed to have used very few matching resources right. The only resources from Tianfa were a few energy crystals, demonic power crystals, and 2 divine weapon fragments. Is it because of the dual era inheritance? In a military base under construction on the outskirts of Edu, Jiang Rukin held her phone and pondered slightly. Jiang Hou, your improvement speed is a bit beyond my expectations. Breaking through to the 4th stage with a stable mental state, you can directly become a full member of Tianfa. As for certification, normally you would need to go to the branch, but I can enable those permissions for you in the background. Just in time for your breakthrough. In a few days, when the spatial tide erupts, you can join Shinto and I and the others in guarding the passages. Guard the passages? Jiang Hou was stunned, a bit confused. An accident occurred yesterday. When the 2 realms collided, the entrance space of Corridor No. 01 shattered and a massive ruin emerged from the depths of the ruins, absorbing most of the spatial tide energy from the collision. As a result, the impact that would have covered half of Edu and caused widespread cracks was greatly weakened, and the number and intensity of cracks dropped to very low levels. Therefore, the original citywide evacuation plan is no longer necessary. The disturbances caused by the small cracks can be handled by 3rd stage reserve members. But that ruin has become a new problem. The ruin is merging with Corridor No. 01, forming 10 ruin entrances of varying sizes around it, centered on Corridor No. 01. Through the fluctuations emitted during the formation of the entrances, we detected the presence of ferocious beasts emitting demonic energy. There should be a large number of ancient demonic beasts dwelling inside. When the impact erupts and those entrances absorb enough spatial energy, they will fully form, and then demonic beasts will definitely rush out. However, because No. 01 is a small corridor with limited capacity, the ruin exits formed by relying on it are the same. Beings above the 5th stage cannot enter. Moreover, the 10 entrances connect to different areas. Some passages should have no demonic beasts appearing. People in other entrances who encounter unbeatable enemies or discover a large number of demonic beasts can immediately retreat and notify the 2 5th stage experts stationed outside, who will intervene. As long as we wait until the impact ends, the ruin lacking sufficient spatial origin supply will disappear back into the depths of the ruins, and then everyone will receive substantial rewards. Jiang Hou pondered. President, I have a question. Why are the 2 5th stage experts staying outside, while we at the 4th stage go in to guard the entrances? Jiang Rukin said calmly. Because those entrances are too scattered. When fully formed, each entrance becomes a purple vortex, completely isolated from the outside. Energy fluctuations, sound, images, everything cannot be transmitted. If a powerful demonic beast appears in another passage, the guarding transcendent cannot defeat it, and cannot notify the 2 5th stage experts. With no one to stop it, the beast will surely rush into the city and cause massive destruction. As for the branch's strongest Xiaolong Yuan, he needs to guard the large passage that is forming. Unless you cannot hold, he will not appear. A large number of demonic beasts rich in demonic energy and entrance passages isolated from the outside. Jiang Hou's eyes gradually lit up. It seems I can feast. Back home, Jiang Hou was still thinking about guarding the entrance. Jiang Hou, you're back. At that moment, Qin Siyu had just returned, as well crouching in front of the sofa to organize items, while the white kitten lay on the armrest licking its paw. What are you doing? Jiang Hou asked casually as he entered the living room. The girl replied cheerfully, Hey, I'm organizing snacks for Fado. Saying this, she set aside a few bags of chips, and then took out 2 packs of spicy dried fish. These are Fadong's snacks. Jiang Hou asked, somewhat bewildered as he looked at the large pile of snacks on the sofa. When had the kitten started liking these? He had no idea. The girl explained with a grin, Today, I brought Fadong to school, and my classmates all loved it. They gathered around wanting to pet and hold it. But you know Fadong's temper. No one can touch it, let alone hold it. Later I said Fadong doesn't like strangers, and it took me over a week of effort feeding it various snacks to build a relationship before I could hold it. Then they asked me what snacks Fadong likes. A sly glint appeared in the girl's eyes. These snacks are probably what you like, right? And since they want to feed the kitten snacks to build a relationship, what are they giving you? Jiang Hou knew the girl was definitely holding something back. I'll go take in the clothes. With that, Jiang Hou put down his backpack and headed to the balcony. I'll make dinner after I finish this. The girl nodded, continuing to sort the snacks. Spicy strips, hot dried fish, and braised chicken wings. These heavy-flavored snacks were left for Jiang Hou, while the chips she planned to take to her room to eat while playing on her phone at night. After Qin Siyu finished and went to cook, Jiang Hou returned to the sofa and sat down. He turned on his smartwatch and saw a question mark bouncing on the screen. A prompt indicated that he needed to update his personal data to officially obtain full member privileges. Seeing this, Jiang Hou did not hesitate and pressed the scan button on the left. Immediately, a light wave swept over his body, and soon his latest data appeared on the watch screen. Physique 71, A energy value 1240, A energy aggregation intensity reached 4th rank. 2 traces of energy pathways were found in the body, confirmed as a 4th rank transcendent. Overall ranking 13. A physique of 71 and an energy value of 1240, slightly lower than Jiang Wanshan's energy value of 1321 when he was at the peak of 3rd rank. However, the demonic essence within Jiang Hou had undergone a qualitative change which was beyond comparison with Jiang Wanshan and Fu Hongyu, who had not yet broken through at that time. Moreover, due to the enhancement of his physical side, Jiang Hou, who had just stepped into the 4th rank, was ranked ahead of Fu Hongyu. However, he noticed that something seemed to be missing from the full member ranking list. Was that greatly inflated combat power gone? It seems that was indeed made to motivate reserve members. Jiang Hou shook his head, his gaze falling on the name of Xia Longyuan, who was ranked 1st. 6th rank. No data on physique or energy value, no divine era or demon beast era type, only the words 6th rank. Truly a 6th rank powerhouse. Jiang Hou then looked at the 2nd place Yujing 5th rank mid-stage, 3rd place Shingang Feiyue 5th rank early stage, 4th place Shinta Ni 4th rank peak. Shinta Ni's strength had indeed broken through from 4th rank late stage to 4th rank peak. The full member ranking list was concise. Each person only had a simple rank note, including Jiang Hou's name, which was very different from the reserve member list. Jiang Hou glanced at the ranking and exited, then opened the Transcendent Data folder. The area that originally only had introductions for ranks 1 to 3 now contained much more content. 4th rank Life Leap. Physical side, skin like jade, bones like hardened steel, basic arm strength 600 kg, peak 200 kg. Qi and blood materialize and condense into Gang Qi. Gang Qi can cover the body surface to form a gang layer defense and can also be attached to weapons including fists and feet to unleash greater destructive power. Each physical side awakener has different Gang Qi attributes. The demon beast side's demonic power is thick and cold, while the witch mark side's blood fiend is domineering and soul-stirring. The energy side's basic value ranges between 1200 and 1600. The internal energy undergoes a transformation, and when attacking it resonates with the power permeating heaven and earth, unleashing greater might. At the same time, the various supernatural abilities mastered become more powerful and mystical, but close combat is relatively weak. Thick energy forms a protective layer outside the body, ignoring light and heavy firearms like rifles and grenades, but it still cannot withstand tank armor-piercing shells head-on. The hybrid side combines the advantages of both, but is not as extremely powerful as a single side except for those whose physical and energy aspects both reach the peak of the same rank. For the 5th rank physical side, the gang layer thickness on the body surface reaches 5 to 10 centimeters. Body like hardened steel, basic arm strength 250 kg, 25 tons, upper limit 100 kg, 100 tons. The powerful physique, boosted by Gang Chi, possesses unparalleled close combat burst. The dual defense of body and Gang Chi can withstand direct attacks from anti-material sniper rifles and rockets. The energy side's basic value ranges from 700 to 3000. The internal energy is thicker, allowing the user to draw upon a larger range of heaven and earth energy, surpassing the 4th rank in all aspects. 6th rank physical side's gang layer thickness 15 to 30 centimeters, basic arm strength 120 tons, upper limit 300 tons. Begins to condense the power of will. The formidable physique fortified by the gang layer now ignores tank shells, high-power bombs, and rockets, making it akin to an overlord of the earth. The energy side's basic value ranges from 3500 to 10000. Materialized spiritual power fully merges with energy, drawing upon a vast range of natural forces to destroy everything. It can be said that after the high ranks, the gap between each rank grows increasingly large. Moreover, this official ranking is only basic data and does not include the unique abilities of each era system. For example, Jiang Hou's fused divine weapon, the Yin Demon Blade, is extremely sharp. The demonic essence in his body also possesses the characteristics of both Gang Chi body protection and energy side transcendent power release. At that moment, the branch forum exploded because Jiang Hou's name appeared among the main combat members, ranked 13th. Damn, what's going on? Duan Xian immediately posted, what happened? In just a few days, brother Jiang Hou entered the main combat list and ranked 13th, higher than Fu Hongyu. As soon as Duan Xian posted, Zongjing Nanmo, who had been holding back all day, replied below, hehe, because Jiang Hou broke through to the 4th rank and became a full member. Shintu Ni, Jiang Wanshan. Fu Hongyu, I'm sure I didn't see wrong. The few who had interacted with Jiang Hou during the cleanup mission were all stunned and shocked. What's wrong with you all? Shingang Feiyue appeared a bit puzzled. Shintu Ni, nothing, just a bit surprised at the speed of brother Jiang Hou's improvement. Last week, when we met him, he was only at the early stage of 3rd rank. This was also what shocked them. In just a week, even with ample resources, breaking through shouldn't be that simple. Especially breaking through from 3rd rank to 4th rank. Doesn't one need to spend several days in seclusion, gradually erasing the tainted will contained in the inheritance item? At this moment, the top rank Xiao Longyuan appeared. Every transcendent has their own special traits, and their improvement paths are different. Just like Shinta Ni, you can use fiery BGM for self-suggestion and self-hypnosis, using powerful mental will to interfere with reality and enhance yourself. So there's no need to be surprised. Duan Xian exclaimed, that's true, but I still think brother Jiang Hou is incredible. Zongjing Nanmo said proudly, of course. I've been watching Jiang Hou advance from the middle of the 1st rank to the 4th rank this month, and he is. He stopped abruptly, deleting the words, dual era inheritance, he had typed. Brother Zongjing, what's after he is? If it's not convenient to say, let's private chat. With that, Duan Xian sent a special red envelope. Jiang Wanshan, don't we want to know too? You don't private chat. Damn, this guy is really generous. Seeing the 200 exclusive red envelope, Zongjing Nanmo was a bit surprised. But in the end he replied, haha, nothing, and went silent, not accepting Duan Xian's red envelope. He was afraid that if he continued to show off for Jiang Hou, he would be unable to resist revealing Jiang Hou's secret. But even so, his words about watching Jiang Hou advance all the way from the middle of the 1st rank to the 4th rank this month still shocked everyone. Jumping from the 1st order to the 4th order in just over half a month, such remarkable talent. In a small courtyard of the old district, Shangang Feiyue sat cross-legged on the floor, her face revealing astonishment. The awakening of a transcendent is random. Those favored by fortune acquire stronger abilities, while the less fortunate obtain weaker ones, and all initial awakenings start at the 1st order. Yet among transcendents there remains a distinction between geniuses and ordinary individuals, and the key difference lies in talent. This talent is not about innate spiritual roots, but rather the compatibility between an individual and the inherited power system, their mental fortitude, and even the elusive strength of their soul. The higher the compatibility, the faster a transcendent can absorb and refine resources, and the greater the conversion rate. A 2nd order transcendent refining an energy crystal might gain 8 points of energy value and capacity, but one with high talent could gain 12 or 13 points. Over time, the gap gradually widens, including the demand for resources. If a person possesses formidable mental fortitude, they can directly ignore the spiritual contamination of low-tier resources and even obliterate the polluting will embedded in the inheritance item required to break through from the 3rd order to the 4th order. This includes subsequent breakthroughs to the 5th and 6th orders, and even finding the path to temper ones while forcefully annihilating the ancient will contained within the sacred inheritance of the 7th order. Those lacking such mental fortitude will find themselves trapped at the 4th or 5th order, afraid to advance further. For those whose mental will has already been corrupted and are on the verge of losing control, taking another step forward plunges them into the abyss. Consciousness descending into madness, bodies morphing into monstrous aberrations. As for the soul, that is a realm only touched upon at the 9th order. Sister, what's so strong? Shengong Firu approached, curiosity coloring her voice. I was talking about your friend's childhood sweetheart. Unlike the delicate and beautiful Shengong Firu, Shengong Fiyue appeared rather ordinary, clad in loose sportswear, her features delicate, yet her skin somewhat dark. Friend, you mean Jiang Hou from Siyu's family? Shengong Firu immediately caught on. Shengong Fiyue nodded. Yes, he's also a member of Tianfa, but his way of joining was rather unique. His strength has surged from the 1st order to the 4th order in a very short time. That's incredible. A 4th order transcendent. The young girl's mouth fell slightly open. A 4th order transcendent is considered a formidable expert even on a global scale, possessing devastating individual lethality. Without specialized weapons or another transcendent to stop them, such a person could single-handedly annihilate an entire regiment in a frontal assault. At that moment, Shengong Fiyue remembered something and asked, by the way, Xiao, did your friend mention what flavors they prefer? I'll prepare accordingly tomorrow. So you said their family is used to strong flavors. I see, let me take a look. With that, Shengong Fiyue rummaged through a cabinet nearby, pulled out a book titled Shu Cuisine Encyclopedia, and began studying it intently. In the evening after dinner, Qin Siyu sat cross-legged on the sofa watching television with great interest. Beside her, Jiang Hou was still studying the smart wristband, this time focusing on the exchange items. After reaching the 4th order, more items became available for exchange, and 2 additional sections were added. Low-level Transcendent Azure Scale Inner Armor crafted from dissolved scales of 3rd order monsters. Contamination removed greatly enhances defense. Exchange cost 150 points. Blazing Giant Blade forged from the backbone of a 3rd order fire-type Fierce Beast. Contamination removed cuts through iron like mud, and the fire energy on its surface provides a certain armor-piercing effect against the energy layer of monster bodies. The official authorities had long been studying how to utilize the scales, bones, ruins, excavated artifacts, and even minerals from those fierce beasts. In particular, the scales and bones of those fierce beasts possessed strong supernatural energy conductivity and were far tougher than alloys, making them suitable for use in various cutting-edge equipment. At the same time, they could be used to manufacture transcendent equipment and weapons, greatly enhancing combat power. For instance, Zhang Wanshan, with his immense strength and ability to control earth and rock to form a solid armor, had strong defense, but clearly lacked offensive damage. If he could be equipped with a large heavy weapon that leveraged his strength, his power would directly ascend to a new level. However, the contamination in these items was too severe, requiring a very complex process to remove before they could be forged. Hence, a weapon made from 3rd order materials was worth as much as the materials from a 4th order monster. Those fierce beast materials were indeed valuable, but unfortunately the ones killed in the ruins were difficult to retrieve, and there were issues with their origin. However, in a few days during the mission to guard the entrance, he could leave the corpse of a demonic beast to sell to the officials, and then eat most of the meat to create the traces of a bloody battle. Lost in thought, Jiang Hou opened another exchange section and saw various modern weapons, enhanced anti-material sniper rifles, man-portable high-explosive rocket launchers, large-yield TN bombs, and the like. These modern weapons could be exchanged with points or purchased with money, as was the case with the wealthy Duan Xian. Jiang Hou continued scrolling, and soon an item caught his attention. Black Demon Cloak, crafted from the wing hide of a 2nd order special monster, the Night Demon. Contamination removed. Exchange requirement 120 points. When infused with transcendent energy, this item creates a light breeze-wrapped levitation field, allowing non-flying transcendents to glide short distances. When infused with transcendent energy, this item creates a light breeze-wrapped levitation field, allowing non-flying transcendents to glide short distances. With Jiang Hou's current strength, a full power burst in his normal state could launch him 30 to 40 meters high and nearly 100 meters far, landing from 100 meters without any injury. But at the same time, due to his own mass and speed, the impact on the surroundings was considerable. With this Black Demon Cloak, he could directly scale walls and leap across rooftops in the city. But this so-called cloak was only half a meter long, making it more suitable to be worn around the waist. Monkey's tiger skin skirt. Late at night, after the girl went back to her room to sleep, Jiang Hou picked up the kitten by the scruff and carried it back to his room. Since he knew the kitten could enter the ruins, he planned to take it along and see what its true form was and how powerful it really was. Whoosh! A gust of wind swirled inside the room, stirring the curtains. Bathed in black and white light, Jiang Hou, wielding the demon blade, transformed directly into his killing form, his right hand gripping the blade and his left hand holding the kitten. The mark on Jiang Hou's left hand activated, emitting a black light. At that moment, the red hexagram mark on the kitten's forehead also lit up. The two teleportation fluctuations merged, and then both man and cat vanished. At the mouth of a lava cave hundreds of meters wide and tall, Jiang Hou with his black hair flowing and the white kitten appeared out of thin air. Meow. As soon as it entered the ruins, the kitten seemed to break free from an invisible shackle, letting out a joyful cry. Then with a light leap it slipped free from Jiang Hou's hand and landed on the ground. Meow. The moment it touched the ground, the kitten was scalded by the scorching surface and immediately hopped up. Then a red light radiated from its body, and its form expanded rapidly with a thunderous boom that shook the air. Amidst howling winds, a colossal creature appeared before Jiang Hou, about 10 meters long, 4 meters at the shoulder, with 2 white tails behind it. The giant kitten was covered in thick white fur, its face elongated, its large round eyes stretched, and a pattern of red lines adorned the area around them. Its ears stood erect, rimmed with long red fur that swayed without wind, and the red hexagram mark on its forehead glowed, lending it an even more ethereal celestial aura. In terms of body shape, Feidong now resembled a fox, but its limbs were much sturdier, and its claws were as sharp as those of a cat or a tiger. Behind it, 2 tails, one long, one short. The longer one measured over 6 meters with flowing fur, while the shorter was just over 2 meters with a broken tip. It seemed one tail had been severed before and had only recently begun to regrow. Early third order. Looking at the fox-like, cat-like, giant beast, Jiang Hou raised an eyebrow. Because the aura emanating from Feidong seemed very similar to that of a demon rather than the giant beast life form he had previously guessed. Moreover, he felt that Feidong's awakening was not simple, and with the inheritance mark on its forehead it resembled him in a way, as if it were a pure celestial demon creature. Or perhaps this creature was originally a ruins being, otherwise it wouldn't have been suppressed in the real world. In the scorching cave, Jiang Hou stared at the colossal white fox before him and asked directly, Feitong, where did that mark on your head come from? Roar. Though it looked like a fox, Feitong let out a low lion-like growl, utterly lacking the cuteness of its kitten form. Didn't understand. Let me put it another way, were you born with the ability to grow larger and enter and exit this world? Jiang Hou asked again. The massive white fox pondered for a moment, then turned its back to Jiang Hou, wiggling its severed tail before looking back at him and scratching the ground with its claws. What? This left Jiang Hou bewildered. Forget it. Though you seem somewhat intelligent, you can't grasp such complex language. Jiang Hou shook his head and black and white light radiated from his body once more. Boom. His form expanded rapidly, the violent expulsion compressing the air into a muffled roar, kicking up a gale that whipped the white fox's fur wildly. In the blink of an eye, a 24-meter-tall black-armored giant ape appeared, its massive frame casting a vast shadow over the giant fox, exuding an intense oppressive aura. Roar. Gazing at the colossal ape and the formidable might of a 5th-rank beast, it radiated invisibly. The white fox's narrow crimson eyes gleamed with excitement and fervor. Excluding its tail, its body, over 10 meters long, circled the black-armored giant ape ceaselessly, like a puppy. Let's go. Follow me. That was what the black-armored giant ape intended to convey, but from its mouth came only a deep, husky growl. In its bestial form, it could only emit various low growls or roars, unable to speak like a human, at least for now. Inside the cave, rivers of magma flowed, black smoke billowed, and the air temperature exceeded 200 degrees Celsius. After delving several kilometers deeper, the black-armored giant ape looked back. It saw the white fox trotting cheerfully behind it, its fur swaying, without wind, forming an invisible force on its surface that insulated the blistering heat. Was it an ability of the demon? The black-armored giant ape, originally worried that it couldn't withstand the high temperature, seemed to ponder. Leading the white fox, the black-armored giant ape followed the main tunnel deep into the volcanic cave for over a dozen kilometers, yet found not a single red ant or firefish beast. Gazing at the branching magma tributary ahead and the narrow cavern compared to the main passage, the black-armored giant ape hesitated briefly before turning its body. Over the past few days it had eaten nearly all the firefish in that river, so it needed to search in a different direction. Following the tributary, the black-armored giant ape found the cavern widening instead. Soon it arrived at a massive underground chamber where a lake of magma over 10 kilometers in diameter appeared before it. Flames churned within the magma lake. From time to time, firefish over 10 meters long, some even exceeding 15 meters, exuding 4th-rank auras, leaped above the surface, splashing countless sparks. Besides those firefish, a pillar of fire shot up from the center of the boiling lake, resembling a gigantic lotus of flame. At the heart of the dark red fire lotus, hundreds of meters in diameter, a golden mass of liquid fire, as if refined, burned silently, radiating terrifying heat. The enormous dark red flame lotus outside was merely an apparition of the golden liquid fire's outward release. Heavenly fire. The instant it saw the golden flame, the black-armored giant ape recognized what it was. After reaching the 4th rank, Jiang Hou had gained more access, including introductions to resources from various eras, among which was the description of heavenly fire from the heavenly fire era. Its fire was scorching, and its surroundings resembled a small world formed by flames with power violent and utterly destructive. And the resources of the heavenly fire era were highly sought after in the supernatural world. Once they appeared on the black market, they were quickly purchased, including those in the Tianfa exchange inventory. The reason was the unique legacy of the Heavenly Fire era. The Heavenly Fire's power was too violent. Even the experts of that era could not directly refine and integrate it into their bodies. They needed to forge an ancient artifact called a Supreme Treasure to contain it. Through the Supreme Treasure, one could control the Heavenly Fire, and through continuous cultivation ultimately reach the state of unity between man and fire. Thus, if a supernatural being possessed an ancient relic from the Heavenly Fire era and infused it with Heavenly Fire, the originally broken and unremarkable relic would instantly become a mighty Supreme Treasure. Although it couldn't be integrated into one's own power system, it could still greatly enhance one's strength. But the black-armored giant ape was different from those supernatural beings. It could absorb energy from other eras' resources. When it evolved next and awakened its lava flame talent combined with the power of Heavenly Fire, it would be enough to burn the heavens and boil the seas. This was the charm of the ruins. Countless divine objects and resources left over from various ancient eras were abundant. As long as one was strong enough and unafraid of death, one might even stumble into a rift and pick up an ancient divine weapon or encounter the legacy of a fallen god or demon. But the black-armored giant ape soon calmed down because the power emitted by that Heavenly Fire was too potent. It was far beyond what a fifth-rank creature like itself could touch. It even felt that the sixth rank might not be enough. Roar. The black-armored giant ape growled low, turning its head to look at the magma firefish occasionally leaping in the lake. It gazed at those beasts whose auras reached the fourth-rank bodies, over 15 meters long, covered in red scales, with flame whiskers flowing at the corners of their mouths like dragonfish. A fourth-rank magma firefish, if eaten, could yield at least 2 units of melt flame elements. The black-armored giant ape almost drooled at the thought. Bang! A boulder weighing dozens of tons crashed into the lake 100 meters away, splashing a huge sheet of flame, leaving a depression in the surrounding area, then slowly sank. It was very deep. The black-armored giant ape fell silent. It now had high fire resistance and could briefly enter magma without harm, but that didn't mean it could stay inside for long periods, or even swim. Roar. Just as the black-armored giant ape was pondering how to catch fish, the white fox with flowing fur let out a short, low growl, extending its right paw to point at the lake. Roar. What's wrong? The black-armored giant ape lowered its head. Unfortunately, one giant beast and one demon fox couldn't speak. Their communication had to rely on guesswork. After gesturing a few times without making itself clear, the white fox crouched on all fours, its one long and one short tail waving, causing a layer of red ripples to spread outward. The ripples carried a faint aura of void, and the space they passed through twisted slightly. Whoosh! The white fox vanished, appearing out of thin air hundreds of meters above the magma lake. Its claws shot out like lightning, seizing a firefish that had just leaped from the surface. The instant it caught the firefish, the fox vanished along with the fish, returning to its original spot. Bang! The moment it landed, the firefish, nearly 10 meters long, folded its body, slapped its tail, and whipped up a howling gale that slammed harshly into the white fox, sending it flying with tremendous force. Boom! Just as the firefish sent the white fox flying and was about to perform a carp-like leap back toward the lake, a colossal fist descended from the sky, punching its head to pieces. The immense force caused the ground to tremble violently, cracking the black volcanic rock into huge fissures that spread like a spiderweb in all directions. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood gushed from the firefish's corpse, quickly staining the surroundings red. Hissing and steaming, as it met the scorching ground, it gave off a scent of grilled fish. Ow, ow, ow. The white fox, landing in the distance, rolled twice and let out a pained cry. No, you're both third rank, yet you can't even withstand a single tail slap from a fish. Looking at the white fox's miserable state, the black-armored giant ape was momentarily speechless. Still, this creature's ability was quite impressive. It could briefly traverse the void. Roar. How about it? Can you catch another one? With a low growl, the black-armored giant ape pointed at a fourth-rank firefish leaping from the distant lake surface. Roar. The white fox quickly shook its head, lying on the ground to indicate it needed to rest, an ability that could only be used once in a short time. The black-armored giant ape's eyes showed regret. Beside the lava lake, a 10-meter-long white fox beast tore fiercely, ripping a small piece of flesh from a firefish beast. Meanwhile, the black-armored giant ape moved slowly along the shore, its sharp eyes scanning the lake's surface for a suitable target. These beasts dwelling in the magma were very weak in aggression. Even when the black-armored giant ape provoked them from the shore, they showed no reaction, or rather they simply couldn't hear. While waiting quietly, the lake's surface over 100 meters away suddenly exploded. Amidst a shower of sparks, a nearly 20-meter-long firefish leaped high, its body ablaze with magnificent and fierce flames. Roar! A savage roar exploded. The ground beneath the black-armored giant ape shattered, and its body shot out like a huge black cannonball. With a deafening boom, it crashed into the lake's surface together with the firefish, sending up massive waves of fire. Immediately, the lake's surface erupted again. The giant ape, its eyes bloodshot with fury and its body radiating black light, swung its right arm and paddled its legs rapidly to swim. Under the giant ape's left arm was the fourth-rank fire fish, its head crushed and shattered. The white fox beast looked up in astonishment at the black giant ape charging ashore from the sea of fire. Hot magma flowed down its scales, and its aura was savage. Roar, stop staring. Hurry up and eat. You're only third rank too weak. Dragging the beast's corpse, the giant ape came to the white fox beast and sat down heavily, causing the ground to tremble and sending a shockwave. Hello. The fox beast approached, nuzzled its head against the giant ape, then turned back to continue eating in small bites. The giant ape holding the fire fish took a bite into the body covered in red scales. Its sharp, hard teeth crunched through the scales and tore off a large chunk of flesh. Hot blood spurted out, staining the fur on the giant ape's face and chest red, making it look extremely ferocious. Compared to the black-armored giant ape, the white fox beast was much more refined, eating in small mouthfuls like a lady. Occasionally, it used its paw to wipe the red-stained fur around its mouth. After about an hour, the black-armored giant ape had devoured the nearly 20-meter-long magma fire fish, leaving only a pile of red bones. Meanwhile, the white fox beast had only made a small dent in its third-rank fire fish. Eating so slowly, when will you ever break through to the fourth rank? The black-armored giant ape said disdainfully. Its body, now larger by a size, stood up again, ready to search for a new target. But looking around, the black-armored giant ape frowned. Perhaps because of its earlier fish bombing, the fire fish sensed danger and had moved far from the shore. The nearest one that leaped was over 200 meters away. This range was beyond its jumping distance. If it couldn't kill one in a single strike, it would be impossible to catch these beasts in the lake. Just as the black-armored giant ape was troubled, the fox beast, its mouth stained red with blood, looked up. Seeming to sense that the giant ape hadn't eaten its fill, it extended its paw and pushed the fish meat in front of it, as if to say there was more if it wasn't enough. Roar, keep this for yourself. A third-rank beast isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth, the giant ape growled. It was unclear whether the white fox understood. Not enough. The white fox beast tilted its head, thought for a moment, then went to the lake shore and crouched on all fours, its tail wagging. Instantly, the red ripples that interfered with the void reappeared. The black-armored giant ape, seeing this, paused for a moment, then hurriedly growled to stop. Hello. The fox beast turned its head, confusion in its eyes. Roar, can you use that ability again? The black-armored giant ape was somewhat surprised. However, simple growls and roars were not as easy to understand as human speech. The black-armored giant ape decisively pointed into the distance. There the lake's surface exploded and a fourth-rank fire fish leaped over 30 meters high, with magma trailing behind it like a curtain of fire in an arc. Roar. The black-armored giant ape then made a gesture of punching the ground. Hello. The white fox Fei Tong's eyes lit up, and it quickly nodded, understanding the giant ape's meaning. The white fox beast continued to gather power. At that moment, the lake's surface exploded again, and a fire fish over 18 meters long leaped out. In an instant, the fox beast vanished and reappeared behind the fire fish. The fox beast extended its foreclaws, grabbed the fire fish's back, and flashed back to the shore. The moment it returned, the white fox beast quickly released the fire fish and leaped away. There the massive, ferocious beast opened its mouth with red flames flickering inside. Boom. A fist enveloped in golden dominance shattered the air, carrying terrifying power and blasting through the beast's mouth and half its head. Thump, thump, thump. Blood gushed from the firefish's head like a fountain, instantly staining the surroundings red. Its massive body struggled wildly, its tail slamming the ground with deafening thunder, and rocks exploded. Don't be fooled by the fish's apparent weakness on land. The power unleashed by its tail was actually astonishing. Thump. The black-armored giant ape landed another punch on the beast's back. The immense power shattered its scales, broke its spine, and instantly the beast lost all strength to struggle. Such a brutal and domineering scene made the somewhat weakened white fox beast in the distance extremely excited. Roar. Well done, Fei Tong. The giant ape turned to look at the fox beast, its mouth splitting into a ferocious grin. Hello. Realizing the black-armored giant ape was praising it, the white fox was delighted, its face showing a human-like smile, and its narrow eyes narrowed slightly, appearing somewhat charming. At this moment, the black-armored giant ape rapidly shrank, returning to its humanoid slaughter form. The demon blade in its hand directly pierced the fish's eye and crushed its brain. Hoo-hoo. Dense soul power and resentment condensed into wisps of black demonic energy, turning into black lines on Jiang Hou's left arm, forming an even more complex hell demon mark. At the same time, the demonic energy within Jiang Hou surged, and its upper limit increased by 40 points, which startled him. After breaking through to the fourth rank, killing a fourth-rank beast only condensed one demon mark. According to the requirement of 72 demon marks in the lower hell diagram, wouldn't he need to kill 72 fourth-rank monsters of the same level to reach the peak of the fourth rank? Furthermore, he would need to fuse a fragment of the Yenyu demon blade, or a dark attribute divine weapon to break through to the fifth rank. Calculating this way, the difficulty of improving strength after higher ranks skyrocketed. And this was despite Jiang Hou being different from other transcendents, not needing the corresponding resources from ruins to enhance his demonic energy. The path of transcendence is too difficult. Jiang Hou sighed and transformed back into his giant beast form to eat. With the help of the white fox beast, the hunting efficiency of the black-armored giant ape greatly increased. It could kill a 4th-rank fire fish about every hour and a half. During the white fox beast's rest and recovery, the black-armored giant ape would just finish eating and digesting the fire fish. After one night aside from the initial travel time, and the first one caught, they killed 4 more 4th-rank fire fish. The energy from the flesh and blood increased the black-armored giant ape size by over 20 centimeters. It also extracted 6 units of lava element, bringing the total to 37 units, only 13 short of the required amount. 4 hell demon marks were also condensed, increasing the demonic energy upper limit in his human form by 160 points. Overall strength had grown considerably, a good harvest. As for the white fox beast, after a night it had only eaten a little over half of the 3rd-rank fire fish. Phaeton, we need to go back, the black-armored giant ape growled. Hello. Faced with the giant apes urging, the white fox beast growled and opened its pink mouth. A stream of red demonic energy spurted out, enveloping the remaining fire fish corpse like smoke. Sizzle. Under the red demonic energy, the fire fish's flesh shriveled, and strands of essence turned into red power that merged into the energy, leaving behind a pale, rotting fish corpse. Soon the slightly denser demonic energy was swallowed back by the white fox beast. Its aura surged dramatically, an increase of about 1%. Clearly the conversion efficiency of this demonic energy refinement was very low. Hello. The white fox beast growled, looking at the 4th-rank fire fish bones discarded by the black-armored giant ape. It again spat red demonic energy, enveloping the bones. Inside the alloy-like bones, wisps of red power formed from the essence were slowly extracted. However, compared to refining the 3rd-rank fish corpse, the 4th-rank bones were refined much more slowly. After nearly half an hour, the white fox beast finally swallowed the demonic energy, now several times denser. Boom. A red light radiated from the white fox beast. Its aura surged over 2-fold, approaching the mid-3rd rank. Its body also grew a size, reaching 11 meters. Even its severed tail grew wildly to over 4 meters, with thick fur showing no trace of past injury. Roar. Why didn't you use this trick earlier? The black-armored giant ape was speechless. This creature could quickly refine beast flesh and even bone essence, but didn't use it earlier, wasting time eating slowly. Hello. The white fox Phaeton opened its mouth and licked its pink tongue as if to say it tasted better this way. Of course, another reason was that demonic energy refinement was far less efficient, wasting much of the beast's essence. The essence from 1/3 rank and 5 4th rank beast bones only brought it close to the mid-3rd rank, far inferior to the black-armored giant ape's ability to convert 100 into biological energy that fueled its own growth, a devouring talent. However, this ability of the white fox beast was just right for cleaning up the battlefield, digesting the beast bones that the black-armored giant ape couldn't digest and would be wasteful to discard. Did you two go out to steal last night? In the morning, Qin Siyu looks at Jiang Hou, who is yawning on the sofa, and at the little cat squatting on the armrest with its head bobbing and eyes half closed. Pretty much. Phaeton sneaked in through the window last night, lay on my quilt, and snored, keeping me awake. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore, so I woke him up and said, if I can't sleep, none of us will. Meow. The drowsy kitten opens its eyes, looking a bit confused. Didn't they go eat fish last night? And how come it didn't know it snores in its sleep? Aren't you a transcendent? Qin Siyu asks, puzzled. Transcendents are still human, Jiang Hou says, speechless. Of course, under normal circumstances he could go days without sleep without much issue, but in the ruins it's different. With intense mental focus and high energy consumption, it does take a toll. But this small problem can be fixed by sleeping a bit at school. Zongjing Nanmo watches Jiang Hou, who is about to lie down and sleep as soon as he arrives. Jiang Hou, since we're already this powerful, why do we still come to school? Jiang Hou says lazily, to put it the other way, if you don't come to school, where would you go? Zongjing Nanmo thinks for a moment. Well, there really doesn't seem to be anywhere to go. Because of the awakening, most transcendents don't actually need to cultivate, or rather, even if they obtain cultivation techniques, they can't cultivate. As for finding a place to practice using their abilities to improve proficiency and mastery, the energy concentration in the real world is too low, recovery is slow, and they can't use their internal power recklessly. Even if they want to familiarize themselves with their abilities, they must ensure that their internal energy remains above half to prevent accidents. In that case, if they don't come to school, are they supposed to stay home and play video games? Or lie around and slack off, go out shopping, or find other members of Tianfa to chat and drink tea? Why does it feel like there's no difference after awakening? Zongjing Nanmo is a bit bewildered. Before awakening, he had to come to school every day. Now that he's awakened and become a transcendent, he still has to come to school every day. So wasn't his awakening in vain? Actually, there is something to do. Shintu and I and the others are probably hanging around at the branch office. But you're too weak, only at the 2nd rank. As for me, the club president hasn't taken me to the branch office for formal registration yet, and there's no branch address in my watch. Alright. Zongjing Nanmo is a bit bored. He takes out his phone and checks if anyone has shared gossip in the group of over 100 classmates. Ever since Jiang Zhong lost control and died, and the severely injured Li Mengwu was transferred to Moheishi, the largest clique in the class disbanded, and it feels like it's not as lively as before. At this moment, both of their phones vibrate slightly. Jiang Rukin is ing them. Jiang Rukin, I have something to do these 2 days, so I won't be coming to school. The entire city will be under martial law starting tomorrow. According to the intensity of the space tide, the third impact has been confirmed to erupt at the dusk of the day after tomorrow with the core area in the Old City District and its surroundings. You should also prepare. Gather at the rooftop of XX building in the Old City District at 7 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Zongjing Nanmo and Duan Xian will be in a group responsible for guarding one area. By the way, I've applied for 100 points for you as logistical support for this mission. You can check which items suit you. Especially you Zongjing Nanmo. You're only at the mid-second rank. I suggest you exchange for a set of Black Flood Dragon combat suits to enhance your defense. Hearing this arrangement, Zongjing Nanmo quickly asks, Wait, President, isn't Jiang Hou in our group? He has other important tasks. Jiang Rukin's avatar fades away, not giving them a chance to ask for more details. Citywide martial law. Jiang Hou's drowsiness vanishes instantly. Clearly, even with the weakening, this impact is not as easy as Jiang Rukin said yesterday, otherwise there wouldn't be martial law. But Jiang Hou feels an inexplicable excitement. It's been so long since his awakening, and every night, he's been hunting monsters in the ruins to grow stronger. After a while, it does start to feel a bit boring. Especially now that he has crossed into the 4th rank, he feels there aren't many opportunities to use his power. He continues doing the same repetitive things every day, just like before. It's like holding a sharp divine weapon in hand, but being forced to keep it in its sheath, unable to draw it casually. Even if he draws it to cut down some weeds or chop some rapeseed flowers, he can't, because the divine sword's power is too great and would scare others. Zongjing Nanmo feels similarly a bit excited. Jiang Hou, this time I'm in charge of guarding an area. It sounds pretty badass. Never mind about badass or not. Safety first. Remember to exchange for that combat suit later, Jiang Hou reminds. Jiang Hou saw the Black Flood Dragon combat suit on the exchange list yesterday. Duan Xian and the others were wearing the same one. The combat suit has a built-in exoskeleton frame. Not only does its special material provide defense comparable to steel, but it also enhances the wearer's strength and speed to a certain extent. Initially, this combat suit was developed for low-rank transcendence of the energy side and later mass-produced and equipped for the military. Special soldiers wearing this combat suit combined with modified heavy weapons in their hands can easily kill first and second-rank ordinary monsters with coordinated teamwork. As for third-rank monsters, their speed and reactions are beyond the range of ordinary humans unless there is a large area of firepower coverage. Noon. The Yidu government issues an official notice informing all units, schools, and individuals that the entire city will be under martial law tomorrow and the day after. The reason is that the authorities have detected that the Old City District and its surroundings will experience ruin rifts and even monsters the night after tomorrow. Although countermeasures have been prepared, 0 casualties cannot be guaranteed. Therefore, citizens concerned about their safety have 2 days to pack up and temporarily evacuate to the southern suburbs, where temporary shelters capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands have been set up. To prevent possible chaos, the military will enter the city tomorrow and conduct joint law enforcement with the law enforcement department. Major streets will be designated as restricted areas, and residents of other districts are urged not to move around casually. Meanwhile, local TV stations are broadcasting public service announcements on a loop explaining what to do if encountering a ruin rift, and what the first reaction should be if someone nearby is contaminated and mutated. This announcement stirs up the entire city. Many people lose their interest in work or daily tasks. Jiang Hou takes out his phone and walks to the corridor. He hasn't heard from Qinbai in the past 2 weeks. Qinbai said the company's production tasks have increased recently and large animal tracks have been found in the back hills, so he needs to lead people to guard the area. Soon the call connects. Uncle, the city is under martial law tomorrow. Is your company on holiday? Are you coming back? Qinbai's voice comes through. The company is indeed shutting down tomorrow, but the higher-ups have ordered all employees to stay in the dormitories and not move around. And I'm the head of security. I'll have to lead the patrol around the factory. Can't get away. Jiang Hou thinks for a moment. Uncle, it's a bit dangerous outside lately. If you encounter monsters or danger, remember to turn around and run. Haha, don't worry. Even though I've been retired for many years, my marksmanship is still perfect. If monsters run into me, they should be the ones worried about their safety. As a state-owned enterprise and the largest mining group in the area, Qinbai's security team is composed entirely of retired personnel, all carrying firearms. There's no need to worry about ordinary contaminated monsters. At 6 in the afternoon, Jiang Hou walked behind carrying 2 bags of fruit and drinks while the girl with a loose ponytail ahead skipped along briskly. Shingang Firu's home was a few streets away from them, only a 10-minute walk, so they didn't take a car. Walking along the road, Jiang Hou noticed that people didn't seem to react much to the curfew tomorrow. In fact, they seemed a bit excited because they could have 2 days off with pay. Of course, except for the old district that had to face the monsters. At that moment, the girl ahead turned back and called out to the absent-minded Jiang Hou, "Jiang Hou, hurry up. Coming." Jiang Hou replied, and quickened his pace. In the middle of the old street that was quiet amidst the hustle, a girl with headphones hanging around her neck was already waiting outside the secluded courtyard. When she saw Qin Siyu from afar, she waved at her. Xiaoyu, Ruru, we're here. Qin Siyu happily ran over, and the two girls started chattering. When Jiang Hou approached, the girl who had been cheerfully talking with Qin Siyu suddenly became a bit nervous. Classmate, Jiang, welcome. Shingong, sorry for the intrusion. Jiang Hou smiled slightly. After exchanging greetings, he followed Shingong Firu through the courtyard and into the living room where a delicious aroma of food wafted over. The dining table was already laden with dishes. Sis Xiaoyu and the others are here. The headphone-wearing girl spoke, cheerfully, a bit excited. Welcome. Shingong Feiyue, who had delicate features but slightly tanned skin, walked out of the kitchen. However, when she saw Qin Siyu, her gaze flickered, and she turned to look at Shingong Firu. The girl instantly became nervous. But before Shingong Firu could say anything, Shingong Feiyue had already turned to Jiang Hou and smiled. Classmate Jiang's name has appeared many times on the forum these days. Today I finally get to meet you in person. I've long admired you, senior. Jiang Hou's tone was polite. After all, the girl in front of him was a fifth-rank powerhouse. Also, because Shingong Feiyue was only a year or two older than them, and still a freshman in university, Jiang Hou called her senior rather than master or miss, which would have been too formal. Jiang Hou, do you two know each other? Qin Siyu was surprised. I forgot to tell you, the president of the club I joined is a member of Tianfa. Through her introduction, Jiang Hou briefly explained how he joined Tianfa. Therefore, I had seen senior Shingong's name on the roster of Tianfa members, but as she said, today is our first meeting. Tianfa. Qin Siyu was curious. Doesn't that mean you already have an official position, Jiang Hou? As a superpowered being with a regular job, your monthly salary must be pretty good, right? Salary. Jiang Hou was stunned. That's right, he had been in Tianfa for so long, but hadn't seen any salary. Actually, it hadn't been that long, only about half a month. But he really hadn't seen any mention of salary anywhere. Jiang Hou looked at Shingong Feiyue. Senior Shingong, by the way, do official members get a salary? Yes. Shingong Feiyue nodded and explained, Tianfa is a large organization mainly divided into 5 departments: logistics, research, intelligence, support, and combat. The support and combat departments are both composed of superpowered individuals. The base salary is the same: first rank, 500 per month; second rank, 100; third rank, 500; fourth rank, 100. In addition to the base salary, the points earned from completing missions can be exchanged for various resources, equipment, weapons, or converted into cash. Currently, the official exchange rate for 1 point is 100, while the underground black market is around 5,000. 1,000 versus 5,000, such a big gap, and the authorities actually allow points to circulate on the black market. Jiang Hou was a bit surprised. Shingong Firu smiled and said, water that is too clear has no fish. Besides, everyone has different pursuits. Not all awakened individuals are resolute and solely dedicated to seeking power. Therefore, the circulation of points is also a benefit for some members, giving them extra motivation to carry out missions while also benefiting their families. At the same time, by releasing some resources through the black market, the superpowered individuals outside the official system won't be left in despair. Having channels to obtain resources can reduce many disturbances. Hearing this, a strange look appeared in Jiang Hou's eyes. Although the authorities had indeed considered this aspect thoroughly, after listening, he couldn't shake the feeling that the superpowered black market was actually backed by the officials. In one's own territory, one must never allow anything beyond official control. As they spoke, the 4 of them came to the dining table and sat down. Shingong Feiyue smiled and said, Ruru said you like stronger flavors, so I made all Sichuan dishes today. Since it's my first time cooking them, the taste might be a bit off. But despite her words, the food today was surprisingly delicious. It was hard to believe she was making this cuisine for the first time. Come, let's toast with drinks instead of alcohol to celebrate our acquaintance. In this vast sea of people, getting to know each other is also a kind of fate. Cheers. They were all young people, and soon the 4 of them gradually loosened up. Laughter from Qin Siyu and Shingong Firu occasionally echoed from the dining table. When the meal was almost finished, Shingong Feiyue's expression turned serious. Junior Jiang, I have a suggestion regarding the day after tomorrow. Senior, please go ahead. The day after tomorrow we both have important missions. But our homes aren't far from the old district, and we might be affected. I suggest that Xiaoyu come and stay with Ruru then. Ruru has a few disposable supernatural items I gave her. Even if she encounters danger, she has some ability to protect herself. What do you think? Jiang Hou turned to look at Qin Siyu, but the girl just blinked at him, clearly letting him decide. Well then, I'll trouble classmate Shingong to take care of Siyu for now. Jiang Hou said, politely, not refusing. He had seen items like these on the exchange page, special items that ordinary people could use. They were few in number, with varying power, and most importantly very expensive. He couldn't afford to exchange for them now. Moreover, with Feidong around, although suppressed by the world, the little cat could still briefly unleash its full strength. Therefore, after he leaves the night after tomorrow, he wasn't very worried about Qin Siyu's safety, but it would be good to have an extra layer of protection by staying with Shingong Firu. After dinner, Jiang Hou and Qin Siyu took their leave. It was around 8 in the evening. The streets were still bustling and lively, yet tinged with some chaos. Occasionally a police car drove by to prevent riots. Qin Siyu suddenly turned to look at the boy beside her. Jiang Hou, do you have to go help the day after tomorrow? When Jiang Hou became a superpowered being, she wasn't excited. When she first learned about the pollution mortality rate, she was only scared and distressed, but fortunately, Jiang Hou survived. And today, knowing that he had joined Tianfa and would be participating in a mission against monsters the day after tomorrow, she couldn't help but feel some worry. Jiang Hou patted the girl's hair and said gently, don't worry. I'm a 4th-rank powerhouse now. Even if I encounter danger, I can retreat unscathed. Besides, the spatial impact the day after tomorrow will be very low. Even if it does occur, it will only be some low-level monsters of 1st or 2nd rank. It's not a big problem. Is that so? That's good, but you still need to be careful, okay? The girl warned. At the same time at the Shingang residence, after Jiang Hou and the others left, Shingang Fira hesitated and said, sis, I condensed the divine source for Xiaoyu some time ago. Xiaoyu is a very good person. Recently pollution has been frequent in Yidu, and I'm afraid something might happen to her. I sensed it. Before Shingang Firu could finish, Shingang Feiyue said gently, don't worry that I'll be angry. That power comes from your soul purification. You can give it to whoever you think is suitable. But condensing a divine source consumes a lot of your soul, and on top of that you need to activate the power of the ancient angel's feather. Try not to use it lightly in the future. The Demon Dragon Temple has been searching for us these years. Although this area is under Tianfa's jurisdiction, if they can lock onto the angel's feather, it would be very troublesome. Shingang Firu nodded. I know. I'll try not to use that power from now on. No matter what happens tomorrow, the tasks of today must still be done. That night after Qin Siyu retired to her room, Jiang Hou and the excited little cat vanished from the room. Meanwhile, in a county town over 20 kilometers from Yidu, a group of people were also convening. In the basement, a middle-aged man named Zhu Jin, clad in a white lab coat, sat at the head of the table, while over a dozen young men and women stood or sat on either side. Zhu Jin said in a deep voice, we've been here for several days, but so far we haven't found a single clue about the test subject. Does anyone have any ideas? A young man crouching in the corner looked up, his expression twisted. Kill people, create chaos. Tell the test subject that if it doesn't come out, we'll keep killing. The others immediately looked at him as if he were an idiot. Damn it, this was Tianfa's territory. They had been lurking for days, only daring to hide in the surrounding county towns, slipping into Yidu separately during the day and cautiously gathering information. If they dared to kill and create chaos, they would be discovered, pinpointed, and crushed instantly by Tianfa's experts. Ignoring the mentally unstable fellow, Zhuzhan turned to a feminine young man on his left. Zhuzhan, what do you think? Me. The feminine young man pondered. My suggestion is also to create chaos. Only by muddying the waters can we fish in troubled waters. But we can't do it ourselves. Yidu has been under citywide martial law for the past 2 days to deal with the large-scale spatial rifts. I think that's an opportunity. When the time comes, tell those ordinary people in the groups who want to become transcendents that the day after tomorrow is their chance to evolve. The large-scale outbreak of rift fissures will release a surge of energy. Anyone who gets close will automatically absorb it with a 1 in 10 chance of becoming an evolved. 1 in 10. Isn't it 1 in 100? A woman across the table asked in surprise. The young man smiled sinisterly. To those lunatics, 1 in 100 or 1 in 10 makes no difference. Even if it's certain death, they'd still try. Before the Age of Transcendence was unveiled, the illegal organization Jumo Association had been using the allure of transcendence to secretly amass wealth through a model resembling online pyramid schemes. Among those who fell for it were the wealthy, the middle class, and troubled youths. At the same time, they collaborated with underground groups in neighboring countries, establishing various chat groups divided by region, including several small groups in Yidu. Recently, with the exposure of transcendence, the number of people in their overseas groups has skyrocketed, with many aspiring transcendents joining every day. If these people learned that Yidu would offer a chance to touch evolution the day after tomorrow, they would flock from all directions. The more chaotic Yidu became, the harder it would be to detect their activities. They could infiltrate the city in a dispersed manner and search more thoroughly for the perfect test subject that the Malong Divine Temple wanted. Unfortunately, the device they were given could only passively sense within a 50-meter range, a radius of 25 meters. Even if the test subject actively activated the ancient artifact's power within them, they would only detect it within a kilometer. This was why they had found nothing in the past few days. Without daring to venture deep into the city, they naturally couldn't get close to the test subject, whose location was unknown. After the young man finished speaking, Zhu Jun nodded approvingly. Zhuzhan's proposal is good. Surely I'll leave this to you. He then turned to the others. In 2 days, Yidu will fall into chaos. The day after tomorrow, you'll infiltrate the city first, each assigned to a specific area. When the impact erupts and the authorities' attention is drawn to the chaos in the old district, you'll take the imprint stones, avoid the law enforcement, and sweep through every street. Whoever finds the test subject first will get an exclusive 10% of the reward. At once, everyone's eyes turned red and their breathing quickened. A reward that could allow Zhu Jun to break through to the 6th rank. Even just a 10% share would be enough to massively boost the strength of 2nd and 3rd rank fighters, and even 4th rank ones like Zhu Jun. At this moment, it wasn't just the Jumo Association. Some transcendents lurking in Yidu and its surrounding cities were also growing restless. Of course they neither wanted nor dared to cause chaos in Yidu. Their targets were the ruins items that might fall from the rifts. Some of the rifts between the ruins and the real world connect to ancient broken remnants, so it's common for artifacts from those ruins to fall through the rifts. These items could be energy crystals, ancient inheritance relics, fragments of divine weapons, or even ferocious beasts and monsters wandering in the ruins. Once such a relic's item falls, whoever picks it up first owns it. This has been an unspoken rule for decades. If it's useful, they keep it. If not, they can trade it through the underground black market or sell it at a discount to Tianfa in exchange for resources that benefit them. For a moment, dark whispers echoed among the shadows. In the ruins by the edge of a blazing lava lake, the white fox beast lay on the shore, its claws pressing down on a fourth-rank early-stage firefish over 16 meters long, tearing into it. But even in death, the firefish's flesh remained astonishingly tough. Feidong used all its might, nibbling away bit by bit. In contrast to the white fox beast, the much larger black-armored giant ape sat on the ground, clutching a 20-meter firefish and tearing off huge chunks, with each bite blood and flesh remnants spilling from its mouth. As it chewed, blood mixed with shredded flesh trickled from the corners of its mouth, painting its cheeks and upper body crimson, dripping down its black fur. Behind the black-armored giant ape, a pile of crystal-red firefish bones had already formed a small hill. By now, more than half a day had passed since they entered. With the white fox beast's cycle of teleporting once every hour or so, they had caught 7 fourth-rank magma firefish. Half an hour later, the black-armored giant ape finished devouring the last piece of beast flesh, its body slowly growing to 24.8 meters. In recent days, it had been feeding on 3rd and 4th-rank beasts, and after breaking into the 5th rank, each centimeter of growth required more energy. Thus, its growth rate had slowed considerably. Compared to the roughly 20-centimeter increase in size, the biggest gain today was 6 more units of molten fire element, bringing the total to 43. At this rate, if the white fox beast pushed a little harder tomorrow, it would barely meet the requirement of 50 units. Additionally, these 4th-rank beasts allowed Jiang Hou to condense 7 more hell demon patterns, raising his total demonic energy to 1680. As for his human form's base attributes, strength, agility, and even soul, they had all improved significantly. His physical side was only a hair's breadth away from the peak of the 3rd rank. With a roar, the nearly 25-meter giant ape stood up, stirring a gust of wind. It turned to the white fox beast and growled, "Feidong, stop wasting time. Time to go back." The fox beast, understanding the black-armored giant ape's urgency, nodded. It sat down, opened its mouth, and spat out a huge cloud of blood-red demonic energy like a mist enveloping the firefish. Under the blood mist demonic energy, the 4th-rank beast's flesh began to slowly dissolve, shrivel, and emit a stench, its essence refined bit by bit. Even the pile of bones left by the black-armored giant ape was covered, and the marrow inside was not wasted. Perhaps due to its increased strength, it refined more bones today, yet the white fox beast still took only half an hour. Once all the essence was refined, the blood mist, now more than twice as concentrated, was continuously devoured by the fox beast. Boom. The bones of 6 4th-rank beasts and the flesh essence of a complete 4th-rank beast caused the white fox beast's aura to surge again, breaking into the mid-3rd rank and leaping forward. Its size grew from over 11 meters to 13 meters. A faint glow emanated from its white fur, and its 2 7-meter-long tails swayed behind it, making it appear even more beautiful. The rapid improvement in strength filled the white fox beast with joy, and it kept circling around the black-armored giant ape. In the past, encountering a 3rd-rank early-stage beast required caution to kill it without injury, and even after eating it, its strength would only increase slightly. But ever since it started following the black-armored giant ape, its power had skyrocketed in just 2 days. This feeling was exhilarating. "It's almost dawn. Let's go," the giant ape growled. With a low growl, the black-armored giant ape and the white fox beast rapidly shrank until they vanished. After they left, the vast lava lake began to boil. The surface of the lake exploded as magma firefish leaped frantically, their flame-engulfed eyes filled with terror as they swam toward the same spot and eventually disappeared beneath the surface. Marquis Jiang, look. So many armored vehicles. Shortly after 9 in the morning, Qin Siyu stood on the small balcony, calling out excitedly. Jiang Hou approached the window and saw police cars clearing the way on the distant street, followed by rows of armored vehicles and troop carriers mounted with autocannons and Gatling guns. Those special forces soldiers were all clad in black dragon combat suits, carrying rocket launchers and ammunition belts, wielding heavy weapons such as large-caliber rifles and grenade launchers. As the military entered the city, the restless atmosphere that had arisen from the morning's martial law was immediately subdued. Those soldiers have such cool gear. Mom, look at the armored vehicles. They're so huge, much bigger than they appear on TV. The army has entered the city. In the high-rise buildings flanking the streets, many people watched the military procession pass by, their phones clicking away as they snapped photos and posted them on social media. The massive scale of the maneuvers in Yidu immediately caught online attention, with many self-media outlets posting headlines about monster assaults and the impending fall of Yidu. But those accounts were soon banned, and their operators were tracked down and arrested on charges of spreading rumors and disrupting social order. However, the authorities only targeted those who exaggerated. Normal reposts of the Edu incident were left untouched, and unlike before, there was no suppression of the trending topic. After entering Edu, the troops dispersed to every major intersection, forming squads of one armored vehicle and a dozen special forces soldiers stationed at each point. Law enforcement patrol cars also cruised through every residential block. In the old district, both within the city and along the roadsides, workers installed half-meter silver spheres on lampposts at intervals, connecting them to the power grid. By noon, over 20 armed helicopters flew into Edu, landing on pre-designated building rooftops and open squares. In such a complex urban environment, armed helicopters proved more maneuverable than fighter jets for aerial strikes. This display of force both reassured most Edu residents and alarmed those in the old district, prompting many who had been hesitant to evacuate. After all, it was just a few days away. Like a trip, no need to risk staying home. Because of the lockdown, many areas were inaccessible. In the afternoon, a young girl with nothing to do sat cross-legged on the sofa, munching on snacks a classmate had given to Fei Tong while playing on her phone. Jiang Hou was also scrolling through videos. The local videos that afternoon were all about the evacuation of the old district. The authorities had mobilized all city buses and coaches along with private cars, forming a massive convoy heading to the suburbs. Though it was only a 3-day absence, and they could return the day after tomorrow, many people still carried large bags. Thanks to the assistance of the military and law enforcement, the evacuation proceeded smoothly, with only occasional minor disturbances quickly quelled. Meanwhile, Edu saw an influx of journalists from other cities shouldering cameras and wandering around, as well as many outsiders arriving by bullet train and private car to check into hotels. This time, apart from the old district, the lockdown only blocked some main roads. Residents in other areas could still move freely between communities, ensuring daily necessities. In this tense atmosphere, a day passed quickly. That night, after Qin Siyu returned to her room, the little cat that had been lazily sprawled on the sofa perked up, standing excitedly. Meow. Jiang Hou picked up the kitten by the scruff. Let's go. We'll find something to eat too. At the edge of a lake of churning magma, a massive black-armored giant ape stood, its thick fur rippling in the hot air stirred by the intense heat. Beside it, a white fox beast over 20 meters long, including its tail, sat crouched, gazing blankly at the lake surface. The ape and the fox had been there for over half an hour, but aside from the occasional eruption of magma flames, not a single fire fish leaped from the lake, as it usually did. Have we eaten all those fish? The black-armored giant ape growled, uncertain, because when they left yesterday, fire fish were still jumping out of the lake. Ayo! The white fox beast shook its head in confusion. Waiting around like this won't solve anything. The black-armored giant ape pondered, then trudged over to a distant cliff face. With a thunderous kick, the giant ape broke off a stalactite over 10 meters high and 3 meters thick, sending stones flying and raising dust. Hoisting the 10-meter-long stalactite onto its shoulder, the black-armored giant ape returned to the magma lake. Under the white fox's gaze, it lowered its stance, planting 1 foot forward and 1 back into a throwing posture. Boom! The air exploded. The 10-meter stalactite shot out like a missile, tearing through the sky with rings of white vapor, smashing into the ground a kilometer away. In an instant, the lake's surface erupted, sending a fiery curtain 100 meters high. The powerful impact created layer after layer of flame waves that spread out, shaking half the magma lake. After a brief silence, the lake's surface several kilometers to the right exploded, and a creature over 50 meters long burst into the air. Roar! In midair, a ferocious beast with a thick body, 4 sturdy legs, and 3 toes roared. Its majestic and tyrannical cry echoed through the entire cavern, then its massive form crashed into the lake, sending up a torrent of flames. Ayo! Facing the 5th-tier pressure and the draconic might of the ferocious beast, the white fox beast bristled and roared back in defiance. Though one was 3rd tier and the other 5th tier, the fox showed no fear or reverence. This little creature is unafraid of the dragon's pressure. The black-armored giant ape glanced at the white fox beast, its eyes gradually sharpening. There were traces of fire fish on the ferocious beast, suggesting it had evolved from a fire fish. And having transformed into a flood dragon, this beast's combat power far exceeded others of its rank. If it could devour this flame fish Jiao, its molten elemental energy would be fully replenished, its body would grow significantly, and its human form's physical side might even step into the 4th tier. At this thought, a burning light gleamed in the black-armored giant ape's eyes. But the beast was entrenched in the magma lake, and it couldn't kill it unless it came out. However, since it had grown 4 legs, it might be lured ashore. As for how, the black-armored giant ape looked down at the white fox beast. Ayo! The white fox beast instinctively tightened its rear, clamped its tail, and backed away 2 steps. What do you want? What kind of reaction is that? Seeing the white fox beast acting as if it feared the ape would go wild and mount at the black-armored giant ape was speechless. But Fei Tong's void-shifting ability, though convenient, was useless here. The lava fire Jiao with its power would likely incinerate the fox in a single breath as soon as it appeared. Roar! A roar of fury echoed through the cavern. The black-armored giant ape's eyes were veiled in blood-red light, its muscles bulging, and a black luster covered its body, exuding an aura of indestructibility. At the same time, its early fifth-tier aura erupted unbridled, almost solidifying into a gale that compressed the surrounding air, ruffling the white fox's fur. Boom! With rage-filled eyes, the giant ape shattered the ground beneath its feet and leaped high into the air. Thump! 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 Stalactites on the cave ceiling were smashed, raining down with debris, sending the white fox beast scurrying away in a white blur. Roar! The black-armored giant ape roared again upon landing, picking up boulders and hurling them like cannonballs into the magma lake, producing explosions akin to missile detonations. The lake's surface 2 kilometers away burst open once more, and the lava fire Jiao, lurking beneath, soared into the air amidst a sea of flames. Roar! A tyrannical roar filled with draconic might shook the heavens and earth, its flame-engulfed eyes blazing with murderous intent. The black-armored giant ape's relentless provocation was too much for the fire Jiao to bear. Its massive body swam through the lake, stirring up a magma tsunami over 10 meters high that surged toward the giant ape with overwhelming force. The scorching lava lake erupted furiously, and a fire serpent over 50 meters long stirred up massive waves of flames, rolling forward with tremendous momentum. Roar! Standing on the shore, the black-armored giant ape let out an angry roar, continuing to provoke, without dodging, fearing that if it evaded, the fire serpent would not dare to come ashore. Boom! A magma tsunami spanning hundreds of meters, carrying immense impact, crashed head-on into the black-armored giant ape, with a deafening roar exploding into a sky-covering blaze of scattered magma. Just as the black-armored giant ape's vision was obscured by flames, the serpent's claws, wreathed in magma flames, shattered the fiery curtain, appearing before the giant ape with devastating force. Roar! The black-armored giant ape, its lower body submerged in magma, bellowed, its mouth in steady form, suddenly stomping, sending up massive waves of magma fire underfoot. The black fist covered in scales struck like a heavy cannon, golden light, erupting and shattering the void. Boom! The moment the magma serpent claws and the fist collided, the entire underground cavern seemed to shudder violently, then a surge of wild power erupted from the fist, scattering and flinging away the magma. Then the golden light-enshrouded fist abruptly turned into a palm, seizing the three-toed serpent claw revealed after the magma, was scattered instantly, causing astonishment in the fire serpent's eyes. But before it could react, an irresistible force erupted from the black-armored giant ape's massive arm in an instant. Roar! A roar filled with fury exploded, and the fire serpent's 50-meter-long body transformed into a streak of fire, shooting out and smashing violently into the mountain wall hundreds of meters away. Boom! Large sections of rock exploded and collapsed, sending up a sky full of dust and flames with huge cracks spreading outward. At the peak of the 4th stage, the black-armored giant ape, when enraged, could overpower a 3-headed serpent of the early 5th stage. Now, having broken through to the 5th stage and grown stronger, its power was even more formidable. Even though this magma fire serpent was of the dragon lineage and possessed a formidable physique, it was still suppressed by the black-armored giant ape in terms of pure physical strength. A woo-woo. An excited howl came from the white fox beast in the distance. Such a ferocious battle, and the giant ape's irresistible domineering power, made the white fox tense and thrilled. At this moment, without the fire serpent's pull, the magma that had surged 100 meters onto the shore began to slowly recede. The black-armored giant ape, with flames flickering beneath its feet, tramped away with heavy steps. There the dust and smoke dissipated in the scorching heat, revealing the fire serpent somewhat disheveled and furious, standing on all 4 claws. Flames writhed around the fire serpent's claws, and the intense heat caused the surrounding rocks to burn, melt, and turn into dark red magma that roiled, spewing out scorching bubbles. The fire serpent, unaccustomed to being on land for the first time, swayed its thick tail and raised its neck a dozen meters high, staring at the approaching black-armored giant ape, with a dark red vertical pupil flickering with flames filled with ferocity and brutality. As the black-armored giant ape drew closer, a heavy atmosphere spread between the 2 colossal beasts. Roar! Just as the giant ape closed to within 150 meters, the fire serpent opened its maw wide, and a continuously expanding fan of gold-red flames erupted, instantly vaporizing the air ahead. Wherever it passed, the surface rocks were instantly cracked and showed signs of melting. Compared to the 3-headed serpent, this fire serpent's breath was far more terrifying. Even the black-armored giant ape dared not withstand it head-on, dodging sideways the moment the breath was expelled. Boom! The fire serpent turned its head, its scorching breath chasing the black-armored giant ape as it moved, the intense heat vaporizing the air and creating a thunderous pressure. Just then, the breath blast struck a huge rock dozens of meters in size, causing the flames to explode, scattering sparks mixed with liquefied magma in all directions. At the same time, a massive black shadow appeared above the fire serpent. Roar! The black-armored giant ape, its body hair burned away by the intense heat, roared, raising its powerful arms high as an indescribable, terrifying force gathered within. Boom! The moment the fire serpent had no time to raise its head, the golden light radiating fists slammed down fiercely. Under the immense force, the air was compressed into a solid, creating layers of transparent shockwaves that erupted, and the fire serpent's head, and even its upper body, instantly vanished into the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled, the ground within 100 meters shattered, and a sky of rubble mixed with dust shot upward. The powerful shockwave turned into a gale, blowing the distant white fox beasts fur wildly. Roar! From the depths of the shattered pit, the giant ape roared, ignoring the blazing flames erupting from the fire serpent, its fists covered in golden light, falling like meteors, smashing everything, giving the fire serpent no chance to breathe. Boom! Each time the golden fists shattered, the magma flames spewing from the pit, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, and the air in the entire cave was filled with scorching heat, ready to ignite at the slightest roar. Under the giant ape's mountain-crushing, city-destroying heavy fists, each time the huge fire serpent tried to lift its head, it was hammered back into the pit. Even when it erupted with pure flame power, a force akin to a repelling fire ring could not drive the giant ape back. Soon the scales on the fire serpent's head shattered, its flesh exploded, revealing the solid gold-red skull beneath, and its consciousness grew hazy under the repeated blows, unable to gather strength. But just then the fire serpent let out a furious roar. Roar! Its massive body gathered power in its four legs, its hindquarters twisted, and its thick tail, over 20 meters long, swept horizontally, wreathed in flames, striking the black-armored giant ape fiercely. Boom! A ring of white shockwave exploded around the black-armored giant ape's waist. Although it did not shatter the black light-covered scales, the dragon's desperate strike still caused the giant ape to sway and take 2 steps back. Seizing the opportunity, the fire serpent's head shot upward, finally breaking free from the suppression. Roar! The fire serpent, its body half erect to a height of over 30 meters, roared in fury, its bloody maw wide open with flames flickering inside, emitting a destructive heat. Bang! Just as the fire serpent's breath was about to be unleashed, a white figure crashed hard into its chin, but the fox beast that had teleported through the void instantly let out a scream and vanished. Hundreds of meters away, the white fox beast landed on the ground, its shoulder and back fur gone, revealing large patches of burned red and even cracked skin and flesh. A third-stage beast was far inferior to a fifth-stage dragon. Not only did this attack cause no damage to the fire serpent, but it nearly got itself burned by the heat radiating from the fire serpent. Nevertheless, the white fox's tackle made the fire serpent pause. At that moment, a thick arm shot up, hooked around the fire serpent's neck, and yanked it down violently. Roar! The giant ape, with its left arm clamping the fire serpent's neck, let out an angry roar, its massive hands abruptly grabbing the fire serpent's upper and lower jaws. As if sensing something, the fire serpent's eyes flashed with shock and rage, and the gold-red flames blazing in its mouth erupted violently, turning into a fan-shaped pillar of fire that blasted obliquely into the ground. The scorching flames incinerated everything, including the giant ape's hands gripping the fire serpent's jaws. At the same time, the fire serpent coiled its body like a python, tightly wrapping around the giant ape's waist, and legs, its sharp claws frantically tearing at it to force the giant ape to let go. Roar! The black-armored giant ape let out an angry roar, its body radiating a brilliant black light, ignoring the fire serpent's struggles. Its arm muscles bulged as an even more terrifying force erupted, and it tore violently. Squeak! The fire serpent's cheeks, stretched to the limit, emitted a piercing sound of metal tearing bit by bit. In its despairing eyes, the fine scales, skin, and even cartilage on its cheeks were torn apart bit by bit, until finally, with a boom, it was ripped directly in two. Instantly, the scorching breath flame vanished, and blood gushed like a mountain spring. Roar! Holding the fire serpent's massive corpse, the black-armored giant ape roared to the sky, its aura wild and domineering, the sound filled with rage echoing through the cavern without end. This scene made the white fox beast incredibly excited and thrilled. It also imitated the giant ape, tilting its head back and letting out a woo roars. After venting the brutality that had filled his heart, the black-armored giant ape gradually stopped exhaling hot breath through his nostrils as the crimson in his eyes began to fade. Instantly, his bulging muscles returned to normal, and his overall size shrank by a circle. As he exited the dual talent burst state, a wave of weakness washed through the black-armored giant ape's body. Fortunately, the battle hadn't lasted long, and the expenditure wasn't too great. In truth, this fire serpent was immensely powerful, with a real combat strength no less than the mid-5th stage. Its all-consuming breath was not only devastating, but could also be sustained continuously. Combined with its draconic body, stronger than same-rank beasts, and its ability to control magma and raise waves of fire, the black-armored giant ape was no match for it in the lake. Unfortunately, the fire serpent was thrown ashore by the black-armored giant ape at the first moment having its strength. Otherwise, killing it would have been nearly impossible. Through observing and comparing the beasts he encountered during this time, the black-armored giant ape's understanding of his own combat strength grew increasingly clear. When he first transformed, and his bloodline was ordinary, the black giant ape's strength was actually similar to that of common beasts of the same rank. His only advantage was human intelligence. Hence, when the late 3rd stage ape encountered a 3rd stage peak elite beast, the black centipede, which was stronger than same rank giant beasts, that battle became so perilous. Later, after breaking through to the 4th stage and evolving his bloodline to epic grade, gaining a defensive talent, the black-armored giant ape with dual talents held a certain advantage over same-rank creatures and could crush ordinary beasts of the same level. At his extreme limit, unleashing all his power and seizing opportunities with his human mindset, he even crossed 2 minor realms to slay a late 4th stage dark red beast. This time, when facing the fire serpent, which also possessed an epic bloodline and equal cultivation, the black-armored giant ape's only real trump card was the extreme prison dragon claw, and his greatest reliance was combat experience. His basic advantages were not very pronounced. However, if he could complete either demonization or divinization, absorbing the power of another era to undergo a transformation, he would gain absolute dominance over all beings of the same rank even before his next evolution. At that time, whether it was an ordinary beast or a monster with an epic bloodline, as long as they were of the same rank, he would punch them all to pieces. Roar. Just as the black-armored giant ape was envisioning the future, the white fox, whose back fur had been half-burned, trotted over happily. The white fox excitedly rubbed against the giant ape's knee, expressing admiration with some yowls, then turned to the dragon, blood staining the ground, and opened its mouth. Whoosh. Red demonic aura sprayed from the fox's mouth, covering the dragon blood. Instantly, the blood that had dyed the ground and emitted high heat churned. Wisps of red essence were refined and absorbed into the demonic aura, making it thicker and thicker. For a mid-3rd stage fox, the blood of a 5th stage fire serpent was no different from a potent tonic. Once all the essence of the dragon blood was refined, the fox, having swallowed the demonic aura several times denser, had its aura surge by 30%, nearing late 3rd stage. At this moment, the white fox's entire body radiated a red light, and its back wounds healed at a visible rate, including the burned fur which regrew. The giant ape was not surprised by this sight. The crimson pupil talent could refine the essence of flesh and blood, somewhat similar to his devouring, just with a vastly different conversion rate. Now that the great battle was over, it was time to eat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Pieces of red scales the size of basins were pried off by the giant ape, accompanied by the squeaking metallic sound of tearing dragon hide. It took about an hour for the black-armored giant ape to strip all the scales from the fire serpent. There was no choice. These scales were thick and hard. While his bite force could barely crush them, it wore down his teeth and slowed down his eating, making it not worth the effort. While the black-armored giant ape sat on the ground holding the fire serpent corpse and tearing into its flesh with great bites, the white fox waited excitedly at the side. It was waiting for the bones that the black-armored giant ape wouldn't eat. The fire serpent's flesh and blood brimmed with astonishing energy. After digestion, it turned into scorching heat that spread throughout the giant ape's body, causing every cell to rejoice, frantically absorbing, dividing, and compressing. Crunch, crunch. Under the ample energy, the black-armored giant ape's muscles swelled, bones grew, and more fine scales emerged on his skin. The golden energy within him also increased substantially. At the same time, the fire essence in the fire serpent's flesh was extracted and transformed into the transcendent element of molten flame. Soon the black-armored giant ape's height broke through 25 meters and continued to grow until he reached 26 meters, at which point the flesh of the fire serpent in his hands was entirely consumed. Whoosh. A ball of flame erupted from the black-armored giant ape's mouth, emitting scorching heat that evaporated the air before him. And not just from his mouth. Between the newly grown black fur all over his body, wisps of flame flickered, and even his black eyes burned with tiny fires. The fire serpent's flesh and blood were saturated with fire element, and the abundant fire overflowed, turning the giant ape almost into a fire ape. However, these flames were ordinary fire, different from the breath of the fire serpent and the 3-headed serpent python that could melt metal and stone in an instant. They posed little threat to beasts above 4th stage. Feeling the greatly surging power within him, the black-armored giant ape revealed a ferocious grin. With a thought, he summoned his attribute panel. Name: Jiang Hou. Rank: early 4th stage. Strength: 91111521. Agility: 500, 3589. Soul: 4447. Seal of Inheritance. Divine Weapon: Hell Prison Demon Blade, 2 stars. Divine Weapon Power: Demon Sealing, Instant Slash. Hell Descends. Inheritance: Hell Prison Suppression, 2nd Layer, 1272 Demon Runes. Demon Essence: 1720. Giant Beast Form. Bloodline: Black-armored long-armed giant ape, epic grade giant beast, 1 evolution, current height 26.1 meters. Bloodline: Awakening, Chaos Dominance, Dragon Fire. Talents: Fury Rampage, Ape God Armor. Transcendent Elements: Thorn 2 units, Split 2 units, Molten Flame 75 units. Demonization 32,100. Divinization 4,100. Demonization talents: Bloodthirst, Extreme, Prison Dragon Claw. Unique talent: Devouring, Evolution 2. Evolution points 989200001. Although this magma fire serpent was over 50 meters long compared to the black-armored giant ape, in terms of overall size, it was like a 1.8 meter tall ordinary person versus a 4 meter long python. Thus its flesh was not as much as one might imagine, but the energy it contained was several times that of the three-headed serpent python. With the giant ape size surging, his human form-based strength directly increased by over 200 points, exceeding the third stage physical limit, but still a bit short of entering fourth stage. However, this didn't matter much. What the black-armored giant ape was more satisfied with was the harvest of molten flame element, which directly exceeded the 50-point requirement for awakening a talent. Next, he no longer had to stay cooped up in this volcanic cave. He could return to the surface and delve deeper into the twisted forest to continue his slaughter. Moreover, behind the power of bloodline awakening, a fire character had been added to the notes. The black-armored giant ape looked down at his palm. Their pale golden power covered it, and a layer of flame danced on top. Subconsciously, he clenched his fist and punched the ground. Boom. The earth exploded, and this time it was a real explosion. Under the blast of a red shockwave, countless rocks shot into the sky, and dust and smoke filled the air, blasting out a large crater. The sudden explosion startled the white fox. An extra fiery explosive power, not bad. The black-armored giant ape revealed a ferocious grin. But before leaving, the black-armored giant ape glanced at the white fox, who was opening its mouth, emitting red demonic aura, and struggling to refine the fire serpent's bones. Then he turned his head and looked toward the center of the lake. There a golden liquid flame burned fiercely, radiating an indescribable terrifying heat that twisted and annihilated everything. Because the temperature was so high, a 10-meter radius of black void formed around the golden lotus flame, as if it were burning the heavens and boiling the seas. Splash. Magma churned. The black-armored giant ape, with flames flickering on his skin, stepped into the lake. His massive body, exposing only his chest and above, moved toward the center. After devouring the fire serpent, the black-armored giant ape could now ignore the magma's heat. Moreover, upon entering the lake, his body sensed an instinct to control the magma sea of fire. But this power was too weak, so weak that it could only make the magma around the black-armored giant ape writhe, keeping his body from sinking, far from being able to raise a tsunami like the fire serpent. Soon the black-armored giant ape approached within a kilometer of the heavenly fire, and the ambient temperature soared. Even the magma boiled and turned golden. When he was still over 500 meters from the lotus flame formed by the heavenly fire's external power, the black-armored giant ape stopped. The black fur on his body began to curl slightly. He could not go any closer. So this is the power of heavenly fire, the black-armored giant ape thought, both awed and excited. His current strength was insufficient, but that didn't mean he couldn't approach when he later reached the 6th stage, or even its peak. Then devouring the heavenly fire would still grant him a massive power boost. Whoosh. The black-armored giant ape exhaled a breath, took a deep look at the golden flame, then turned and returned to the shore. This time it took about 4 hours for the white fox beast to refine the essence of the fire serpent's bones. Its aura instantly surged several times, crossing into the 3rd stage peak, and it was close to the 4th stage. However, this time the white fox's size didn't increase much, only about a meter. Its fur tips gained a tinge of red, making it look even more beautiful and elegant. Wait, there seemed to be a bulge between the white fox's two tails. One roar. Feeling the black-armored giant ape's gaze on its rear, the white fox was startled and quickly retreated 2 steps, lowering its tail and clamping its hindquarters. 1. A full belly stirs lust. Dragons are naturally lecherous and gorillas are truly hungry. Roar. What's with that reaction? I was just curious about that thing sticking out. 2. Alright, it's time for us to go back. Marquis Jiang, your eyes. At breakfast, Qin Siyu noticed something different about Jiang Hou's eyes opposite her. The original brown-black irises now had a hint of red. It must be due to the mutation. I noticed it when I got up this morning. When he returned in the morning and washed up in the bathroom, Jiang Hou also noticed the change in his eyes. Besides, as his physical body surpassed the limit of the 3rd order and touched the barrier of the 4th order, Jiang Hou keenly sensed that his body was slowly undergoing a transformation, with something gathering between his shoulder blades. This change was distinctly different from the feeling when his giant beast form had evolved and broken through to the 4th order, and also different from the transformation when the divine weapon side stepped into the 4th order. Just as Jiang Hou was pondering, the news playing in the living room suddenly caught his and Qin Siyu's attention. The news was a live broadcast from the old district where law enforcement officers were persuading residents of a residential building to evacuate, followed by a reporter. We're not leaving. It's too much trouble. We won't go. Exactly, didn't you send troops into the city? Even if there are monsters, there are the military and those heavenly punishment people. What's there to fear? The law enforcement officer smiled bitterly. Uncle, contamination isn't something you can just protect against with the military. That thing appears randomly, and when the impact erupts, no one can guarantee absolute safety. If you are corroded by contaminated energy, even if we want to save you, we can't. You'll soon turn into monsters. You've all seen the videos on TV and online from the past 2 days, right? Ordinary people start mutating as soon as they come into contact with contamination. Too much trouble. Exactly, we'd have to move all our stuff out and then back in. It's not like demolition where we get compensation. Despite the law enforcement officer's persuasion, the middle-aged and elderly residents of that building firmly refused to leave. Seeing this, the officers who had tried several times had to leave with the reporter. Qin Siyu was a bit puzzled. Jiang Hou, why won't those people leave? It was only leaving for 2 or 3 days, not forever. During the evacuation, the authorities provided special transport, and tents were already prepared in the resettlement area. Jiang Hou shook his head. You can't judge everyone by normal thinking. Many people who seem normal are actually more foolish than we imagine. Besides, some who stay might not be unwilling to leave. They may have other purposes like actively seeking contamination to evolve. They don't value their lives. Qin Siyu was shocked. Who knows? Maybe they think touching contamination will turn them into superhumans, and those who become monsters are just unlucky serving them right. But normal people still make up the majority in this world. Yesterday, I heard that over 3,000 people evacuated from the old district, and only a few tens of thousands stayed for various reasons. I just wonder how many will become monsters tonight. Jiang Hou's tone was very calm as he said this. In his view, those who chose to stay must be responsible for their own choices. Meow, the kitten curled up on the sofa, let out a lazy cry. Qin Siyu subconsciously looked at the kitten and then froze because the palm-sized kitten had grown about a third larger. Jiang Hou, have you noticed? Feidong seems to have grown a lot. Jiang Hou smiled. Maybe it's because the food has been good these days, so it grows fast. And you forgot this little one is special, so don't worry about it. That's true. Qin Siyu nodded in realization. Feidong is a mutant creature, so growing a bit faster seems normal. In this somewhat tense and excited atmosphere, time passed. Evening 6:30. In front of the Jingu family's gate, Jiang Hou, carrying a black box in his hand, instructed, "It might be a bit chaotic outside tonight. Don't run around. Wait for me to come back, and we'll go home together." "I know." The girl holding the white kitten nodded seriously. Beside her, Jingu Feiyue also instructed Xiaoyu too. "Be careful. If something feels wrong, take Xiaoyu into the secret door." The girl with headphones hanging around her neck replied obediently, "I know, sis." Hearing this, Jiang Hou paused. What kind of family is this? They either have extraordinary items that ordinary people can't use, or a secret door hidden in the house. But this was other secret, and Jiang Hou had no intention of prying. He waved to the two girls and turned to leave with Jingu Feiyue. At the street corner, 2 cars were already waiting for them. As a fourth-order expert, Jiang Hou was now considered a notable figure in Edu. However, his status had risen so quickly that other aspects hadn't yet caught up. At this moment, the sky was dark. There were almost no figures on the streets of Edu, and a heavy, tense atmosphere enveloped the entire city. Soon the police car brought Jiang Hou to the base of a building on the edge of the old district. By the time he took the elevator to the rooftop on the 70th floor, Jiang Rukin had already arrived. The girl was still wearing a black trench coat, hands in pockets, standing on the parapet wall at the edge of the rooftop. Her posture was straight, her black hair swaying in the night wind, looking very cool. Beside her, Zongjing Nanmo leaned against the parapet wearing a black special operations uniform, but no helmet or hood. He looked at the approaching Jiang Hou with some excitement. "Jiang Hou, you're here." "I'm here." Jiang Hou nodded and walked over. Then Jiang Rukin took 2 items from her pocket and tossed them lightly, which Jiang Hou caught casually. That's a communication earpiece, and the other is a mother-child fluorescent stone. Inside the passage, the 2 realms are isolated, so communication is impossible. Once inside, keep your back to the passage and don't wander far. If you encounter a powerful beast you can't resist, immediately retreat to the entrance. Don't fight. Safety first. If the beast is cunning with an aura similar to yours at first, but you find it too strong during combat, crush the fluorescent stone. Jingu Feiyue or Yu Jing nearby will immediately enter to rescue you. I understand. Jiang Hou put the earpiece on and placed the mother-child fluorescent stone in his pocket. Stop. It's dangerous inside, you can't go in. At this moment, shouts from law enforcement officers came from downstairs. Jiang Hou and the others saw several hooded figures ignoring the warning, directly rushing into the alleyways of the old district and quickly disappearing. The 2 officers guarding the intersection, seeing they couldn't catch up, stopped and retreated. What are these people doing going in? Don't they know it's dangerous? And it feels like the officers are just making a symbolic effort to stop them. Zongjing Nanmo was puzzled. Your feeling is right. Jiang Rukin explained. Tonight, Edu has been set up as a pilot. Many intersections have reporters, and the local news is broadcasting the upcoming battle live. In addition, many cameras have been installed on the streets of the old district these past 2 days to record tonight's battle scenes. They will be edited into videos and posted online. The content includes superhumans fighting monsters, images of those who stayed or intruded being contaminated and turning into monsters, and military firepower suppression. Holy crap, there's a live broadcast tonight. Then I definitely can't wear a hood. Zongjing Nanmo suddenly got excited. Jiang Rukin continued. In recent years, the frequency of spatial passages has been increasing. Not only in Edu, but other cities will also see large-scale ruin passages appear one after another. Tonight's battle will show the public that the authorities have the confidence and strength to protect them, so they won't panic when encountering lockdowns in the future. At the same time, those who actively touch contamination and mutate into monsters will serve as a warning. For those who are stubbornly misguided, verbal warnings are often useless. Only harsh reality can wake them up. Moreover, those who ignore warnings and die, let them die. Heavenly punishment only protects those who follow the rules, not everyone. Although we are superhumans, we are not saints. Doing this much is already our limit. As she said this, Jiang Rukin's tone suddenly became very detached. And who knows, maybe one day the demon gods that invade reality and stir up a sea of blood will be us, the former guardians. Haha, everyone is here already. Just as the atmosphere was getting a bit heavy, Duan Xian walked out from the rooftop entrance wearing a black dragon combat suit. In his hands he carried a Gatling cannon. At his waist hung over a dozen high-explosive grenades. On his back were more than 20 ammunition belts and 2 high-explosive rocket launchers. Even on his chest was a large-caliber modified rifle cannon. He was armed to the teeth. Duan Xian greeted warmly, "Brother Zongjing, Captain Jiang, and Brother Jiang Hou, please take care of me tonight." But before they could exchange pleasantries, suddenly everyone felt a tremor in the world. Jiang Rukin abruptly looked up. It's begun. It's begun. Some superhumans who had infiltrated the old district, as well as ordinary people who had come from various places in the past 2 days seeking evolution, all looked up at the sky. Their strands of purple light appeared like the aurora. A purple aurora appeared over the old town, but tonight's night sky was darker than usual. Sizzle. Jiang Hou's right hand crackled with black arcs piercing the air with a sizzling sound. His palm seemed to grasp something, slowly pulling a black and white demon blade of 1.4 meters in length from the void. The eyes of the demon on the hilt emitted black and white light, flowing like liquid to cover Jiang Hou's entire body. The black coalesced into armor, while the white turned into bandages wrapping his upper body. This time the bandages did not cover Jiang Hou's cheeks, revealing even more defined features than before. His eyes were cold, and his waist-length hair behind him swayed without wind. Coupled with the black arcs leaping across his body, Duan Xian, seeing this for the first time, widened his eyes. SSS. Brother Jiang Hou, this move is so cool. Cool, right? I've seen this move many times, Zongjing Nanmo said with some pride, as if he were the one who transformed. Then he chuckled. This time I've also prepared something new. It'll definitely surprise you all. What is it? Jiang Hou asked instinctively. Can't say now. Is that so? Jiang Hou looked at him skeptically, then took out a half-meter-long thin black leather cape from the black box, wrapped it around his waist, and infused it with demonic energy. Whoosh. The cape fluttered without wind, emitting a light upward lift that enveloped Jiang Hou. But at that moment Jiang Hou paused, looking down at his waist where the white bandages and black armor both emitted light, gradually devouring something. As the demon blade's power completely covered the black demon cape, Jiang Hou felt a sense of unity between the two. This ordinary supernatural item was assimilated by the Yen Yu demon blade, retaining its own lightweight ability. Such a domineering divine weapon tolerating no foreign objects. Jiang Hou felt that if the demon blade had been unable to assimilate the black demon cape, the sharp edge of the divine weapon would have destroyed it. At this moment Jiang Rukin, standing on the rooftop parapet with her hands in her pockets, turned back and looked strangely at Zongjing Nanmo and Duan Xian. What are you two still doing here? President, aren't we gathering here? Zongjing Nanmo was a bit confused. Jiang Rukin said flatly, Indeed, we are gathering here, but the impact has already begun. When monsters appear, are you planning to jump straight down? That seems right. Duan Xian and Zongjing Nanmo realized. They were not Jiang Hou, who could jump directly from a building of 100 or 200 meters. At such a height, even Duan Xian, a peak 3rd tier, would be injured. The two quickly took the elevator to the 1st floor and walked out of the lobby. Zongjing Nanmo saw a modified motorcycle parked by the roadside, its sides laden with ammunition. Besides that, there was a 2-meter-long red saber under the motorcycle. Damn, Brother Duan, with this firepower, you could fight a small war all by yourself. Not that exaggerated. This ammunition only cost a few million. I'm ready to sweep the battlefield today. Saying this, the two walked out of the building and arrived at the opposite street corner. This was a main road exit in the old town, and also the area they were responsible for today. At the same time, on the hilltop of the old town park, an ordinary-looking woman's eyes emitted white light, her hair swaying without wind, and a vast spiritual fluctuation emanated from her body. The circular devices installed on streetlights in the old town over the past 2 days lit up, emitting a certain light wave that merged with the spiritual fluctuation covering the entire city. Instantly, the spatial fluctuations changed slightly. On the rooftop of a 200-meter building, Jiang Rukin turned slightly, her gaze crossing a great distance to land on that ordinary-looking woman, a hint of amazement in her eyes. Such a large-scale mental coverage, even interfering with spatial fluctuations, was something even she could not achieve. Boom. A deafening explosion came from afar, causing everyone to tense up. Jiang Hou, standing on the building rooftop, also looked at the flames lighting up the night sky in the distance. At this moment, not only Jiang Hou, but also Jiang Wanshan, Fu Hongyushin to Ni, and others stood on the rooftops of buildings around the old town waiting for the entrance to appear. At the street corner, a beautiful female reporter looked at the camera lens with a tense and excited expression. Everyone heard that explosion just now, right? Clearly the battle tonight has begun. But please rest assured, every intersection in the old town is guarded by the military, and there are also powerful supernatural experts suppressing the situation. Please look, the two behind me are the Tianfa experts responsible for this direction. Judging by their calm expressions, they must be very strong. Brother Duan, look, there's a reporter filming us over there. Saying this, Zongjing Nanmo smiled and struck a cool pose. Duan Xian, armed to the teeth, quickly adjusted his gun-holding posture and looked up at the sky, but just then the camera over there had already turned its lens. Old Hong lift the camera lens, aim it at the rooftop of the site building behind them, zoom in, yes, like that. Viewers can see right. On the edge of that 200-meter tall building there are two more supernaturals. Their aura alone shows they are strong. In the shot, the black-haired girl stood with hands in her pockets, her black trench coat fluttering in the wind. From a low-angle shot, her side profile was stunningly beautiful, her eyes indifferent, as she overlooked the entire city. Beside the black-haired girl, a young man with a face as sharp as a knife, chiseled features, holding a long blade with wild black hair and black arcs leaping across his body, looked incredibly cool. So this is what supernaturals look like. So cool. I also wish I had supernatural powers. Among the millions in Edu watching the live news on TV, young men and women all looked at this scene, their eyes filled with envy and longing. Standing atop a bustling city overlooking all directions, slaying demons and monsters, the thought of this feeling alone was exhilarating. Boom, boom, boom. With the first explosion, other directions in the old town also echoed with explosions and rumbling vibrations. There were two small hill parks in the old town along with mostly low-rise buildings, and most roads and facilities were old and outdated, covering a wide area. In the district, as the distant tremors echoed, some people looked panicked and terrified while others were excited and fanatical, muttering, "Evolution, I want to evolve too." At the intersection, Duan Xian's gaze sharpened as he looked at the sidewalk over 100 meters away, where a purple rift over 3 meters long and half a meter wide appeared. Black mist drifted out from the rift, lingering in the air without dispersing. Zongjing, be careful. Looking at the rift, Zongjing Nanmo licked his lips. Brother Duan, if a monster appears later, let me take it first. Duan Xian glanced at the camera that had turned back towards them and nodded slightly. All right. This kind of small rift would disappear quickly. Because it was unstable and narrow, even if a monster happened to be nearby and got sucked in, it wouldn't be very strong. And just as Duan Xian thought, the rift began to shrink in less than a minute, about to disappear. But at that moment, a young man in his 20s rushed out from a side alley, his eyes fanatical, shouting, "Evolution, we want to evolve too," as he dashed towards the rift. Zongjing Nanmo was startled and quickly shouted, "Don't go over there. You'll be contaminated." But it was too late. The young man's hand had already touched the black mist that hadn't dissipated. The moment of contact, the slowly dissipating mist surged into his mouth and nose like a living thing. He's dead. Watching this, Duan Xian's eyes were calm. Ha 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 ha. Within tens of seconds, the young man who had absorbed the black mist started convulsing all over. His body twisted with crackling sounds, his shoulder clothes tore, and red bone spurs with flesh residue grew out one by one. Schlick. Several blood-drenched tentacles grew from the young man's back, tearing through his clothes, swaying unconsciously like venomous snakes. Ha ha. Ha ha. I'm an evolver too. I also have supernatural powers. The mad laughter slowly turned into a low growl. The young man, whose body had swollen to over 2 meters, turned around, revealing his broken skin and countless flesh buds. The sight was disgusting. His mouth split open to reveal a mouthful of fangs. Evolve. Eat. Eat you to evolve. Bang. The monster's head suddenly exploded, and its twisted, disgusting body crashed to the ground. Duan Xian lowered the large-caliber rifle cannon, still smoking in his hand, a look of disgust on his face. Every time I see these contaminated monsters, it's so disgusting. Hey, Brother Duan, weren't you supposed to leave this little monster to me? Zongjing Nanmo was speechless. That contaminated monster was disgusting, but it had just mutated. Its physical strength under the release of pollution energy was only first tier, so he could easily crush it. Duan Xian shook his head. Can't help it. This guy is too disgusting. I just couldn't stand it. On the building rooftop, Jiang Hou's earpiece crackled with a woman's voice. Entrance L9 has appeared on the Shanwu building at 10 o'clock. Please go quickly. Boom. The concrete beneath Jiang Hou's feet cracked as he leaped dozens of meters into the air as a black shadow arcing down to land on the roof of a building over 200 meters away. Then his figure leaped again, disappearing as a black shadow. This scene was also captured by the camera. The giant beast is only 5th tier, but outside there are 6th tier. That cannot be the case. At over 100 meters in the sky, a purple vortex over 10 meters in diameter appeared out of nowhere, radiating purple light that enveloped the entire street like a bizarre purple hell. In the residential buildings on both sides of the 6-lane road, some residents who had not chosen to evacuate looked up at the vortex in terror, at a loss. Faced with an unknown and bizarre phenomenon, the instinct of living beings is to feel unease and panic. Fortunately, these people remembered the official notice from the past 2 days to stay indoors and were not frightened into rushing out. Whoosh. Under the night sky, a black shadow flashed by. Jiang Hou crossed over 100 meters in the blink of an eye, appearing in midair and descending from the sky. As he landed, a gentle upward force emerged. Immediately, his metal boots, which had been leaping at high speed with enough impact to shatter concrete, landed softly. Is this the entrance to the ruins? Jiang Hou looked at the vortex hanging 100 meters above the ground outside the building. With a flash he dashed into the vortex and disappeared. The moment he rushed into the vortex, Jiang Hou felt as if he had passed through an invisible water surface. In the blink of an eye he appeared in a passageway 100 meters high and wide and over 300 meters long. Outside the passage was a green forest with towering ancient trees hundreds of meters tall, standing densely, their branches lush and thick undergrowth below. Even though the sky outside was still dim and oppressive with faint black mist filling the air, it still gave a feeling full of life, completely different from the twisted forest. At the same time, behind Jiang Hou was a gray rock face on which was embedded a transparent vortex over 20 meters in diameter. The vortex was like a bright mirror, clearly reflecting the image of most of the city of Edu, as if viewed from 2,000 or 3,000 meters above, with dazzling lights and shining neon. Jiang Hou could even see the black-haired girl standing on the rooftop of a building, and the purple vortices scattered around the old town, several kilometers apart. Some of these entrances were above the rooftops of buildings, while others were 100 meters above the ground, spanning across the middle of streets. Besides that, he also saw Shun Gong Feiyue and a young man in his 30s separated by several kilometers guarding the 10 vortex entrances from the left and right sides. How strange. The vortex I entered was only 100 meters above the ground, but the overlooking angle is so high. Could it be a different dimension? Or is space folded? But before Jiang Hou could ponder this, his keen ears heard the rustling of bushes in the forest outside the passage. Crash! The over 10-meter-tall bushes collapsed to both sides, and a demon beast over 10 meters in length appeared. This demon beast resembled a gray bear, its body covered in fur with massive claws, and 2 3-meter-long fangs growing upward from its mouth. It exuded the aura of a peak third rank. Compared to violent, bloodthirsty savage beasts driven only by killing instinct, demon beasts have a bit more intelligence and can feel fear and terror when facing powerful beings. For example, this gray bear demon beast, after appearing, stood still and looked at the figure, holding a blade deep in the passage, hesitation in its eyes. Although Jiang Hou's size was small, and his aura was restrained, this gray bear demon beast instinctively sensed some danger from him. But a demon beast is still a demon beast. Sensing the strong attraction from the transparent vortex behind Jiang Hou, the gray bear's blood stirred, and it couldn't help but let out an irritable roar. The gray bear roared, its internal power bursting forth to form a layer of earthy yellow crystalline substance on its head and shoulders. Then its massive body like a heavy truck rumbled into the passage, shaking the ground. This demon beast clearly intended to rely on its powerful physique and defense, ignoring any attacks, to rush directly into the passage. The moment the gray bear entered the passage, Jiang Hou's gaze turned cold. He slightly lowered his stance, and in an instant the rock beneath his feet exploded. His figure turned into a black and white afterimage and shot out. The blade aura on the long knife in Jiang Hou's hand surged, a 5-meter-long black blade light tearing through the void, leaving a 100-meter-long dissipating black trail in the air. In an instant the man and the beast passed each other in the middle of the passage. Empowered by the black blade aura, the Yan Yu demon blade precisely cut into an energy node, tearing through the earthy yellow crystals on the demon beast's body, and ripped a huge wound over 10 meters long and nearly 2 meters deep from its chest down its left abdomen. The gray bear let out a miserable scream. Its massive body, driven by inertia, dashed dozens of meters before crashing to the ground with a boom. Scarlet blood gushed from its abdomen like a flash flood. Its strong vitality kept the disemboweled gray bear alive for a while. It struggled wildly before gradually dying, its eyes wide open, staring at the figure standing with a blade, black arcs of lightning dancing around it, exuding intense unwillingness and resentment. With his formidable physical strength, the sharpness of the divine weapon, and the amplification of blade aura, the peak third-rank demon beast with defensive abilities couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jiang Hou, even though the divine weapon's rank was only early 4th rank. Whoosh! Strands of black demonic chi gathered from the demon beast's corpse, forming a black serpent that merged into Jiang Hou's body. Instantly, the demon patterns extending to his left shoulder grew an additional line. At the same time, the total amount of demonic energy in Jiang Hou's body increased by 5 points. And just then, from the forest outside the cave entrance, sounds of movement came again. Bushes and weeds rustled, and another demon beast appeared. However, this demon beast was not very large, only over 6 meters in length with a shoulder height of about 3 meters. It was covered in steel needle-like black fur like a giant wild boar. But unlike a pig, this beast had 4 saber-tooth-like fangs, sharp claws on both paws, and explosive muscles radiating a second-rank aura. Crash, crash. Large swaths of bushes collapsed, kicking up a strong wind. Behind that wild boar demon beast, one after another of its kind appeared, densely packed, numbering dozens. Grunt, grunt. After appearing, these demon beasts also looked at the entrance deep in the passage. Their blood was stirred by some kind of summoning, becoming restless, and they emitted a ferocious aura. This scene left Jiang Hou a bit speechless. Wasn't it said that among the 10 entrances, most passages had a very low probability of demon beasts appearing? Why had he encountered back-to-back assaults right after entering? Sure. Among the black pig demon beasts, a beast twice the size, emitting a third-rank aura, let out a sharp roar. Instantly, over 100 black pig demon beasts turned their eyes blood red and charged. And as they rushed into the passage, over 40 elephant-like beasts loosely formed a wedge formation. Their heavy steps were synchronized, and under their trampling the entire passage shook as if 1,000 troops were charging. Watching this, Jiang Hou's gaze was calm. He stood sideways with his blade in the middle of the passage, only lowering the tip when the beasts were 30 meters away. Clang! The blade scraped against the ground, sparking. In an instant, a 5-meter-long black blade aura tore through the air, sweeping out like a crescent moon. The 3 beasts at the front of the wedge formation were instantly cut in half, blood and flesh splattering. The dissipated blade aura turned into a gale, blowing the formation of the dozen beasts behind into chaos. At that moment, a figure surrounded by demonic chi shot out and boldly charged into the beast pack. Thud, thud, thud. The black blade aura extended into a 3-meter-long demon blade sweeping across. Instantly, 3 black pig beasts were cut in half. Wherever the black shadow passed, beasts were thrown into disarray. With each stroke, a demon beast's body was torn apart, and the immense power hurled the corpses away, splattering blood and flesh. In just the blink of an eye, over a dozen demon beasts were slain by Jiang Hou. His speed was like the wind, so fast that these second-rank beasts could only see a black shadow. Before Jiang Hou, who could deliver over a dozen unstoppable strikes, in an instant, no matter how many second-rank beasts came, they would die. But under the howl of that beast king, these black pig beasts showed no fear of death. Bearing their 4 huge fangs, they formed a circle and pounced on Jiang Hou from all directions. Squelch, squelch. The demonic chi-entwined blade light swept in all directions, turning into an impenetrable net of blades that shredded everything. Blood rain splattered everywhere, and massive demon beast corpses flew in all directions, forming a circular pile of bodies dozens of meters in diameter, centered on Jiang Hou. As numerous demon beasts died, soul power and resentment condensed into black demonic chi that continuously surged toward Jiang Hou. Enveloped by demonic chi, his aura grew stronger, and the bloody atmosphere was overwhelming. Where do you think you're going? The moment the last black pig beast was cut in half, Jiang Hou let out a long roar. His figure shot up from the pile of corpses, his metal boots crushing the wall, his legs bent. Inside Jiang Hou, 50 units of demonic energy vanished. In an instant, the rock wall beneath his feet shattered. A 6-meter-long black blade aura flashed in the middle of the passage like a black lightning bolt tearing through the air. It cut the over 10-meter-long third-rank demon beast in half and continued onward, landing on the ground with undiminished momentum. Boom. The passage shook, the ground shattered, creating a huge crack extending over 10 meters. On both sides of the crack, demon beast corpses spurted hot blood, staining the surroundings red. After stepping into the 4th rank, the ceiling demon instant slash, powered by demonic energy, also surged in both speed and power. Now the passage was filled with piles of demon beast corpses all around. The blood that had flowed almost dyed half the passage red, gurgling as it streamed. With his black hair fluttering, without wind, and black arcs of lightning dancing on his body, Jiang Hou landed lightly. His gaze was cold, and he stood with his demon blade in hand amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. From those corpses, strands of black demonic chi gathered and surged toward Jiang Hou, finally forming 2 hell demon patterns. The total amount of demonic energy in his body also increased by 80 points. Feeling the surge of power within him, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Hou's face. This feeling of improving every moment was simply too exhilarating. Next, Jiang Hou waited for a while. After confirming that no demon beasts emerged from the forest, he took out that fluorescent stone and placed it at the bottom of the passage. A deep, violent roar exploded. Amidst howling winds, a 26-meter-tall black-armored giant ape appeared. Its black fur moved without wind, and wisps of flame leaped on its body. Roar! The black-armored giant ape growled. After entering the ruins and transforming into a giant beast, it felt a sense of complete liberation from within. After revealing its giant form, the black-armored giant ape dragged the broken demon beast corpses to the entrance, piling them into a small hill. Then it sat down with a loud thud. The heavy body of the giant ape made the entire ground tremble. Then it grabbed a demon beast corpse, tore it in half, shook off the debris, and began to devour it voraciously. The reason he had so readily agreed to the task of guarding the entrance was precisely for this demon beast flesh. Compared to 4th rank or 5th rank savage beasts, the flesh of these low-rank demon beasts was very tender, and the black-armored giant ape consumed it quickly. While chowing down, the black-armored giant ape looked through the passage, its gaze crossing a great distance, sweeping over streets, and finally landing on the courtyard where the Shun Gong family resided. The room on the 2nd floor of the small courtyard was brightly lit with 2 girls presumably watching TV. Meow. On the balcony of the 2nd floor, a white cat lying on a swing suddenly cried out, looked up at the sky, and a hint of confusion appeared in its eyes. But the moonlit night sky had nothing but drifting clouds. This little one has quite keen perception. The black-armored giant ape was somewhat surprised. Fei Tong's reaction just now seemed to have sensed its gaze. Just then the giant ape's eyes moved slightly, looking toward the old town. In the middle of a wide street, a purple fissure over 10 meters long appeared out of nowhere. Immediately, a large amount of black mist surged out, and a set of broken armor and a long blade fell out. Charge. It's a relic item that can evolve. Mine, the ancient item, is mine. Over a dozen young men with crazed eyes rushed out from the dim alley, ignoring the loud warnings from the Special Forces soldiers stationed at a distant intersection, and charged toward the fissure. Soon those people approached the fissure and entered the range of black mist. The two fastest ones even threw themselves onto the broken armor and long blade, their faces ecstatic. But soon pain appeared on their faces. Their bodies began to twist and mutate. One of the young men suddenly burst into red flames. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. I've become a transcendent. Surrounded by over a dozen increasingly grotesque monsters, the young man burning with flames laughed wildly. As he laughed, his face suddenly split open from the middle, his body expanded several times, and he turned into a hideous flesh monster. Watching this, the Special Forces team leader stationed in the distance showed regret in his eyes. Then he waved his hand and said, "Kill." Bang bang bang. The autocannon on the armored vehicle roared in the distance, its powerful fire covering the dozen contaminated monsters. Large-caliber armor-piercing rounds instantly shredded the monsters' bodies, including the one that had almost evolved into a flame monster. The concrete ground also exploded under the large-caliber bullets, forming crater after crater the size of washbasins with terrifying power. The autocannon roared for only half a minute, and all the monsters turned into mutilated corpses scattered on the ground. This scene caused many residents in the distance to weaken at the knees, and some even started dry heaving. At that moment, in the midair 2 streets away, the purple vortex shone brightly. Fu Hongyu, covered in broken ice armor, descended from dozens of meters high. Bam! After landing, a layer of ice crystals appeared under Fu Hongyu's feet, and his figure slid backward rapidly. The moment he retreated, the purple vortex suddenly expanded several times, and a massive demon beast descended from the sky. Beneath the 30-meter-long demon beast, the hard concrete pavement shattered and exploded, sending a tangible wave of air blasting outward, causing the lush trees on both sides to sway violently. A demon beast with a shoulder height of over 10 meters, its body covered in gray carapace resembling a mammoth, let out an excited roar. The thunderous blast shattered the glass windows of surrounding houses, terrifying the residents inside into screaming. Even the Special Forces soldiers stationed at the intersection hundreds of meters away turned pale under the pressure of the Fourth Order beast's aura. Despite brutal training, ordinary people were still ordinary. They could rely on willpower to overcome their fear of monsters, but could not withstand the tangible pressure radiating from higher-order life forms. Fu Hongyu, who had slid 100 meters in the blink of an eye, shouted, "Watch out, it's a peak Fourth-Order demon beast." As he spoke, his face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura weakening. A Fourth-Order initial stage against a peak Fourth Order. After just one exchange of blows, the dozens of massive ice spikes he had laid in advance using Icy Star River were shattered. The violent demonic force dispelled the chill that froze the air, unleashing a torrent of power like a mountain flood that blasted him out of the passage, severely injured. The gap between them was too great. He should not have been reckless. He should have retreated to the entrance and called for help immediately. Monster, go to hell. On the armored vehicle, the Special Forces soldiers, in their shock, launched an attack. The autocannon roared with a piercing sound, muzzle flash blazing. 35mm high explosive shells instantly engulfed the demon beast. Boom. The intense explosion illuminated the night sky, while the searing heat and the vibrations from the blast stirred the blood. This was the power of human technology. As the autocannon roared, and the relentless firepower and explosions suppressed the mammoth beast, another Special Forces soldier reacted swiftly, arming the rocket launcher on his shoulder. Whoosh! A rocket loaded with high explosives streaked across the night sky, striking the massive beast amid the flames with pinpoint accuracy, triggering an even more violent explosion. A furious, enraged roar mixed with a red wave of energy burst forth, unleashing a shockwave that scattered the surrounding flames, revealing the demon beast's body, with its armor shattered and pitted. On the mammoth beast's chest, there was a small wound 2 meters in diameter and a meter deep, where the scales had been torn. A peak Fourth Order beast already nearing the Fifth Order possessed a formidable physique. Its thick, heavy armor, coupled with an energy layer on its surface, made its defense so strong that even direct autocannon fire only caused light injuries. Roar! The beast roared again, ignoring the continuous autocannon fire. Its upper body reared up, and its thick hooves slammed down. The hard road in front of the beast shattered, and large chunks of concrete rose into the air under a force. While blocking the autocannon rounds, some fragments turned into projectiles, raining down on the squad stationed at the intersection. The piercing sound of those concrete shards flying through the air made the squad leader's pupils contract. Get out of the way. Watch out. Up with it. As the Special Forces soldiers dodged in panic, an ice wall 5 meters high and wide rose in front of them, blocking most of the concrete projectiles. Only the armored vehicle was struck, sparks flying. Such was the might of a Fourth Order demon beast, powerful, almost invincible to ordinary humans. Bathed in the glow of the purple vortex, the beast that entered the real world maintained its peak strength unhindered by the world's laws. Meanwhile, this scene was captured by a journalist carrying a camera behind the squad. Though the middle-aged man's legs were trembling with fear, his professionalism kept him from fleeing. Then the street above brightened as a dazzling white beam shot across 1,000 meters. The mammoth beast, which had been showing off its power moments before, let out a furious roar. Its massive trunk wreathed in red light rose to meet the white beam, or rather the arrow of light, descending from the sky. A 5-meter-long arrow as thick as a thigh formed entirely of pure energy. The colossal trunk smashed through the air, carrying the force to shake mountains, and obliterated the light arrow. In an instant, a violent burst of energy exploded, sending a gale sweeping across 100 meters. But immediately the street blazed with light, as over a dozen arrows of light pierced the sky at even greater speed, like meteors engulfing the mammoth beast. Boom! Like a missile explosion, the entire street trembled under the white explosion. The mammoth beast, consumed by the blast, let out a wretched scream. Whoosh! A piercing, ear-splitting roar exploded as a 10-meter-long arrow of light radiating an aura of destruction streaked across the sky. An even more intense white light burst forth. Everyone felt the ground quake beneath them. This strike unleashed a violent explosion that sent rubble flying into the air. The shockwave from the explosion shattered all the streetlights along the road, plunging the street into darkness save for a few scattered lights in the residential buildings on either side. Under this arrow, the mammoth beast's scream abruptly ceased. After a long moment, the dust settled, and the faint outline of a massive corpse could be seen lying in the center of the shattered road. The crowd looked back and saw on the rooftop of a distant building towering above the horizon Shun Gongfei, standing tall, clad in a silver-red armored dress, with a white-winged hair ornament sparkling on her left ear. Behind her, a 10-meter-tall armored white female phantom, only the upper half of her body visible, slowly lowered her bow, an arrow dissolving into specks of light that merged into Shun Gongfei's body. So this is her ability, so powerful. Fu Hongyu, watching the scene, was awestruck. Although he knew the branch had 2 fifth-order experts, none of them had seen Shun Gongfei in action before. Only now did he realize the vast gap between the 5th and 4th orders. Suddenly a flash of white light, and Shun Gongfei appeared before Fu Hongyu, nodding to him. Someone will come to heal you shortly. I'll go up and take a look first. With that, before Fu Hongyu could speak, a pair of white wings spanning over 3 meters sprouted from Shun Gongfei's back. With a swoosh, she shot into the sky and plunged into the vortex. The Special Forces soldiers and Fu Hongyu all looked on with envy and admiration. And not just them. The black-armored giant ape feasting on demon beasts in the passage felt the same. While the human-shaped Jiang Hou still needed equipment to glide, Shun Gongfei could already fly. Moreover, the phantom that had shot those powerful arrows of light was also an incredibly strong ability, essentially a long-range artillery platform. Crunch! The black-armored giant ape opened its massive mouth and bit into half a black boar demon beast, blood and meat shreds spraying from the corner of its mouth. A gory scene. In just a short while, the giant ape had devoured nearly half of the dozens of demon beasts. Just then, the black-armored giant ape sitting on the ground shifted its gaze slightly. Its line of sight passed through the vortex and once again landed on Fu Hongyu, or rather the green-haired girl who had appeared beside him. At the dimly lit street corner, a green-haired girl in her 20s stepped out of a military vehicle, jogged over to Fu Hongyu, who was resting by the roadside, and spoke, catching her breath. "Sorry I'm a bit late. Just control your inner power and don't resist." As she spoke, the girl placed her hand on Fu Hongyu's shoulder. A green light filled with vitality enveloped him, and his injuries healed at an astonishing rate. In less than 2 minutes, Fu Hongyu, who had been severely wounded and in need of rest, was fully recovered, his spirits high. "All done, you're fine now." As she spoke, the light in her hand dimmed. Her aura remained as calm as ever, showing no change, though her eyes betrayed a hint of fatigue. After healing Fu Hongyu, the green-haired girl got back into the vehicle and drove off, ignoring the few Special Forces soldiers who had been caught in the crossfire. She merely told them to evacuate. She needed to conserve her strength to treat the injured superhumans later and could not waste it on ordinary people. That woman must be from the support department, the black-armored giant ape mused. Just then, Shun Gongfei descended from the purple vortex, landed on the ground, exchanged a few words with Fu Hongyu, then shot into the sky and vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, Fu Hongyu, now healed, re-entered the vortex to prevent any demon beasts from breaking out. The entrances were scattered, and since they had no idea if there were terrifying 6th order or even higher order beasts deep within the ruins, the branch was acting cautiously. They sought no merit, only to avoid mistakes, just to weather the impact smoothly. After all, these passages could only bear up to the 5th order. Creatures above that level could not pass through. With 6th order experts secretly on standby, they could surely withstand this assault. Next, as the black-armored giant ape feasted on meat, it surveyed the city from above, its gaze cold as it watched people willingly polluting themselves, turning into monsters only to be slain. There were too many mad people in this world. The black-armored giant ape shook its head. The flesh of the demon beast before it was dwindling, and the bioenergy converted during the process made it grow slightly taller, while its demonization level rose by a few points. However, over the next half hour or so, the forest outside the passage showed no reaction. Instead, the battle in the old city below grew fiercer. Those black cracks appeared regularly along the streets. Some vanished quickly, while others continuously emitted thick black mist. These ruin energies dissipated as soon as they appeared, melting into the air and increasing the ambient energy concentration. A purple vortex to the south rippled, and a red light descended. A young man radiating a fourth-order mid-stage aura landed, his aura chaotic. Roar! A massive demon beast's head poked out of the vortex, exuding a fourth-order late-stage aura. But before the beast could fully emerge, a purple spear tore through the sky, shining brilliantly as it pierced the beast's head, killing it instantly. Boom! The massive corpse crashed to the ground, splattering foul blood from a meter-wide hole in its head, quickly staining the surroundings red. The young man, around 30, stood aloof on the rooftop of a distant building, his body wreathed in a purple halo, his aura vast and powerful. Watching this scene from across the boundary, the black-armored giant ape growled, "That must be Yu Jing, right? He's strong. No wonder he's ranked above Shun Gong Feiyue." As it spoke, the black-armored giant ape stuffed the last half of the black boar demon beast into its mouth and chewed heartily. But before it could swallow the flesh, the trees outside the passage and the forest swayed, and a demon beast appeared, covered in horns resembling a triceratops crossed with a rhinoceros, exuding a fifth-order initial stage aura. The black-armored giant ape was momentarily at a loss for words. Although its mission this time was to eat hunting beasts to accelerate its demonization progress, it still felt odd that so many beasts had appeared in such a short time. Clearly it had drawn the best lot this time. The passage it guarded was surrounded by many demon beasts. The beast, nearly 40 meters in length and towering 7 stories high, when standing, regarded the black-armored giant ape motionless at the channel's depths with fierce, wary eyes. Though the two behemoths were roughly similar in size, and the dragon rhino beast was even larger, it sensed a faint aura of danger radiating from the giant ape, whose body was wreathed in leaping flames. Yet as it sensed the faint summons echoing from the passage behind the black-armored giant ape, a primal call stirred deep within its bloodline. Ancient and resounding, the beast's guttural cry rang out as it dug its claws into the earth, surging forward with reckless intent, only to be restrained by the cold weight of its own demonic consciousness. Deep within the passage, the black-armored giant ape hammered its fists against its chest, sending forth thunderous echoes that reverberated through the narrow passage like war drums. The shockwaves coursed through the dragon rhino's veins, boiling its blood until the primal urges it had suppressed surged unstoppable to the surface. Moo! The dragon rhino released a feral roar as tremendous demonic energy erupted around it, bathing its massive frame in crimson radiance. Boom, boom, boom. The beast charged forward with tremendous momentum, its sheer speed and colossal size generating towering white shockwaves that roared around its body like a tsunami. The moment the creature burst into the passage, the air itself thickened, and the sparks erupting from the black-armored giant ape's nostrils seemed to distort in the dense atmosphere. Simultaneously, the 3 sharp horns on the beast's head blazed with crimson light, manifesting as 3 enormous red spears that pierced through everything, their speed doubling instantaneously. Sonic booms detonated violently as the dragon rhino beast, moving near supersonic speed, created rings of shockwave that spiraled around it like a crimson meteor streaking through the air. The destructive power of this strike was terrifying. The black-armored giant ape faced an impossible choice: meet it head-on or yield the passage and risk the beast breaching into the real world. With a roar of pure fury that shook heaven and earth, the black-armored giant ablaze, its frame swelled massively as the rocks beneath it shattered and crumbled. The enormous form then surged forward like a streak of black-red lightning. The two behemoths, both moving at near supersonic speeds, collided with apocalyptic force, the shockwave reverberating through the entire passage as it trembled violently from the impact. The ground around the two behemoths collapsed in ruins, countless rocks launching skyward like projectiles, scattering in all directions, some even breaking through the passage itself and materializing in the mortal realm. Bang, bang, bang. The purple vortex pulsed overhead at over 100 meters tall, raining down boulders ranging from fist-sized to half a meter in diameter onto the streets below. The rocks detonated on impact with deafening roars. The sudden upheaval drew countless onlookers, while the squad stationed at the distant intersection watched the writhing, convulsing vortex with mounting tension. Even the nearby 5th bloodline powerhouse, Yu Jing, turned his gaze toward the disturbance, his figure flickering across 1,000 meters in an instant as he prepared to reinforce or breach the passage. Yet for all the violent trembling of the purple vortex, there were no signs of anyone emerging, and the Z-Mu fluorescent stone belonging to Jiang Hou continued to glow steadily without signaling distress. Roar! Within the passage, the black-armored giant ape, wreathed in flame, let out a furious bellow as its arm muscles bulged and golden fire erupted from its palms, seizing 2 of the beast's piercing horns. At the same moment, dark energy emanated from the ape's chest, forming a protective armor that blocked the rhino's central horn, a blade of crimson, demonic energy. As the horn met the armor, brilliant halos and surging energy ripples erupted from the collision. Around the battling giants, the earth collapsed into a massive crater, fissures radiating outward in every direction. The dragon rhino roared in fury, its crimson demonic energy flaring brilliantly as a surge of even greater power erupted from within, sending shockwaves through the black-armored giant's frame. Thunderous roars of pure wrath exploded from its throat as the giant's arm muscles swelled, its feet digging into the earth, while its waist twisted with explosive force, and with both hands locked on the beast's horns it hurled everything into a devastating throw. Unmatched in strength among creatures of equal rank, the black-armored giant sent the dragon rhino crashing through the air like a boulder slamming into the mountainside with the force of a hurricane, sending rock and dust exploding outward. Amplified by its explosive surge, the giant's raw power rendered it nearly invincible at its level. No creature of equivalent rank had yet matched its strength. But just as the giant launched the rhino through the air and darted into the billowing dust, fist clenched and ready to strike before the beast could recover, the moment hung suspended. Guided by some force akin to gravitational mastery, the black-armored giant unleashed a devastating blow against the rhino's flank, the impact shaking the passage and sending cascades of rock crumbling from the walls. The dragon rhino surged upward, its massive foreclaw shattering the air around it, as crimson demonic energy wrapped around the strike, colliding fiercely with the giant's outstretched left arm. Boom! An earth-shattering force erupted, sending shockwaves through both behemoths as they staggered from the catastrophic impact. Defying its monstrous frame, the dragon rhino displayed startling agility, riding the recoil of the collision to surge back through the passage mouth. Its jaws parted slightly, revealing a fortress of fangs as scorching heat blasted outward in waves. Gazing at the black-armored giant standing resolute amid the passage, its presence radiating untamed ferocity, the dragon rhino unleashed a savage roar, all three horns atop, its head blazing with intense crimson light. Yet this time the demonic energy coalesced differently, not into spears, but into a colossal sphere of pure power gathering at its center. In an instant, a crimson beam, half a meter wide, tore through the passage, its annihilating energy vaporizing the air around it. As the black-armored giant rolled aside to evade, the beam slammed into the vortex passage itself. A blinding red explosion erupted, but unlike the rocks that had pierced through, this beam of demonic energy was intercepted at the entrance, sending violent spatial ripples spreading outward. Boom, boom, boom. The black-armored giant danced through the passage with impossible agility, leaping in every direction to evade three crimson beams before crossing the passage itself to close the distance with the dragon rhino. The giant raised its left arm across its body to meet the energy blast head-on, the devastating force dimming the black luminescence across its scaled armor. Moo! The beast roared with jaws agape, crimson light flooding its fangs as it lunged toward the giant's shoulder at point-blank range. The giant's right arm struck like a spear, golden radiance enveloping its fist as it shattered through an invisible barrier and slammed into the rhino's cheek, the raw force lifting the beast's upper body off its feet. Boom, boom, boom. Seizing the opening, the giant dropped its stance and unleashed a flurry of punches like shooting stars, each one colliding with the beast's skull in rapid succession. Beneath those golden-cloaked fists, the creature's thick armor shattered and flesh exploded, while the barrage of blows left its consciousness reeling from the relentless assault. Then the giant's left claw erupted with terrifying crimson radiance, its arms swelling to twice its size and transforming into a monstrous dragon like Talon, the swirling red energy at its tips emanating an aura of pure destruction that made the beast tremble. The dragon rhino managed only a terrified roar before the grotesque dragon claw pierced through its skull. Boom! The beast's colossal frame crashed to the ground, and scalding crimson blood gushed forth like a flash flood, rapidly painting the ground around the giant's feet. Roar, roar! The giant stood beside the fallen beast, roaring with flames dancing across its body, its massive left claw gleaming crimson with blood as it radiated an aura of unspeakable savagery. Only after releasing the torrent of rage and bloodlust that had consumed it did the black-armored giant gradually revert from its dual blessing surge, its crimson eyes fading back to normal. Its left claw, which had expended half its destroying dragon power, shrunk back to its ordinary form. With a cold gaze fixed on the massive corpse before it, the giant dragged the beast backward into the depths of the passage. This beast possessed a formidable physique and versatile abilities, making it a fearsome opponent. Only by committing his trump cards could the giant secure a swift kill. Thankfully, the creature lacked heavily plated scales across most of its body, its hide consisting mainly of hardened keratin, with thick armor concentrated only along its skull and spine. Deep within the shattered passage, the black-furred giant sat upon the ground, wreathed in leaping flames tearing into the beast's corpse with massive jaws. As the fifth-ranked beast's flesh and blood entered its system, rich energy infused with demonic power began spreading throughout the giant's body. Its cells multiplied and compressed with unprecedented ferocity, its colossal frame expanding at a visible rate. Muscles swelling, bones densifying, scales thickening and broadening with new plates erupting from every gap. Meanwhile, the refined essence of demonic power within the consumed flesh was extracted and transformed, the crimson patterns along the edges of the giant's scales growing increasingly vivid. Its fingernails elongated into razor-sharp talons gleaming with crimson edges, while its face subtly shifted, the eyes stretching into sharper, more demonic slits. Despite being at the same early 5th rank stage, the dragon rhino's flesh proved less dense than that of the fire demon beast, allowing the giant to consume it far more rapidly. Nevertheless, this beast yielded over 10 times the biomass of a fire demon beast, saturated with abundant energy. In the time that followed, no new creatures emerged from the passage, but the battle in the old city district intensified ever more fiercely. Numerous fissures opened among the ruins, releasing polluted energy that desperate humans greedily absorbed, transforming them into monstrous abominations that surged into nearby residential compounds and plunged the area into chaos. The creatures moved with unnatural speed and ferocity, outpacing the special forces entirely. Only when supernatural fighters like Yi Juanda and Duan Xian arrived to intercept them was catastrophic loss of life averted. That night, nearly every resident of Yidu pressed themselves against their screens, gripping phones and televisions alike as they followed the battle in the old city district with bated breath. They cheered wildly at the extraordinary displays of the superhumans and special teams on live broadcast, then fell silent with dread as they witnessed ordinary people twist into grotesque monstrosities. 2 hours passed in the blur of time. Boom. At the far end of the passage, the black-armored giant, now expanded to 27 meters after devouring the dragon rhino, released a terrifying pressure that pushed it into the mid-5th rank. Its demonic transformation percentage climbed from 37 to 51. But almost immediately the giant's gaze sharpened, its colossal frame contracted, and swirling black and white energy reshaped it back into its humanoid killing form, wielding the demonic blade. Jiang Hou's aura now raged with untamed ferocity as his enhanced physique shattered the invisible constraints through sheer overwhelming strength, ascending to the 4th realm. The moment Jiang Hou crossed into the 4th realm, his spine quivered like a great dragon, undulating, and 2 meridian pathways slowly manifested and connected within his body. At that precise instant when the meridians aligned, Jiang Hou's entire fascia became translucent, beginning to autonomously draw in the ambient energy, permeating the heavens and earth, condensing it into a transparent current that coursed between his muscles. Unlike the raw, domineering might of the black-armored giant, this energy was formless and weightless, balanced and serene in its nature, gradually tempering and refining Jiang Hou's body. This breakthrough came swiftly. Mere minutes later, Jiang Hou's eyes snapped open as his left hand clenched into a fist, the transparent power within him converging upon it. Boom. The air in front of his fist detonated, carving a transparent tunnel several meters long. This power. Jiang Hou felt a surge of excitement. This newly condensed energy was purely derived from human physical evolution, the power of the 9th era of mortal flesh transcending into the extraordinary. Most crucially, this power showed no conflict with the demonic energy already coursing through his veins. Jiang Hou gripped his demonic blade in his right hand, watching as its aura expanded and contracted, then surged from over 2 meters to a full 3 after merging with the transparent energy, flaring like a column of black fire. The blade's invisible edge grew razor-sharp, and its destructive power multiplied several times over. No hindrance, perfect fusion. At the end of the dim passageway filled with the thick scent of blood, Jiang Hou, with his wild black hair, watched the black flame blade aura flickering on the demon blade, his gaze both shocked and excited. He had never expected such a transformation to occur after forcibly breaking through to the 4th stage in human form. His spine vibrated like a dragon, condensing from nothing, 2 meridians akin to the Ren and Du channels, absorbing energy from the world and converting it into unaffiliated power. Most importantly, this energy belonging to the 9th epoch, born from human bodily evolution, could perfectly merge with energies from other epochs, unleashing even greater might. Sensing the aura of the flame blade aura, Jiang Hou estimated its power had increased by about 50%. It didn't sound impressive, but after all, this evolutionary force had just been born. Moreover, this enhancement boosted the fundamental power of demonic energy. When unleashing killing moves like Sealing Demon Instant Slash or Hell's Descent, the instantly amplified burst power would also surge by 50%. That was somewhat terrifying. But the most important question was whether this power could be possessed in giant beast form. Previously, when the divine weapon force broke through to the 4th stage, the body sharpened and agility attributes greatly increased. The changes were fed back to the giant ape form, making it more agile. This time the body had entered the 4th stage, and the power gained from life's natural evolution should still be able to feed back to the giant beast. Thinking of this, Jiang Hou took a deep breath. Roar. The air trembled, and amidst howling winds, Jiang Hou once again transformed into a black giant beast 27 meters tall. Then a look of surprise slowly appeared in the beast's eyes. In its perception, a transparent, gentle energy flowed slowly between its muscles. Although the quantity of this energy was small, not much different from human form, it was clearly distinct from the golden dominance force flowing in its blood without any repulsion. At the same time, the two invisible meridians within the giant beast's body also existed, absorbing the intangible forces of the surrounding world faster, slowly enhancing its physical strength. This change. The black-armored giant ape's eye showed shock because it meant that even without devouring beast flesh, it would grow larger and stronger just by lying down and sleeping. Though the process was very slow, not even a thousandth of devouring flesh, it was stable, improving every moment. Besides that, the black-armored giant ape lowered its head, its palm covered with a layer of pale golden light, and then the transparent energy flowing between its muscles surged in. The pale golden power surged its form, turning into golden flames, radiating an even more indomitable, reality-shattering, overbearing aura. A ferocious smile slowly spread across the black-armored giant ape's face. Only now did it truly possess the power of dual epic inheritance. With the fusion of the nascent ninth epic power, both the demonic energy and the dominance force's fundamental power instantly increased by 50%. When it entered a berserk state, it would possess explosive power far exceeding before. The only regret was that this energy was somewhat scarce. It seemed only the human body could condense it. After fusing with the golden energy, it would be exhausted after about 100 full power punches. Even so, the black-armored giant ape, which had just entered the middle stage of the 5th stage, was confident it could crush all beasts of the same rank, even those with epic bloodlines. It could even triumph over and violently kill 5th stage later phase ordinary bloodline beasts. As for peak 5th stage beasts, it would depend on whether they had ordinary or epic bloodlines. And in human form, Jiang Hou at the initial 4th stage of dual systems could instantly kill all beings of the same level, unleashing power comparable to the late 4th stage with every move. The combat power leap was no less than the giant beast form. This breakthrough in human form had greatly enhanced Jiang Hou's strength in both forms. Moreover, this power had just been born and was not yet strong. When he later broke through to the 7th stage in human form, undergoing another qualitative change, the fusion with divine weapon or giant beast power would be even more terrifying. No wonder those strong ones, even knowing the danger, wanted to merge the power of a second epic system. The amplification from this dual epic system fusion was indeed very strong, with the basic enhancement already so exaggerated. In his reverie, the black-armored giant ape summoned the attribute panel with a thought. Compared to perception analysis, the data changes on the attribute panel were clearer. Name Jiang Hou, level initial 4th stage, body side, divine weapon side, strength 1,174,1342 yuan power. The unaffiliated power formed when the body evolved upon breaking through the 4th stage after the Ren and Du meridians were opened, merging life force with world energy. When concentrated solely on fists or attached to weapons, destructive power increased by 2 times. When fused with other powers, it would add an estimated 50% of base power. Agility 60765, Soul 4855, so weak a single amplification only increases by about 2 times. Looking at the note after the strength attribute, the black-armored giant ape was momentarily speechless. Compared to the demonic energy from the divine weapon epic, which instantly increased power tenfold upon entering the 4th stage, the amplification from human body evolution's yuan power was far too small. But thinking about it, it was normal. He had just begun his path of evolution, while the divine weapon epic system had been passed down for countless millennia, already refined to its peak. While the black-armored giant ape was musing, a vast demonic aura spread from deep within the forest, which had been still for nearly 2 hours, forming a gale that shook branches and made weeds surge like waves. Late 5th stage, and not even ordinary bloodline. The black-armored giant ape's eyelids twitched. Was the passage it was guarding today blessed by fortune? How were the beasts that appeared each stronger than the last? Boom. Towering ancient trees shook as a beast appeared, nearly 40 meters in length, 20 meters tall at the shoulder, resembling a giant lion, but with a pair of bat wings on its back. The beast's wings spanned over 70 meters, and with its lion tail over 20 meters long, its size far exceeded the black-armored giant ape. On this late 5th stage beast, the vast demonic aura was almost materialized like a wave of red gas, swirling around it, forming a vortex, its momentum immense. Roar. The beast's deep, savage roar shook the forest, turning into solid sound waves that echoed in the passage for a long time. Roar. The black-armored giant ape standing at the end of the passage roared back, flames leaping on its body, its aura fierce and not inferior. Staring at the black-armored giant ape that challenged it, the giant lion beast's eyes were cold and ferocious. It stepped heavily and entered the passage unhurriedly. Instantly, the air in the entire passage became heavy, solidified, and hard to breathe under the crushing pressure of the vast demonic aura. Roar. Roar. After a brief standoff, the 2 terrifying giant beasts roared simultaneously, their massive forms smashing through the air as they lunged at each other, crossing hundreds of meters in an instant. In the dual talent burst state, the black-armored giant ape stepped forward and threw a punch its right arm like a spear. The air in front of its fist, burning with golden flames, was compressed into a transparent wall by the immense force. In an instant, the fist burning with golden flames collided with the giant red lion's claw. A golden-red shockwave exploded like a furious sea centered on the two beasts. Under the destructive force, the surrounding ground shattered, countless stones shot into the air, and the entire passage shook from the blow. Roar! The black-armored giant ape lowered its body into a horse stance, its fist burning with golden flames like a mountain cannon blasting through the air and forming layered transparent tsunamis that obliterated everything. The giant lion beast's claws were wrapped in vast demonic aura, carrying a red tidal wave that smashed everything. Its wings stirred up a red tide that shook the passage. But no matter how the beast unleashed all its innate abilities, it could not shake the overbearing golden fist shadow. At this moment, the black-armored giant ape was like a dam standing in the middle of the passage, its domineering fist prints crushing everything. The destructive power from the fusion of dual epic forces even shook the giant lion beast's blood and chi into a boil. Boom, boom, boom. Under the full force clash of the two giant beasts, the resulting impact compressed the air in the entire passage, creating waves of solid gas that blew fiercely, causing trees outside the cave to shake wildly. Roar, roar, roar. The powerful recoil from the head-on collision made both beasts' blood boil, and they let out savage roars. Under the intense collision, the giant lion beast, being gradually forced back, grew more ferocious in its eyes, its killing intent bursting out like a solid force. One by one, red bloodlines on its body surface grew brighter. When the bloodlines reached their peak, dazzling bloodlight gathered on the giant lion beast, forming a tens of meters tall phantom of a blood-colored lion head above its own. A roar that could shatter the consciousness and shake the soul of a fifth stage being exploded, forming layers of solid red light waves that swept through the entire passage, as if heaven and earth were splitting. At this moment, the black-armored giant ape also felt a strong danger. It fused all its golden power and yuan power, erupting into golden flames burning on its body surface. Under the impact of the blood lion's roar, the golden flames trembled wildly. The black-armored giant ape's mind roared, feeling the entire world shake. The giant ape let out a roar filled with endless fury, gathering all its power into its fist. The fist, burning with golden flames, shone like a meteor. The space in front of it twisted faintly, forming wrinkles that pierced through everything. It instantly struck the face of the giant lion, whose mouth was wide open after unleashing its innate talent, the blood lion roar. Under the terrifying punch, the massive giant lion beast flew backward, carried by the white air wave that filled the entire passage, crashing heavily into a towering ancient tree. Bang! The towering tree, over 100 meters tall and more than 10 meters thick, collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the ground and howling with wind. Roar! A ferocious, angry roar exploded. The giant lion beast shook its dazed head and stood up with a bang, half of its face shattered with blood and flesh, looking somewhat disheveled. But the beast's aura grew even more ferocious. Its red eyes radiated terrifying, killing intent as it stared at the black-armored giant ape, standing in the middle of the passage, surrounded by broken ground, forming a crater. Roar! Being blasted away by a mid-fifth stage giant ape infuriated the beast with heavenly lion bloodline. If not for the passage's narrowness, which limited its flying ability and the use of its wings, this black giant ape would be no match for it, let alone harm it. Roar! The black-armored giant ape, standing in the passage, let out a provocative roar, pounding its chest armor with both fists, producing a deafening boom. Instantly, the giant lion beast's eyes turned red. This damned black giant ape dared to provoke it. It would die. It would tear this hateful creature apart and devour it alive. The giant lion beast erupted with red, demonic aura, forming rolling red waves around itself. Its wings flapped once, turning it into a red meteor that shot forward. Just as the giant lion beast charged into the passage, the black-armored giant ape's left arm emitted an eerie red light again, and the ferocious, malevolent demon king pattern lit up. Under the destructive dragon force, the giant ape's left arm, swelled blood-colored dragon scales appeared and transformed into a giant dragon claw. At the same time, the last bit of yuan power in its body surged into the left arm, merging with the remaining half of the destructive dragon force. In an instant, the left arm emitted an extremely dazzling red light. A nearly 30-meter-long dragon claw phantom appeared, obliterating everything in the giant lion beast's terrified gaze, shattering the red waves and slamming heavily onto its head. Bang! The lion head, larger than a room, exploded. Blood and minced flesh sprayed in a fan shape for hundreds of meters, covering the entire passage. The headless beast's body crashed to the ground with a loud thud, passing by the black-armored giant ape, sliding 100 meters to the end of the passage before slowly stopping. Blood spurted from the neck, staining the already blood-red passage even more crimson. In the passage thick with blood, the black-armored giant ape panted heavily, surrounded by dense, killing aura. The red light on its left arm dimmed and shrank, soon returning to normal. This giant lion beast was very strong And with a higher realm, if not for the human form evolution plus the giant beast form reaching the 5th stage, it might not have been a match. Killing it would have been somewhat difficult, and it might have escaped. Therefore it was better to unleash the killing move Extreme Prison Dragon Claw and annihilate it in one blow. In this situation where the two sides were close in strength and the black-armored giant ape, even at full power, only had a slight advantage, it decisively chose to unleash its trump card and slay it. Kill it early, eat it early to grow stronger. Though for the next day or two until the destructive dragon force recovered, it couldn't use Extreme Prison Dragon Claw. If a peak 5th stage beast appeared later, it would have to retreat from the passage. But it didn't matter. After all, there were stronger ones outside to handle it. And as the black-armored giant ape expected, the evolutionary Yuan power could also fuse with the destructive dragon force, instantly unleashing even greater destructive power capable of killing even a late 5th stage epic beast with one claw. After slightly calming the boiling blood and chi in its body, the somewhat weakened black-armored giant ape walked to the beast's corpse, sat down heavily with a thud, and began to feast. Eating this late 5th stage beast should greatly boost its strength. Splat! The black-armored giant ape tore a large chunk of flesh from the giant lion beast, and a stream of crimson blood gushed out, like a spring staining its face and chest red. Delicious, so fragrant. The black-armored giant ape chewed the flesh with a look of satisfaction. Especially as the beast's flesh entered its stomach, waves of rich warmth spread through its body. Countless cells in its body greedily absorbed the energy. The task of guarding this entrance today was indeed the right choice. The flesh of the giant lion beast was savory and rich in dense spiritual energy, far less tough than that of ordinary ferocious beasts of the same rank, so the black-armored giant ape devoured it swiftly. Regrettably, Crimson, I was not present, and all this blood went to waste. The black-armored giant ape gazed at the beast blood that had dyed half the passage crimson, a look of regret in its eyes, especially since two of the beasts were 5th-rank epic monsters. The scent of the beast blood drifted from the passage, mingling with the air and spreading far through the forest. Instantly the low-rank beasts nearby, which had been drawn by some call, went limp, prostrating themselves, and trembling in terror, their eyes filled with fear as they dared not approach the passage. Within the passage, as the black-armored giant ape digested the abundant flesh of the beasts, its body began to grow visibly larger, swelling ever more massive. The surging life force within the giant ape nearly overflowed, compressing the surrounding air and sending waves of invisible force rippling outwards, stirring the blood into concentric rings. While the giant ape was engrossed in its feast, more and more fissures appeared in the old district. From the occasional single crack, they multiplied into 3 or 4, appearing simultaneously in all directions, some stretching over 10 meters, spewing thick ink-black miasma that tainted everything around. Sometimes on the same street one fissure would vanish, only for another to emerge, disgorging a hideous creature from the ruins. Through observation, the black-armored giant ape noticed a pattern. These fissures from the ruins consistently appeared on streets guarded by soldiers and supernatural beings. As if an invisible hand were at work shifting the fissures that would have randomly appeared in residential areas or inside homes into the streets. At this thought, the black-armored giant ape, still chewing on flesh, turned its head, its gaze piercing through the vortex to fall upon the hilltop at the center of the old district. There, an ordinary-looking woman radiated strands of silver light that vanished into the surroundings, faintly resonating with the circular devices mounted on the streetlights. Was it her doing? The black-armored giant ape's eyes grew thoughtful. In the middle of the street, a purple fissure over 10 meters long materialized in the air a dozen meters above the ground, as black mist billowed forth, and a figure clad in battered armor emerged. Beneath the armor, the creature resembled a zombie, its flesh rotted, leaving only withered skin clinging to a skeletal frame, its visage grotesque. Coupled with its 3rd-rank, peak-chilling aura, Duan Xian's expression immediately turned grave. Trouble, it's a 3rd-rank peak ruin monster. Brother Zongjing, be careful on your own. With that, Duan Xian discarded the Gatling cannon with its spent ammunition belt and scorching barrel along with the rifle that had run out of bullets. He grabbed the rocket launcher from his motorcycle and unsheathed his battle blade, slinging it over his back. Zongjing Nanmo, whose demeanor had matured after several battles, nodded. Be careful, Brother Duan. I'll cover you from the side. Cough. No need. Just protect yourself. I have a trump card to finish this thing off. Duan Xian cleared his throat, hoping to dissuade Zongjing Nanmo from joining the fight. A mid-2nd-rank wind elemental controller in the era of the gods was a human-shaped monster in strength who one strike would be enough to kill him instantly. As he spoke, Duan Xian shouldered the anti-tank rocket launcher and pulled the trigger at the monster that had just emerged from the fissure. Bayu! The rocket trailing fire appeared before the monster in an instant. The creature, ignorant of human firearms, instinctively swung its broken blade. Boom! A violent scorching fireball erupted, sending a wave of heat surging across the area. In that very moment, Duan Xian shot forward with his blade, a black shadow crossing 100 meters to plunge into the smoke. His purple glowing blade swept horizontally, clashing with the blade that tore through the smoke. The force of the impact sent the ruined monster staggering back a dozen meters. Damn, brother Duan is incredible. Zongjing Nanmo was amazed. Huh, guns are just a hobby. Don't underestimate the strength of the number 1 on the combat rankings. Duan Xian laughed, charging at the monster again with his blade. The monster, already damaged by the anti-tank rocket, had its chest armor shattered into a gaping hole, revealing several broken ribs. Its aura had dropped significantly. That was why it was knocked back by Duan Xian, who was at the same cultivation level. Boom, boom, boom. The black mist-wreathed blade clashed with the purple blade, each collision producing a harsh metallic screech and the rumble of 2 invisible forces colliding. As a mixed-type supernatural, Duan Xian's body was comparable to a 3rd-rank initial physical awakener, and with the might of his 3rd-rank peak purple force, he was formidable. Moreover, he had systematically studied blade techniques, his sword sweeping out a web of purple light to trap the monster. But the ruined monster was not weak either. Despite its damaged body suppressing it, its lingering combat instincts allowed it to parry Duan Xian's lethal strikes at critical moments. Occasionally, a stroke of brilliance, a black shadow slicing from an odd angle, forced Duan Xian to retreat and defend. 3 flashes of purple light merged, driving the monster back a dozen meters. Then Duan Xian roared, "Watch my ultimate move. Holy light, dominating slash." Boom. The purple light coalesced into a massive cleaver that shot forth, tearing through the air and appearing above the monster's head as it instinctively raised its blade to block. Boom. The powerful strike forced the monster to sink, shattering the road beneath its feet as it dropped to one knee. At that moment, Duan Xian released his left hand from the hilt, swiftly reached behind him, and pressed a silver object the size of a fist, resembling a sticky bomb, toward the monster's head. Huff! The monster exhaled a chilling breath, suddenly lowered its head, and twisted the grip of its bone claw, deflecting the blade pressing on its shoulder. Then its broken blade swept horizontally toward Duan Xian's left hand, forcing him to pull back and retreat 2 steps to dodge. Heaven and earth, laws and chapters, I now cast the spell Lightning Summon. In the distance, Zongjing Nanmo held a yellow talisman, his left hand forming a seal, while his right hand shaped a gesture, chanting the incantation. Instantly, the talisman glowed with golden light, and a bolt of blue lightning as thick as a chopstick descended from the sky, striking the monster just as it was about to rise. Crackle! The lightning was not extremely powerful, but its pure yang energy shattered the black mist covering the monster's body, and the arcing electricity made it freeze. In that instant, the quick-reacting Duan Xian slammed the silver bomb onto the monster's chest and leaped back. A fireball equivalent to a C4 explosive erupted, its blast force blasting the 3rd-rank peak monster into pieces, leaving a massive crater in the street and shattering many windows in nearby buildings. Watching Duan Xian walk back with his blade, Zongjing Nanmo was astonished. Brother Duan, that trump card is pretty powerful. Anyone would think it was a missile strike. This sticky bomb costs over 1 million exchange points each. It's expensive, but the power is indeed strong. Speaking of this, Duan Xian was also curious. Zongjing, aren't you a wind elemental controller? How can you summon lightning? At this, Zongjing Nanmo grew proud. That lightning wasn't my awakened ability. It was a 5 thunder talisman I drew. Talisman. Taoist magic. Duan Xian's mouth fell open as if he realized something, disbelief written on his face. Duan Xian's reaction made Zongjing Nanmo a bit embarrassed. Brother Duan, don't be too surprised. It's not that powerful. Feels like just a casual strike from a late 2nd-rank supernatural. And I've drawn over 100 talismans, but only 1 succeeded. It doesn't seem very useful. During this time, spurred by Jiang Hou, Zongjing Nanmo had been working hard. After discovering that his inner power could condense into a breeze out of thin air, he had a sudden inspiration. Could he use it to draw talismans? At first, he used his inner energy as ink, but when he drew on paper, the energy would form a breeze and dissipate, unable to stay on the paper, let alone form a complete talisman. After repeated experiments, Zongjing Nanmo found that drawing talismans required infusing spiritual energy and completing the stroke in one breath to imprint the energy onto the paper. But achieving this was extremely difficult, and even when he succeeded in imprinting the energy, the talisman had no effect, as if some crucial power was missing. Through countless attempts, he had a sudden flash of insight. In a trance, he entered the special state he achieved during his daily morning divination, using spirit as ink and energy as the brush, his hand moving like a dragon. When he came to, he found the talisman completed, and this time the 5 thunder talisman bore an extra gleam of spiritual light that resonated with heaven and earth. This discovery excited Zongjing Nanmo. It was the new technique he had mentioned to Jiang Hou earlier. Unfortunately, the success rate was too low. Otherwise, on this mission, he would have stunned everyone by scattering dozens of thunder talismans, which even a 3rd-rank monster couldn't withstand. But Zongjing Nanmo didn't think much of it. However, Duan Xian, after hearing this, was visibly shaken and sighed. I was already amazed when Jiang Hou quickly broke into the 4th rank, but I never expected you, brother Zongjing, to be the true genius. Is it that amazing? Zongjing Nanmo was puzzled. Duan Xian shook his head. You've just stepped into the supernatural world. You don't know what this means yet. But in short, your future is boundless. He said this with undisguised envy. As they spoke, the frequency of the ruined fissures slowed, and the time approached 11 o'clock at night. On the edge of the rooftop of a large building on the outskirts of the old district, a man in his 30s appeared beside Jiang Hou. Overlooking the district, the man frowned. Strange. Didn't we detect many high-level energy fluctuations in the ruins, predicting that this assault would bring multiple 5th-rank beasts charging through the passage? Why hasn't a single one appeared yet? Jiang Hou nodded slowly. It is indeed strange. The assault had been raging for hours, but aside from the expected large-scale appearance of ruined fissures, the anticipated 5th-rank beast invasion had not materialized. Especially the possible 5th-rank late, or even peak beasts. If such a beast burst out of the passage, even Yu Jing and Shengong Feiyu would need to join forces to kill it, and the battle would cause devastating damage to the surrounding buildings. Then Jiang Hou changed the subject. By the way, weren't you guarding the passage over there? Xiao Longyuan shook his head. That beast god didn't assault the passage. It didn't even appear. I don't know where it went. At this, both of their expressions grew grim. This kind of situation was actually the most worrying. What's going on? I have a feeling this surge is already coming to an end. South of the old district, atop a 100-meter commercial building, a handsome young man in his early 20s gazed down at several slain, mutated monsters on the ground below, his brows slightly furrowed. A beautiful woman in the distance, wearing a knee-length black dress and black high heels, sat on a pipe with her pale legs exposed and nodded. Indeed, it is rather strange. At that moment, it wasn't just the two of them. Other supernaturals concealed in the surrounding area were equally bewildered. In the past, when major portals were about to form, the spatial tides generated by the final surge would almost last through the night, with successive bursts of rifts in the ruins growing increasingly powerful. Later on, large-scale rifts would emerge, connecting to nearby relics, where spatial power was weak. The intense spatial suction emanating from the rifts during their formation would draw artifacts from the surrounding ruins into the real world, which was precisely what they sought. But who would have expected that after waiting so long, the moment the first wave of massive rifts appeared, there was already a sense that it was coming to an end. I feel this must be connected to those entrances. As she spoke, the woman in the black dress looked up at the vortex suspended high in the distance, its purple light enveloping an entire street. The young man narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems something has changed during this Edu surge, something we're not aware of. The woman shrugged indifferently. It doesn't matter. We came here merely to take a chance and see if we could pick up any scraps. No gain wouldn't affect us either way. Compared to that, the Heavenly Punishment Division in Edu, both their main combat members and their reserve personnel, seem to be in much better mental condition. Compared to Heavenly Punishment, the people in our company all seem a bit off. They're a sorry sight. That goes without saying. Heavenly Punishment wouldn't accept anyone with unstable mental state. The young man rolled his eyes. The woman in the black dress stretched lazily, revealing her voluptuous curves. That said, as their strength grows, nearly all supernaturals' minds will be affected by power. But you have to admit that Heavenly Punishment's people have stronger willpower. The young man pursed his lips, somewhat unconvinced, but said nothing. At this moment, the woman sat up straight and asked curiously, By Qingyun, I heard there's a new recruit in your group who can control multiple elemental types and even fuse them to unleash greater power. Your intelligence is still as sharp as ever. The young man raised his brows, then paused. Well, it's hardly a secret. I don't mind telling you. That new recruit is the daughter of one of the group's major investors. And the rumors are greatly exaggerated. She can barely fuse 2 elemental powers at present. However, her potential is indeed enormous, especially since she can use the destructive fluctuations produced during elemental fusion to erase signs of corruption. She can do that. Even the woman in the black dress felt a twinge of jealousy. For them, as long as they survived, their strength would eventually improve. But the crucial question was how to maintain mental stability while growing stronger. Suddenly, the purple vortex hanging in the sky trembled violently, and a figure radiating golden light appeared. Bang! The concrete beneath the golden figure's feet shattered, and in the next instant the figure retreated at tremendous speed, reappearing hundreds of meters away at a street intersection. At the same time, the vortex above twisted and expanded, and a beast exuding the aura of a late-stage 4th-tier creature plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. The impact shattered the street within a dozens of meters radius. A violent shockwave sent gusts of wind whipping through the trees lining the road, causing them to sway wildly, while the buildings on both sides trembled slightly. This beast emerging from the passage was about 20 meters long. Its lower body resembled a scorpion with 3 pairs of long legs, while its upper body stood upright, like a praying mantis bearing 2 pairs of green curved blades. Its entire body was covered in dark green armor with green light emanating from both its body and eyes, giving off a chilling, ferocious aura. Roar! The beast let out a piercing roar, sending out ear-splitting sonic waves that shattered the windows of nearby buildings. Ordinary people screamed and frantically covered their ears. Such overwhelming presence caused all the soldiers guarding the intersection to stiffen. Brother, you no need to help. I'll handle this thing. Standing at 4 meters tall, Shintuni's golden light grew increasingly brilliant. His majestic visage resembled a Buddha statue in a temple, and his gaze toward the beast radiated fierce combat intent. At the same time, he pressed his finger against the black box at his feet. Immediately, an adrenaline-pumping BGM erupted throughout the street, dispersing the beast's ferocious aura that its previous roar had brought. Hearing the suddenly blaring BGM, the Special Forces soldiers were all stunned and confused. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a distant building, Eugene gripped his spear tightly, his purple light dimming as he suppressed the urge to strike down the beast. The beast growled again, its eyes fierce as it glared at the golden Shinto-en-I. On its abdomen was a large depressed fist mark, clearly left by Shinto-en-I. Under the cover of the BGM, Shinto-ni's aura continued to intensify. He let out a long cry and charged forward like a golden streak flashing across the street. The golden light condensed into a colossal Buddhist seal several meters wide, smashing through the air with a deep explosion and creating a magnificent white shockwave stretching over 100 meters. Whoosh! The beast's lower leg slid along the ground, its massive body kicking up fierce winds as it rushed toward Shinto-en-I. Its 2 pairs of 10-meter-long curved blades were wrapped in green light, and in an instant it unleashed over a dozen slashing strikes. Bang! The golden Buddhist seal exploded under the barrage of green demon blade strikes. Then 4 enormous blades tore through the golden light, striking fiercely at Shinto-en-I. Golden body of invincibility. None can stand against me. Shinto-en-I pressed his palms together, his face radiating solemn majesty as a blinding golden light surrounded him like molten gold. Boom, boom, boom. 4 cracks over 10 meters long were slashed into the cement road by the green blade light. Yet beneath those 4 beast blades capable of cleaving through buildings, Shinto-en-I emerged completely unscathed. Demon beast, receive my Vajra heaven-splitting strike. Shinto-en-I roared, a pagoda-shaped illusion forming in golden light around his body. With a single arm movement, he unleashed terrifying power and shoved the beast's 4 blades aside. The inextinguishable force made the beast stagger backward, sliding dozens of meters as its sharp long legs carved 6 deep grooves into the cement road. How powerful! Those soldiers at the intersection and the residents on both sides watched in utter astonishment. A reporter accompanying the patrol team carrying a camera continuously clicked photos capturing the scene of a supernatural being directly clashing with a mighty beast. But from afar, Eugene's eye twitched. This beast, though cunning, was only at the late 4th tier stage. Under normal circumstances, Shinto-en-I, whose realm had already reached the peak of the 4th tier, should have easily dominated it. He shouldn't have needed to activate his BGM speakers, nor should he have been knocked back and forced out of the passage. Clearly, this 4th tier beast was deliberately released by Shinto-en-I. As for why, demon beast die. Like a wrathful Vajra protector of Buddhism, Shinto-en-I roared again, ignoring the beast's 4 enormous blades that churned the air and crashed straight into its body. The nearly 20-meter-long massive body was sent flying dozens of meters by the impact, crashing violently into roadside shops. Walls collapsed and dust billowed. Roar! The beast howled, its 4 arms lashing out wildly, slicing through trees, shrubbery, and streetlights alike. The storefront walls on both sides exploded and crumbled, sending debris flying. Demon beast, take this punch. Shinto-en-I roared, transforming into a golden streak that pierced through the street. His heavy, powerful fist slammed into the beast's chest as it rose to its feet. The thick, sturdy shell collapsed. The beast let out a shriek and was sent flying dozens of meters again, crashing through more than a dozen trees before sliding along the sidewalk for a distance, before finally coming to a halt. Under countless watching eyes, the golden Shinto-en-I appeared like a living Arhut, descending to earth, every gesture radiating invincible might as he forcefully subdued the ferocious, colossal green beast. Under Shinto-ni's devastating assault, the beast's hard, sharp, great arm blades were quickly shattered, reduced to 4 chunks, spraying green blood, its aura gradually weakening. This battle raged from one end of the street to the other. Several shops on both sides were destroyed by the beast's fury, building walls cracked, and streetlights toppled. After half an hour of fierce combat with Shinto-en-I, the beast finally let out an unwilling scream and collapsed. Immediately, everyone who had been watching with tense expressions and held breath let out a sigh of relief. They had won. That massive monster had been killed by a powerful official expert. Dozens of meters away, the reporter carrying the camera was so excited his face turned red. He kept clicking photos of the towering Shinto-en-I. Standing before the beast's massive corpse, Shinto-en-I maintained a solemn expression and spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Everyone, do not worry. As long as I am here, these monsters cannot harm you. Having spoken, Shinto-en-I walked heavily like a golden giant unhurriedly to the black speaker and hoisted it onto his shoulder before returning beneath the purple vortex. Boom. The ground beneath his golden foot shattered. Carrying the speaker, Shinto-en-I shot skyward and charged headfirst into the vortex, disappearing from view. This sight made the ordinary people watching feel their blood boil with excitement. But among the hidden supernaturals, eyes grew odd. They had vaguely begun to understand, and so did the black-armored giant ape feasting within the passage. Though separated by a boundary and unable to sense the beast's realm and aura through the almost one-sided suppression in the battle, it too could tell that Shinto-en-I was putting on a show. Who would have thought it could be played like this? The black-armored giant ape's eyes gleamed slightly, then it tore off a massive chunk of the beast's flesh and devoured it. By now only a trace of the giant lion beast's flesh remained. After devouring it, the black-armored giant ape's body surged to 28 meters tall, roughly the height of a 9-story building. Meanwhile, the edges of all the fine scales on its body turned blood red. Coupled with its razor-sharp claws and terrifying facial features, it looked increasingly ferocious. Hiss! After swallowing the last bite of meat, the black-armored giant ape spat out a gust of blood-scented heat from its mouth. Its massive body rose, sending a powerful wave of air rushing outward. Gazing at the eerily quiet forest outside the passage, the black-armored giant ape's brows furrowed slightly. It could sense that some beasts were lurking within the forest beyond the cave entrance. However, deterred by the residual aura of the 2 fifth-tier beasts inside the cave, none of the beasts outside dared to rush in, though they restless. This gave the black-armored giant ape a headache. Those beasts wouldn't dare enter, but neither could it venture out. Preparing for the possibility of 6th-tier, or even more terrifying creatures lurking in the forest, meant it would essentially have no food at all. As the black-armored giant ape waited, an hour passed quickly. The prolonged silence from the forest outside made it hesitant, thinking that merely venturing near the passage shouldn't be so unlucky as to encounter a 6th-tier beast. No sooner had this thought crossed its mind than a terrifying aura, surpassing even the 5th tier, spread from the depths of the forest. Red demonic energy on the horizon surged forward like a tidal wave. Trees swayed, branches shattered, and thick underbrush and weeds gathered into a massive horde heading steadily toward the passage. Damn it! Even the black-armored giant ape couldn't help but curse aloud. Boom, boom, boom. Substantial red demonic aura surged toward the passage, but upon nearing the entrance it collided with an invisible barrier, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the mountains and seas. The entire passage trembled under the impact, with rubble scattering, creating the illusion that the whole mountain was about to be leveled. The terror of this demon beast, which had yet to reveal its true form, had already surpassed in ordinary 6th rank. It felt like a formidable creature of at least the late 6th rank, or even the peak of the 6th rank. Chirp! A piercing screech exploded, and within the blood-red demonic aura a blurry figure emerged. Its outstretched wings nearly obscured the sky above the cave entrance, casting a vast shadow. The sharp, massive red beak struck the invisible barrier at the cave entrance, sending ripples of transparency spreading outward. The rule that creatures above the 5th rank could not enter the passage enraged the Shui-Deping demon beast, which began to ram the passage furiously, unleashing even more terrifying booms and tremors. Moreover, this demon beast was not trying to enter the real world. Its target was the Heijia Jiyuan standing within the passage. Upon the Heijia Jiyuan, the beast sensed a pure dragon force that, if devoured, could cause its bloodline to evolve and its form to undergo a transcendent transformation. I really want to eat it. The Heijia Jiyuan licked its lips, almost drooling as it watched the beast fiercely attacking the cave entrance. The rich, bloody scent of flesh from the high-rank creature made it salivate. But unfortunately, the Heijia Jiyuan was not yet strong enough to devour this beast. It could only watch from the end of the passage. At that moment, the Shui-Deping, realizing it could not enter the passage, retreated, gathering demonic aura. As it stood outside the cave, its fierce eyes fixed on the Heijia Jiyuan. What are you looking at? Come in if you dare. The Heijia Jiyuan let out a disdainful growl. Chirp. Boom, boom, boom. The Heijia Jiyuan's provocation enraged the beast even more, which once again unleashed a skyward red light, smashing into the passage. But aside from the deafening roar, it was utterly useless. After a furious assault, the Shui-Deping, knowing it could not breach the passage, whipped up a gale and let out a sharp, long cry before soaring into the sky and vanishing. It seemed to have abandoned the idea of devouring the giant ape. Gazing at the cave entrance, now a mess from the demonic aura's assault, the Heijia Jiyuan's expression turned grave. It realized that 6th-rank demon beasts were on an entirely different level from 5th-rank ones. Not only in terms of size and the energy fluctuations they emitted, but also in the transformation of their power forms. The Heijia Jiyuan slowly turned around, its gaze passing through the vortex entrance overlooking the entire city. Though it was already midnight, the vast Edu city was ablaze with lights. Nearly the entire city had stayed awake that night watching the battle in the old district. At that moment, the Heijia Jiyuan, which had been keeping part of its attention on Qin Siyu's situation, narrowed its eyes and noticed a suspicious figure moving stealthily. That person deliberately avoided the patrolling law enforcement officers, slinking through the shadows, only occasionally darting across a street or intersection. Stealing, or committing arson. Curiosity flickered in the Heijia Jiyuan's eyes as it tracked the shadowy figure. Soon the Heijia Jiyuan realized that the person seemed to be searching for something, weaving through the shadows of streets and alleys, leaving no corner unchecked. A strange person. After watching for a while, the Heijia Jiyuan shook its head and stopped paying attention to what the man was looking for, since it had little to do with it. The Heijia Jiyuan then looked outside the passage again. With the 6th-rank demon beast gone, the area outside the cave had become very quiet, seemingly safe. But the Heijia Jiyuan knew that the beast must be hiding in the shadows its aura concealed, otherwise the unnatural silence would be too strange. As time passed, the battle in the old district had almost subsided, with only an occasional isolated rift appearing and quickly vanishing. Meanwhile, after hundreds of cases where ordinary people touching contamination turned into monsters without a single person evolving, many who had been blinded by the prospect of evolution gradually came to their senses. This surge is almost over, the Heijia thought, sensing the passage slightly warping and emitting unstable fluctuations. With that thought, the Heijia massive form rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, its body was wrapped in bandages, and a humanoid killing form emerged with black arcs of electricity leaping across its surface. The oppressive presence of the fifth-rank giant beast in the passage instantly vanished. Outside the cave, the forest trembled. A howling gale raised a sky-covering red light that engulfed everything, and a massive, ferocious red head slammed fiercely into the invisible barrier of the passage, unleashing a thunderous boom. Still unable to enter the passage, the Shui Dapeng let out an angry cry, landed on its claws, and fixed its gaze on Jiang Hou, whose figure was now tiny at the end of the passage. Sensing that the Heijia aura had vanished, the Shui Dapeng lingered for a while, before finally letting out a reluctant cry and flying away. This time the Shui Dapeng left for good, and soon the forest outside the cave was once again stirred by the movements of other demon beasts. Finally, its ending. With no new rifts appearing for a long time, the warriors at every street corner in the old district breathed a sigh of relief, including the superhumans like Zhong Jingnan Mo, He, and Duan Xian. Nerves strung tight for most of the night, coupled with continuous fighting, left everyone mentally and physically exhausted, even though the situation had been under control. On the rooftop of a high-rise, Jiang Rukin stood with her hands in her pockets, overlooking the city. Her black hair danced wildly in the night wind, and her tone was cold. It looks like it's almost over. Although this surge feels weaker than expected, it's fine if it ends like this. Everyone can relax. No sooner had Jiang Rukin spoken than the purple vortex where Jiang Hou was located 2 kilometers away suddenly trembled. A beam of black and white light descended from the sky, followed by a massive white figure. Boom, boom. A large and a small figure landed at the cross street, the impact shaking the surrounding streets and sending a blast of wind and dust. A demon beast resembling a giant lizard but standing upright, over 10 meters tall at the shoulder and 30 meters long, covered in white scales with a circle of white mane around its head, roared. Immediately a strong chill spread from the beast, freezing the air into white mist wherever it passed, and a thin layer of ice continuously spread across the ground. Several hundred meters away, Miao Fong, a late third rank who had once come into contact with Jiang Hou, shouted, "It's a high-rank demon beast. Everyone be careful, don't get close." However, this beast did not attack immediately upon landing. Instead, it looked at the tiny figure standing dozens of meters away, confronting it with a trace of fear in its eyes. On the beast's body were several huge wounds, several meters long, with blood dripping that emitted a white, chilling aura. As the two, the man and the beast, faced off briefly, figures flickered on the rooftops of surrounding buildings. A beautiful woman in a black dress and a handsome young man appeared looking down. Meanwhile, the nearest Shengong Feiyue also appeared on the roof of a distant high-rise. However, she did not act immediately upon arrival, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She sensed the fear in the beast, whose aura was close to the late 4th rank, and also the calm composure on Jiang Hou's face. At the crossroads, the autocannon on an armored vehicle swiveled, aiming at the terrifying beast that was freezing the surrounding air. A journalist with a camera on his shoulder watched nervously. Only then did Jiang Hou slowly raise the demon blade in his hand, and in an instant a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from his body. Black, demonic energy erupted from Jiang Hou in all directions, transforming into blazing black flames that burned, covering a range of over 20 meters. Immediately, a dark, profound aura spread. Behind Jiang Hou, within the rolling flames, a black gate 15 meters tall rose. Beyond the gate, countless ferocious and hideous figures could be faintly seen. Roar, roar, roar. From the void, faint, bone-chilling screams of evil ghosts seemed to come instantly, sending a chill up the spine of every soldier, their faces paling. At the same time, those soldiers looked in awe toward the distance. There Jiang Hou, with his black hair wildly dancing, stood upright before the gates of hell, surrounded by black flames with arcs of electricity leaping across his body. This scene was like a sovereign descending from the heavens, bearing the weight of hell, suppressing all ghosts. The moment Jiang Hou unleashed the descent of hell, the Bingshi demon beast, sensing the danger of death, let out a furious roar. A ring of white aura burst from its body, freezing everything. At the same time, white light gathered in the beast's mouth, emitting a shocking energy fluctuation. Watch out! A half-meter-wide white beam shot from the Bingshi beast's mouth, freezing the air as it passed, creating a crystalline passage that spread continuously. The moment the Bingshi beast's breath erupted, Jiang Hou, who was facing it, slashed with his night blade. Boom! The gate of hell shattered, turning into endless black, demonic energy that coiled around the Yinyu demon blade. Following Jiang Hou's slash, it erupted as a massive black blade light. At the same time, from the darkness behind Jiang Hou, a terrifying head-part dragon, yet not quite dragon, shot up, as if roaring through layers of hell. It merged with the blade light, engulfing the frozen breath and the Bingshi beast. Boom! Black blade energy erupted, swallowing everything. The powerful impact made everyone's minds roar, creating the illusion that the entire world was shaking. From Jiang Hou's descent of hell to the beast's breath attack, everything happened within a few seconds. When the darkness faded from everyone's eyes and light returned, the streetlights along half the street had been shattered by the powerful impact. The massive corpse of the Bingshi beast lay motionless on the ground. The beast's body was covered in huge wounds, especially its head, which had been split in two. From the gaping, mangled flesh, silver blood gushed like a fountain, freezing everything it touched. Around the beast's corpse, narrow cracks, half a meter deep and over 10 centimeters wide, spread everywhere. From an aerial view, these cracks resembled a massive, ferocious hell dragon's head, with the eyes formed by black cracks radiating a terrifying aura. It was as if a real hell dragon was staring at the ground. Who? From the massive beast's corpse, wisps of black, demonic energy coalesced, streaming continuously toward Jiang Hou, who held the demon blade in the distance. Eventually, the energy merged into his body, forming a sinister demonic pattern on the white bandages covering his body. Combined with the invisible aura of slaughter radiating from him and the black arcs of electricity leaping across his body, he appeared oddly majestic and ferocious, captured excitedly by the journalist's camera in the distance. On the rooftop, the beautiful woman in the black dress also brightened her eyes and licked her crimson lips. Streetlights shattered, the ruined street lay dim and desolate. Amidst the awestruck gaze of the warriors and onlookers lining both sides, Jiang Hou, his black hair wild in the wind, coldly sheathed his blade with a slow, deliberate motion. Naturally reverting to his humanoid combat form and blasting this fourth-ranked demonic beast out of the passage to slay it, there was not for show. It was for the reward points. The assault was nearing its end, yet most of the demonic beasts had been devoured by him within the passage itself. His points, aside from the base mission's 500, amounted to only 300 for slaying this ice lizard beast. After exchanging his 800 points for 10 demon energy crystals, the remainder should suffice to redeem a protective supernatural artifact usable by ordinary humans. Including above Jiang Hou's head, 10 violet vortices encircling the old city district suddenly erupted with brilliant light before beginning to contract. Instantly, figure after figure burst forth from the vortices: Shinto Ni, who had subdued a demonic beast, Jiang Wanshan, who had gathered little all night, and Fu Hongyu, once grievously wounded by a beast. Among the rest, 2 individuals casually discarded 3 demonic beast carcasses as they emerged. Clearly kills made while manning the passage now brought in for Merit Point settlement. Boom. A sudden tremor echoed from the direction of the park's small hill. The slope beside where the ordinary woman had stood collapsed, sending up billowing clouds of dust and debris. At once those who understood the implications paled slightly. Even Shun Gong Feiyue frowned. The No. 01 minor passage has collapsed simultaneously. Just then a middle-aged man's voice crackled through Jiang Hou and the others' earpieces. You've all worked hard tonight. The assault is over. Those injured in the main combat division will return to the branch facility for treatment. All other members are hereby dispersed for rest. Military soldiers, hold your positions. Enforcement division personnel will relieve you at the outpost shortly. There remains much follow-up work in the Old City District over the next 2 days. It's finally over. A wave of relief washed over the warriors' faces as they smiled. For Jiang Hou, tonight's battle had been trivial and swift, but for these ordinary soldiers who could be shredded by monsters at any moment, it had been perilous beyond measure. Even Fu Hongyu, a 4th-rank master, had suffered grievous wounds. Had fortune favored them, less fatalities would have been inevitable. At that moment, Jiang Hou flicked his wrist. The white glowing blade tip pointed toward his palm, and the black and white radiance enveloping his body along with his demonic sword vanished into his hand, as if a blade returning to its scabbard. The thick waist-length black hair cascading down Jiang Hou's back faded away, as well appearing less like flesh and more like an illusion conjured by divine weaponry. Furthermore, the sharper, colder contours of his face that defined his killing form softened considerably now that he had reverted. Only his ear-length tousled locks dyed crimson by the demon transformation, and a few red streaks across his forehead lent him an air of otherworldly handsomeness rather than cold ferocity. Virum. The distant roar of an engine drew near. Duan Xian rode up on his modified motorcycle, with Zongjing Nanmo seated behind him. Brother Jiang will head back first. Jiang Hou, I'm off. That was exhilarating tonight, haha. Zongjing Nanmo laughed uproariously, waved farewell, and both men vanished into the night. A black Hummer pulled up before Jiang Hou. Within, Shen Gong Feiyue, now clad in ordinary attire, a loose blue hoodie, smiled gently. Shall we ride together? Very well. Jiang Hou accepted without pretense. Their paths to the front had diverged, necessitating different pickups, but their route back tonight happened to align. The black Hummer rolled through the streets. Due to the curfew, the night was eerily quiet. After a few brief exchanges upon boarding, silence fell as each pored over the night's ferocious clash in private reflection. He did not know what Shun Gong Feiyue had gained, but his own harvest tonight had been considerable. The colossal beast's stature had surged to 28.2 meters. His recently breakthrough humanoid strength attribute had also skyrocketed from over 1200 to 1590, Yet his greatest gain remained the demonization progress. It jumped directly from 32% to 81%. Once tomorrow's mission points were settled, he could redeem demon energy crystals to complete the remaining demonization, though what transformations awaited him remained unknown. With a sense of anticipation, Jiang Hou turned his attention inward. He noticed his nearly depleted demon essence was recovering rapidly, sustained by primordial qi. Centered upon the dual meridians flanking his spine, translucent primordial power flowed ceaselessly. With every microcycle completed, it drew upon and transmuted vast amounts of energy from the surrounding air. This absorption rate was dozens of times faster than his former demon essence consumption. Under normal circumstances, this primordial qi, once the meridians saturated, would overflow and gradually temper and fortify Jiang Hou's physique. However, because his previous strike had drained so much demon essence, his body instinctively absorbed the energy, permeating heaven and earth, then captured and transmuted even the overflow. Such a phenomenon. Jiang Hou was somewhat astonished. Yet it was undeniably good news, signifying that his endurance in the mortal realm had grown considerably stronger. It was just past 2 in the morning, yet the majority of Yidu's multi-million population remained awake. For these ordinary citizens, witnessing via live broadcast how a human could blink and transform into a grotesque, corrupted monstrosity was a harrowing first experience, causing many to retch in sheer terror. The slaughter between supernaturals and colossal demonic beasts shook entire streets with sheer kinetic force. Those monsters, spanning dozens of meters, could level skyscrapers with a casual charge, their inviolable physiques rendering conventional weaponry utterly useless. Had such beasts roamed urban centers without equally powerful supernaturals to oppose them, casualties would have been catastrophic. Concentrations, even missile strikes lacked the precision to guarantee eradication. Consequently, tonight's battle had left a profound psychological scar upon these civilians. Even after the news concluded, many found sleep impossible. The dim oppressive ruins lay silent. As Jiang Hou and the others departed opposite the collapsed one passage, black, demonic miasma churned upon a barren hillside, shrouding a portion of the sky like a storm cloud. Within the dark miasma stood a vaguely humanoid figure exuding terrifying aura. 6 fox-like black tails trailed behind it, occasionally shivering reality itself asunder. The shadowy figure paid no heed to the collapsed passage. Its gaze, wreathed in black flame, fixed upon the horizon where the world phantom was gradually fading. Deep within that ruined world of emerald forests, glimpses of horrifying creatures flashed briefly. But alas, those ancient beings were far too powerful and remained tightly bound. Tweet! A sharp cry detonated across the firmament. Just as that ruined world was about to be dragged into oblivion, a crimson figure tore through the invisible barrier, raining down a shower of blood before unfurling its wings and piercing heaven and earth, vanishing into the rolling dark clouds. Instantly, the black figure's eyes flared with light. The surrounding demonic miasma churned violently as it shot skyward in pursuit. Searching. Found it. I found it. That young man, the one who had proposed the murder during the basement meeting to lure the experimental subject out, now hid within an alleyway, his expression trembling with agitation as he stared across at the Shungong residence courtyard. Clutched in his hand was a palm-sized gray stone feather, vibrating faintly with its tip pointed squarely toward the illuminated room within the courtyard. Through the glass, he could see a girl with headphones draped around her neck standing by a desk fiddling with something, while another girl sat quietly on the floor in the distance. The gray feather's tip was aimed directly at the headphone-wearing girl. The reward. The reward is mine, ha ha ha. The youth's features contorted, his laughter growing increasingly unhinged, like a stalking predator who had finally spotted prey. Fortunately, despite these signs of losing control, he still retained enough sense not to spook his target. But just as he drew his phone, a chill prickled his nape. Instinctively turning, he beheld a man and a woman standing silently atop the courtyard wall. Jiang Hou glanced at the youth, then at the courtyard across the alley before speaking in a chillingly cold voice. What precisely are you searching for? I. The youth's eyes darted about to speak when a hand clamped onto his skull. The brick wall crumbled as his skull smashed through it, leaving a gaping hole as blood gushed forth. He had noticed this silhouette earlier during his time in the sky, but had dismissed it. That the creature had now set its sights upon this location sent Jiang Hou's killing intent surging instantaneously. Just as Jiang Hou prepared to dislocate the youth's limbs and interrogate him on the spot, Shungong Fiue spoke with a heavy tone. Junior, he appears to be looking for me. Her gaze fell upon the gray feather, now lying on the ground. As she appeared, the feather vibrated violently, emitting a ring of white luminescence. This person is hunting senior sister. Jiang Hou paused, his piercing expression softening marginally. Shungong Fiue nodded. Indeed, but the matter is somewhat complex. I shall explain to you another time, Junior. Leave this individual to me. He likely has accomplices, and I intend to take him to the branch facility where specialists can draw out everything he knows. Agreed. Jiang Hou did not refuse. The black jeep that had delivered them had not yet departed. Carrying the grievously wounded youth who was on the verge of unconsciousness, Shungong Fiue climbed inside and drove away. After watching Shungong Feiyue depart, Jiang Hou arrived at the small courtyard and knocked. Jiang Hou, you're back. You weren't hurt, were you? Upon seeing the youth standing at the door, Qin Siyu's exquisitely beautiful face lit up with relief. Jiang Hou offered a gentle smile. I am unharmed. Tonight's assault remained entirely within official control parameters. Turning to the other girl, he added, classmate Shungong, your sister had a matter to attend to at the branch. She asked me to tell you not to wait up and to rest early. The girl with headphones around her neck nodded obediently. Meow. A white kitten leaped from Qin Siyu's arms, approached Jiang Hou and rubbed against his pant leg. After bidding farewell to Shungong Feiyue, the two returned home. As Qin Siyu had just finished bathing and was heading to her room, Jiang Hou received a call from Shungong Feiyue. Junior, the interrogation results from the mental suppression are out, came Shungong Feiyue's voice from the other end. How is it? Is there anything you need my help with, senior? The target was Shungong Feiyue, and the moment the interrogation results were released, she called him. Jiang Hou didn't need to guess to know she had something to discuss with him. I do need your help, Junior. Come to the branch first, and we'll talk in detail. All right. Jiang Hou nodded, hung up the phone, and glanced at the little cat lounging on the sofa. Keep an eye on the house. I have to go out again. The white cat immediately sat up straight, its round little face adopting a human-like seriousness. The Heavenly Punishment Branch was located in the northern part of Edu, bordering the Riverside Nature Park. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary government institution surrounded by walls. However, recently the Riverside Park had been closed off to the public. Since there were many official vehicles on the streets that day, Jiang Hou directly took out his identification and flagged one down to take him there. After the guard verified his credentials, he saluted respectfully and opened the gate. Crossing a small plaza, he saw Shungong Feiyue waiting for him at the base of a building over a dozen stories tall. Senior, Jiang Hou said as he approached. You're here, Junior. With that, Shungong Feiyue got straight to the point. That man is from the Troll Association, and all its members have been lying low here for days, aiming to find both Ro and me. The Troll Association. Jiang Hou was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter this organization again. The last time during the Jiangzhong incident, he had killed one of its third-tier superhumans. Senior, do you have a grudge against them? Shungong Feiyue shook her head. No grudge. They appear because of the Demon Dragon Temple behind them. For years that temple has been sending people after us. The Demon Dragon Temple was involved. Jiang Hou's expression tightened. As a transcendent power bent on inciting a world war, the Demon Dragon Temple not only had a true god, but also an unimaginable number of powerful underlings. This was evident from the fact that all 15 countries of the Western Alliance were under its control. Then what do you plan to do, Senior? Jiang Hou asked. Shungong Feiyue's gaze turned cold. I intend to strike first and eliminate the Troll Association before they realize they've been exposed. Currently the association has 13 known members, 1 5th tier, 2 4th tier, and the rest are ordinary 3rd and 2nd tier superhumans. I've already requested the minister's help along with Shengtu and I myself, and you, Junior. The 4 of us are enough to suppress them. Of course this won't be for free. I have a lot of accumulated points, and for every association member we kill you'll receive double the reward. Double. Jiang Hou's eyes lit up. He had been running low on points lately. But before we act, there are some preparations to make. We'll have to wait a bit. You can take a look at these files first, Junior. The night at 4 in the morning was somewhat desolate. Leaning against a pillar on the steps, Jiang Hou opened the file. It contained brief introductions to the Troll Association members, each with a photo and a short description. Zhu Zhenlate, 5th tier system, Heavenly Demon, epic primary ability, demonic transformation, turning into a colossal troll demon with immense strength, formidable in combat. Sanpu Yang, early 4th tier system, divine epic ability, shadow manipulation, highly skilled in stealth, and concealing aura, proficient in assassination. Zhu Tianhong, mid 4th tier, Heavenly Demon, epic primary ability, demonic transformation, derived wind, and snow wings which surround him with a blizzard when flapped. Zhu Zhan Peak, 3rd tier primary ability, unknown. According to the interrogation of the young man at the branch, their scheduled gathering time was 5 in the morning, so they had to strike before that. This was why Shungong Feiyue didn't delay. Acting decisively with the 6th tier minister Xia Longyuan leading, they would obliterate the enemy with overwhelming force, leaving no chance for reaction or resistance. Jiang Hou quickly finished reading the file. Just as he was about to say something, a luxury SUV with flashing headlights pulled into the branch. Xingtu and I, who had barely settled at home, stepped out of the car. Captain Shingong, brother Jiang Hou, Xingtu and I greeted warmly. Jiang Hou smiled and nodded. Senior Xingtu. Xingtu and I coughed dryly. Ahem. Don't call me senior, I'm only 3 years older than you. Senior makes me sound so old. If you respect me, just call me brother. 3 years. Jiang Hou looked at the mature young man before him, who appeared to be 27 or 28, and fell silent. Although Xingtu and I didn't have a full beard like Jiang Wanshan, who at 19 looked like a 30-year-old uncle, he was still noticeably older than his age. While the two were talking, a middle-aged man with a solemn expression and steady demeanor walked out of the building. Everyone immediately straightened up. Minister, Shungong Feiyue greeted politely. Xiao Longyuan apologized. Sorry, I had some matters to attend to downstairs. I'm late. Then he turned to Jiang Hou with a smile. Speaking of which, this is my first time meeting Lieutenant Jiang in person since he became a full member. Truly a dragon among men. Members of the Heavenly Punishment's auxiliary and main combat divisions were ranked by military rank. However, until tonight, Jiang Hou had no rank because he hadn't yet completed a formal mission involving 4th tier or above. But superhumans weren't as strict as the military. They simply added his current rank to his personal file. Minister Xiao flatters me. I just awakened by chance. Jiang Hou said modestly. Xiao Longyuan laughed heartily. No need for modesty, Lieutenant Jiang. None of us reached this point by chance. Everyone here is a child of fortune and destiny. But let's get down to business. We'll set out now. The Troll Association members had some issues, so they had hidden themselves in a small town more than 20 kilometers from Yidu on the outskirts. Under the night sky, a two-way road leading into the town passed by an old factory with a few scattered uninhabited houses standing nearby. At that moment, two vehicles with their headlights off stopped in the distance. The window rolled down, revealing Xia Longyuan's stern face as he gestured to the personnel waiting in the shadows. Instantly, several roadblocks were set up by law enforcement at the area's intersections. Bang! Inside the room, a woman's corpse was cruelly discarded in a corner. A large man with a bare upper body covered in black patterns wiped the blood from his face, an expression of enjoyment on his features. Just then the door opened silently, revealing a middle-aged figure in a white lab coat. His gaze was icy as he looked at the black-patterned man. "Wu, sure you killed again. Didn't I tell you to prioritize the mission and not kill anyone in Yidu?" The black-patterned man tensed up and quickly explained, "Rest assured, Chief. I took this woman from a village on my way back, not from Yidu. Even if she's not from Yidu, her disappearance will still cause some trouble." Zhu Zhan's gaze turned sinister, radiating a terrifying light, his voice cold. "If there's a next time before we find the target, I'll eat you." The black-patterned man trembled all over and nodded frantically. "Yes, Chief. I'll try my best to control myself." "Umph." Zhu Zhan snorted coldly, his face dark as he walked through the dim corridor to the 5th-floor lounge where a group of people were doing their own things. Someone was crouching in a corner, muttering to themselves, another lay on the sofa with a silly grin, and still another stood by the window, staring into the night. Zhu Zhan sat down on the sofa in the middle, frowning. It's almost time for the final gathering. Why hasn't Hong Jie come back yet? He's the only one missing. His secretary put down his phone. His line is still reachable, but no one is answering. The man lying on the sofa grinned stupidly. That guy might be eating somewhere. Lately, he and Wu Shi have been obsessed with the tender flesh of women. Courting death. Zhu Zhan's expression turned even darker. If that bastard actually killed someone in Yidu, the traces would soon attract the attention of the Heavenly Punishment. If he ruined his plans. Just then the effeminate young man by the window spoke slowly. "Have you noticed how quiet it's gotten? There were a few cars passing by earlier, but now. Not good." Zhu Zhan reacted, springing to his feet. "Caught on, have you?" A solemn, deep voice rang out, and in an instant a dragon's roar exploded. A golden dragon-shaped light burst forth in the distance, soaring into the sky. "Move out." The golden dragon shadow, dozens of meters long, obliterated everything. The 5-story building shattered in an instant, debris flying everywhere like a missile strike, a terrifying sight. It's a Heavenly Punishment powerhouse. "Move." Black shadows darted through the dust of the collapsed building, but Xiao Longyuan paid them no heed, calmly gazing at the rubble. Roar! A furious bellow erupted, and the collapsed building exploded once more. Amidst the thick dust, a 10-meter-tall troll covered in dark green scales emerged. The troll monster bore eerie red patterns that glowed with a demonic light, exuding the powerful aura of a late 5th tier. Having transformed into a demon, Zhu Zhan stared warily at Xiao Longyuan, who stood in the middle of the road surrounded by golden light. "Heavenly Punishment, Xiao Longyuan." "It seems you recognize me," Xiao Longyuan said calmly. "Mistake. We have no intention of offending the Heavenly Punishment. We're just here to find someone." The troll's voice was low and menacing, trying to explain. "Spare me the excuses. The moment you set foot in Yidu, you crossed the line." With that, Xiao Longyuan radiated an overbearing aura, golden scales forming on his face. Roar! Another dragon's cry rang out. Xiao Longyuan appeared almost instantly above Zhu Zhan's head, his aura overwhelming. The golden light around him condensed into a massive golden dragon claw as he pressed down. Boom! The air within dozens of meters trembled under the golden claw, enveloping the troll like a tangible mountain. "Don't think I'm afraid of you." Roar! The troll roared, its demonic patterns blazing with blood-red light, its thick arms thrusting upward to block. Boom! A ring of gold and red light erupted, sweeping across the sky and earth. Countless concrete fragments burst out like a rainstorm in all directions. Under the golden dragon claw, the 10-meter-tall troll was slowly pressed into the ground. Its greenish-gray scales emitted a screeching metallic distortion under the crushing force, constantly deforming. The gap between a late 5th tier and a 6th tier was enormous. Zhu Zhan had almost no resistance against Xiao Longyuan. Just as Xiao Longyuan was suppressing Zhu Zhan with one hand, the distant night sky suddenly lit up. Shengong Feiyue stood atop a large tree, a 10-meter-tall illusory figure behind her, radiating brilliant light. In the figure's hand, a 5-meter-long white arrow of light shot forth. Boom! Hundreds of meters away, a massive explosion sent soil flying into the air, halting the rapidly fleeing figure. The purple-haired woman, realizing she couldn't escape, whirled around. "You've gone too far." With her back against an abandoned old building, the woman's clothes tore apart, and a pair of white, 5-meter-wide fleshy wings sprouted from her back. Instantly, wind and snow gathered around her. Just as the blizzard covering a dozen meters formed, 5 arrows of light pierced through the night, engulfing her and shattering the building behind her into debris. A pitch-black dagger materialized out of thin air beside Shenggong Feiwei, mere inches from her nape, but was blocked by a pair of white light wings, unable to advance further. Looking at the shadow assassin that had appeared from nowhere, Shenggong Feiwei said softly, "Under the light, shadows have nowhere to hide." In an instant, countless white light feathers erupted from Shenggong Feiwei like a blooming flower, piercing through the assassin's entire body and shredding it. With the suppression of rank and the gap in power inheritance, the two 4th-tier masters didn't even last a single move against Shenggong Feiwei.